I clearly awakened. An SSS level talent that increases strength by 1 pound per minute. But I was mocked by my classmates as the most rubbish D-level. Physical enhancement skill. Apart from increasing physical qualities for the rich to play with, it's completely useless. Compared to the school bell Chuyu, I awakened the legendary S-level Ice Crystal Phoenix talent. Not only can I receive the school's full cultivation, I might even become a champion in the future, and have a place in the world. But in the blink of an eye, they started to sigh again. Because before, Chuyu and I were the most compatible CP in the whole school. But now, our status is as far apart as heaven and earth. However, what they didn't expect is, her domineering strength is nothing in front of me. Just now, my skill actually mutated. It's no longer just about increasing physical strength. Now, it can increase strength by 1 pound per minute. And through the infusion of power, it can also increase the level of ability. At this moment, I showed an excited expression. You see, there are 1,440 minutes in a day, which means 1,440 pounds. In the past, the boxing king Tyson, at his peak, could only punch around 500 kilograms. And at this rate, even if I do nothing, punching a planet to pieces is just a matter of time. He can still laugh. Doesn't he know he's dragging the school down? At this moment, a male student below couldn't help but complain. This is called facing life with a smile. What do you understand? Chuyu, the school belle beside me, even took the lead in refuting. Other girls immediately echoed, that's right, at least she has a good attitude. As for you, you're just a petty and arrogant person. I look down on you bullies the most. I have to say, the adoration of Chen Feng by these girls has left all the boys a bit dumbfounded and quite envious. Indeed, looks triumph overall. Even the school belle has become a bootlicker. At this moment, I quietly stepped down and returned to my seat in my own class. The other classmates who used to have a good relationship with me, now all remained silent. Instead, each and every one of them went back to their own classes. Even the class leaders with C-level or even B-level abilities, tried their best to flatter and get close to me. After all, ability represents one's future position. It's never wrong to build relationships in advance. At this moment, seeing this scene, I didn't show a sad expression. Instead, upon hearing the next words of the class teacher, I started to joke, because my chance for a turnaround had come. 10 days later, it was decided by Captain Sheen of the Demon Suppression Army to take us into the secret realm to kill monsters and level up. If we perform well during this time, there is a possibility of being admitted to the legendary 4 Divine Beast Academy. So the most important thing at this moment is to quickly enhance our physical strength. On the way home after school, I bought 300 yuan worth of pork, initially planning to eat something good to make up for it. Unexpectedly, I only ate half full, and the energy in it was minimal. It seems that I need higher energy, only potions or monster cores can satisfy it, but it takes a lot of money to buy the mystery. I hesitated for a long time and finally chose to go to the barbaric jungle, because other places are not dangerous swamps. It's the cold extreme Iceland, survival is a problem, not to mention fighting monsters to level up. In no time, I stepped into the gate of the secret realm and entered it. What caught my eye next was countless sky-blocking giant rats, very damp, quiet, and oppressive. But just as I was distracted and looking around, unexpectedly, I saw a yellow-haired man who also teleported in, and immediately looked at me with an unfriendly look, as if I were his prey. Hey, little chick, do you want to bring yours? It only costs 3,000 yuan. Hearing this, I disdainfully shook my head, because in the secret realm, the only one I can trust is myself to burn, kill, and plunder. Stabbing in the back, things happen often. But in a flash, I suddenly had an idea, and immediately asked him if he had a topographic map, and offered to buy the map. I naturally have it, but trading here is very dangerous, easy to be robbed. It's better for us to find a safe place. At this moment, the yellow-haired man was overjoyed. He thought that the high school student in front of him was definitely an easy target. So he tricked me into a deserted place. Immediately, the blonde man turned around abruptly, revealing his greedy true colors. Kid, didn't your parents tell you not to talk to strangers? I nodded slightly in response. Then you dare to mess with me. The blonde man pulled out a black handgun from behind and played with it in his hand. Seeing this, I didn't panic. Instead, I smirked and said, but my teacher also taught me something else. What is it? The blonde man asked nonchalantly, still in the mood to tease me. That is, encountering a robber in a secret place, you can kill them and even claim a reward. As soon as I finished speaking, I kicked the ground hard with both feet, the powerful force acting on the ground, making me shoot out like a cannonball. The blonde man didn't even react to what was happening and was thrown out by me, followed by the sound of bones cracking. By the time he landed on the ground, he had already breathed his last. He stared wide-eyed, full of disbelief, obviously never dreaming that he would fall at the hands of a rookie. I breathed slightly heavily, my body trembling slightly, not because I was tired or scared, but because of an instinctive reaction. Many people experience this kind of muscle spasm-like feeling the first time they kill someone or face a battle. Luckily, I kept taking deep breaths and forced myself to calm down, which eased the situation. Then I went forward to lick the package. I found a map, a pistol with 20 bullets, and 3 blue pills on the yellow-haired man's body. Seeing this, I felt extremely shocked and a sense of familiarity. Isn't this thing used by the Japanese monsters? Just as I was about to put it in my pocket, a sound of something breaking through the air came from not far away. Immediately, a green poisonous snake flew past, brushing against its own neck. Fortunately, I reacted quickly, swiftly stepping to the left and giving it a heavy blow without hesitation. With a force of over 2,000 pounds, I directly smashed the snake, but before I could catch my breath, the smell of the snake's blood attracted many demon wolves, who came over with eager eyes. Seeing this, I couldn't help but sigh at the terrifying nature of this hidden place. Those without strength would have been overwhelmed by the monsters, but I'm not a pushover either. After these battles just now, I'm much more familiar with the terrain. In less than 20 minutes, I had killed all 11 demon wolves. Finally, only the Wolf King was left, who was noticeably much larger, and also much more intelligent. While I wasn't paying attention, it actually ran to the top of the valley, a good 7 or 8 meters away from me. Then the green-haired Wolf King howled and pounced down. In a daze, I saw this guy seem to transform in mid-air. Is the Garuru beast evolving? This is not the time for me to joke around. But the next moment, a terrifying force hit me, a whopping force of over 1,000 pounds. I marveled at the strength of the Wolf King, then punched him away. It's a pity, it seems I'm even stronger. In less than a moment, the Wolf King breathed his last, and I successfully collected the bodies and cores of 12 green wolves. But just as I was preparing to pack up and leave, I saw a body not far away, and upon closer inspection, it seemed to have died not long ago. Could it be that there's an even more powerful monster? However, before I could ponder this, I saw a huge tree appear in the nearby forest, with many vines interwoven and entwined. It looked exceptionally disgusting. However, this also made me realize what it was, a parasitic vine, a type of monster. It parasitizes various animals, plants, or even people, crazily absorbing power, and then completely controlling them. But there were 5 people hanging from the tree. Why weren't they parasitized, or even killed or injured? I didn't rush to take action, but observed. Not only was I puzzled, but a young man on the tree also looked puzzled. He didn't know what the purpose of the parasitic vine was. The young man suddenly remembered something, because he was a tutor at the training class, so his combat power must be high. The real purpose of the waistband is actually to select the strongest physical parasites. At this point, he looked at the girl next to him. Although Zhao Jiawei was his student, nothing mattered in the face of survival. The young man quietly gathered a beam of light, wanting to shoot the unprepared Zhao Jiawei. But just as he was about to make a move, the parasitic vines suddenly twisted wildly, all the vines flailing madly. The young man and Zhao Jiawei were tossed around like they were on a roller coaster, up and down, left and right. Zhao Jiawei had been fighting hard until now, but she couldn't bear it and fainted. Although the young man was vomiting wildly, he still maintained a little clarity. He was just curious why the parasitic vines suddenly went crazy. Amidst the shaking, the young man's eyes suddenly saw a figure appear, and they were grabbing a vine tightly. Seeing this, he looked confused. Isn't this the famous Chen Feng from Hongshui No. 1 Middle School? The rumored awakened waste talent has fallen from grace. However, just as he was thinking, unexpectedly, the parasitic vines felt the threat of death, struggling and writhing wildly. His remaining body was still clinging to mine, trying to strangle himself, but fortunately, the parasitic vine's damage couldn't take effect in a short time. Instead, I mastered the technique to deal with the parasitic vine and managed to tear his body apart alive. As his body split open, he let out a piercing scream, weakening his control over the surrounding parasitic entities. Then they were released, falling to the ground. The young man struggled several times before he could get up. He looked in the direction where I disappeared, revealing a hint of fear. He looked at the unconscious Zhao Jiawei and hesitated. This time, the student he brought only had Zhao Jiawei left. There would be no way to explain after going back. But who could have thought that such a bizarre creature like the parasitic vine would appear on the outskirts of the forest? Now the young man is considering whether to kill Zhao Jiawei and frame it on Chen Feng. This way, after he leaves, he can say that Chen Feng was controlled by the parasitic vine and intentionally used Zhao Jiawei to lead everyone away. I tried to dissuade them, but they refused to listen. The young man's eyes gradually turned fierce as he slowly raised a nearby stone. I'll take you out now. Even in the last moment of life, in the secret realm, don't trust even the teacher too much. The young man's stone smashed down towards Zhao Jiaowei's head. There was only a loud bang as the stone shattered, but it was shattered by a kick. The young man was stunned, looking up to find that Chen Feng had returned without him noticing. How come you're not dead? The young man couldn't believe it. Even parasitic vines couldn't kill him. What level is this guy? I commanded, and I kicked the young man away, but high level is still high level. This young man reacted very quickly. Even in the moment of being beaten, he condensed a light shield on his chest. Although he protected himself in time, he was still kicked away, broke two big trees, and fell to the ground bleeding. This is a physical enhancement. The young man was devastated. I heard you want to frame me. With a calm expression, I slowly walked towards him. But as he saw me approaching, he quickly begged for mercy. I know I was wrong. Please spare my life. I will take care of you in your old age. But seeing this scene, I actually accelerated my pace. The young man's face changed, and he desperately kowtowed. You can't deceive your own son like this. His shouts are getting more and more accurate. But just then, I rushed over and kicked the young man unconscious. Seeing this, I was dumbfounded. Call for a first aid kit. This guy definitely hasn't properly developed his abilities. Otherwise, an ability as explosive as light manipulation can't have only this much power. But considering that he can't even take care of a few students, I know what kind of person he is. I picked up the young man, and then went over to wake up Zhao Jiaowei. Zhao Jiaowei lying on the ground slowly regained consciousness. What caught my eye was Chen Feng's handsome face. So it wasn't a dream. Did we really get married? Can we do it again? Zhao Jiaowei was a little dazed. He couldn't believe that he ended up with a schoolgrass with such high looks. Upon hearing this, I looked at Zhao Jiaowei with surprise. She looks so innocent and quiet. I can't believe how naughty she is in her dreams. Silly girl. Doing it again is not possible because you're already awake. Just a kind reminder. Zhao Jiaowei was stunned, then his eyes widened. Trembling, he cautiously reached out to touch my hand, and then pinched his own face. It really wasn't a dream, it hurts. What I just said, oh my goodness, I don't want to live. Zhao Jiaowei's face turned red in an instant, even his head was about to smoke. I remained calm, waiting on the side, giving Zhao Jiaowei some time to recover. 10 minutes later. Zhao Jiaowei still didn't dare to raise his head, just occasionally stealing a glance. I couldn't wait any longer and urged, get up quickly. We need to go out and spread the news. All your classmates are dead. We need to give their parents an explanation. Only then did he remember what had happened and burst into tears in fear. After all, he had only learned about the cruelty of the secret realm from books. The way that turned the victims into mere numbers, displayed in textbooks. Soon, he stumbled out of the jungle. I also went out with the body of the young man. To his surprise, he only saw Zhao Jiaowei coming back alone. He was shocked. What about the others? It's better not to say. As soon as Zhao Jiaowei spoke, tears gushed out uncontrollably, crying out that we encountered the parasitic vine. Then they were all killed. It was Chen Feng who saved me. Hearing this, the driver looked horrified, feeling that things were bad, knowing that it was all over. He quickly drove back to Hangcheng. But the next moment, he turned his head and looked at me, and suddenly felt a chill. Wait, aren't you the kid who just awakened yesterday with the talent of an Earth-level physical body? How could he possibly defeat the overlord of this secret realm? What about the parasitic vine? Hearing this, I felt uneasy. If this matter is exposed, I'll probably be taken away for dissection and research. I immediately made up a lie, saying, the parasitic vine had already been crippled by the young man, and I just took advantage of it. Seeing this, the old driver finally breathed a sigh of relief, really thinking that you had some tricks up your sleeve. I found an excuse and took the opportunity to slip away to the Eternal Life Group. After all, I had collected a lot of materials and could exchange them for money. At first, I thought these things would be worth only about 70 to 80,000. Unexpectedly, the price of the parasitic vine exceeded my imagination, actually worth over 100 yuan per gram. Xuanji, the head of the Eternal Life Group, handed over a check for 200,000. Seeing this, I was completely confused. Teacher Wang, you made a mistake. It should be a little over 120,000. That's right, just now our young lady said she wanted to give you a little more, Wang Guohua said with a smile. Hearing this, I suddenly turned my head and, unexpectedly, saw that woman, feeling a sense of familiarity. The typical straightforward Ms. Lu Xianying showed a puzzled expression at this moment. You see, these materials not only include the butcher praying mantis's dual blades, but also the parasitic vine, which is known as the most difficult monster below level 10. If you fight alone, even an awakening at nearly level 20 would not dare to easily attack me. In his impression, he thought my awakening ability was just a ground-level physical enhancement, usually used for labor like carrying bricks and delivering goods, so he mistakenly thought I was here to help carry luggage for others. Little did he know that I, who was known as a good-for-nothing in the outside world, had already surpassed a strength of over 1,000 pounds on the second day of awakening. Xiaofeng, you are also not easy. I have some work here that suits you, would you like to try? Thank you, Teacher Lu. Hearing this, I bowed, politely declined. After all, I am also the inheritor of the god Pangu. Using physical strength for manual labor seems like a waste. How Luxianing looked at my back with regret, not arrogant, not impetuous, and polite. It's a pity for such a handsome young man. Yes, Wang Guohuo beside me also looked regretful, echoing with a regretful look, physical strength. Even if the combat ability is excellent, it is still auxiliary. By the middle and later stages, the effect of high-ranking abilities is completely incomparable to physical strength. At this time, when I returned home, I was taking care of the piglets of 2 iron pigs, preparing to take care of my parents' health, and then go to study the secrets. Unexpectedly, at this time, a triumphant smile appeared at the corner of my mouth, as if it had been planned in advance. At the same time, after returning to my room, a black cat appeared in the living room. Such delicious meat. I have been lurking in Hangqing for so long and haven't had a good meal. The black cat made human-like murmurs. Then he took elegant cat steps and walked towards the kitchen to start enjoying. The delicious pork made the black cat very satisfied. A hint of human-like satisfaction even appeared on the cat's face. Unconsciously, he had eaten half of the pig. While the black cat was happily eating, it suddenly sensed something, looked up suddenly, and after seeing me, it instantly became furious and had the intention to kill. I smiled and said, "Oh, so you're the cat from Lele's house. I thought you were a stray cat." The black cat hesitated as it looked at my gentle smile. It seemed that it hadn't noticed its own abnormality. It's strange for a ground-level awakened to notice itself. Seeing this, the black cat pretended to be docile and came over for me to pet it, trying to deceive me. To my surprise, the next moment, I felt that the posture this man was holding was a bit off. Why does this posture resemble that of a barefoot? The black cat suddenly realized that something was wrong and immediately tried to struggle, but it was too late. The barefoot had already taken shape. Finally caught you. At this moment, I revealed a bloodthirsty smile. I was well prepared. A few minutes ago, I heard a noise in the kitchen. At first, I thought it was Lele's little black cat coming to steal food, so I didn't pay much attention. But the monster's ability inside the secret realm is so powerful, it actually managed to eat half a pig. There's no sign of it stopping yet. So I simply pretended not to know anything, quietly approached, and that's when it caught me. However, just as I was contemplating, I didn't expect that at that moment, a dark light suddenly enveloped me. I immediately felt a strong drowsiness, and my eyelids were also fighting. Hypnosis ability. I was alert in my heart, but mental abilities are inherently hard to defend against. Prepare to die, ha ha ha. At this moment, the black cat smiled in a human-like manner. Unexpectedly, 1 second passed, then 10 seconds, then 20 seconds. The man in front of me is already snoring, half dreaming, half awake, yet still exerting a mad effort. The black cat was extremely shocked. How could this waste possibly resist my hypnosis for so long? In no time, I recovered. Heh, with just this level of ability, it can't defeat me, Xuanji. I exerted all my strength to hold on for a few minutes before finally defeating him. At the brink of death, the black cat glared at me fiercely. "You wait, kid. Our Shadow Legion won't let you off." As the words fell, it breathed its last. Immediately after, I searched the cat's brain and found a core. The small sphere emitted a faint black light, radiating outwards. The drowsy feeling came over me once again. I didn't handle it well, so I quickly grabbed the core and stuffed it into my belly. No matter how strong you are, I can always digest you. However, after the core entered my stomach, it continued to have an effect. In less than a moment, I fell asleep again. When I woke up, I realized I was already lying in the hospital, but before I could even think about it, the next second, I saw a huge girl in front of my eyes. At first, I thought all doctors were this well endowed now, but then, the next second, she actually had a long, black knife in her hand. "Kid, I am the Demon Sealer. According to the investigation, you are only at a D level in physical enhancement, but that black cat has a B level agility, and it's already level 10. How did you manage to counter its ability, let alone kill it? Because recently, monsters have been organized to infiltrate Hangqing with malicious intent, so all related issues must be thoroughly investigated." Seeing this, I was directly confused. I asked, "Why are you carrying a knife?" I'm a law-abiding citizen, so of course, I will cooperate. My abilities have mutated, although they still pertain to physical enhancement. However, my strength will continue to increase. It's still physical enhancement, but how strong can it be? Debo Mimi obviously doesn't believe it, looking disdainful, thinking that I must be a fallen one, deceived by the monsters. Hearing this, I sighed lightly. It seems you don't believe me. That's right, I really don't believe you, Debo Mimi said bluntly. Unexpectedly, before the words were finished, I had already rushed up. Seeking death, Debo Mimi saw the situation, a fierce look flashing in her eyes. She then drew the black sword, preparing to attack. Unexpectedly, she was instantly crushed by the accumulated force of 4,880 pounds. In an instant, I had her pressed against the wall. What do you want? I advise you not to act recklessly. But just as I was about to speak, I suddenly heard a sound. The woman also heard it and listened intently, only to hear a very small, but very rapid, clapping sound coming from the next room. It seems like the room next door belongs to Chen Feng's parents. The woman recalled the information. Then she instantly understood what they were doing, and immediately knocked. At this moment, I also felt very embarrassed, probably because my parents had eaten too much pork tonight. The energy has nowhere to be released. Let me go. The woman threatened her in a slightly embarrassed voice. Listening to the most primitive stimulating sound next door, and being pressed by a man, it's really awkward. Now do you believe it? At this moment, I was pinching her swan-like snowy white neck, and I could pinch her to death at any time if I wanted to. Who knows if you made a deal to become like this? The woman snorted coldly, saying, unless you are willing to let me take your blood for testing. I was speechless. Why didn't you say so earlier? I wasn't trying to blow you up. If I can really probe it, I can save some effort. After Shenji finished, he turned and left through the window, giving me a fierce glance before leaving. Remember, act like nothing happened, and don't try to leave your home. Hearing this, I waved my hand, indicating that I knew, but forgot in less than 3 seconds. It's funny, after all, it's only been a few days. The officer of the Demon Suppression Army is about to take us to the trial. I need to quickly enhance my physical strength. The next morning, I hurriedly took a car to the secret place. The outside of the door is still as tightly guarded as ever. Just as I had entered not long ago, by a stroke of luck, I happened to encounter a group of hunters, all excitedly heading in a certain direction. The hidden area is about to open, there must be a lot of treasures. Your sister, even speaking softly, was overheard, and everyone grumbled as they hurried along the way. I also had a thought, could there be an unexpected joy in this trip? After all, there are many unique hidden areas within the secret realm. Among them are rare genius treasures, or some rare exotic beasts, and even some legacies, so the hidden area is often referred to as a paradise by many. After I followed in, not long after, Debomi also followed closely, but his expression was extremely angry. Clearly, he was told to stay at home and not go anywhere, yet he directly ran into the forbidden area, but at this moment, he is extremely worried. Because the monsters inside the forbidden area have already exceeded the current level limit of the secret realm. The monsters inside are all very abnormal beings. If Qinfeng is okay, then judging from the strength he showed last night, he is definitely a good seedling, worthy of being absorbed into the Demon Suppression Army, so no matter what, Qinfeng must be brought out. At this moment, I followed a group of people into the cave. The cave is very spacious, not dark, with many candles. It is obviously artificially excavated. In other words, there are many intelligent creatures here. Adventurers, step by step, cautiously moving forward, fearing traps or something. Suddenly, my ears perked up, as if I had heard something. I stopped and furrowed my brow in warning. At the words, everyone was startled, but when they turned around, they saw a young man. But then he started cursing directly, "You little brat. What are you yelling about? If you're scared, step back a bit." They are all experienced veterans at level 10 or even 20 or 30, and they haven't found any problems. What can this kid find? The leader also continued to move forward, both fearing traps and fearing others snatching his treasure. But just as he took a step and was about to cross a dark and rainy area, a flash of swordlight suddenly fell. The next moment, the leader's head flew up, and blood spurted out like a fountain from the well. Seeing this, everyone didn't know what kind of monster it was, so they all threw their skills in that direction. Even though the cave was dimly lit, I could see clearly. In the distant shadow, stood a figure clad in armor. The blood of the person who was just killed splattered onto him. The blood was actually absorbed by the armor, and then the armor's power clearly increased a lot. Seeing this, I thought to myself that this monster can absorb blood and become stronger. Immediately, I rushed over while the armored person was in battle. I grabbed him from behind, then forcefully threw him backward. The armored figure fell hard to the ground, head completely smashed. Then a fragment burst out. After absorbing it, I found that it only added 10 points of energy. I felt speechless for a moment. Seeing this, the awakened individuals around were struck as if by lightning, standing in place. Who is this kid? So powerful, actually overpowering the opponent with bare-handed physical strength. Yes, definitely a high-level expert. Otherwise, even with physical talent, they wouldn't be so powerful. People were discussing it. As for me, I continued forward to battle the next armored figure. I had to take them down before these idiots fed the armored figures, to prevent them from being an obstacle to me. So, I took them down one by one. Unknowingly, I had already killed all 10 armored figures, and unexpectedly, the energy fragments I had just absorbed came together. Suddenly, a bright light enveloped me, and many characters appeared, like martial arts scriptures. Seeing this, I was bewildered, a bit at a loss. Could it be that I accidentally completed some kind of task? Initially, because martial arts were not very useful to me, I didn't even look at them. Until suddenly, a mysterious voice came to my mind, instantly changing my perspective. I have dedicated my whole life to perfecting the physical body, but at the moment of death, I had an epiphany. Future generations can practice this method to fulfill my wish. Without a second thought, I took a picture of it and then prepared to explore its mysteries. And at that moment, there were already quite a few awakened individuals following behind me. They all wore a pleasing expression. You must be the captain of the demon suppression army, otherwise, how could you have such amazing skills? A shrewd man, who looked like a skinny monkey, next to me scolded, "What nonsense is this? Although this young man looks young, judging from his strength, he is at least a company commander level." The others also chimed in with flattery, yes, his strength is so great, at least a company commander. Indeed, heroes emerge in their youth. Hello, I'm Huang Wu. If you need anything, feel free to ask me. My name is Run 2. You can call me Xiao Run Z. I'll give you a back massage. I'm called Xiang Xiang. Let me give you a massage. As Xiang Xiang spoke, she reached for my third leg. Seeing this, I smirked, feeling pleasantly surprised. Meanwhile, on the other side, the elder sister who was hiding in the dark at the moment witnessed the scene. She looked shy. What's this kid doing with such a silly look on his face? But Xianji's expression became helpless again. He had originally planned to step in when Chen Feng encountered difficulties, but unexpectedly, he was repeatedly shocked by him. That's an existence that even level 20 experts can't handle. He actually took on 10 of them in a row. It seems the ability is indeed extraordinary, actually upgrading from a D-level ability to a B-level. At this moment, as we walked out of the secret realm and returned to the real world, the people who had left early saw me coming out and suddenly started cheering. Great, the company commander is out. The crowd kept shouting that I was the company commander. This left the monster garrison stationed here all looking puzzled. But seeing me being so welcomed, they didn't dare to ask much. Maybe I'm the company commander of the monster garrison from out of town. At this moment, the platoon leader of the monster garrison in charge here, Yushuerong, stepped forward, saluted me, and then asked, "Commander, how's the situation inside?" Hearing this, I felt embarrassed, not knowing what to say. Should I say this is all just a misunderstanding? Even the nearby Bigwave sister was surprised. Wasn't this guy just graduated? When did he become a company commander? Seeing this, the platoon leader even thought I used some sorcery to bewitch them. Unexpectedly, after I explained the situation inside the cave clearly, he reluctantly believed it. But at this moment, he became even more surprised. "You said those giants, each of them has around 5,000 pounds of strength. How did you manage to withstand them?" "It's simple, really. I just had greater strength than them." I shrugged calmly. "I find it hard to believe." Captain Yu shook his head repeatedly. "You know, a distance of 1,000 pounds is enough to crush many people, okay? But Chen Feng is only at level 4, and his strength exceeds 5,000 pounds. After all, the demon suppression army also has the ability to amplify combat power. For those monsters, each level increase of 100 pounds is already very terrifying. Could this kid improve his state of mind in 1 minute? Isn't that a joke?" At first, Captain Yu still firmly believed in his own viewpoint. But the next second, he was surprised and looked completely baffled. Just then, Bigwave suddenly stepped forward, and he remembered last night's encounter. With a slightly red face, she turned her head and said, "Humph. I can testify to Captain Yu's actions. He was indeed very fierce last night. Since Captain Su was vouching for you, there shouldn't be a problem. But young man, you should consider joining the demon suppression army. With your abilities, you could at least become a captain as soon as you join. Of course, you don't have to give me an answer right away. Go back and discuss it with your parents, think it over before deciding. Captain Yu really admires Chunfeng, then he takes out a box from behind. Let's talk about your reward now. He opens it and introduces it to Chunfeng. This red booklet is an honorary certificate that will give you priority access to the secret realm in the future over others. You can take photos to keep, and show the photos to military personnel when entering the secret realm. These 2 bottles are potions, one is an energy potion to level up, and the other is for healing injuries. And this check, you can withdraw a bonus of 100,000 yuan from any bank. Chunfeng was surprised. I just provided some information, and I get this much money? Captain Yu smiled, because the information you provided was detailed, so the reward is higher. I hope you can cooperate with us friendly in the future. Chunfeng couldn't help but sigh. The current Daxia is really different from his past life. In the past, it was always about promoting hard work and selflessness, seeking contribution without expecting rewards like a saint. In this life's Daxia, they have learned to buy people's hearts with money. Alright, that's fine. Chunfeng packed up his things, turned around, and left, with the busty girl following. After walking a distance away, the busty girl couldn't help but ask curiously, actually, your family is not well off, right? Why aren't you greedy for money? Who says I'm not greedy for money? What's the point of not taking rewards? Chunfeng replied lightly. Then why didn't you directly accept the captain position promised by the captain just now? After all, a monthly salary of 100,000 is like playing. The busty girl seemed to casually say. Chunfeng suddenly stopped in his tracks, looking at the busty girl in disbelief. 100,000? The busty girl immediately said, yes, 100,000. Do you think the dangerous work of the demon suppression army relies solely on the enthusiasm of its members? Our salary is very high. Not only do we have a salary, we also get discounts when buying various potions, and our families can enjoy discounts too. Furthermore, we can use military merits to exchange for many things you can't imagine. Such as the latest technology mastered by the country, or the latest martial arts techniques. By the way, have you heard of the Southern Gate plan? The busty girl suddenly lowered her voice and asked. Chunfeng's eyes narrowed. Has Daxia really unearthed the Southern Gate? Why do you think there is a Southern Gate plan? The busty girl laughed. The Southern Gate holds mysterious power, and the country has specially formulated the Southern Gate plan to cultivate the physical bodies of human beings. It is said that they have even cultivated a giant spirit god army, where each person is as powerful as 1,000 soldiers. Of course, only the giant spirit god army has the qualifications to access the Southern Gate and many other classified powers. If you want to become part of the giant spirit god army, joining the demon suppression army is your best choice. Southern Gate plan, cultivating physical bodies, giant spirit god army. Each of these terms felt like a precise surgical knife stabbing at Chunfeng's sore spots. Initially, Chunfeng was hesitating whether to join the demon suppression army, as he didn't like being bound. Someone with his abilities was not suitable for restrictions. So he confirmed, if I join the demon suppression army, can I definitely enter the giant spirit god army? Are there any restrictions? Will I have to keep doing missions, and even undergo various physical examinations like slicing? The busty girl really wanted to win over Chunfeng, so she quickly said, I not only guarantee that you can become a captain once you join the demon suppression army, but if your terrifying power is real, joining the giant spirit god army should be extremely easy. As for the surgery and research stuff, isn't that overkill? Only idiots would do that. Chunfeng nodded slightly. He also felt that the official of Daxia was not so stupid. When encountering a good seedling, they would study it thoroughly. Who would dare to help Daxia in the future? Those top big shots may have ulterior motives, they may be greedy for money and lustful, but don't treat them as idiots. Also, the giant spirit god legion will not restrict your freedom, and will provide various cultivation methods and potions for free. However, you also need to ensure that your strength improves at a pace that meets their progress requirements. In simple terms, you need to prove that you are qualified to be trained by them at a high cost. Furthermore, the giant spirit god legion is not what you think. They do not have formations and divisions like that. They are scattered among the demon suppression army and even various major hunting groups in society, and usually hide their identities. Only a few people know their true identities. Because only in this way can they help every member of the giant spirit god legion to grow better. So, you don't have to worry about being restricted, they will give you plenty of tasks. Of course, the demon suppression army will give you tasks, but those will be counted as military achievements, which can be exchanged for a lot of benefits. What are you afraid of? You know those people in the demon suppression army, they are eager to have tasks to execute and earn military achievements. The busty girl explained patiently. Chen Feng listened and nodded, becoming more interested in joining the demon suppression army. Not to mention, just becoming a member of the giant spirit god legion and receiving free potions made him happy. His appetite was getting bigger now, and his progress was slowing down. He could even imagine how he could support such a large expenditure on his own in the future. Having a country supporting him from behind would make things much easier. Alright, as long as you didn't deceive me, I will join the demon suppression army. Chen Feng made his decision. The busty girl smiled and patted Chen Feng's shoulder. Don't worry, little brother, sister cares about you too much to deceive you. Besides, for the sake of Lu Xianying's face, I can't treat you badly either. Come, follow me back to the Hangqing branch of the demon suppression army, I'll help you with the onboarding process. Chen Feng was surprised, directly on board? No background check or anything? The busty girl smiled and said, you wore light blue underwear today, with a small elephant pattern on it, right? How did you know? Chen Feng was shocked and quickly stepped back. These past few days, because of that black cat, we have investigated everything about you, from when you were weaned, when you wet the bed, your first love, the first time you watched a certain movie, what clothes you like to wear, we found out everything. To be honest, if your abilities hadn't mutated so suddenly, I would have believed you were fine a long time ago. The busty girl said calmly. Chen Feng knew that the demon suppression army must have investigated him, but he didn't expect the investigation to be so detailed. He could only follow the busty girl out of the jungle and to the Hangqing branch to complete the onboarding procedures. The busty girl did not break her promise. She first helped Chen Feng join the demon suppression army. However, after joining, there was still a process to go through, a small assessment. This was to see if he had the qualifications to continue moving up in the future, and it was a rule that everyone had to follow, even the son of the leader of the demon suppression army. Of course, if he didn't pass the assessment, Chen Feng could at least retain his position as a captain. The assessment was simple. As a captain, the assessment naturally focused on his ability to command operations against monsters. Chen Feng was taken to a testing room. There was a holographic projector in the room, and when it was turned on, the small testing room immediately transformed into an abandoned town. You have 10 minutes to familiarize yourself with the intelligence, and after 10 minutes, the battle will begin. Remember, our requirement is to rescue hostages as much as possible and minimize casualties among teammates. After saying this, the busty girl left, leaving Chen Feng alone in the testing room. Just as she left, she encountered a familiar face. Xin Tang. He was also the military officer who had undergone an awakening test at Hangqing First Middle School. He was also a captain, and at this moment, he was leading 3 people towards her. Those 3 were all young people, each with a spirited appearance. The busty girl glanced over and curiously asked, "What's going on here?" These kids all think they have the ability to be a team leader, so they came to test it out, Xin Tang chuckled. When the young men saw the stunning beauty and alluring figure of the busty girl, their eyes lit up, and they straightened their chests to show off their confidence even more. The busty girl nodded and said, "There's someone testing inside, and there's another testing room, so line up." Xin Tang curiously asked, "Are they your people?" "Just recruited, decent strength, just going through the motions," the busty girl smiled. "Alright, Li Hu, go to the second testing room first," Xin Tang waved his hand. The tallest young man immediately stepped forward and walked briskly towards the testing room. When he reached the door of the testing room, he suddenly turned back and said to the busty girl, "Beauty, may I know your name?" The busty girl frowned, "What for?" "When I become the team leader, I'd like to invite you for a cup of coffee," Li Hu said confidently. Not interested, the busty girl replied indifferently. You will be, just watch my test, Lihu said confidently as he walked into the testing room. The busty girl watched him close the door, feeling somewhat displeased. You always like to find these arrogant guys. Qin Tang chuckled, he's not arrogant, he's confident. This kid is Li Mang, the captain of the Demon Suppression Army. He has received strict training since childhood, and he is strong in both combat power and battlefield command experience. He has also awakened a B-level combat weapon ability called Bomb Man. The busty girl furrowed her brows even tighter. No wonder, Li Mang is also a very arrogant person. Qin Tang shrugged and didn't say much. The two young men behind him exchanged a smile. Since Lihu didn't have a chance, they did. Both of them were thinking about how to build a good relationship with the busty girl. It would be great if they could get her contact information later. The group walked to the observation room, turned on the large screen, and began observing the situations in the two testing rooms. They could see in real time the actions of Chen Feng and Li Hu. At the same time, Chen Feng had already pressed the start button in front of him. A holographic projection of the small town immediately came to life. Countless monsters randomly appeared, and many hostages were crying out, some standing on tall buildings waving for help. Among them, many women and children were trapped under the rubble, waiting for rescue. The holographic projection deliberately magnified the miserable appearance of those trapped under the rubble, allowing Chen Feng to see their desperate faces and hear their amplified pleas for help. With the support of advanced technology, the holographic projection was so realistic that it seemed as if those people were right in front of him. Chen Feng remained expressionless. He was already familiar with all the information for this test. There were 100,000 people in the small town, with 30,000 having escaped, leaving 70,000 with unknown status. Chen Feng's task was to rescue as many people as possible and contain the spread of danger within the specified time. It was simple, as long as he didn't make any weird commands, he could usually pass. He had taken this rescue test many times in his martial arts class, and he always performed well. So he knew very well that this test was about whether the team leader could withstand the pleas of the injured and avoid losing control of his emotions. Under Chen Feng's command were 9 team members, whose skills were reasonably matched. Chen Feng gave orders one by one, now listen to my commands. We are only responsible for the eastern area of the small town, with 3 streets here. Numbers 1, 2, and 3 go to Pinyin Street, 4, 5, and 6 go to Donglai Street, and 7, 8, and 9 go to the back street. Remember, no matter what happens, you must report it. After that, Chen Feng stopped talking and monitored the rescue efforts of the team members through high-altitude drones. During this time, he continued to give commands, directing them to avoid collapsing buildings and other dangers. What monsters are approaching? Be alert and hide. Also, where are the undiscovered wounded that need to be rescued? Everything is proceeding in an orderly manner. Even the drone deliberately captured a place a little far from Chen Feng, where there is a survivor gathering point 3 streets away. If he can take down that gathering point, he will immediately increase the number of rescuers significantly, which will greatly help his rescue mission score this time. And normal people will also suspect whether the drone deliberately captured that scene to see if he would rescue? Will not rescuing be seen as indifference? But Chen Feng turned a blind eye because his mission target is this street. Strictly following the superior's deployment is also one of the assessment criteria. In the observation room, Qin Tang smiled and said, Susu, where did you find this person from? Knowing not to mess around, not bad. Indeed, not bad, but this is just the beginning, the real test has not arrived yet, the busty girl said calmly. A young man behind Qin Tang couldn't help but say, this level is average, I have at least 3 tactical arrangements, and I can be twice as fast as him. The busty girl replied without looking back, oh, he. The young man immediately felt extremely embarrassed and chose to remain silent. Li Hu has started, Qin Tang changed the topic. Everyone looked at another screen together. Indeed, Li Hu had also started, his job was not rescue but to enter a monster's lair to steal things. As the team leader, Li Hu took the lead and went straight in. It has to be said that he was cultivated by the battalion commander after all, and his combat literacy and abilities far exceeded those of ordinary people. Moreover, his commanding ability was obviously superior to Chen Feng's. Xin Tang kept nodding as he watched and asked the busty girl next to him, "How is Li Hu performing?" "With his background, if he can't reach this level, he needs to be dealt with," the busty girl said lazily. "That's true," Xin Tang's gaze kept jumping between the two screens. Soon, his expression became serious. "The real test is coming." The busty girl also became serious, staring at the two screens. Because the duration of this test is not fixed, it is based on the progress of the mission. Therefore, the time when the real assessment arrives is also not fixed. Although Li Hu started late, because of his rapid progress, he unexpectedly reached the content of the real assessment test at the same time as Chen Feng. In the holographic projection, the scenes in front of Chen Feng and Li Hu instantly underwent a huge transformation. In theory, a team leader only controls a small position of 10 people. The performances of the two just now were already qualified. But in this second round, if they perform well, there will be a greater chance of promotion and transfer. Li Hu was very clear about this, so he went all out to show himself. Of course, he was not stupid. When showing himself, he also made sure there were no issues. He tried not to make any mistakes. When the real assessment tailored for the two was presented in a random form, it must be said that several people in the observation room were dumbfounded. The busty girl couldn't help but curse, "Are those idiots above always thinking about how to play with people?" Xin Tang also smiled bitterly but watched the screens seriously, wanting to know how the two would respond. At this moment, in the holographic imaging room, Chen Feng suddenly heard a piercing alarm sound in his ear. "Alarm! Alarm! The situation is out of control. A large number of monsters suddenly went berserk, indiscriminately slaughtering. Please respond immediately. Please respond immediately." This voice made Chen Feng look speechless. Asking for an immediate response was quite unethical. As a team leader, besides evacuation, what other response plan could he have? Chen Feng ordered without hesitation, "Everyone evacuate." A virtual team member immediately asked, "Captain, what about the rescued people?" "Each person carries one, abandon the others immediately, evacuate immediately." Chen Feng issued the order without hesitation. The team member was shocked, "Captain, these refugees are so pitiful." "Follow orders, evacuate." Chen Feng directly gave the order, while also commanding the team to evacuate. He had already prepared the evacuation route, so the team members were able to escape easily. In the next moment, the town was completely destroyed by a gray force, turning into a deep pit several hundred meters deep. As this image appeared, the screen slowly went dark. Chen Feng's final rescue team only had 10 members. The assessment ended. On the other side, Li Hu faced an extremely difficult assessment as well. After successfully stealing the treasure, he encountered a foreign team also trying to steal it. The two sides were constantly pulling and fighting, requiring him to give continuous commands. In the end, amidst the struggle, they awakened a powerful monster and barely managed to escape with 3 people. Then, the virtual image ended. Chen Feng and Li Hu almost left the testing room at the same time. Xin Tang sent a young man to invite the two into the observation room. As soon as they entered, the busty girl couldn't wait to ask, "Chen Feng, why were you in such a hurry to evacuate? Perhaps there could have been a rescue from above, perhaps you could have taken more people with you, perhaps." If a commander likes to use the word perhaps, then they are not worthy of being a qualified commander. Of course, I'm not saying a commander shouldn't plan ahead, and indeed should consider all factors. But when a problem arises, if you can't make an immediate decision, then you shouldn't be a commander. Evacuating at that time was the best choice. Chen Feng said calmly. Beside him, Li Hu sneered, "The town demon army was trained to protect the common people, but when faced with danger, you ran away." The situation at the time proved that if everyone stayed, not even 10 people could be saved. Chen Feng said calmly. "How do you know? What if there was a turning point? You are too irresponsible. The town demon army's duty is to protect the people. You, as a cold-blooded person, are not suitable to be a commander." Li Hu rebuked coldly. The people in the observation room were also silent. Chen Feng's choice indeed did not align with their values. In their view, at that time, everyone should have gathered to resist together. How could they abandon the people and escape? Seeing this, Chen Feng sighed. If at that time everyone was surrounded and needed a strong person to hold out and wait for rescue, that would be the time when the town demon army truly needed to sacrifice their lives. But when it reaches the point where the commander needs to make a decision on their own, it shows that the situation is out of control and there is no more rescue capability. All we could do was retreat, otherwise it would be a waste of ourselves and the resources the country invested in us. The busty girl's expression softened a bit. What you said does make some sense. But Li Hu couldn't help retorting, what sense? It's just being a coward. He is willing to sacrifice ordinary people to save his own life. He dares to sacrifice his own people. Who would dare to be your teammate, such a person? Xin Tang also recognized Chen Feng. After all, it was rare to see such a handsome man. He suddenly felt fortunate that he hadn't recruited Chen Feng earlier. Just as everyone had their own thoughts, a young man suddenly shouted, "What the heck, how could this happen?" The others looked over in confusion. It turned out that the assessment scores were out. But the results shocked everyone. Chen Feng 99.8 points. Li Hu 60 points. This assessment result was unbelievable to everyone. Li Hu even shouted, "Impossible, the system must have a problem, how could my score be so low?" Even the busty girl said in amazement, "These scores don't seem right." I can't evaluate Chen Feng's score, but Li Hu performed very well. Whether it was stealing treasures, dealing with foreign teams in battle, or inadvertently awakening the monster at the end, his methods were perfect. How is this just a passing score? 60 points is a passing grade. But it means he can only be a team leader, not suitable for a higher-ranking commander. It indicates that Li Hu did not pass the assessment to a higher level. This is something everyone cannot understand. Upon hearing the busty girl's words, Chen Feng exclaimed, "If you found out you couldn't fight against the foreign team, why not just wake up the monster directly, lure it to deal with the foreign team, and then immediately evacuate with your people?" Everyone looked at him. Li Hu's expression turned ugly, but my mission was to steal the treasure. Did you complete the mission in the end? Chen Feng asked. Li Hu suddenly froze. The others also widened their eyes slowly. They understood Chen Feng's meaning. Encountering a foreign team and realizing that they couldn't defeat them actually meant the mission was already doomed to fail. In such a situation, the best choice was to immediately wake up the monster and then retreat early. This way, the monster would directly destroy the foreign team. The treasure wouldn't end up in their hands, but it wouldn't fall into the hands of the foreigners either, and the foreign team would be wiped out. Meanwhile, their own people would still retain their full strength. This was definitely better than Li Hu leading his people to fight to the death, leaving only 3 survivors in the end. So, was this Li Hu's correct choice during the mission? In the end, this score was due to his lack of decisiveness and the desire to complete the mission. The observation room's large screen quickly provided the reasons for the scores. Li Feng's score was low, just as Chen Feng had said. He didn't act decisively when he should have, but instead, he was eager to complete the mission, leading to a tragedy. And the reason for Chen Feng's high score was precisely because he made decisive choices and preserved all the team's strength. It's worth noting that training 10 monster-controlling soldiers not only consumes resources but also time. It takes at least 1 to 3 years for a monster-controlling soldier to go from a recruit to being able to stand alone. Are you willing to risk your life? Does your sacrifice have any meaning? Wasting the country's resources just to earn the title of a hero for yourself? Watching the praise for Chen Feng on the screen, Li Hu still couldn't accept it and shouted, "Retreat when in danger. Run when in trouble. Then what's the point of being a monster-controlling soldier? Although I may lack decisiveness, I'm not a coward. So, heroes like you should charge into battle, and I should be the commander," Chen Feng said. This statement left Li Hu speechless. The others had complex expressions, unsure of what to say. Xin Tang hesitated for a long time, but in the end, he could only pat Chen Feng on the shoulder and then take the next person for testing. However, his attitude towards Chen Feng was noticeably colder. The busty girl didn't say much either. She led Chen Feng, who passed the assessment, to receive the team leader's uniform and all the equipment. As they left the observation room, the busty girl walked ahead, no longer as enthusiastic as before, maintaining silence throughout. Chen Feng followed behind, also remaining calm and quiet. Just as Chen Feng was about to enter the equipment room, the busty girl suddenly realized something and said, "Actually, you're not a coward, right?" Chen Feng paused, smiling. "Why suddenly say that?" The busty girl looked gently at Chen Feng with her beautiful eyes. "That black cat we encountered earlier, after our assessment, we found that its strength surpassed yours. At least, it was above yours at that time. If it were an ordinary person, their first reaction would definitely be to call their parents to stay away, then report to the police, or even not report at all. But you chose to kill it, because you were worried that its departure and the intervention of the town's demon-slaying army would lead to it rampaging and slaughtering the people there, right? So you risked your life to kill the black cat, and then called the police." Chen Feng said seriously, "That was indeed the only best choice at the time, wasn't it?" The busty girl suddenly smiled. "Yes, that's why I said you're not afraid. The decision you made in the assessment was correct, it's just those guys with personal heroism in their minds don't understand you." Chen Feng shrugged. "Who cares if they understand?" He turned and walked into the equipment room. There were ready-made uniforms, made with the latest technology, which automatically adjusted in size according to the team members' bodies. After all, many people's abilities could cause clothes to burst. One or two bursting clothes were fine. But if thousands of demon-slaying soldiers stood in front of the enemy, did nothing, and first ruined their clothes, standing naked in front of the enemy, that would indeed be embarrassing. So these combat uniforms were similar to the Hulk's pants, they could expand and shrink. There were also the demon-slaying army captain's credentials and weapons. Chen Feng was qualified to choose a weapon within the demon-slaying army. But Chen Feng was no longer very interested in weapons. Because the name of the martial art he obtained in the Creation Gate was called 10,000 Soldiers Battle Technique. This martial art focused on tempering oneself, training every part of the body to be as powerful as top weapons. As the team leader, Chen Feng also had the authority to use various equipment in training rooms in the demon-slaying army branch. After receiving all the items that the team leader should receive, Chen Feng walked out of the equipment room. But he found the busty girl standing at the door of the equipment room, staring at her phone with a displeased expression. "What's wrong?" Chen Feng asked curiously. The busty girl, upon seeing him, hastily put away her phone. "Nothing, it's nothing." "Oh, let's go then, I plan to try out those equipment," Chen Feng said eagerly. The demon-slaying army's training equipment must be much better than the school's. Before he could take 2 steps, the busty girl suddenly shouted, "Chen Feng." Chen Feng turned to look at her. The busty girl looked at his handsome face, feeling a bit reluctant and conflicted. There's something I need to tell you, please don't be angry." Chen Feng frowned. "Go on." Seeing his expression, the busty girl sighed again, and whispered, "Just now, someone in the Hongqing demon-slaying army group initiated a nomination, saying they didn't want to be your team member, and all the Hongqing demon-slaying soldiers voted in favor, so you might, temporarily not be able to recruit team members. I'm sorry, I know this is very frustrating, but everyone just has a bit of a misunderstanding about you. I will go explain to the higher-ups immediately, to help them guide everyone. Don't worry, don't act impulsively." Chen Feng's face immediately relaxed, and he even couldn't help but smile a little. "This is a good thing." The busty girl panicked, and quickly said, "Don't be angry, I know this is a bit unfair, but..." "No, don't overthink it, I'm really not angry. Without team members, does that mean I don't have to go on missions? Can I just keep practicing internally?" Chen Feng smiled happily, his eyes shining. The busty girl was stunned. This was not the situation she had expected. She thought Chen Feng would feel bullied and disrespected by the demon-slaying army, and would be furious. She didn't expect Chen Feng to be so happy. Actually, if you really don't want to recruit team members, you can apply for it. The demon-slaying army values recruiting talents regardless of conventions. As long as you have the ability, forget about liking teamwork, you can even dislike being around people. The busty girl reminded. Chen Feng became even happier. "Where can I apply?" Go to the official website and find the application form, you can fill it out. But are you really not planning to recruit team members? You need to know that many tasks are extremely troublesome and difficult. If no one helps you, you may find it very difficult. The big-chested girl kindly reminded. Chen Feng waved his hand, indicating that he didn't need help, and immediately took out his phone to log into the Demon Officer website to apply. After filling out the application form, Chen Feng went to the training area. The training area is divided into two zones. Public training area. Private training room. At this time, there were many people here, including Li Hu who had tested before. Seeing Chen Feng arrive, he said to the people around him, "See, it's that kid." The people training vigorously in the public training area, one after another, all turned their heads to look. They looked at Chen Feng with curiosity, annoyance, and disdain. After all, through Li Hu's propaganda, Chen Feng's methods and words during the assessment had spread throughout the demon army of Hunqing Town. Everyone knew that he was a selfish and cowardly guy. Many of them were curious to see what kind of person Chen Feng really was. They didn't expect him to show up on his own. When people saw his fair and handsome face, they sneered at him, treating him like a naive person. No wonder he's so timid. Chen Feng ignored them from start to finish and went to the gravity room with a look of interest. Wow, you can adjust the gravity to 100 times here? Even with top-notch equipment, you can only adjust it to 10 times. Chen Feng quickly put the electronic components on his body into the storage bag at the door and eagerly entered the gravity room. The next moment, the light on the gravity room door lit up, indicating it was in use. In order to motivate each other, the gravity room usage is ranked, and the gravity multiplier is displayed on the door light. At this moment, the number displayed on the light of the gravity room where Chen Feng was located was a whopping 50 times. 50 times? Is this guy crazy? Yeah, doesn't he know what the gravity room is for? His head must be about to explode from the pressure. Go check it out, don't let anything happen. People hurried over, discussing Chen Feng. Although they looked down on him, it wouldn't be good if something happened to him. When the gravity room was built, a life detection system was installed to prevent problems inside, allowing observation of the trainees' vital signs from the outside, and simulating the posture of the trainees through infrared rays. So people could see the red silhouette representing Chen Feng on the detection screen, standing and moving freely. Li Hu looked surprised. 50 times gravity? Can he handle it? Yeah, gravity is calculated based on individual weight. If you weigh 70 kilograms, 50 times gravity would make your body weigh 3,500 kilograms. A person weighing over 3,000 kilograms, let alone walking, the pressure alone would make the lower body explode. A strong man analyzed. I can only withstand about 15 times gravity each time. Others also recalled their records. A thin man said, I think I've endured up to 18 times because I'm lighter. Everyone nodded. Being light in the gravity room had its advantages. But the advantage was limited. After all, being light meant less strength. They didn't know Chen Feng's weight. But judging by his physique, he must weigh around 70 kilograms. Over 3 tons of pressure. How does he bear it? The strong man couldn't help but doubt. But at that moment, someone exclaimed, Look, the multiplier has increased again. People looked in disbelief at the door light. Indeed, the gravity multiplier had increased to 60. 60 times. That means, based on 70 kilograms, it's 4,200 kilograms. Over 4 tons. Is this human? No, he's still increasing. Everyone stared at the light. Only the numbers above increased by 10 as the base. 60. 70. 80. 90. 100. The highest multiple that the gravity chamber can withstand, 100 times gravity. 7,000 kilograms. And this is just their estimate. If Chen Feng's weight is heavier, this force will only be greater. Everyone couldn't help but look at each other. This guy, is he really a soft egg as Li Hu said? Not to mention anything else, just this strength alone is not something an ordinary person can bear. And would a soft egg train himself like this? A true soft egg would avoid training in fighting at all costs. For a moment, everyone looked at Li Hu suspiciously. Someone couldn't help but ask, "Li Hu, are you jealous because your score is lower, so you deliberately spread rumors?" Li Hu's face immediately turned red, angrily cursing, "Bullshit, Captain Qin Tang was there at the time, and Lao Pan and Lao Su also heard it. If I lied, would they help me cover it up?" People nodded slightly. That wouldn't happen. But Chen Feng's behavior really doesn't seem like that of a soft egg. Damn, is this guy not human? Another exclamation. People subconsciously looked at the monitoring screen. They saw that Chen Feng in the gravity chamber was not testing his endurance like they usually do, just adjusting the multiple, then standing there foolishly or walking a little. Chen Feng was actually training in the gravity chamber. Is he practicing martial arts under 100 times gravity? Nonsense. These people seriously doubted that the gravity chamber might be damaged. They immediately called the engineering department. When engineers heard that someone had set 100 times gravity in the gravity chamber, they were afraid that something might have happened and hurried over. But after the engineers connected the computer and checked the gravity chamber equipment. No problem, everything is normal. The engineer looked puzzled. Who was so brave to set 100 times gravity in there? People didn't speak, looking at each other. But they also refused to leave, just waiting at the door, wanting to see if Chen Feng was really okay. Meanwhile, inside the gravity chamber, Chen Feng did feel some pressure. Because his actual weight is only 80 kilograms. Despite his great strength, that strength does not affect his weight. So although he has many muscles, his body shape has not changed, not looking like a meatball. As a result, 100 times gravity is actually just over 8,000 kilograms for him. That is over 10,000 pounds. Chen Feng felt that this pressure was not too great, like exercising underwater. His fists were a bit sluggish, but he could still move. In this state, he began to practice the Wanbing battle technique of the Zala Gate, using himself as a weapon. And this weapon is naturally ancient weapons. Palm knives, finger swords, leg axes. The practice methods of these martial arts are actually difficult, requiring the activation of muscles and concentration of strength. Activating muscle strength may sound easy, but it is difficult to control precisely. However, people found through testing that under immense pressure, the changes in muscle become clearer. This is the origin of the gravity chamber. At this moment, Chen Feng stood in the gravity chamber and indeed found that the range of motion of his muscles had increased, becoming more perceptible. And what he had to do was to control it as much as possible. Chen Feng kept trying to move his muscles, concentrating his strength. The so-called palm knife turns the palm into a blade, slashing down with a force even more terrifying than a machete made of refined steel. The finger sword is even more frightening, each finger comparable to the sharpest sword in the world, cutting iron like mud. Chen Feng recalled the essence of the Wanbing battle technique recorded in his mind, constantly moving himself, feeling the direction of his muscles. It must be said that due to years of martial arts training, coupled with the impact of physical enhancement, his control over his body was actually very good. With a little training now, one can achieve effects that an ordinary person may need to hone for 10 or even dozens of years. Strength, focus, use your finger as a sword, stab. Chen Feng's index finger suddenly stabbed forward. The air underwent rapid impact and compression, transforming into the shape of a short sword. The sword formed by the air was short and appeared for a brief moment. But this was due to the gravity chamber. Outside, it would be even more powerful. Success! Chen Feng's face showed joy, not expecting to achieve this so quickly. Although Chen Feng knew he was far from every part of his body becoming the ultimate weapon as described in the 10,000 soldiers battle technique, he was still elated. Because he originally thought he needed to reach a strength of 50,000 caddies to achieve this effect. This time was much earlier than expected. Now it seems that the true martial arts effects are much stronger than he thought. It can even enhance one's combat power several times over. Chen Feng quickly suppressed the restlessness in his heart and continued his practice. The main reason he didn't practice crazily before was the fear of not having enough to eat. Now that he has official meals, what is there to fear? Practice. There are still 8 or 9 days before he needs to attend the final enrollment assessment at school. Although Chen Feng has joined the military, he also wants to go to a higher academy. There must be many good things hidden in the higher academy. The control of muscles is like mastering one method, mastering all methods. So after Chen Feng mastered the finger sword, it didn't take long for him to master many techniques in the 10,000 soldiers battle technique. After he initially transformed himself into a human weapon, he couldn't continue training in the gravity chamber. He needed to familiarize himself with this combat style. To the sparring room. The sparring room at school had combat robots, but they could only make ordinary combat reactions and couldn't use martial arts. There should be a sparring room here at the Demon Suppression Army, right? He turned off the gravity response, readjusted to his light body, and walked out. As soon as Chen Feng opened the door, everyone in the hall looked over. Although they had all gone to train because Chen Feng's training time was too long, they still paid some attention and watched the side. When they saw Chen Feng come out, everyone stared at him intently. Although everyone knew that hoping for a teammate to have an accident was despicable, at this moment, they did hope to see Chen Feng injured. Internal bleeding, bone fractures, and the like. But there was none of that. Chen Feng only had a few beads of sweat on him, no other issues. It was as if he had just done some simple exercises. For a moment, everyone's faces were grim. That was 100 times gravity. Before Chen Feng, the highest record in Hangqing was only 70 times, set by a passing strongman who temporarily borrowed it from Hangcheng. And that record had remained unbroken for 10 years. Chen Feng directly raised the record to 100 times. It can be imagined that this record may not be broken for another dozen years. Everyone fell silent, watching Chen Feng leave. Suddenly, someone couldn't help but shout, "Chen Feng, how did you do it?" Chen Feng looked back in confusion. "What? How can you withstand 100 times gravity?" the person continued to ask. Everyone stared at Chen Feng, listening intently. Chen Feng smiled. "It's a natural bodily enhancement." So it was due to his abilities. Everyone felt a bit disappointed. They thought Chen Feng had a special training method. But such an ability was indeed terrifying. At least it's A level, right? Chen Feng didn't explain further and went to the sparring room. Seeing this, everyone immediately followed. Especially Li Hu, who was the first to arrive outside the sparring room. The sparring room was also off-limits because each person's martial arts were their own secret. But there is also a ranking for the training room. There are 3 training room projects: dodging, attacking, and defending. Dodging training uses rubber bullets to cultivate speed and reaction abilities. Attacking is simply to enhance combat abilities. Defense is to cultivate the ability to counterattack even when completely suppressed. Li Hu pays special attention to the ranking of the training room because his father, the captain, is ranked first on the defense list. Others are also paying attention, staring at that list. Chen Feng stood in the training room and chose the attack mode. He came to improve his ability to use the 10,000 soldiers battle technique in actual combat. A simulated robot emerged from the storage compartment embedded in the wall. It behaves exactly like a human, with super learning abilities. It is said that this technology was obtained from a mysterious place with extremely advanced technology, most of which was damaged. The only thing left is this robot. The robot moves like a normal person and approaches Chen Feng, saying in a mechanical voice, "Please select a code." When training, you can give the robot a code name, such as using the name of an enemy, which can be more helpful during training. Number 1, Chen Feng said without hesitation. Setting successful, please select a weapon, Number 1 quickly responded. Chen Feng thought for a moment and said, "Sword." Number 1's arm quickly elongated, turning into a sword. Please select a martial art, Number 1 asked again. Chen Feng shook his head, "Anything strong." "Okay, setting successful, initiate combat." Number 1 instantly rushed forward, thrusting the sword like a swift wind, unleashing 13 strikes. Fist shield. Chen Feng punched, and a shield of air formed in front of his fist. The air shield looked transparent and illusory, as if it could be blown away with a breath. But when number one's sword pierced it, it seemed to sink into a swamp, making movements extremely difficult. Number one tried to forcefully withdraw the long sword but was repelled by the sword shield. Chen Feng smiled. It was easier than he had imagined. Suddenly, Chen Feng realized and said to number one, "What is the current swordsmanship level?" Number one immediately stopped and mechanically replied, "Combat ability is at a beginner level, do you want to adjust?" "Adjust to the highest level," Chen Feng said directly. It seemed that number one was too weak. Combat ability adjusted to master level. After the report from number one, it immediately launched an attack. This time, its speed was more than 10 times faster than before. When the swift sword strikes came, a large number of illusions appeared in front, making it impossible to distinguish reality. They all emitted sharp winds, like sword energy, cutting Chen Feng's clothes from a distance. Wow, is this the power of a master level? Can't beat it. Number 1. Adjust to expert level. Chen Feng promptly adjusted the robot's combat ability. After the adjustment, the combat ability was much more normal this time. Although the swift sword was fast, it was within Chen Feng's range of endurance. He brought his index and middle fingers together, and a sword of air appeared above them. With this sword, Chen Feng easily blocked the swift sword slash. He smiled and then launched a counterattack. The 10,000 soldiers battle technique recorded various sword techniques. At first, Chen Feng was a bit clumsy, relying on his strong combat talent to barely block. But as the battle continued, he became familiar with those routines and had some counterattack power. Today, his goal was to master the routines, forget the routines. To make those moves his instinct, rather than just executing them one by one. He didn't want to end up like the unlucky guy in the news who finished a set of military boxing and received 18 cuts. As Chen Feng fought, the onlookers outside also began to look grim. Because the status of training room number 1 will now be displayed. So people can clearly see that Chen Feng is practicing with a master-level combat robot, with a duration behind. It seems that the robot only has 5 modes: beginner level, entry level, master level, grandmaster level, and grandmaster level. This guy is already at the master level? Someone couldn't help but be amazed. Li Hu couldn't help but retort, "What's wrong with being at the master level? Can't I also battle at the master level? Am I being arrogant?" People nearby rolled their eyes. "Nonsense, your father taught you martial arts from a young age and even took various potions. If you can't fight at the master level, then you're the useless one. Chen Feng is so young, clearly a young man." Li Hu also knew he was being unreasonable. He felt the disdainful looks behind him and knew that Chen Feng's performance in the gravity room had already made them distrust what he had said before. At this point, he immediately tried to save face for himself. Perhaps he is a combat genius, or maybe he relies solely on his powerful body to withstand beatings? Others thought there was some truth to it. After all, Chen Feng could withstand 100 times gravity, and even the master-level robot would take a long time to defeat him. But in Chen Feng's training against the master level, he practiced for over an hour, and his vitality value remained at its peak. This is abnormal. Moreover, after training his combat abilities, Chen Feng also activated the dodging training. He wanted to see if he could use the 10,000 soldiers battle technique to make himself faster. After the dodging mode was activated, the robot returned to the storage room on the wall. In its place, numerous dark gun barrels popped out of the wall. Bang! Those gun barrels started shooting rubber bullets. Although they couldn't kill, they caused extreme pain. Fortunately, these gun barrels were progressive. They would start with 1 bullet, and even mark which gun barrel would shoot beforehand. Chen Feng stared at that gun barrel. At the moment the bullets were fired, he exerted force under his feet. Bang! Accompanied by an explosion, Chen Feng swiftly dodged to a faraway place. Although he almost hit the wall, a smile appeared on Chen Feng's face. He finally displayed that ability similar to the moon step. The explosion just now was caused by him exploding the air under his feet, generating a powerful propelling force that made him move several times faster than normal. But Chen Feng was not satisfied with this. He wanted to be faster. He wanted to reach the sky. He even wanted to stand shoulder to shoulder with the sun. Chen Feng continuously tried this ability, even attempting to jump into the air first and then perform a second jump. During this time, he naturally endured many bullets. Fortunately, he could bear it. He endured the unbearable pain like this, continuously training. The bullets shot from the gun barrels also increased continuously. 1, 5, 10, 100. Finally, the entire room was filled with bullets, densely packed like countless bees swarming. And Chen Feng, hidden among them, kept looking for every crevice he could slip into to dodge the bullets. It has to be said that after mastering the 10,000 soldiers battle technique, Chen Feng found that not only was his muscle control stronger, but his sensitivity to the changes in the surrounding air also became sharper. Once there was a slight air disturbance somewhere, he could sense it. Obviously, this was a positive effect brought about by the enhancement of his body. After who knows how long of training, Chen Feng finally mastered the mid-air second jump, and even the third jump. However, he was still far from achieving the elegance of spacewalking and the effect of walking on air in the sky. His strength was still not enough. Of course, after mastering flying in the air by stepping on air, his dodging ability was greatly enhanced, and he could even grow eyes on the back of his head, dodging attacks from behind. Chen Feng was very satisfied with the results of his training. His attacking ability had been greatly enhanced. The dodging ability has also reached a heavenly level. This allowed him to directly enter the top 3 in the rankings of the training room in Hangzhou. After that, he chose the third training, which was defense. How to counterattack amidst countless attacks. After Chen Feng made his choice, 3 robots walked out directly from the wall. They surrounded Chen Feng and then attacked frantically. These 3 robots would calculate Chen Feng's combat power and reaction ability based on the data just now. Then they would adjust to a state similar to his and attack with all their might. In the storm-like attacks that swept everything, what a normal person could do seemed to be just taking a beating. And in the process of constantly taking a beating, deduce when to counterattack and against whom. But Chen Feng was not a normal person. These robots could simulate his combat power, even estimate his approximate strength. But they could not understand what kind of defense Chen Feng's abnormal body would possess. The attacks of the 3 robots now were completely painless for Chen Feng. Now, he was like lying on a massage bed, being massaged by a doctor. It might hurt a little, but it was more refreshing. Chen Feng did not counterattack, just took the beating. After all, he had expended too much energy just now, which had a great toll on his body. Now, he treated it as a free massage. But this also resulted in him getting a 0 score in the evaluation of defense. Chen Feng didn't mind, he simply tidied himself up a bit and walked out of the training room. As soon as he came out, he saw many people gathered at the door, looking at him with complex expressions. Even big-chested girl and Qin Tang were there. The incident in the gravity room involving Chen Feng had already spread, so everyone was curious and came to watch. Seeing Chen Feng walking out unscathed, except for his torn clothes, everyone couldn't help but look at the rankings in the training room again. Wow, ranking in the top 3 in both attack and dodging, without a scratch on his body, just torn clothes. Clearly, he should be ranked first in everything. Big-chested girl also looked at Chen Feng in amazement and doubt. I heard that you withstood 100 times gravity and made it to the top 3 in the training room rankings. How did you do it? Is it that difficult? Chen Feng raised an eyebrow. Big-chested girl smiled bitterly. You are really over the top. Many of us can't even make it to the top 10. Why do you have to compare with me? Even if you want to compare, it's not now. Let me put it this way, I have been the top in the whole school since I started school, and I have never taken any exams, all the way to being directly admitted to Ijong. To be honest, with the foundation I have built since childhood, is it really that difficult for me to make it to the top 3 among you? Chen Feng looked seriously at everyone. This statement left everyone speechless. Indeed, he has been a martial arts genius since childhood, so it seems normal for him to be stronger than them, right? Beside him, Li Hu was unwilling and said, "What's the big deal? Your defense score is 0, we all saw the system's evaluation of you just now." "Oh, it should be because I didn't counterattack, that strength was quite comfortable for me," Chen Feng said indifferently. "Ha, anyone can boast. I'll go in now and lie down for a while, come out with a 0 score and say I defeated them all. Who can expose me?" Li Hu sneered. But the others did not agree with him. Because after observing just now, they felt that Chen Feng was not at all like the person Li Hu described. He didn't seem like a liar either. So at this moment, Li Hu's words were met with some disdain, and the previous description of Chen Feng by Li Hu was seen as jealousy and rumors. Chen Feng also narrowed his eyes and looked at Li Hu. "Are you targeting me?" He asked because he didn't provoke Li Hu, so he asked like this. Li Hu also bluntly said, "Yes, I am targeting you. I look down on you, so what? Ah." Chen Feng kicked Li Hu to the ground with great force. The powerful kick made everyone hear a clear sound of bones cracking. No one expected Chen Feng to suddenly act. Everyone present was startled. Li Hu was already lying on the ground, blood in his mouth as he held his stomach. He wanted to curse, but his internal organs seemed to be in a mess, the intense pain preventing him from saying a word, with his vision darkening. "Chen Feng! What are you doing?" Big-chested sister was shocked. "The demon suppression army cannot harm people at will. I didn't do anything, why is he targeting me?" Chen Feng retorted. Big-chested sister was left speechless by his words, and could only notify the medical department to send over treatment medicine. Xin Tang also said with a stern face, "Chen Feng, do you know that injuring someone like this goes against discipline?" "I know now, so what? Are you going to dismiss me?" Chen Feng calmly replied. Seeing that he was completely indifferent to Li Hu's condition, the people around were even more astonished. Is this the soft egg that Li Hu said would only run away when faced with trouble? Your soft egg dares to even hit the company commander's son. Xin Tang was also helpless, pinching his brow and saying, "I will report this matter. Whether to discipline you will depend on the decision from above." "Whatever, can I go eat now?" Chen Feng had expended a lot of energy today, feeling like he could eat a whole cow. Xin Tang wanted to stop Chen Feng, but looking at his cold eyes, he ultimately stepped aside. Chen Feng walked away in front of everyone's gaze. Medical personnel quickly brought the medicine, and big-chested sister hurriedly fed it to Li Hu. She was mainly worried that if something happened to Li Hu, it would affect Chen Feng. After all, she had brought Chen Feng here, and he was a talented individual. Li Hu drank the medicine, and his injuries began to heal, feeling much more comfortable. And when he had somewhat recovered, the first thing he said was, "I want to kill him." Seeing Li Hu's ferocious look, big-chested sister's face turned cold, and she directly said, "All right, if anything happens to Chen Feng, I will request a strict investigation of you from the higher-ups." Li Hu's face stiffened. He had initially thought that big-chested sister, who had fed him medicine with a worried expression, had feelings for him. Now hearing her threaten him, he couldn't help but feel confused. Whose side are you on? I'm not on anyone's side, but this incident started because of your provocation. If I report it, along with your performance evaluation today, even if your father is the regimental commander, you won't be able to get a promotion. Big-chested sister said coldly. You. Li Hu was furious, but also agitated his not fully healed injuries, involuntarily spitting out blood. The medic quickly said, "Captain Su, please stop talking." Big-chested sister looked at Li Hu indifferently and said, "You should consider today's events carefully. Everyone knows who is at fault. If you want to challenge your future and confront Chen Feng, I can tell you, I will support him." With that, big-chested sister turned and left. And Li Hu, watching her leave, spat out another mouthful of blood. Because he knew that even if he wanted revenge, it wouldn't be possible for the next 3 to 5 years. After all, career advancement was the most important, and one must endure minor grievances for greater plans. Chen Feng was enjoying his meal in the cafeteria. It had to be said that the Demon Suppression Army's cafeteria was indeed large, and the food was plentiful. All of it was high nutrition, high energy good stuff. This was because the demon suppression army often faced life and death situations, so naturally, the treatment was good. Chen Feng held a basin full of energy-filled mysterious monster meat, eating it deliciously, with constant prompts of energy increase in his ears. Big-chested sister arrived and sat across from him. The food here is good, right? Seeing her smiling face, Chen Feng took a moment to reply, I thought you were here to persuade me or question me. I believe I understand you to some extent, so I know that once you decide to do something, you won't regret it. So I won't bother asking you these useless questions. I came to ask you about something. Uncle and aunt, do you have any distant relatives? Big-chested girl asked seriously. Chen Feng's mind stirred, looking up at the big-chested girl, have you found out about the black cat? The big-chested girl shook her head slightly, not completely, but we conducted a search of the entire city of Hangqing and discovered several monsters lurking. Now we are not sure if they are in contact with each other, or what they are planning to do. Now we need to respond from 3 aspects. First, secretly track these lurkers to see what their intentions are. Second, we need to provide a reasonable explanation for the death of the black cat, in case it had a special mission, to avoid arousing suspicion from the forces behind the black cat. Third, go to the gathering points of monsters near Hangqing's secret realm to confirm the situation and see what they have been up to recently. Chen Feng's face darkened. No way, I just took office and already have a task? The big-chested girl shrugged, it's not that you just took office and have a task, but this task is because of you, no one else can replace your role. Alright, I heard that my mom has a cousin in Jiangcheng, quite far from here, Chen Feng recalled. Okay, tomorrow I will send someone to escort uncle and aunt to Jiangcheng, consider it as letting them take a break. In the meantime, you need to live normally and pay attention to any changes around you. The big-chested girl conveyed Chen Feng's task. Chen Feng agreed, then looked at his uniform, do I have to put this down? Yes, confirmed the big-chested girl. Chen Feng, feeling helpless, could only temporarily return the newly acquired items. He then asked, what about the giant spirit god legion? If you perform this task excellently, someone will come to negotiate with you. The giant spirit god legion is of great importance, so we need to see your performance first. But rest assured, your performance has been much better than I expected, and it has definitely caught the attention of the senior members of the giant spirit god legion. The big-chested girl looked at Chen Feng, her eyes full of emotion. She knew that after Chen Feng's physical strength, he might be able to join the giant spirit god legion. But she never expected Chen Feng's performance to be so outstanding. Whether it was the assessment scores or the performance in training, it was simply perfect. Chen Feng no longer asked questions, but focused on filling his stomach. When he felt he had eaten enough, he looked at his current attribute panel. Name, Chen Feng ability, physical enhancement LV4, 500/1000, strength, 9,300 kilograms. He was about to break through the 10,000 kilograms mark. Chen Feng smiled, got up, and left the town demon army branch. After leaving, he specifically walked around the nearby streets and bought some local specialties. Since he was going to send his parents off, he naturally had to do the whole package. Visiting relatives always required bringing gifts, right? Chen Feng took the bus home, looking at the crowded vehicles and the weary people on the bus. Suddenly, he wondered if he should buy a car for himself. Suddenly, his phone rang. It was from the classmates group. At everyone, comrades, I have reached level 5 today, and my dad rewarded me with a Lamborghini. Which beautiful female classmate wants to go for a ride with me? Tonight at Night Emperor Bar, all expenses on me. The monitor proudly posted a message in the group. Although he had been despised before, there were still many people who were not willing to accept it and wanted to flatter the monitor. So there were still many envious comments. Oh my god, the monitor is already at level 5, he will definitely be the first in the assessment. Hangqing's top scholar is secured, aiming for the provincial top scholar. Having money is really nice, monitor, please take me along. I haven't even leveled up half a level yet, I haven't even been to the secret realm, the gap between people is really huge. Platoon leader, I want to go out with you tonight. Should you come pick me up, or should I go to the bar to find you? A female classmate spoke, and even took a photo of herself wearing a short skirt with black stockings. Although she posed alluringly, she deliberately covered her chest. It's a typical case of wanting to be seen by someone but also being cautious. Chen Feng took a glance and put away his phone. He had thought before about showing off during the assessment and then successfully joining a top-tier institution. But now, he was no longer on the same path as these people. His current path was to join the giant spirit god legion, be nurtured with abundant resources, and quickly advance in rank. Soon, the bus arrived at the station. Chen Feng got off. But as soon as he stepped down, he paused. Someone was following him. Chen Feng instinctively turned his head to look around, but he didn't see any issues. Even after confirming by looking back, that feeling of being followed disappeared. Illusion? It shouldn't be. After practicing the 10,000 soldiers battle technique, Chen Feng's perception had become more acute. He was sure that someone had been following him just now. Was it someone from the town demon army branch sent to assist him? That didn't seem right. The town demon army had no reason to keep it from him. Chen Feng remained composed and continued walking forward. Carrying the gift in his hand, he returned home. Because he was back late, his parents were already home. Su Malian was having dinner. When she saw Chen Feng return, she quickly asked, "Son, have you eaten?" Chen Feng frowned, "Why are you having dinner so late? Didn't you say you were taking time off in the morning? Why are you working overtime again?" Su Malian felt embarrassed and didn't know how to respond. Chen Duqing smiled bitterly, "The supervisor called us. If we don't work overtime, we'll be fired, and besides, the overtime pay is higher." "Mom, Dad, I told you I can support you now. By the way, I just made over $1 million today." Chen Feng took out his phone and transferred 500,000 to Chen Duqing. Seeing so much money, Chen Duqing was extremely surprised. "Son, where did you get so much money? Don't do anything illegal, the town demon army has strict regulations. Don't worry, this is a thank you fee from someone else." Chen Feng told Chen Duqing about the incident where he took students from the tutoring class out. Chen Duqing breathed a sigh of relief. But Su Malian said with some sympathy, "Just awakened and then killed, how sad must the families of those children be? Son, don't go to the secret realm in these days, it's too dangerous." "Yes, how about this, I'll ask someone to find a class for you," Chen Duqing also said. Chen Feng smiled, "You guys don't have time, didn't you say you were going to my cousin's place?" Chen Duqing looked at Su Malian in surprise. Su Malian was even more confused. "I didn't say that." "What? My cousin called today and said you two were going. I even bought a lot of local specialties. It seems my cousin wants you to go but is too embarrassed to ask directly. I suggest you go." My cousin's tone on the phone didn't seem right, there might be something going on, Chen Feng said deliberately. Hearing this, Su Malian immediately looked nervous. With her parents gone, there was only Chen Duqing and his son left. She was afraid something might happen to her cousin, so she quickly got up to make a call. Chen Feng believed that the town demon army must have handled it, so he didn't stop her. Sure enough, Su Malian came out with red eyes shortly after. "Duqing, my cousin has been sick recently and is very uncomfortable. Shall we go see her?" Su Malian said softly. Chen Duqing had wanted to say that they both were leaving, so what about their son? But seeing his wife like this, he immediately agreed on the spot, "Okay." Worried, the two of them started packing immediately. Chen Feng naturally felt happy that they were leaving quickly. "By the way, Dad, I found a security escort company for you guys. It's not safe in the wilderness after all," Chen Feng said. After all, the town demon army had to escort 2 people, so they had to find a suitable excuse. Moreover, there were inevitably monsters from secret realms running around in the wilderness, so security escort companies were now common, especially when leaving the city or going far away. Chen Duqing and his wife originally wanted to decline, but Chen Feng insisted on paying and wouldn't let them refuse, so they had to reluctantly agree. After Chen Feng busily helped his parents and their luggage onto the security escort vehicle disguised as the town demon army, he returned home alone. Just as he got back home and before he could even sit down, he felt something was off with his body. It was very hot. He had a restless feeling. Every muscle in Chen Feng's body felt a bit numb, as if there were many little people dancing inside him. He felt something was wrong and thought he might have been poisoned. But if he was poisoned, he should gradually weaken. However, Chen Feng felt his body getting stronger, even his senses were becoming sharper. Subconsciously, Chen Feng glanced at the panel. Name, Chen Feng, in transformation, ability, physical enhancement LV4, 500/1000, strength, 10,000 caddies. It's already 10,000 caddies. But what does in transformation mean? It didn't look like poisoning. Hot, so hot. Chen Feng suddenly felt overheated, so he hurried back to his room and took off his clothes. His whole body was bright red, like a well-cooked prawn. Veins were visible, his muscles were engorged, and even in the quiet room, he could hear the sound of boiling water coming from his body. This situation lasted for a full hour before gradually calming down. When it finally quieted down, Chen Feng breathed a sigh of relief and wiped the sweat off his forehead with his hand. But with that wipe, he accidentally peeled off a layer of skin. Seeing that palm-sized piece of skin, Chen Feng was startled and stood up abruptly, leaning in to check in the mirror. He then realized that his skin looked wrinkled all over, as if he had been scalded with boiling water. A gentle touch would cause a large piece to fall off. However, it wasn't painful at all, and the skin that came off wasn't bloody or terrifying. Instead, it was a layer of new skin that was white, tender, smooth, and as fragile as a peeled boiled egg. Chen Feng poked it with his hand, feeling smooth and good. He immediately used his hands to peel off all the outer skin on his body. As each piece of skin came off, Chen Feng felt completely renewed. Very white, but not a pale white, rather a healthy rosy white. If one word had to describe it, it would be very moisturized. Chen Feng, who was already extremely handsome, now shone even brighter like the sun. Of course, Chen Feng didn't care about his appearance. He cared about his current state. The panel had returned to normal, with no more in transformation words. But Chen Feng could clearly feel the difference in himself. He had become even more sensitive. Due to his ability of physical enhancement, Chen Feng had already become much more sensitive to his surroundings. Now, shedding a layer of dead skin, he was even more sensitive, able to feel the flow of air around him. Pat, pat. There were very faint footsteps coming from upstairs. It was a child upstairs learning to walk unsteadily, clearly not wearing shoes, and the sound was very light. Yet Chen Feng could feel it. Yes, he felt it, not heard it. Because sound travels through air vibrations, Chen Feng could clearly feel it. Even if Chen Feng focused and listened carefully, he could hear the sound of the neighbor walking next door, the sound of the neighbor's child crying upstairs. Even the sound of a mosquito's wings flapping in the air. Chen Feng hadn't expected his perception to reach such a sharp state at 10,000 caddies. He immediately stood up, fingers together, and a sword formed instantly. However, the current pointed sword is twice as long as the previous dagger. This time, it looks like a normal sword. And the palm knife and leg axe, after a simple test by Chen Feng, also had different degrees of enhancement. Chen Feng looked at his hands, as white as jade, full of excitement. This feeling, so refreshing. But the price is that Chen Feng is hungry again. Fortunately, he has spare food at home. Although it was intended to be eaten tomorrow, eating it now wouldn't hurt. Chen Feng immediately went into the kitchen, put the monster meat he bought today into the pot, and stewed it. After eating and drinking his fill, he comfortably returned to bed. A night of silence. The next day, when Chen Feng woke up, it was 7 o'clock in the morning. He casually checked the panel. Name, Chen Feng. Ability. Physical enhancement, LV4, 530/1000, strength, 11,920 gene. The momentum is impressive. Chen Feng picked up the monster leg meat placed by the bed and ate it heartily to fill his stomach. After eating his fill, Chen Feng went downstairs directly. He was going to the secret realm. The senior members of the demon suppression army had issued orders for him to live as usual. Naturally, Chen Feng followed his normal life trajectory. But as soon as he went downstairs, he felt someone was following him again. This time, Chen Feng didn't foolishly look around like before. He just stood still, closed his eyes, opened his arms, pretended to stretch, and breathed in the fresh air. But he was actually using his powerful perception ability to scan the surroundings. At this moment, in Chen Feng's perception, the people around him disappeared. In their place were outlines of human figures. Those outlines were made of air. They were transparent yet full of vitality, constantly moving and making various gestures. Some were walking ahead, some were chasing a bus, and some were squatting to tie shoelaces. In this chaotic street, there was a suspicious outline behind a large tree to Chen Feng's left. It seemed suspicious because it occasionally peeked out from behind the tree. Of course, this couldn't confirm that the person was a tracker, because this kind of perception method was somewhat superficial. So, to confirm, it was simple, just go and see. Chen Feng suddenly exerted force under his feet while stretching, and there was a loud bang. Chen Feng shot out like a cannonball. This time his speed was more than 10 times faster than before, and others could only see a shadow passing by. They thought their eyes were playing tricks on them. Chen Feng arrived next to the large tree. The person behind the tree was startled and instinctively tried to escape. Stop! Chen Feng shouted loudly, producing an effect similar to the lion's roar skill. The person who was about to run felt as if their head had been hit hard by a hammer, screamed in pain, covered their ears, and lay on the ground. It really made his head buzz. Chen Feng approached, turned the person over, and found a quite young man. But he didn't recognize him, and he didn't seem to be from the demon suppression army. Chen Feng searched him and found a wallet and a phone. He was about to take out the ID card from the wallet when the phone in the man's pocket vibrated. It was a WeChat message. The phone was unlocked, and Chen Feng glanced at it. It was a message from someone with the nickname Sis. Have you figured out which secret realm he's going to? Tell me quickly. Chen Feng recognized the profile picture, it seemed to be Chuyu. He scrolled through the chat history. Sure enough, it was Chuyu. The guy tracking him was Chuyu's brother. Like Chen Feng, they both belonged to the combat enhancement type of abilities, but his ability was a B-level rapid speed. He was already at level 27 and could burst out speed close to the speed of sound instantly. Just now, if it weren't for Chen Feng's quick reaction, he would have already disappeared. The reason this guy came to track Chen Feng is simple. It was at the request of his sister to check where he was training in a secret realm and then pretend to coincidentally meet him. At this moment, Chu Feng on the ground was slowly recovering. He shook his head, still a bit dazed. Chen Feng confirmed that he meant no harm, so he casually returned the items and said, "Stop following me." After that, he hailed a taxi and headed straight to the secret realm. Chen Feng believed that official personnel would warn Chu Feng. After all, it was a sensitive time. The secret realm Chen Feng came to this time was the slime plains. Because the monsters here were known for their abundance. On the grassland, there were slimy slimes everywhere, resembling a pile of poop. He needed a large number of cores to continuously supply his progress. Chen Feng walked into the entrance of the secret realm. Upon entering, he noticed the difference between here and the savage jungle. If the jungle was dark and damp, with severely obstructed visibility, and a faint smell of decay, then the grassland was vast, with a clear blue sky and water. A faint grass fragrance accompanied by a comfortable breeze came, without any strange odors. After all, slimes don't need to poop. Not to mention, staying here was indeed more enjoyable than the savage jungle. But the slime plains were also the least hunted place. Instead, there were many couples who, with unknown intentions, came here to express their love, walking towards areas with tall grass and no people. As soon as Chen Feng entered, he saw a slime larva approaching from a distance. It was a yellow, jelly-like object that looked like a big booger. Chen Feng recalled the description of it from the book. Yellow slime, earth attribute, strong defensive power. That's it. Just that simple sentence. The yellow slime took over a minute to crawl 5 meters and then arrived in front of Chen Feng, sticking to him with its slime. Its attack method was to stick the enemy with slime and then absorb them. Sword strike. Chen Feng made a casual slash. The poor slime was instantly cut in half. It took a minute to run over, but it didn't even take a second to die. After the yellow slime died, a core dropped. Chen Feng picked it up and absorbed it. Energy plus 5. A bit less. But it's okay. Chen Feng surveyed the entire grassland. His goal this time was to win by quantity. Today, I'm going to slaughter them all. Chen Feng suddenly burst forward, charging towards a small group of slimes ahead. Among these slimes were yellow, red, green, and black ones. The yellow ones had slightly stronger defense. The red ones were fire-breathing slimes. The green ones were poisonous. The black ones could spray mud and even turn the ground into a swamp. Chen Feng rushed into the group, alerting these slimes. They were extremely angry and started crawling towards him. 3 yellow slimes were responsible for defense, acting as shields for the slimes behind them, spitting fireballs and mud balls. Chen Feng easily killed the 3 yellow slimes, blocking the way with a sword strike. Then he swiftly moved to the flame slime that was about to spew out a scorching fireball. Fist shield. An air shield appeared, forcefully sending the just sprayed fireball back into the slime's mouth. Bang! The fireball exploded. Although the flame slime was not afraid of burns, the explosion did hurt it. With his right hand supporting the fist shield, Chen Feng used his left hand as a palm blade to kill the flame slime. Puff puff puff. 2 streams of highly toxic slime and black mud sprayed out from the mouths of the nearby slimes. Unfortunately, they were all blocked by Chen Feng's fist shield. After being strengthened last night, Chen Feng's fist shield was now over half the height of a person, protecting most of his body. Then, he pushed off with force under his feet. With a bang, Chen Feng's figure disappeared in an instant. The powerful force propelled him at a speed beyond the slime's reaction time. Chen Feng appeared behind the slimes and slashed horizontally with his sword. Those slimes were instantly cut open, and their cores fell to the ground. Chen Feng picked up all the cores and absorbed them. Energy plus 4. Energy plus 7. Energy plus 2. Energy plus 3. Not enough. Not satisfying enough. Chen Feng hadn't even warmed up yet, and these slimes were already done for. It made him very annoyed. At this moment, he was more like a vicious monster than these slimes, greedily scanning around, wanting to devour everything. The slimes in the distance had no idea what fate awaited them. They were still trying hard to drive away these monsters that had come to their home. A red slime once again rushed towards Chen Feng, this time it was smarter, spitting out a fireball from a distance. After all, a mage shouldn't be playing close combat. Chen Feng didn't dodge, wanting to test how strong his sword finger really was. Swish! Chen Feng's sword finger cut through the fireball. The fireball was instantly split in half. Indeed possible. Chen Feng laughed out loud, rushed forward, and killed the slime. After that, he was like a humanoid tyrannosaurus, constantly charging forward. Any slime in his path was all killed one by one. Whether the slimes spewed fireballs or mud, they were all cut off or blocked by Chen Feng. There were also people leveling up in the distance. They were stunned to see Chen Feng's actions. After all, those slimes were too difficult to kill for them as beginners. Even if they were combat-oriented, they still needed to take advantage of the slime's inconvenient movements to fight them. Often, killing a slime would take 10 minutes or even longer. But in 10 minutes, Chen Feng could have run far away. They all suspected that some big shot was here to fish in the newbie area, right? Chen Feng didn't think too much about it, he killed as he walked. And as he continued deeper, he quickly left the outskirts of the grassland and entered the central area. There were fewer people leveling up here. After all, it was not easy to encounter people in the vast grassland. However, there were more slimes here, and their levels were noticeably higher. All of them were above level 10. Ahead, a slime playing leisurely noticed Chen Feng and immediately rushed over. This flame slime spewed out a fireball the size of a basin from a distance. The rolling high temperature emitted by The fireball even set the grass 2 meters away on fire. The air was filled with a pungent smell of sulfur. Chen Feng smiled at the sight. This attack was strong enough. He dodged the fireball and then rushed forward. The higher-level slime reacted faster. The flame slime rolled, trying to get away from Chen Feng. Even while dodging, it continuously spewed out 3 smaller fireballs to block Chen Feng's path. These fireballs were obviously meant to block Chen Feng's way. Unfortunately, Chen Feng swiftly cut open the 3 fireballs and then caught up with the flame slime, easily killing it. Just as Chen Feng was about to pick up the core, his feet suddenly softened. He looked down and saw that the solid ground beneath his feet had turned into a quagmire. Plop! 2 mud arrows shot from a distance, heading straight for Chen Feng's throat and back. Goodness, another ambush? For others, if their feet sank into the quagmire, they might not be able to do anything. But not Chen Feng. His leg muscles surged, and a ball of air formed under his feet, exploding violently. The moment the quagmire exploded, Chen Feng also jumped into the air. Then Chen Feng performed a 2-stage jump, leaping even higher. The black slime once again spewed mud at Chen Feng after he jumped up, but he didn't expect Chen Feng to perform another 2-stage jump in mid-air. Then, Chen Feng jumped several times in a row, dodging several sprays, and arrived behind the black slime. Shie! The pointed sword cut open the body of the black slime. Chen Feng grabbed the core and absorbed it. Energy plus 20. Sure enough, this slime was already at level 20. No wonder it was so difficult to deal with. Chen Feng glanced at the panel. Physical amplification LV4, 680/1000, keep going. With his parents not at home, he had a place to eat. The current Chen Feng could be said to be carefree, only focused on getting stronger. However, it was troublesome to find slimes on his own. Since these creatures automatically targeted outsiders, Chen Feng simply used a similar morning sonic technique, shouting loudly, "Hey! There's a handsome guy here, come and kill him." This sound was like thunder, echoing far across the vast grassland. After the sound spread, Chen Feng stood in place waiting. In just 3 to 5 minutes, slimes of various colors rolled in from afar. These slimes varied in size and level. Of course, this sound also attracted the attention of many humans. The hunters were puzzled, who would be so foolish to shout loudly on the grassland. Did they not know it would attract the slimes? Chen Feng didn't care about others' opinions. He was just delighted to see the slimes rushing towards him from a distance. In fact, he even took the initiative to charge towards them. There were at least hundreds of slimes in that large group, each with different abilities. From a distance, various attacks were sprayed towards him. Fireballs, ice arrows, water arrows, mud arrows, densely packed, covering the sky. Anyone seeing these attacks would feel their scalp tingle and temporarily dodge. But not Chen Feng. What was he training agility for in the training room yesterday? Wasn't it for this moment? Moreover, after his transformation, Chen Feng became more agile and flexible. He kicked off directly towards the attacks. Amidst countless attacks, he dodged and weaved like a willow in the wind. Those attacks couldn't even touch his body. When Chen Feng broke out of the attack circle, it was time for slaughter. His hands turned into palm knives, his legs into leg axes, and his whole body like a long spear, he boldly charged into the group of slimes. Wherever he went, the slimes were all cut open without exception. With over 10,000 pounds of force, who could stop him? Among the hundreds of slimes, Chen Feng was like a huge meat grinder, splattering slime everywhere he went. Their attacks were all blocked or cut off. 1 core. 2 cores. 5 cores. 20 cores. The number of cores continued to increase, forming spheres under Chen Feng's feet. He didn't even have time to absorb them, just focused on killing. He truly achieved the state of a human weapon as described in the Art of 10,000 Soldiers. However, just as Chen Feng was enjoying the slaughter, a giant slime appeared in the distance, towering over a person's height, its size resembling a small mountain. It opened its mouth, and a half-meter diameter fireball came hurtling towards him. The fireball was as fast as a meteor and unbelievably hot. Before it even got close, Chen Feng felt his mouth dry. Chen Feng didn't choose to retreat but instead charged towards it head-on. Just when the fireball was less than half a meter away, Chen Feng suddenly leaped, flew into the sky, then kicked the air and directly double-jumped to the slime's front. Poo pew poo. The slime suddenly spewed a series of small fireballs towards Chen Feng's face. What a battle-hardened experience. Unfortunately, Chen Feng was prepared. He waved his hand, releasing many fireballs, then kicked the slime's body. Goo goo goo. The slime's viscous body unexpectedly swallowed Chen Feng's foot. It wanted to use this to restrain Chen Feng. Then, the huge slime's mouth once again condensed a fireball, aiming at Chen Feng. Chen Feng sneered, "Battle axe." Chirp. This kick directly split the slime's body in half. Fortunately, the slime had no sense of pain. So it wouldn't feel the pain, but it could feel fear. The huge slime sensed Chen Feng's uniqueness, spewed out a fireball, and then rolled back far away. Watching its huge size, yet moving swiftly. After dodging the fireball, Chen Feng immediately caught up. But this huge slime unexpectedly had no intention of fighting. Just as Chen Feng caught up, before the sword could strike down, the slime swiftly rolled away. This situation repeated several times, and Chen Feng was furious. Screw you, Sky Cannon. He suddenly bent his knees, leaped high into the sky at an angle, calculated the giant slime's projected path, and then somersaulted down from the sky, suddenly kicking off. He came down in a 2-stage jump. No, a 3-stage jump. Chen Feng burst down from the sky, hands outstretched, using the sword technique, then his body rapidly rotated, like a giant drill, plunging into the slime's body. Chirp chirp chirp. Chen Feng opened a big hole in the giant slime's head. As it was gaping, he drilled into its body. Run! I'll make you run! Inside the giant slime's muddy body, Chen Feng fiercely slashed, continuously cutting its body. Although he couldn't breathe inside the slime's body, it didn't matter. After enhancing his physique, Chen Feng could hold his breath underwater for up to 2 hours. This terrifying lung capacity was enough to kill a whale. Chen Feng completely dismantled the giant slime. After it disintegrated, the core dropped out. The core was always a small round ball, but the energy contained within was different. He picked it up and absorbed it. Energy plus 25. Fortunately, there were many more in the distance. Chen Feng walked up, picking them up one by one to absorb. Energy plus 10. Energy plus 13. Energy plus 15. Energy plus 9. A series of reminders quickly boosted Chen Feng's energy. Although he only killed more than 100 slimes, it was enough to level up Chen Feng. Physical Enhancement LV5, 210/3000. Now Chen Feng could increase his strength by 5 caddies per minute. That's 300 caddies in an hour. 7,200 caddies in 24 hours. Wow, he could increase his strength by nearly 10,000 caddies in a day. Chen Feng laughed, feeling great here. He decided that he didn't need to go home next time, he could just kill until invincible here and then leave. Chen Feng continued like the fiercest grassland wolf, charging into the depths of the grassland. Wherever he went, slimes died one after another. Following that, his strength grew madly. Of course, Chen Feng also suffered some injuries during this time. But his powerful physique quickly recovered from the injuries. Chen Feng went on a killing spree, not knowing the direction or time. When he finally realized it, it was already dark. And he had leveled up again. Physical Enhancement LV6, 300/5000, awesome. Chen Feng smiled, surveying the darkened grassland. Technically, he should go home now and prepare for the changes brought by the Black Cat. But didn't the Spirit Suppression Army say to live a normal life? This is his normal life now. So, he decided to continue hunting. Chen Feng moved forward, remaining vigilant of his surroundings. As he walked, there was suddenly a breaking sound in his ears. When Chen Feng swatted away the attacking slime, he found 3 slimes here. But they all seemed to be below level 10. Chen Feng didn't pay much attention and wanted to kill them easily. Who would have thought that one of the fire slimes would spew a fireball towards the sky? The fireball exploded, like a beautiful firework falling. In this moment, Chinfeng killed 3 slimes and felt puzzled. Did the fireball miss its target? Soon, he realized something was wrong. There were continuous rustling sounds around him. When Chinfeng closed his eyes and carefully sensed, he felt many irregular shapes rolling towards him. It was the slimes, and there were many of them. So, was the fireball just a signal to them? This is the slime tribe. Most of the slimes on this plane have very low intelligence and only wander aimlessly. But occasionally, there are mutations that suddenly gain intelligence. Those with intelligence will create their own tribe, become the king of that tribe, and command the slimes to do things. If you intrude into the slime tribe, you must be careful. Because the king of the slimes here controls the ordinary slimes in a brainless manner. The king can continuously summon slimes to wear down all enemies. It is even said that some have seen the slime kingdom, which has trained an excellent army, making the kingdom incredibly powerful. Of course, this kind of intelligence usually does not arise out of nowhere, there must be some kind of treasure involved. Chinfeng looked at the slimes rushing towards him with a fiery gaze. He wanted the treasure here. Immediately, Chinfeng rushed forward, sword in hand, killing 2 slimes, picking up their cores, and then sweeping his leg axe to kill 7 or 8 earth yellow slimes. He continued this way, killing his way into the slime tribe's territory. To his surprise, there were buildings in this territory. Wow, has their intelligence grown this high? Chinfeng looked in amazement at the altar-like buildings and continued to kill the slimes. Finally, he reached the interior of this tribe. But at that moment, another fireball shot up into the sky. The fireball exploded, illuminating the sky with brilliant fireworks. Amidst the explosion, Chinfeng keenly sensed an ambush. He took a step back, and a water arrow grazed past him. But when Chinfeng looked in the direction the water arrow came from, there was no trace of the slimes. He wanted to investigate, but a venomous liquid sprayed from the opposite direction. Chinfeng instinctively tried to dodge, but then he stopped in his tracks, using his fist shield to block the venom. Swish, swish, swish. Suddenly, several mud arrows shot towards him from behind. If he had retreated earlier, he would have been hit directly. Wow! Ambush aside, they are also coordinating attacks? Chinfeng suddenly realized he should not underestimate this slime tribe. There are many tall grass nests here that are impossible to see from the outside. Chinfeng went straight in. If the slimes could ambush, couldn't he? But Chinfeng never expected that as soon as he entered the grass nest, a bunch of fireballs came flying at him. The grass nest was instantly ignited, and the raging fire surrounded Chinfeng, forcing him to jump out in midair. He entered another grass nest, and another fireball flew towards him. Chinfeng tried to dodge, but he found that the ground beneath him had turned into mud at some point. Wow, you really have mastered the art of coordinated warfare. But the more they did this, the more interested Chinfeng became in the king of that tribe. Chinfeng condensed the air under his feet to explode the mud swamp, then rushed out of the grass nest before it completely turned into a ring of fire. After breaking out, Chinfeng no longer hid. He directly charged towards the altar in a zigzag pattern. That altar must have a significant role for these slimes. Once he occupied and destroyed it, they would surely become agitated. Indeed, as Chinfeng charged towards the altar, all the slimes hiding in the shadows became restless. Those fireballs, water arrows, poison, all kinds of attacks, seemed to be spraying out as if they were free. But this only strengthened Chinfeng's determination to rush to the altar. He charged forward, dodging the attacks that came flying at him. If he couldn't avoid them, he used his fists, shield, and strong body to resist. Just as Chinfeng charged into the center of the tribe, just a few meters away from stepping onto the altar, a slime army appeared. This slime army was obviously specially trained, with hundreds of slimes lined up neatly. They surrounded Chinfeng in the middle. The yellow slimes were in the front as meat shields. The second row consisted of poison slimes because their attack range was shorter. Then there were slimes that could create mud pits. Finally, there were flame slimes. The arrangement of this battle formation made Chen Feng suspect whether the slime king of this tribe had read military books. The poison squad began to spray, and the poison formed a large mass, rushing towards him like a waterfall. Sword! Chen Feng waved his hands and managed to split open a gap in the mass of poison. Although it's said that drawing a sword against flowing water is futile, cutting through this water curtain with a sword couldn't close it back up. However, right after that, a large number of mud arrows were shot, accompanied by fireballs. Chen Feng stood in front of the slime army, constantly waving his hands, and also not daring to stand still. He was worried about potential slime ambushes. After dealing with those fireballs and mud arrows, the second wave of poison slimes had regained their strength and began to spray again. Wow, they even know guerrilla warfare? Chen Feng knew that if he continued like this, he would be worn down, so he looked for a gap to break through. But even if he was careful, he still fell into a trap. Amidst the onslaught, a mud arrow suddenly broke away from the main force and shot towards Chen Feng's chest. Chen Feng swiftly split it apart, but the mud arrow exploded, scattering numerous mud dots. Many mud dots landed on Chen Feng's body. Chen Feng paid no attention and continued to fight. But soon he noticed something was wrong. Why did his body feel heavier? When he looked down, he saw that a large amount of mud had appeared on his body at some point, and those mud spots were drying up, gradually spreading and enveloping his body in a ceramic-like shell. It was those mud dots. The mud arrow just now was a problem. Chen Feng immediately realized. Just as he was about to shake off those burdens, he suddenly had an idea. Why not turn the tables? Chen Feng pretended to strike at the mud that had already turned into a ceramic form. Seeing that this tactic worked, a large number of mud arrows were shot at him. The damage from these mud arrows to Chen Feng was minimal. But as the mud landed on Chen Feng's body, it continued to spread, quickly covering his entire body, turning him into a terracotta warrior. Chen Feng pretended to weakly shake, trying to break free. Swish, swish, swish. More mud arrows came, wrapping Chen Feng in layer after layer. Finally, Chen Feng found himself encased in a 3-meter-high mud mountain. The mud mountain was heavy and airtight. For other awakened, just the lack of oxygen in this space would be deadly enough. Chen Feng had stopped shaking and was quietly waiting. He wanted to wait until the slimes thought he was dead, relax their guard, and then break out. Not giving the slime army a chance to regroup. An hour passed, and Chen Feng heard no movement outside. His sensing ability couldn't penetrate the thick mud. Just as he was guessing, he suddenly felt movement. The mud mountain he was in seemed to be lifted and was being transported somewhere. Although he couldn't tell the direction, Chen Feng could feel that he was moving forward. The direction he was facing before was towards the altar. Is it to put oneself on the altar? Chen Feng was thinking, feeling himself climbing the steps. The trembling, obviously the bumpiness that only occurs when climbing steps. There are only steps on that altar. Sure enough, he was going to be lifted onto the altar. These guys wouldn't be sacrificing themselves, would they? Chen Feng immediately dared not continue waiting. He was not sure of the function of this altar, but he dared not try randomly. Suddenly, his muscles swelled up violently, and a terrifying force erupted instantly. Click! Click! The tall and heavy mud mountain actually made a broken sound, and cracks appeared on the surface. At this time, there were many slimes surrounding the altar. Among them, one slime was obviously tall, with a pale golden body, and a unique temperament that was incompatible with the surrounding slimes. Seeing the mud mountain cracking, this pale golden slime went crazy. The slimes on the altar immediately wanted to put down the mud mountain and escape. But it was too late, as a light appeared on the altar. The altar was opened. Boom! Chen Feng seemed to burst out like a stone monkey, directly blasting the mud mountain from the inside. Countless mud blocks flew around, sprinkling all over the altar. When Chen Feng came out to look, he found that the altar had already been opened. Wow, are you guys really the villains? So few words and efficient? Chen Feng was shocked, then roared and punched the ground. A terrifying force of over 10,000 caddies fiercely hit the altar. Boom! Cracks spread rapidly like a spider web from Chen Feng's fist to the surroundings. In less than 2 seconds, the altar directly shattered. Roar! A painful roar came from underground at the altar's location. There seemed to be something below. Swish, swish, swish. Countless attacks flew again, giving Chen Feng no time to think. Seeing that the slime army had begun to gather again, Chen Feng scanned the surroundings and locked onto the pale golden slime, charging towards it. It was obviously the king of this tribe. The Slime King saw Chen Feng charging over, without fear, emitting a faint golden light. The golden light instantly condensed into a shield in front of it. Bang! Chen Feng's fist smashed onto the shield, instantly shattering it. The Slime King shuddered. Obviously, it had underestimated Chen Feng's strength just now. After all, since the mutation, it had relied on absolute defense to kill many powerful awakeners. The Slime King immediately rolled away, while shooting golden swords at Chen Feng. The surrounding slime army also provided frantic support. But since Chen Feng had seized the opportunity, how could he let it escape? He burst out with full speed, catching up to the Slime King and slashing with his sword. Chirp! The Slime King's body was cut open, and golden blood flowed out. The injured Slime King became more restless. It ran towards the direction of the slime army, ordering one slime after another to die. In this process, the slimes kept wriggling, trying to heal their injuries. They clearly cherished that golden blood. Chen Feng glanced around, seeing the slime army already lined up and ready to attack him again. Without hesitation, he stomped his feet and charged forward. Chen Feng was like a bowling ball, crashing heavily onto the rows of slime army. Those slimes were either killed or sent flying far away. The formation of the army was disrupted, making it impossible to regroup. Chen Feng returned from a distance and headed straight for the Slime King. The Slime King watched as Chen Feng came in and out of its army unscathed, and was extremely shocked. It rolled away towards the distance, trying to escape. Chen Feng chased all the way, relentlessly pursuing. Don't say, where is he running so fast? Chen Feng chased for more than 10 miles before finally catching up with the other party. But in doing so, he entered a team of hunters who were resting here. There were a total of 10 hunters, all resting. 2 people were on patrol duty. From a distance, they saw a pale golden slime rushing towards them along with Chen Feng. Stop! Don't move, the guard shouted, warning Chen Feng and reminding his teammates. All the teammates were awakened and armed themselves. There was even someone holding a Gatling machine gun, aiming at Chen Feng. I am Lu Hao from the Skyfire team, stop, a member of the hunting team shouted. Obviously, this Lu Hao must have some reputation, otherwise he wouldn't have introduced himself to scare people. But how could Chen Feng stop? The Slime King is a mutant existence, and there must be something good inside its core. Many mutant cores could even awaken a second ability in a person. I have no intention of targeting you, this slime is my prey, I will catch it and leave. Chen Feng shouted, not wanting to make enemies. The Skyfire team carefully searched and indeed saw the pale golden slime rolling towards them in a grass nest. They were all a bit surprised. Especially the deputy captain's eyes lit up, whispering, Captain, this slime is not simple, it is probably a mutant product, worth at least $1 million, even tens of millions if sold. Lu Hao also showed a pleased expression, a mutant slime, and it's heavily injured, it's like a gift from heaven. The other members of the hunting team also became excited. Bang! The deputy captain suddenly pulled the trigger, and the Gatling gun started firing at Chen Feng. Chen Feng rushed to the left, dodging the bullets. Seeing Chen Feng dodge, the deputy captain's eyes turned cold. Alright, you have some skills, but since this slime has entered our territory, it is our prey, you can leave. 2 other hunters also approached Chen Feng with ill intentions, holding weapons. The captain led 3 people to intercept the golden slime, clearly intending to seize it. Seeing this, Chen Feng's face darkened, seeking death. Swish! He did not retreat, but continued to charge towards the golden slime. Damn it, you have no shame, the deputy captain cursed, bullets spraying wildly towards Chen Feng. But there were no extra magazines or bullets on his Gatling gun. Unlimited bullets of the auxiliary system? Or some other ability? Chen Feng didn't think too much, but with agile footwork, he dodged the bullets. From such a distance, and with the sky so dark, even though the deputy captain was wearing assistive glasses, it was of no use. He couldn't lock onto Chen Feng at all, and could only shout in frustration. However, just as Chen Feng dodged once, a clump of grass suddenly entwined around his ankle, and the next moment, that clump of grass petrified, tightly restraining Chen Feng. "Ha, did you really think I couldn't deal with you? Let's see where you can run." The deputy captain laughed triumphantly, revealing that his helplessness just now was all an act. And with the help of his two teammates, one was a combat-type natural awakener, and the other had petrification abilities. They had not acted before, but at the most critical moment, they ambushed Chen Feng. It had to be said that this hunting team may not have very strong abilities individually, but their cooperation was excellent. Unfortunately, despite all their calculations, they did not expect Chen Feng to be a freak. The impact force when he jumped was something that the two of them could not control at all. So the seemingly sturdy petrified grass ring did not really restrict Chen Feng, not even slowing him down for half a second. Chen Feng's figure still rushed out and arrived in front of the Slime King and Captain Lu Hao. "Not good. He has an amplification ability," the deputy captain shouted. Lu Hao was also shocked, opening his mouth to spew out a blazing flame. The Heavenly Fire Team was named after his ability. The flames connected directly into a piece, spreading like a burning cloud. Although it was only a sea-level ability, due to Lu Hao's high level and good development, it seemed like a terrifying wildfire at the moment. Since the day he became a hunter, Lu Hao knew. He had no one to rely on, only caution. Be cautious. In order to survive. So he never underestimated any of his enemies. Even though Chen Feng looked very young at the moment and his level was not high, he instinctively felt fear and went all out. Face to face, the wildfire raged. The terrifying flames came rushing towards him. Chen Feng didn't dodge or evade, he used his fist shield. His fist forcefully plunged into the sea of fire, creating a path, and then heavily smashed into Lu Hao's face. The tremendous force of over 10,000 pounds directly shattered Lu Hao's head. Instant kill? Everyone was dumbfounded. All members of the Heavenly Fire Team were dumbfounded. Being absent-minded during a battle is a big taboo. As hunters, they usually paid more attention to this. But the 28th level captain was killed in an instant by a young man, which exceeded their ability to bear. They stopped, but Chen Feng did not. He quickly stepped forward and stomped on the Slime King that was being held back by several people. Sword pointing. Chen Feng mercilessly cut open the Slime King's body. The golden blood flowed out again. Chen Feng held down the struggling Slime King with one hand and used a bottle to collect the blood with the other. Because he saw how precious the Slime King treasured this blood before, he estimated it was something valuable. The golden blood looked abundant in the Slime King's body, but when it actually flowed out, it only filled half a mineral water bottle. After the Slime King's blood ran dry, it finally stopped moving. Chen Feng first collected the blood, then took out the Slime King's core. He looked up and charged towards the remaining members of the team. At this moment, the members of the Heavenly Fire Team finally reacted. "Run," the vice captain shouted and led the way to escape. The other members also fled in a panic. But they couldn't match Chen Feng's speed. Chen Feng caught up and one by one, he beat them to death with a punch. In less than 10 minutes, all the awakened individuals above level 20 lay dead on the ground. Looking at their unwilling eyes, Chen Feng just sneered and began to search the bodies. One Gatling gun, no bullets. Various equipment around level 10, 5 pieces. Level 18 equipment, 2 pieces. 20 tubes of hunger relief potion. 5 tubes of energy potion. 182 slime cores. 8 bank cards. 2 car keys. Some cash. Chen Feng looked at the pile of things on the ground and couldn't help but sigh. Indeed, the income from robbery is high. Chen Feng shook his head, packed everything into his backpack, and headed towards the direction of the altar. He had just killed many monsters over there, and their cores were still there to be picked up. When he returned to the place, Chen Feng picked up the scattered cores. Fortunately, these cores emitted a faint light, which was very conspicuous during the day, let alone at night. As Chen Feng picked them up, he suddenly noticed a large light source. When he looked up, he found a red light enveloping an area of about 10 square meters. What is this? Chen Feng looked over and found that the red light was somewhat like the light cast by a candle, very weak and flickering. In the light, there were some pieces of gravel. This reminded Chen Feng that this was the place where the altar was located before. Suddenly, he was shocked. Could it be? The altar was destroyed, but this thing still exists? Chen Feng was worried that there might be a problem, so he didn't dare to approach. He casually picked up a dead slime and threw it into the red light. The slime quickly shrank and disappeared. It was as if it had been absorbed. Is this red light demanding sacrifices? Chen Feng thought about this and took a few steps back, just in case. At the same time, he was considering whether to continue feeding this thing to see if something could emerge from beneath the altar. As Chen Feng was thinking, he noticed that the light from the altar was flickering more intensely than before. The brightness of the light had also weakened. It seemed to be diminishing continuously and would soon disappear on its own. Chen Feng breathed a sigh of relief and began to pick up his cores again, only occasionally glancing at the altar. When he confirmed that the light from the altar was indeed diminishing continuously, he felt completely at ease. Just as Chen Feng was happily picking up the cores, he suddenly heard a faint lowly voice in his ear, "Help me." "Ha?" Chen Feng looked around suspiciously, who's speaking? There was no light in the world, and the slightly distant areas were completely dark. When the wind blew, the grass around him swayed lightly, as if something was hiding within. Coupled with the red light from the altar and the faint voice from earlier, the atmosphere became somewhat eerie and frightening. Chen Feng gathered his courage, listened carefully, and found that the voice had disappeared again. Just as Chen Feng thought he might have been hearing things and continued picking up the cores, the voice came again, "Help me." This time, it carried a faint plea and a hint of trembling. However, Chen Feng finally noticed the source of the voice. He looked sharply in the direction of the altar, uncertainly asking, "Are you talking to me?" The red light from the altar flickered violently, as if in response. "Who are you?" Chen Feng asked tentatively again. But the red light did not respond, and it continued to weaken, almost disappearing. Seeing this, Chen Feng picked up a slime's body and threw it over. The red light seemed to pounce on the corpse like a hungry child to its mother, greedily absorbing it. In the blink of an eye, the slime's body disappeared. The red light brightened a bit, but there was still no movement. Chen Feng simply threw 3 more slime bodies over. The red light flickered again and devoured them. This time, the weak lowly voice finally came again. "Thank you, but this is not enough. Can you give me more energy?" The voice was pleasant, crisp, and carried a hint of pleading that made it hard to refuse. Chen Feng nodded, "Of course." "Thank you, I will repay you well when I come out," the lowly said happily, her voice even sweeter. "Okay, how do you plan to repay me?" Chen Feng asked. "Ha?" The lowly was a bit confused. She knew that humans were greedy and always sought benefits. But humans were also hypocritical, they wanted benefits but would not directly say so. They would beat around the bush, make others offer treasures voluntarily, pretend to be modest on moral grounds, and then accept them without guilt. Especially when dealing with girls, they could be extremely hypocritical. Why wasn't this guy following the usual script? "Tell me, how do you plan to repay me? Don't tell me you're planning to give me the runaround?" Chen Feng said lightly. He wasn't stupid, he knew that a lowly sealed here must not be ordinary. To prevent tragedies like the fisherman and the demon in the bottle from happening to him, Chen Feng decided to secure his benefits in advance. Hearing Chen Feng's urging, the lowly quickly asked pitifully, "What do you want then?" "I lost my parents when I was young and was sealed here because I trusted the wrong person. I have nothing left." "It's okay, I don't want anything else. I just want you," Chen Feng said directly. The lowly. Faintly, Chen Feng heard the sound of grinding teeth. He immediately circled around the altar, throwing all the slime bodies far away, and then asked, "What's wrong? Angry? Don't you want to come out?" When Loli saw Chen Feng acting so shamelessly, she finally stopped, cursing, "You bastard, believe it or not, I will eat you when I get out." "Oh, I'm really scared." "But, why don't you come out?" Chen Feng spoke to the altar with a smile, while backing away. After all, he had to guard against Loli exploding and perishing with him. In fact, he was right. Earlier, Loli's weakness was only half true. She deliberately hid a part of her power to make Chen Feng pity her, and also planned to find an opportunity to suddenly explode and devour him. If Chen Feng hadn't stepped back those few steps just now, Loli would have exploded, and the red light could have instantly covered the spot where he had been standing before. Unfortunately, she couldn't do it now. How did this damn guy manage to be shameless yet so cautious? Loli was very angry, but she could only try hard to suppress her anger, then return to her sweet demeanor. "Sorry, I was too angry just now." After all, who would boldly confess like you did? Aren't you supposed to start by inviting me to dinner, watching a movie, and shopping? Can't we just be good friends first? Chen Feng smiled. Good friends spend money on each other, care for each other. Who has a good friend who only gives and doesn't receive? Loli suppressed her anger. "I didn't say you have to give alone, Enough talk, just tell me if you agree to my request." Chen Feng bluntly interrupted. "You damn pervert! You bastard! Are you begging me? Do you know the curse witch? Do you know how many top experts wanted to lick my toes? Want me to follow you? Then name your price. You have to give me some benefits." Although the witch cursed and grumbled, she eventually gave in. There was no way, if she didn't come out, she would really die here. When Chen Feng heard the witch's words, he smiled slightly. "I want you to swear that you won't harm me when you come out, and you must obey all my commands." "Impossible, then I'll be your dog?" The curse witch directly refused. "You ask for a price, you must pay for what you ask," Chen Feng said. The curse witch thought it made sense, and immediately said, "I can promise not to harm you, but obeying you is impossible. I'll help you with 3 things, but they can't harm myself, and these 3 things can't be about me obeying you forever." "Not sincere, I'm leaving." Chen Feng turned and left. The curse witch became anxious. "You asked me to negotiate. Who made you so ruthless?" "Forget it, I'll name a price. You follow me for 3,000 years, during which you must obey me. When the time is up, you can leave." Chen Feng stated his request. The curse witch laughed in anger. 3,000 years? You might as well have me die in your hands. For beings like you, 3,000 years is just a snap of the fingers, right? Chen Feng deliberately said. "I am a curse witch, not a tortoise. Our clan has a short lifespan, and I only have a little over 100 years left." "Wait, are you tricking me?" The curse witch realized, angrily questioning. Chen Feng was somewhat disappointed. Quick reaction, indeed a skilled deceiver. "Fine, follow me for 50 years, and the rest of the time you're free. Is that okay?" The curse witch was furious, but still said, 10 years. "Goodbye." Chen Feng turned and left without looking back. The curse witch did not stop him, but deliberately said, "Do you know how powerful I am? I have the power of curses, I can." "Why are you running away? Why are you accelerating?" Chen Feng suddenly accelerated forward while cursing the witch, because he wasn't sure if he could resist her temptation, so he simply ignored her. "Either agree to me, or stop talking." Chen Feng's speed was incredibly fast. In the blink of an eye, he had dashed far away, leaving only a shadow behind. The witch couldn't hold on any longer and shouted, 50 years, just 50 years. Chen Feng paused, turned back, and said, "Swear it." "How do I swear?" the witch asked through gritted teeth. "That's up to you, find a way that you cannot break your own promise," Chen Feng replied. After some thought, the witch said, "Then I will curse myself, so if I betray you, I will face severe punishment." Chen Feng naturally agreed. "First, give me 50 small things, I need to replenish my energy," the witch said impatiently. Chen Feng threw a pile of slimes over. The altar glowed faintly, accompanied by the witch's voice, I cursed the witch of the Zushu clan, Lilia, not to betray for 50 years. What's your name? Chun Feng. Not to betray. Chen Feng for 50 years, if violated, immediate death. As the witch's voice fell, a red light suddenly burst from the ground. Chen Feng instinctively tried to dodge, but the speed was too fast. The red light entered Chen Feng's body, making him feel a connection. This was a contract, the witch didn't deceive him. Are you relieved now? The witch, truly weakened, could barely maintain her voice. Chen Feng was still curious. As he threw the bodies of the slimes into the red light, he asked, You have this ability, why not use a curse to make me listen to you? Curses are not all-powerful, and why do we have short lifespans? It's because when we curse others, we also suffer backlash. The witch frantically absorbed energy while explaining. Chen Feng was speechless. What a useless ability. Useless? How dare you call the abilities of my clan useless? Just wait, I'll come out and show you. The witch was furious, being looked down upon by a human. As Chen Feng threw all the slime bodies in, the red light of the altar became extremely bright, and the ground began to shake. The witch's voice came, Not enough, where is the golden blood from before? Give it to me. This. Chen Feng hesitated. That thing is useless to you, if you drink it, you'll turn into a monster, give it to me. Otherwise, if I can't come out, you'll be at a loss. The witch urgently shouted. Hearing this, Chen Feng immediately took out the golden blood, but said, My first request to you is not to deceive me, so were your words just now true? The witch hesitated, I'm sorry, I have no shame, I lied to you. The witch admitted decisively. Then, the red light stopped flashing, and the ground stopped shaking. A lowly, 1.5 meters tall, with 2 ponytails and wearing a Gothic-style black dress, appeared in front of Chen Feng. It must be said, the little girl was truly beautiful. Fair and tender, she looked like a porcelain doll. Especially behind her buttocks, there was a tail, thin and long, with a small black triangle at the tip. A standard lowly demon. This was the cursed witch. The witch gently lifted the sides of her skirt and slightly bowed to Chen Feng in a Western-style etiquette, Lilia, greetings to the master. Chen Feng looked at the obedient Lilia, knowing deep down that this woman was definitely pretending. Simply to seduce him. You don't need to pretend, I won't make you do anything that will lead to your death. But you have to tell me about your abilities and level, as well as your origins, and what has happened in this world, Chen Feng said with a serious face. All of humanity wants to understand the origins of these secret realms. He was no exception. The cursed witch looked at Chen Feng with some surprise. He had no greed towards her? It is known that the cursed tribe has suffered severe backlash from curses. The men of this tribe are handsome, the women beautiful, causing other beings to feel greedy upon seeing them, wanting to possess them. She thought that Chen Feng would immediately fall under her spell upon seeing her. She did not expect Chen Feng to still have the presence of mind to ask questions. But when she saw Chen Feng's face, her eyes widened. So handsome. No wonder he was not moved by her, probably because he looked in the mirror every day and built up resistance, right? The cursed witch was somewhat disappointed that she couldn't enchant Chen Feng, so she could only lower her head temporarily and say, Your Highness, my ability is curses, various active or passive curse abilities, and I am already level 80, with strong combat power. As for how this place appeared, I do not know. I am not a native resident of this secret realm, I am just a wanderer of the secret realm. Chen Feng's eyes flashed, Secret realm wanderer? What does that mean? He had never learned about this in books. The cursed witch curiously said, You haven't attended the human higher academy? I remember meeting a human before, and he said that academy teaches that. Well, I just graduated from high school, so just explain it directly, Chen Feng said. Actually, it's nothing much. The so-called secret realm wanderers are a group of orphans who do not know where they belong, how they appeared, or why they exist, wandering in many secret realms, searching for their way home or the meaning of life. The cursed witch spoke with a touch of sadness. Chen Feng did not know how much of this sadness was genuine or feigned. He silently noted this piece of knowledge and then scanned the cursed witch, You don't look like a level 80. The cursed witch immediately got angry and retorted, try being sealed for over 200 years, you might be weaker than me. Her character was somewhat spoiled, so even though she could act obedient for a short while, she would always reveal her true self. Seeing that she was always reverting to her original self, she stopped pretending. Anyway, I belong to you now, so you have to take care of my food and lodging. Oh, and all the energy I need to restore my strength, you have to provide it. The cursed witch said without hesitation. Chen Feng rubbed his temples with a headache. He was a big eater himself, so he knew how terrifying the amount of energy the cursed witch needed to restore her strength was. After some thought, Chen Feng asked, "How much strength do you have left?" "Now." Around level 10, the cursed witch leaped into the air, floating there, with her legs crossed. "Fine, I thought I found a bodyguard, turns out it's a pig," Chen Feng sighed. "Who are you looking down on? When I become invincible, you won't even have a chance to lick my toes," the cursed witch retorted. Chen Feng subconsciously looked and noticed that she was barefoot. Her pair of white, flawless feet, gently swaying in the air, were very enticing. Chen Feng almost had impure thoughts. But soon, he regained control of his thoughts. Seeing this, the cursed witch was somewhat disappointed. The curse of her tribe was very terrifying. Once someone felt desire towards her, they would be controlled by that desire. At that point, the person would relentlessly pursue the witch. However, after many years of development, the cursed tribe had figured out a way to control those who fell into desire. So as long as Chen Feng fell under the spell of the witch's feet, she was confident she could turn the tables on him. Chen Feng suppressed his evil thoughts and thought about how to train this bodyguard. "By the way, I have some energy potions here. See how much they can restore when you drink them." Chen Feng took out the energy potions he had confiscated earlier. These things were useful to him too, but Chen Feng was in a hurry to conduct experiments, so he didn't bother about this small thing. When the cursed witch saw those vials of potions, her eyes lit up. "Your human race is really amazing, you can make anything into potions, all races like them." She grabbed them and poured them all into her mouth. Those energy potions contained very strong energy, and ordinary awakeners dare not take so much at once. Otherwise, it would be a waste if they couldn't digest it. If this energy is not controlled, it can hurt oneself. But after swallowing those vials of potions, the cursed witch looked content, with a hint of wanting more. "The level of the potions is too low, can you give me some higher level ones?" "I smell the taste of cores on you, don't be stingy, give me some to eat." The cursed witch knelt in mid-air, legs apart, and opened her red lips towards Chen Feng, as if waiting for him to feed her. After some thought, Chen Feng simply gave her all the cores he had collected and snatched. Over 300 cores, ranging from level 1 to level 20. Even if all these were given to Chen Feng, it wouldn't be enough for him to level up. But the witch didn't use them to level up, but to restore herself, so they would have a greater effect. Indeed, the witch smiled, "I can now unleash the power of level 15, but it's still not enough. Tonight, let's work hard together and push me to around level 50, how about that?" Chen Feng naturally agreed. Because his strength was constantly increasing, he didn't need energy, and he was gaining over 10,000 Jin a day. But the cursed witch needed this power. Chen Feng also wanted to know how strong a level 50 cursed witch would be. "Do you know this place? Where should we go to level up?" Chen Feng asked. "I have no idea, but going deeper is better, there must be many slimes inside," the cursed witch said. With Chen Feng's strength, he definitely wouldn't dare to venture deep into the grasslands alone. Because there were many goblin tribes and many kings there. Once surrounded, there would be no time to escape. But with the cursed witch, there was no problem. Chen Feng led the floating cursed witch and headed towards the depths of the grasslands. On the way, Chen Feng curiously asked, "Why do you float in the air? Doesn't it consume energy?" "We of the cursed tribe are not true flesh and blood creatures, so floating doesn't require much effort," the cursed witch explained. Chen Feng suddenly realized and began to ask other questions. Such as what the cursed tribe was, and what other races there were. And who had suppressed the cursed witch here. After chatting with the cursed witch for a while, Chen Feng, who had always considered himself a knowledgeable student, finally realized that he had been ignorant of many things. There were so many things in this world that he didn't know about. And most of these things were known by higher-level academies, but there was also a small part that only the cursed tribe knew about. Saving this which had broadened Chen Feng's knowledge. An hour later, they arrived at the depths of the grasslands. There were indeed many slimes here, but most of them acted in groups. In the distance, many slime tribes could be seen. Finally, we see some energy. Act quickly, urged the cursed witch. Show me your abilities, Chen Feng said. He had asked about the witch's abilities on the way here. She could actively use curses to attack a large group of enemies. She could also automatically emit curse effects, affecting everything around her. The cursed witch saw that Chen Feng did not believe in her value. She immediately flew higher into the air, snapped her fingers, and a ball of light appeared. This moment attracted dozens of slimes rushing over. Their levels were much higher, and the fireballs and ice arrows they spewed out were large, flying towards the cursed witch in the air. The cursed witch immediately spoke, "I curse you, weaken." The momentum of those dozens of slimes weakened by about a third. Even at her low level, if she were to recover to level 50, she could probably easily curse and kill a large group. Should I say it or not, this ability can really pack a punch. Hurry up and kill, my energy is limited, I can't hold on for long, urged the cursed witch. Chen Feng immediately rushed forward, pointing his sword with his right hand, and slashing with his palm knife in his left hand, slashing wildly. Although those slimes were affected, they could still counterattack. Unable to reach the cursed witch, they all charged towards Chen Feng. The first slime to charge forward slammed the ground with force. Chen Feng, who was charging forward, suddenly felt his feet go soft. Quicksand. And this ability should be above level 20. Because there was a suction force in the quicksand, trying to pull him underground. At the same time, more than 20 fireballs came crashing down, the scorching heat dried up the quicksand, trapping Chen Feng in the mud pit, his hair also catching fire. The air beneath Chen Feng's feet compressed, then suddenly exploded. It propelled him into the sky, and then he forcefully threw something in his hand towards the ground. It was a handful of dried mud he had just grabbed from the quicksand. The hardness of those mud clumps was comparable to ceramics, although fragile. But in Chen Feng's hands, they turned into projectiles like bullets. After those ceramic pieces were thrown out, they instantly pierced the bodies of more than a dozen slimes. Then, like cannonballs, Chen Feng smashed them on the ground, the shockwaves lifting more than a dozen slimes into the air. He rushed up, taking advantage of the slimes' confusion, and finished them off one by one. The cursed witch followed behind, like a shadow, picking up the fallen cores, devouring them one by one. As she devoured these cores, her energy was quickly replenished, and she also regained her strength. The cursed witch grew stronger, and the power of her curses also intensified. The slimes became more powerful, making it easier for Chen Feng to kill them. The two of them went on a crazy slaughter, crushing everything in their path. Of course, Chen Feng also devoured his share of cores. After all, he couldn't just work for the cursed witch. Wouldn't that be ridiculous? The two of them continued their killing spree, leveling up along the way. Finally, they found a slime king. The cursed witch was ecstatic. Quick! Capture it, give me its golden blood, and the core is yours. Chen Feng rushed forward. This slime king was green, emitting a strong poisonous gas. With Chen Feng's terrifying defense, as he approached within 5 meters of it, his defenses began to weaken. If it were a real battle, Chen Feng might be worn down to death before long. The cursed witch floated in the void and whispered, "I curse you," unable to be immune to toxins. This curse was directed at the Slime King. Chen Feng was wondering what use this curse was when he noticed the Slime King rapidly weakening, moving 10 times faster than Chen Feng. Oh, right, the Slime King itself had poison resistance, which is why it wasn't afraid of its own poison. Now that it had lost its toxin immunity, its own poison would have a lethal effect on itself. Chen Feng was no longer worried and rushed over to strike the Slime King. He didn't touch it with his flesh, fearing poisoning. The sharp sword in his hand was enough to cut open the body of the Slime King. With each sword strike, Chen Feng cut the green Slime King into pieces. He grabbed the core, and the golden blood flowed out from the Slime King's body. No good, this golden blood is tainted, Chen Feng frowned. It doesn't matter, I have a curse that grants me immunity to toxins. The cursed witch ran over cheerfully, knelt down, and sucked up the flowing blood. Watching her kneel on the ground, sticking out her little but while sucking blood. Chen Feng curiously asked, "What is this golden blood?" "It's the blood of a king, only possessed by the monster king of a certain tribe, very precious." "Of course, I am more precious, so it's a good deal for me to eat it." The cursed witch looked back warily at Chen Feng, afraid he would snatch it. Chen Feng patted the cursed witch's perky buttocks and said, "Go ahead, I won't take it." The cursed witch snorted and continued to suck the blood. When she stood up, her cherry lips were blood red, giving her a somewhat eerie look. The cursed witch elegantly wiped her mouth and said, "I'm already level 20, young hero, work hard, I will recover soon." Chen Feng shook his head slightly, looking at the dark night sky, and suddenly asked, "The person who sealed you here won't be here, right?" "Impossible, he has already transcended, how could he be here?" "But you never know, even if he has transcended, he would still be in big trouble in front of that kind of power," analyzed the cursed witch. Chen Feng looked at her, somewhat curious. Because the cursed witch refused to say who sealed her. In her words, it was a terrifying existence, once the opponent's name was mentioned, they would be sensed. She didn't want to be sealed again. Chen Feng stopped asking and continued to head towards the next tribe to kill. With the help of the level 20 cursed witch, this slaughter was destined to be extremely easy. Chen Feng's energy also skyrocketed. By daybreak, they had slaughtered 5 tribes and killed over 7,000 slimes. The cursed witch had already recovered to level 30, but to further increase, ordinary slimes were already of limited use, so they needed to encounter some powerful monsters. Although Chen Feng consumed fewer energy cores, he also leveled up. Physical Enhancement LV7, 1300/7000, can increase strength by tens of thousands of caddies in a day. At this point, Chen Feng's finger sword was already over a meter long. Even in continuous battles, he had developed a new technique. That is vibration. Under the effect of vibration, the finger sword not only became sharp but also had a cutting effect like a chainsaw. Of course, the most important function was that Chen Feng could create a large-scale vibration wave through vibration. And that vibration wave would have the effect of an earthquake, capable of destroying terrain. At this moment, Chen Feng fiercely smashed his fist on the ground. The powerful shockwave entered the ground, causing the ground to tremble and even crack open a crack over a meter long. Although weak now, with Chen Feng's increasing strength, he would eventually create a truly terrifying earthquake effect. The cursed witch looked at the crack, her expression unchanged, but she was also shocked. How terrifying is this guy's strength, how can he be so powerful? A ray of light appeared on the horizon. The sun was about to rise. It was getting light. Chen Feng touched his stomach. He had consumed a lot, finishing all those potions last night. Now he was starting to feel a bit hungry again. "Shall we go out first?" Chen Feng's leveling plan was about to be forcibly terminated. "Okay." The cursed witch floated in the air, completely indifferent to where to go. After all, within 50 years, she was Chen Feng's slave. Chen Feng walked towards the gate of the secret realm. But just as he was about to leave the depths of the grassland, he suddenly felt something and turned back to look. In the depths of the grassland, a colorful line appeared. The line ran east to west, as if covering the entire grassland. It was approaching Chen Feng continuously, and even the ground was slightly shaking. "What is that?" Chen Feng wondered. The cursed witch also floated up to take a look, then her face changed drastically. "Quick, run! The slimes are rioting." Chen Feng suddenly realized, could that endless line be caused by the slimes? Damn it! Run! Although Chen Feng was powerful, it was still very difficult to survive among the endless army of monsters. "I only killed a few tribes, they wouldn't send a large army to kill me, right?" Chen Feng ran as fast as lightning, constantly fleeing. "You are overestimating yourself, this shouldn't be targeting you. Although the slimes have emperors, their control over the tribes is weak. So many tribes, so many slimes gathered together, there must be a problem." The cursed witch was also panicked. If she were in her peak, she could try to curse this realm and destroy it. But now, she could only run for her life. The endless wave-like slimes gradually closed in. Despite Chen Feng running with all his might, occasionally bursting out with speeds comparable to the speed of sound, it was still futile. Too many. Too fast. They were completely willing to risk their lives to rush forward. Each slime, even if their heads were smashed and bodies rotten, still desperately charged forward. Others in the realm finally noticed that something was wrong. Whether they were well-known or unknown awakeners in the city of Hong. And even the mercenary teams who claimed to care only about money. Everyone started to flee frantically. Some ran on 2 legs. Some rode in cars. Some rode motorcycles. Everyone was fleeing in panic, shouting continuously, "Run! Run! The slime army is rampaging!" This shocking news quickly spread from deep within the grasslands to the central area, and then to the entrance of the realm. After all, the slime army was just too numerous, one could even say endless. The colorful line as long as a coastline had caught everyone's attention. Even the town's monster hunters who had been observing the realm noticed it and immediately sounded the alarm. Countless alarm towers erected on the grasslands began to ring together. The piercing alarm echoed through half of the grasslands. The external monster hunters also became nervous and quickly reported to the city of Hang. Soon, the city of Han also sounded the alarm. The entire city of Hang's high-level officials quickly sprang into action. The city lord and the commanders of the monster hunter divisions personally rushed to the outskirts of the slime plane realm to take command. Monster hunters from the city of Han, those on vacation, those with no important tasks, and even those with minor injuries in the hospital, were all summoned to the outskirts of the slime plane realm. The base outside the slime plane realm. The city lord asked with an unpleasant expression, "Slimes are gentle creatures, they don't like expansion and aggression, why would they suddenly go on a rampage?" The camp commander at the base said bitterly, "I don't know, this rampage came so suddenly, we didn't have time to observe anything." "You know nothing, what are you all eating for?" the city lord scolded angrily. The commander couldn't bear it and said coldly, "Enough, now is not the time to assign blame, the key is how the situation of the rampage is, where are they now? They are moving fast, it probably won't take them 3 hours to break out." The base commander said in a deep voice. So fast, the city lord was shocked. The commander also clenched his fist suddenly. "In that case, we won't have enough time for reinforcements to arrive. According to your estimate, how long can we hold out with full defense?" 10 minutes, the base commander hesitated. The city lord and the commander were both shocked. Seeing their disbelief, the base commander immediately projected the real-time images captured by the instruments inside the realm. On the screen, one could see the endless slime army spreading towards them. The two who were initially dissatisfied with the base commander's speculations suddenly felt a chill in their hearts. The base commander had not lied, he had even helped his own people by speaking the truth. So many slimes are about to rush out. Don't even talk about lasting for 10 minutes. Being able to last 1 minute is already good. The commander stared at the screen for a long time, suddenly his eyes turned slightly red, and he trembled as he said, "Spread the word, it's time for the nation and the people to test us, give it our all." Then, he looked at the city lord and said, "Old Chi, inform all the people of Hangqing to flee with all their might. Not to relocate, but to flee. Everyone is on their own, whoever can escape alive is considered lucky." The city lord felt his heart and blood turn cold, trembling as he asked, "Is there really no way at all? Not even a little bit?" The commander opened his mouth as if to encourage the city lord, but it turned into a sigh in the end. "Old Chi, take the people and flee." "You want me to flee while you face it head-on? Are civil officials not human?" The city lord suddenly pointed at the commander and cursed angrily. "I will now inform the people to relocate and then come to help you resist." After saying that, he was about to leave directly. But at that moment, the station camp leader suddenly exclaimed in surprise, "Huh? What's this?" The two people beside him frowned. They saw the camp leader staring at the projection. And within the projection, above the endless slime army, there was a small black dot floating. The three of them thought it was a hunter fleeing, but they discovered that the black dot was flying towards the depths of the slime army. Is that the commander of the slime army? Will it be useful to take it down? The city lord suddenly asked. The commander said directly, enlarge the image. The image was continuously enlarged, and the black dot became clearer. The three finally saw that it was two people. Is it him? The commander exclaimed in surprise. Who? The city lord asked in confusion. His name is Chen Feng. In the previous Demon Town Army Captain Assessment Test, he had the highest score in nearly 20 years and was the closest to a perfect score. However, because of this, the high-ranking officials of the Demon Town Army considered him a ruthless and cold-hearted guy, and many people were unwilling to give him important tasks. How did this kid end up on the slime prairie? No, where is he going? Why is he flying towards the depths of the slime prairie? The commander recognized Chen Feng and was surprised why he was flying towards the interior. And 10 minutes ago, in the secret realm, Chen Feng had been desperately fleeing, trying to escape. But although he was fast, he knew he couldn't make it out because the secret realm gate was far away, and he couldn't outrun the relentless slime army. So Chen Feng knew he couldn't escape. He decided to give it a try. Chen Feng grabbed the smooth and tender foot of the curse witch behind him and said, "Take me flying." The curse witch was furious and cursed, "Are you even human? My levitation ability can't carry people. Stop talking nonsense, if we don't fly together, we'll both die." Chen Feng shouted. "What sins did I commit in my past life to encounter such a shameless person like you? Don't you dare look up my skirt." The curse witch cursed, lifting Chen Feng into the air. "Who cares about the little wings on your butt cheeks? Fly faster," Chen Feng urged. "Shameless. Disgraceful." The curse witch cursed in pain, but still flew Chen Feng into the air. "You understand, I can't hold on for long, and when I fall, it's death." Chen Feng scanned the approaching slime army in the distance and said in a deep voice, "Hiding and fleeing are no longer useful, no one can escape, we can only kill more slime kings to create chaos within them." The curse witch looked at Chen Feng with some surprise. She had thought Chen Feng was a shameless coward who was afraid of death, which was why she agreed to fly him. But now, it turned out he wanted to use the high-altitude perspective to target the slime kings? But to kill their kings in this endless slime army? Are you crazy? Just as the curse witch seriously doubted whether Chen Feng was deliberately lying to deceive her, suddenly heard Chen Feng sneer, "Found it." Then, he released the curse witch's feet and kicked forcefully in the void. Boom! With a dull explosion, Chen Feng rushed out and plunged straight into the slime army. The number of slime army was unknown, coming one after another, seemingly never-ending. They almost instantly engulfed Chen Feng. The curse witch couldn't see Chen Feng's figure and couldn't help but speculate. Could he be dead? At the thought of this, the curse witch's smile couldn't be suppressed. But the next moment, amidst the endless slime army, there was suddenly some chaos and commotion. When the curse witch looked over, she saw Chen Feng lifting a giant black slime king taller than a person over his head. With a roar, Chen Feng tore the slime king apart. Among the endless army, this slime king could only be described as a drop in the ocean. Whether it lived or died seemed to have no impact. But as mentioned before, slimes are brainless creatures. Their ability to gather in groups relies entirely on the king's command. Now that this king was taken out, the slimes in its tribe lost control instantly, starting to charge around randomly, causing a small-scale chaos. But under the sea-like waves, this small-scale chaos was instantly crushed. Along with those out-of-control slimes being calmed by the following waves, the army once again advanced steadily. But this did give Chen Feng a glimmer of hope. He immediately jumped back into the air, grabbed the curse witch's jade foot, and shouted, "Find the kings!" The curse witch was amazed that Chen Feng could come up with such a solution and immediately continued the search with him. Although there were many types of slimes, the kings were still conspicuous and easy to find. In just 10 minutes, Chen Feng consecutively took out more than 30 slime kings. Often, before the previous chaos had subsided, a new wave of chaos would arise. The chaos gradually expanded, giving Chen Feng a glimpse of hope. Of course, it also gave hope to the Lord and the commander stationed there. Good. Good. I didn't expect this kind of breakthrough method. I thought you, Commander, were already invincible, but there are people even more courageous than you. The Lord praised excitedly. The commander also realized and immediately shouted, "Immediately gather all awakened individuals above level 30 who can fly, whether they are demon hunters or slayers, and come over to kill the Slime King. Rewards will be given based on merit afterward." The camp commander hurried out to relay the orders. The commander stared at Chen Feng on the screen and couldn't help but say, "Lao Chi, do you know how the higher-ups evaluate this kid?" What did they say? The Lord, being a civil official, was really unaware of the assessment matters. They said his strategy is good, but he is difficult to employ. Because he is cold-hearted and only knows how to escape in times of trouble, he is not suitable for leadership. So they plan to let him be just a captain for life. The commander sighed. The Lord looked puzzled. Do the high-ranking demon hunters all have their heads in the clouds? This guy is difficult to employ? Any other person would have run away at the sight of that situation, but he immediately thought of going back to kill the Slime King. Isn't he quicker in response than you, the commander? The commander helplessly replied, because in the assessment, when he encountered an unknown alert in a small town, he immediately chose to evacuate and didn't care about the civilians. In the end, all the demon hunters he led survived, but all the civilians died. Honestly, if it weren't for deducting a few socialist points from him, that assessment should have been a full score. Because of this, everyone thinks he is cold-hearted. But now, it seems he just made the most correct choice at the time, and we, a group of hypocrites, stand on a moral high ground to criticize him. After all, if he really had a cold personality, there was no need to work so hard, he could have just escaped. These words struck a chord in the Lord's heart. To be able to take the enemy general's head from among tens of thousands of troops so many times, and then calmly retreat. Just with this ability, escaping was not a problem. But he didn't escape, which proves that he is not cold-hearted, just too calm. 2. Independent. It's a pity, society is like a big dying vat, everyone is in it, no one can be self-sufficient. If you truly want independence, you need to have the ability to make everyone accommodate you. Chen Feng continued to kill the Slime King and bring back its core to the cursed witch to replenish her power. As for the golden blood, he absorbed it while tearing apart the Slime King. The energy of this golden blood was not as much as the core, but it had some other effects. It infected Chen Feng's blood, causing the fresh blood in his body to turn golden, becoming viscous and slowing down its flow. The cursed witch, carrying Chen Feng, felt him getting heavier and couldn't help but be surprised. Why are you getting heavier? Chen Feng thought it was because his power was continuously increasing, making the cursed witch feel heavier. But when he looked up to speak, the cursed witch exclaimed, "My goodness, what's wrong with your eyes, why are they golden?" Chen Feng was also puzzled. Golden? No way. Could it be that you absorbed that golden blood? You actually absorbed it? Are you really of the human race? That thing is the power of the other races, humans need to make it into a potion to absorb it. The cursed witch looked at Chen Feng suspiciously, suspecting he was of another race. After all, how could a human have such great strength? Chen Feng also felt that there might be a problem with him being able to absorb the golden blood. But now he couldn't afford to think too much, he kept killing the Slime Kings. Just as he was busy, the cursed witch suddenly reminded him, someone else is coming. Chen Feng turned to look. He saw a group of people flying in the distance. Some were floating, some had wings on their backs, and some had jetpacks on their backs. They all displayed their abilities and flew to Chen Feng's side. The busty girl who invited Chen Feng to join the demon suppression army also arrived. She took the initiative to greet Chen Feng. "The commander asked us to help you." Chen Feng knew there were surveillance devices here, so they could definitely see what he was doing. He wasn't surprised, nodded and said, "Okay, hurry and kill them." "Let's do it, brothers." The busty girl shouted and targeted a Slime King to attack. She took out a black knife, slashed it in the air, and countless black lights surged out, instantly clearing the Slime King and the surrounding slimes. Others used various methods as well. Some took out sniper rifles and shot special bullets. Some transformed into giant apes, grabbed the Slime King and chewed on it. There was even a man using his staff, summoning a bunch of fireballs to strike down. With these people joining in, the slaughter speed increased significantly. The chaos within the slime army also grew larger. Seeing this, Chen Feng breathed a sigh of relief. This chaos was like a fire. As long as there was a source, it would gradually expand, eventually forming a wildfire. However, just as the slime army was affected, Chen Feng suddenly felt a shock and turned his head sharply towards a direction. Who is it? He noticed someone was spying on him. But the next moment, that feeling of being spied on disappeared. What's wrong? The busty girl flew up into the sky, puzzled. Just now, there were eyes spying on me. Chen Feng left these words behind and rushed towards the direction where he felt the spying sensation came from. The cursed witch watched him jumping in the sky and chasing after him, asking, "You are very sensitive, aren't you?" "I don't know, it's just a sudden feeling." Chen Feng chased after with a serious face. Behind him came the faint voice of the cursed witch. "Have you awakened for the second time, young man?" The words of the cursed witch startled Chen Feng. But he didn't have time to think much, because a figure appeared in the distance among the slime army. The figure was casually moving through the army. The slimes didn't see it at all, and it could even pass through their bodies. Ghost Hound? Chen Feng recognized the creature, his face darkening. This was definitely not something that should be in the slime realm. Materialize it! Chen Feng shouted as he descended from the sky. The ghost hound could enter a ghostly state, ignoring all physical means. In other words, no matter how strong Chen Feng's power was, it would be useless against it. The sweet voice of the cursed witch rang out, "I curse you, ability." The words ineffective had not yet come out of the witch's mouth. Chen Feng had already landed heavily, stepping on the ghostly ghost hound. The cursed witch looked puzzled. Chen Feng was also stunned. The ghost hound also looked confused. However, Chen Feng quickly reacted, grabbing the ghost hound by the throat and sternly saying, "Who sent you?" The ghost hound, "Woof woof. I told you to speak, not to bark like a dog." Chen Feng raised his hand and slapped the ghost hound twice. He now had over 20,000 pounds of strength. With these two slaps, the ghost hound spat blood and weakly said, "Woof woof. Stop barking like a damn dog." Chen Feng grabbed the ghost hound and hammered it hard. He continued to pound it 4 or 5 times, smashing all the bones in the ghost hound's body. "Are you going to keep barking?" Chen Feng scolded angrily. The cursed witch floated over and poked his shoulder with a finger, reminding him cautiously, is there a possibility that it's just a dog?" "Ha? Dogs can't speak human language?" Chen Feng retorted. "Why don't you listen to what you're saying first?" The cursed witch was speechless. "No, but the textbooks say that ghost hounds can speak human language," Chen Feng said seriously. The cursed witch sighed lightly. "You do have a good grasp of knowledge, but you haven't fully learned it. It's a puppy, it hasn't grown to the age where it can speak yet. Do you know how much damage 2 big slaps can do to a child like this?" Chen Feng understood. The high school textbooks didn't provide much information about ghost hounds, only mentioning that they could turn into ghosts, ignore physical means, naturally control monsters, and speak human language. However, it didn't detail that ghost hounds needed to reach a certain age to speak human language. Because the ghost realm was not local, high school textbooks wouldn't cover it extensively, and it would only be taught in higher education institutions. Chen Feng looked at the ghost hound, which he had beaten to the brink of death, and hesitantly asked, "You should understand human language, right?" The ghost hound just hung its head with lifeless eyes, staring at the ground. It didn't want to speak, it wanted to die. Seeing this, Chen Feng satisfied its wish, crushed it with his hand, and devoured its core. Afterwards, he took the opportunity to check his own level. Name, Chen Feng. Abilities, Physical Enhancement LV7, 6900/7000, Absolute Control LV1, 0/100, Strength, 25,800 pounds. Ha! Did he really awaken for the second time? Chen Feng quickly clicked on the small question mark behind the abilities and checked the situation. Absolute control. You are extremely sensitive to yourself, able to sense any malicious surveillance, nullify any illusion abilities within a 1-meter range, and resist natural abilities to a certain extent. Seeing this ability, Chen Feng was overjoyed. No wonder the ghost hound could sense him with just a glance earlier. Before, he could only sense dynamic surveillance. In other words, enemies would only be discovered when tracking him. Of course, what made him happiest was the effect of the ability. He is now physically powerful. With one punch, he can even defeat a mammoth. But the most deadly are those abilities like illusions and ghosts. No matter how strong you are, they just ignore you directly. How can you fight back? But now, Chen Feng's absolute control can directly ignore the opponent's abilities. Very beautiful, very beautiful. Chen Feng retracted the panel and looked at the skeptical cursed witch, saying, "Yes, I have awakened for the second time." The cursed witch couldn't help but look deep in thought. She thought this guy was just lucky to control her. But now it seems that something is not right with this guy. You should know that even among different races, people who awaken for the second time are rare. He definitely has secrets. Chen Feng then grabbed the cursed witch and flew into the air again. He found the only big-chested girl he knew here and said, "Report immediately, I have found the ghostly hyena dog. This riot is definitely being deliberately stirred up by someone." The big-chested girl also turned pale. Ghostly hyena dog? That thing is good at controlling monsters. No wonder these slime armies are rushing forward in groups. It turns out they are being driven by the ghostly hyena dog. It's like sheep meeting a sheepdog. How can they not obey? The big-chested girl immediately contacted the superior leader outside the secret realm through a special communication watch. Report. The presence of the ghostly hyena dog has been discovered in the secret realm, suspecting that there is a mastermind behind this riot. This news quickly spread back to the camp, reaching the ears of the commander. The commander immediately took the communication watch and directly contacted the big-chested girl, ordering, "Investigate the situation immediately." Yes. The big-chested girl immediately activated her flying equipment resembling butterfly wings and flew towards the depths. The cursed witch asked, "Are we going?" After weighing it for a moment, Chen Feng said in a deep voice, "Let's continue killing here. One person is enough to investigate the situation. It's more troublesome here. The number of slime kings here is numerous. But there are very few awakeners who can fly. Chen Feng's help here is more effective than going deep to investigate." Although entering the depths to investigate would bring huge military merits once discoveries are made, he knows that now is not the time to seek credit. Chen Feng stayed in place, continuing to slaughter those slime kings. The commander, who was monitoring the scene in real time, had a complex expression in his eyes. The lord next to him sighed. "I thought he would follow to investigate the depths for credit, but he can endure this great merit and continue to do what he should. This kid is really good, very calm." "Hey, Lao Lu, if you don't want him, give him to me? I quite appreciate this kid. I'll recommend him to the higher academy. How about that?" The commander glanced at the lord and said, "Those guys are foolish. I am not foolish. This kind of talent must stay in the demon suppression army." The lord chuckled, "You can't convince those old fools." "You're wrong. Although the demon suppression army has a strict hierarchy, there is an even stricter system. That is military merit above all else. The military merits accumulated by Chen Feng today are enough to prevent those old guys from obstructing his promotion." The commander looked at Chen Feng, his eyes filled with uncontrollable admiration. Chen Feng and the others continued to slaughter the slime kings. At first, everyone's speed was the same. After all, the participants were all experts, and with full force, the killing speed was definitely fast. But people get tired, and energy is consumed. Gradually, others began to fall behind. From killing one slime king in a few minutes at the beginning, it turned into more than 10 minutes, 20 minutes, 30 minutes. But Chen Feng still maintained his peak state. He was like a killing machine that never knew fatigue, constantly slaughtering the slime army. After 2 hours of fierce battle, Chen Feng created a chaotic area that stretched for dozens of kilometers within the slime army. During this time, he also slaughtered at least 10 ghost hyenas. This successful disruption of the slime army caused chaos. Although the slime army was still advancing, their speed of breaking out of the secret realm was greatly reduced due to the chaos. They could hold on for at least 10 hours. As long as the source of the slime army's rebellion could be found during this time, the situation could still be resolved. Of course, even if the source couldn't be found, it would be enough to hold out until reinforcements arrived. However, more than 100,000 slimes had already broken out of the secret realm before the chaos barrier was in place due to their fast speed. Although the number was still huge, it was not irreparable. The numerous monster-slaying troops were resisting with all their might, with aerial support from nearby cities. Fighter jets were mobilized to launch bomb attacks on the slime army. Even the High Command had activated long-range missile support systems. If the monster-slaying troops couldn't hold out, a large number of missiles would be launched at any time. However, the cost would be too high, and most of the monster-slaying troops would be destroyed. Therefore, unless necessary, no one was willing to do so. While resisting outside, Chen Feng was looking at the rear of the slime army, searching for the location of the busty girl. A young man with a jetpack approached slowly and curiously asked, "Brother, what's your name?" Chen Feng replied indifferently. "Lu Chong, from the 7th Battalion of the monster-slaying army. Which battalion are you from?" "I haven't heard of a fierce general like you in our Hongqing before," the young man asked curiously. Chen Feng replied calmly, "I just joined, haven't joined any battalion yet." Lu Chang's eyes lit up, "So you're not assigned yet? Why not come to our 7th Battalion? The atmosphere in our 7th Battalion is great, the battalion commander is a generous person, and often takes us to have fun with the girls." A slightly chubby middle-aged man nearby sneered, "The 7th Battalion is a bunch of rogues, with a bad reputation, don't go there, come to our 3rd Battalion instead. The 5th Battalion is also good, consider it? And our 9th Battalion, you are very welcome." The group of people saw that the problem had been temporarily alleviated and began to approach Chen Feng one after another. After all, 70% of the chaos barrier this time was completed by Chen Feng. Such a fierce general was needed by everyone. However, Chen Feng ignored these people and looked into the distance, frowning, something doesn't seem right. "What's wrong?" Lu Chang's heart tightened, "What did you see?" Others also looked at Chen Feng with a serious expression. "I didn't see anything, but there must be someone behind the slime army's rebellion. We created such a large isolation zone, and they didn't intervene at all. Either they don't care, or they are planning something bigger." Chen Feng analyzed. Others also found it reasonable, but they were too busy just now to react. Lu Chong sighed, "Brother, you are really calm. Ordinary people facing this situation probably wouldn't have time to think so much." Chen Feng ignored the praise because he saw the busty girl flying back. He asked the cursed witch to lead him to meet her. When everyone gathered with the busty girl, she said with a grim expression, "The crisis has been averted, but I saw those guys run away. Is someone causing trouble behind the scenes? Are they very strong?" Chen Feng asked. "Cerberus of Hell," the busty girl said without much explanation, just revealing a name. Everyone present turned pale. Cerberus of Hell is from the beautiful country, from the demon realm, and is Satan's guard dog. So, is the beautiful country involved in this matter? It shouldn't be, why would they bother to deal with such a small Huncheng? Lu Cheng couldn't understand. It wasn't just him, everyone was puzzled. After all, Huncheng is just a small corner, not to mention internationally, even in Daxia. Is this place worth sending Cerberus from the underworld to cause trouble? The cursed witch suddenly spoke, "No, Cerberus from the underworld did not come." Everyone turned to look at her. The busty girl hesitated, "But I clearly saw." "Then I don't know, anyway, there is no trace of it here. Besides, do you know what a gatekeeper of the demon realm is? Wherever it goes, it will be contaminated by the aura of the demon realm, and all living beings that come into contact with it will turn into monsters. These slimes have not mutated." The cursed witch seemed to know a lot about Cerberus from the underworld. Naturally, Chen Feng believed the cursed witch and said, "It might be an illusion, someone is trying to mislead you and stir up trouble." "Do we still need to go deeper to take a look?" the busty girl asked. Before anyone could respond, Chen Feng looked at the ground and saw the slime army dispersing. They no longer had their previous fervor, nor were they united, but slowly returned to their scattered state. They began to roam the grasslands. No need, it seems our actions have alarmed them. The instigators behind the scenes have already left. Chen Feng said indifferently. Everyone also noticed that the slime army had started to disperse. Suddenly, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The busty girl frowned. Why did they disperse like this? Clearly, it was a disaster enough to destroy Hengqin, but it ended like this? Perhaps, their goal has been achieved. Chen Feng said solemnly. The busty girl also felt that this was possible. This riot may have been just to attract attention, making it easier for them to do something. But what exactly they were up to, no one knew. Seeing that there was nothing happening, Chen Feng and the others sat down. They did not leave the secret realm because going out meant they couldn't come back, and outside, the slimes were being bombed from high altitude. If they went out, they would likely be hit by mistake. Another issue wasn't it a waste to go out now? Just now, the endless slime army crushed each other, who knows how many of the same kind they consumed. And now, on the ground, the monster cores were scattered densely, covering the ground. A casual scoop would yield a bunch. Wasn't this just picking up money? Only a fool would go out. Everyone quickly picked up the monster cores from the ground. Because there were so many, they instinctively searched in different directions. The cursed witch also happily picked them up and said to Chen Feng, "We hit the jackpot this time, I can at least return to level 70. Stop talking nonsense, that's not possible, the exorcism army will soon intervene, we don't have much time to pick up." Chen Feng urged. The cursed witch's face changed, not daring to delay, she quickly started picking up the cores. Because the higher the level, the more cores were needed. So the cursed witch was not as leisurely as before, quickly grabbing and devouring the cores. As Chen Feng made rapid progress, she also improved frantically. Although others were also from the exorcism army, they knew that once the main force arrived, they would not have the opportunity to pick up cores at will, so they all collected frantically. Several hours later, all the slimes that had rushed out of the secret realm were wiped out. A large number of exorcism army troops entered the slime plane to take control of the situation. And those monster cores naturally had to be confiscated, even all had to be turned in. Chen Feng didn't mind, pretending to help others pick them up. But unlike others who cautiously hid one core for every 3 or 10 they picked up, he directly absorbed them one by one. By the time the scene was cleared, Chen Feng's 2 abilities had increased significantly. Flesh Amplification LV20, 123/100000, Absolute Control LV10, 0/20,000, increased 20 kilograms of strength per minute. In one day, that's 28,800 kilograms. It seems like a lot, but even at level 100, it's only an increase of 140,000 kilograms in a day. So, it doesn't seem like much when you add it up. But Chen Feng knows that Awakeners will undergo a transformation after level 30. He is now thinking, what kind of changes will occur after he reaches level 30? Will the strength increase double per minute? It shouldn't be that simple, there must be other benefits. Otherwise, level 30 wouldn't be such a significant turning point for Awakeners. Once you reach level 30 and above, Awakeners will be sought after by major forces. However, whether online or in schools below high school, this matter is not openly discussed. Chen Feng will need to go to a higher institute to find out. As for this absolute control, it's not easy to reach level 10. Within 10 meters, all illusion abilities will be ineffective against him. Natural abilities like wind, frost, rain, and snow will also be weakened. After reaching level 20, Chen Feng discovered another ability. Air Bullet. This ability is somewhat similar to one-finger Zen or instant finger technique, where a flick of the finger can unleash a power comparable to a bullet. Air Whip. As the name suggests, it condenses the air into a whip to strike enemies. What Chen Feng is concerned about is that he has finally developed the ability for long-range attacks. The most painful aspect of these amplification and flesh-related abilities is the lack of long-range attack capabilities. Nowadays, even if he is 100 meters away, he can flick his finger and shoot down enemies. This is the effect of the art of 10,000 soldiers. It teaches people how to control their bodies perfectly. As long as you can control your body perfectly, what abilities can't you use? Chen Feng clenches his fists tightly, looking at his powerful body, feeling very satisfied with himself. And his current strength has reached 35,000 kilograms. Just as Chen Feng was checking his own status, a soldier approached him and saluted, saying, "Captain Chen, the commander is requesting your presence." Chen Feng saw that the busty girl in the distance also received the notification and immediately left the secret realm together. The busty girl was somewhat reluctant to leave the secret realm. But when the commander invites you, you can't refuse. When they arrived at the base outside the Slime Plain secret realm, they met the waiting commander and city lord. The commander, upon seeing Chen Feng, had a smile on his face. "Little Chen, we owe a lot to you this time." The city lord also nodded in agreement. "Indeed, this time you can make big demands to the commander. If he doesn't agree, I'll agree to anything." The commander's face darkened, he glared fiercely at the city lord, then looked kindly at Chen Feng. "Although he's annoying, he's right. I can fulfill all your requests." Chen Feng's eyes lit up. "I want to join the giant spirit divine army." Hearing this, the commander smiled slightly. "I knew you would bring this up." "I will definitely apply for you, so this doesn't count as a request. Think of something else." The busty girl couldn't help but look at Chen Feng with some envy upon hearing this. But she also knew that this time, turning the tide of the situation was all because of Chen Feng. If he hadn't reacted quickly and come up with a solution, Hung City would probably have been doomed by now. Such contributions are not rewarded with much. Chen Feng looked at the commander's gentle demeanor and carefully said, "I want to enter the top military academy." He really needed the knowledge of the professors in the higher institute. Especially the knowledge that is not available from the outside world, which he needs the most. The commander seemed to be waiting for Chen Feng to say this, and immediately said, "All right, how about I recommend you to the Imperial Capital Military Academy?" The Imperial Capital Military Academy, in terms of reputation, is far behind the four top academies of Qinglong, Baihu, Zhuke, and Xuanwu. But that's because it is a military academy that doesn't care about publicity. In terms of strength, the Imperial Capital Military Academy definitely ranks at the top. Because, to put it bluntly, it is the testing ground of Daxia. All the top technologies of Daxia are tested there. Only after the tests prove feasible, they will be promoted for national use. In simple terms, all the major universities in the country are actually picking up what the Imperial Capital Academy has left behind. However, it is not easy to enter the Imperial Capital Academy. It requires checking 3 generations of family background and undergoing strict tests of abilities, character, and personality. If you fail any of these tests, it will be difficult to enter. What's even more challenging is that the Imperial Capital Military Academy does not recruit externally. It only accepts recommendations. Only recommendations from teachers and students of the Imperial Capital Military Academy or senior officials of Daxia can have the opportunity to be assessed. And if the recommended student has any issues, the recommender will lose the chance to recommend someone the following year. Therefore, the population of the Imperial Capital Academy is pitifully small. Chen Feng looked at his teacher with some doubt. "Are you kidding me?" "Of course not. As long as you are willing, I will immediately give you this year's recommendation quota," the teacher said seriously. The Lord also looked at the teacher in disbelief, not expecting him to play such a big role. Chen Feng naturally agreed immediately. "Okay, I definitely want it." "That's great, take a few days to prepare, the assessment can happen at any time," the teacher said with a smile. "Huh? It's not a scheduled assessment?" Chen Feng was surprised. "Of course not, this assessment is unexpected, so you need to be careful," the teacher reminded. Unexpectedly, the assessment at the Imperial Capital Military Academy was so strange. But it was also normal. Everyone who graduates from the Imperial Capital Military Academy is a top talent. And since it involves national secrets, the assessment is naturally strict. Chen Feng thought about it and didn't pay too much attention. "Well, that's fine, can I go back now?" I'm so hungry I could stick my front to my back. He was exhausted and starving. However, the teacher looked at the barefoot lowly floating behind Chen Feng. His face turned serious. If I'm not mistaken, is she from a different race? The cursed witch sat on Chen Feng's shoulder, swinging her legs arrogantly, and said, "Little one, please address me as Lady Lilia." The teacher's face darkened. The lord next to him changed his expression. "Lilia? Are you from the cursed race?" Lilia is a surname. Because the cursed race is very superstitious about names, they never tell outsiders their real names and instead use surnames as substitutes. And Lilia is a typical surname used by the cursed race. The teacher also instantly became extremely serious, quickly stepped back, and stared at the cursed witch intently. He now understood why the little lowly referred to herself as a little thing. The lifespan of the cursed race may be much shorter than that of those monsters, but it is longer than that of the human race. This little lowly looks like she's only 10 or so, but in reality, she might be over 100 years old. Seeing the fear in the two men's eyes, Chen Feng said, "We have signed a contract, she won't cause trouble." "Who signed a contract with whom?" the Lord said in a deep voice. Not only can humans contract with other races, but other races can also make humans their slaves through contracts. Chen Feng immediately looked at the proud cursed witch on his shoulder and said, "Do a backflip." Lilia's proud expression instantly stiffened. Then, she glared angrily at Chen Feng and asked sharply, "I, a dignified witch, you want me to do a somersault? Do you think I'm a monkey? If you do a somersault, they will believe you. Otherwise, they will kill you." Chen Feng explained. Lilia turned her head away, looking like she would rather die than be humiliated. Chen Feng, seeing the situation, could only grab Lilia's jade foot and play with it casually. If I were her slave, I wouldn't dare to play with her casually. Lilia was so angry that a chain of curses appeared on her body, with chains emitting black energy swirling around her continuously. She wished she could curse Chen Feng to die. But she couldn't do it. The Lord and the Master breathed a sigh of relief when they saw this scene. "As long as you can control her, it's fine," the Master no longer intervened too much. The contract between different races is allowed. But the premise is not to harm the human race or bring hidden dangers. When Chen Feng saw that the two were fine, he immediately left the military camp and headed straight to Hangcheng. Upon arriving in Hangcheng, Chen Feng found a hotel and said to the waiter, "I want to eat monster meat, any kind will do, as long as it is energy-rich and served quickly." The waiter, looking at Chen Feng's hungry eyes, hesitated. You. It wasn't until Chen Feng realized and said, "I have money, I can pay first." The waiter took Chen Feng's card, confirmed it, and then dared to serve the food. Mainly because Chen Feng's image was so poor now. Because he couldn't wear the town demon army uniform, his clothes were already tattered in battle. And his eyes were so hungry they were practically glowing green. Anyone who saw him would think he was a beggar looking for a free meal. If it weren't for the elegant and noble Lolita in a black dress behind him. I guess Chen Feng wouldn't even be able to enter this restaurant. Chen Feng found a seat and waited. Soon, a plate of meat was brought over. Chen Feng didn't care about his image, he immediately started eating heartily, and even reminded, "This amount, bring 10 more. The waiter was surprised. "Sir, this is 3-eyed black donkey meat, energy-rich, and this is a pound." "Ah? A pound?" Chen Feng was surprised. "Yes," the waiter smiled. "Then bring 20 more. Chen Feng corrected himself. The waiter looked at Chen Feng, then at the half plate of donkey meat that was gone in no time. She immediately turned around to urge the kitchen to prepare. Soon, plate after plate of donkey meat was brought out. The diners around were extremely surprised. Chen Feng didn't care about the strange looks from everyone, he just kept eating voraciously. Lilia also sat across from Chen Feng, but she ate much more elegantly. She held a knife and fork, elegantly cutting and tasting the delicious donkey meat. The energy from the 3-eyed black donkey meat was indeed abundant, and Chen Feng could clearly feel himself getting full. Just as he was eating the 21st plate, a figure appeared beside him. Chen Feng frowned. "I have money, isn't my bank card with you, just swipe it." The person smiled slightly. "You can eat as you please, all these things are on my account." Chen Feng paused, looked up at the person speaking. It was a middle-aged man in a suit, with a small mustache, exuding an air of success. Especially the blue dial watch on his hand, Chen Feng had seen it before. It was a spatial watch. It can store things. Priceless. Chen Feng thought for a moment, then directly shouted to the waiter, "Then give me another 100 pounds of three-eyed black donkey meat, to go." The middle-aged man. He had imagined countless scenarios of striking up a conversation with Chen Feng, and had thought of countless reactions from Chen Feng. But he never expected that he would eat and take away. Lilia, seeing Chen Feng's performance, also frowned, tapping the table and said, "Be elegant. I think the most elegant thing a man can do is pay with a credit card. What do you think, buddy?" Chen Feng smiled at the middle-aged man and continued to eat heartily. A hint of annoyance flashed in the middle-aged man's eyes, feeling played, but he had to suppress his anger and squeezed out a smile. "Young man, shall we chat?" Chen Feng did not answer, but cleared the plates, grabbed the piece of donkey meat from Lilia's plate and stuffed it into his mouth. "You eat meat so slowly, you deserve to be hungry, go." Chen Feng called out, taking the just-packed three-eyed black donkey meat from the waiter and walked away. Lilia was dissatisfied but followed along. She had a habit of not wearing shoes, floating barefoot with pink and tender feet, sitting on Chen Feng's shoulder. This made her feel a sense of pleasure as if she was riding Chen Feng like a horse, which was a way to vent her anger. The middle-aged man did not expect Chen Feng to leave so suddenly. "You should know that the three-eyed black donkey meat on this table costs over $1 million. Plus the 100 pounds that were packed, it's worth a whopping $5 million. He spent so much money, and all he said was a sentence to him?" The middle-aged man felt that even the word ungrateful couldn't describe himself. He felt that if he looked in the mirror now, there would definitely be a big idiot written on his forehead. "Stop right there, you son of a b***tch. The middle-aged man slammed the table, angrily scolding. Chen Feng didn't stop. "If you want me to stop, I'll stop. Am I a taxi, stopping when hailed, letting anyone on?" Seeing that Chen Feng didn't stop and had already walked out of the restaurant's door, the middle-aged man had no choice but to follow him out with a black face. Finally, on the roadside, he stopped Chen Feng. "Kid, you ate my stuff and just left like that, do you think it's appropriate? Did I ask you to treat me?" Chen Feng retorted. The middle-aged man was left speechless by the question. Lilia also sat on Chen Feng's shoulder, mocking him. The middle-aged man took a deep breath, suppressed his anger, and squeezed out a smile, saying, "I see you're heading home, how about I give you a ride?" As he spoke, he pointed to a black Maybach parked on the side of the road. Nowadays, it's a new era, and major car manufacturers have transitioned, making cars that utilize a lot of advanced technology. This car looks reinforced, probably as strong as a tank once inside. "What, afraid to get in?" the middle-aged man said with a smirk. Chen Feng shrugged, "I don't think it's necessary, you can tell me here. Some things are not suitable to be said in public, get in the car. I have prepared a little gift for you up there." The middle-aged man confidently opened the car door. Inside the door, there was a box filled with a pile of money. Chen Feng didn't hesitate and got into the car. Lilia got off his shoulder and sat next to him. Chen Feng checked the money in the box, confirmed it was real, and closed the box. The middle-aged man got in the car, and the driver drove off. When the car left the street and entered a relatively quiet one, the middle-aged man finally spoke to Chen Feng. "I hope you can join us. The money is a reward for joining, and in the future, every time you do something for us, we will give you money, definitely more than what the Demon Suppression Army offers." Chen Feng was intrigued. These people knew he was in the Demon Suppression Army? That shouldn't be the case, as Big-Breasted Sister and the others were counting on Chen Feng to draw out the hidden forces behind the Black Cat. His file had been temporarily sealed, and a gag order had been issued. No one outside should know he was in the Demon Suppression Army. But Chen Feng reacted quickly and immediately asked, "What money did the Demon Suppression Army promise me?" "You saved Hunching, didn't the Demon Suppression Army invite you to join?" The middle-aged man stared at Chen Feng, clearly trying to figure something out. Chen Feng suddenly realized. These people knew about the slime's secret realm, so they knew about Chen Feng's strength and thought the demon suppression army must have tried to recruit him. It made sense, as news of the secret realm's riot had already spread. Hancheng had also provided an explanation on its official network account. But these people coming to recruit Chen Feng clearly knew he had solved the problem. So, they must have found out through someone in the demon suppression army. Or were they also monitoring the secret realm? The demon suppression army did promise, but only mentioned military merit. They said anything could be exchanged for military merit. Chen Feng casually lied. The middle-aged man smiled. Indeed, it is the favorite saying of the demon suppression army. I am a straightforward person, I just spend money. I can see that, Chen Feng nodded. It seems you are also interested. Let me introduce you to our peace society. We advocate for peace, peace between regions, peace between countries, peace between humans and monsters. The middle-aged man looked excited, even a holy light seemed to shine from his eyes. Hearing this, Chen Feng frowned and asked, peace between humans and monsters? How is that possible? This involves the secrets of the peace society. I'm sorry I can't tell you. But as long as you are willing to help us, we can give you endless money. The middle-aged man skillfully used money to pave the way. Chen Feng naturally liked money, but the purpose of the peace society didn't sound so simple. Seeing that the man was unwilling to say more, Chen Feng had to change the subject. Why did you come to me? Because you are strong and smart. You were the one who stopped the slime army, right? We need talents like you. The middle-aged man said seriously. Suddenly, Chen Feng realized something. Wait a minute, you just said you hope for peace between humans and monsters. What did the peace society do in this riot? Of course, the middle-aged man glanced out the window, noticing the remote environment, and said with a smile, we finally persuaded the slime emperor to mobilize the army. Chen Feng sneered, indeed, you don't seem like a good person. In fact, when the middle-aged man came and generously offered gifts and money, Chen Feng became suspicious. He felt that this man was either related to the slime's riot or to the black cat that was killed. The middle-aged man spread his hands and said, but our intentions are good. Good intentions? Do you know what consequences the slimes coming out will bring? Chen Feng said coldly. They will occupy Hong City, initially may harm some humans. But once they settle in Hong City and after our mediation, they can coexist peacefully with humans. At that time, sacrificing a few people can bring peace for generations to come. Isn't that good? The middle-aged man spoke earnestly, as if he truly intended to achieve this goal. Chen Feng was shocked to hear this. What kind of absurd idea was this? Never mind how you decide who should die for your ideals. How can you be sure that monsters will listen to you? Just kill a few people? What if they want to dominate the whole world and destroy everyone? Chen Feng retorted. The middle-aged man smiled slightly. We have someone who can guarantee that. None of this will happen. Who? What guarantee? Chen Feng frowned. Have you heard of the God Awakener? The middle-aged man asked proudly. Chen Feng's expression changed. God Awakener? The one who is said to possess God-level abilities? Awakening abilities generally range from E to S level. S level is extremely rare, 1 in a billion. A level is better, but still not common. That's why the top 4 elite schools require a minimum of B level to apply. Although these 2 levels are rare, they do exist. And God-level abilities are above S level. Since the first recorded awakener in human history, there has only been one person who awakened to this level. That person is known as the God Awakener, said to possess the power of a god. But no one knows the true extent of his abilities. Because at the moment of his awakening, he killed everyone present who knew about his abilities, including his own parents, and fled to a distant land. This incident shocked the world, and the Great Xia sent out countless strong individuals to search frantically. But they still found nothing. And when the news of the God Enabler appeared again, he had already challenged all the top war gods in the world consecutively, and had no defeats at all. Therefore, the God Enabler was classified as the #1 wanted criminal apart from monsters. However, Chen Feng never expected to hear about the God Enabler here. Did he also create the Peace Society? But a person who slaughtered his teacher and classmates for over a decade, even killed his parents with his own hands, just to keep his abilities secret and leave no weaknesses for himself, could indeed create such a twisted organization as the Peace Society. Is the God Enabler your president? Chen Feng asked. No, he is the God Messenger who guides us towards the light. He can listen to the guidance from the true God, telling us what to do. And there are other organizations that can also listen to his guidance. Join us, with your abilities, perhaps you can climb to a higher position than me in the future. The middle-aged man became more and more fanatical, full of loyalty and admiration for the God Enabler. However, Chen Feng was more concerned that the God Enabler actually controlled more than one force? Maybe it's a lie. Who doesn't brag? Anyway, your goal is to release all the monsters in the secret realm, let them occupy the territory of the human race, right? Chen Feng confirmed. The middle-aged man frowned, it's symbiosis. Sharing. Not occupation. Then why don't you let me share your wife and daughter? Chen Feng joked. The middle-aged man's face darkened. Are you looking for trouble on purpose? I'll kick your ass and split your head, you stinky idiot. Didn't you say sacrificing a few people for world peace doesn't matter? As long as you send your wife and daughter, I will immediately join you for world peace. I promise to serve wholeheartedly. Chen Feng mocked. The middle-aged man's eyes flashed with cold light. It seems you don't want to talk nicely, you bunch of fools. You see, even if I slept with your wife, I might not agree. So why do you think that after those different races occupy the human territory, they can coexist peacefully with the human race? Chen Feng pressed on, constantly refuting the middle-aged man's so-called reasoning. In fact, you shouldn't be called the Peace Society, you should be called the Surrender Society, the lackeys. You just think the monsters are powerful, think you can't beat them, so you start helping them suppress the human race, and then when the different races dominate the world, you become their most loyal lackeys, just to protect yourselves, right? The middle-aged man was furious. Because the truth is the sharpest weapon. But he still didn't want to admit he was wrong, pulled out a gun, pointed it at Chen Feng, and sternly asked, Are you going to join the Peace Society or not? I'll join, Chen Feng smiled slightly. Although he was smiling, the middle-aged man realized something was wrong and chose to shoot regardless. Bang! The middle-aged man fired a shot, but Chen Feng slightly tilted his head, dodging the bullet effortlessly, looking extremely cool and handsome. At the same time, he waved his hand as if swatting a fly. You're so quick to react, you were deliberately playing me just now. The middle-aged man cursed angrily, intending to continue shooting. But he didn't hear any movement. He looked down. Why is my hand only half left? The handgun was also only half left. With Chen Feng's finger sword, under the influence of over 20,000 pounds of force and a special vibration method, it was possible to cut off a gun. Finally, his left hand turned into a palm blade and he fiercely slashed towards the driver's seat. The driver, who wanted to control the weapon system, isolate Chen Feng in the back seat, and release poison gas, was instantly killed. The car immediately went out of control, shaking wildly. Alarm! Alarm! Vehicle out of control detected, AI has intervened. The alarm inside the car blared, and the steering wheel began to correct automatically, while the internal gyroscope of the car worked hard to maintain balance. The car that was about to overturn quickly regained its stability. At that moment, a strong sense of pain came, causing the middle-aged man to scream uncontrollably. The immense pain even rendered him unable to use his abilities. Chen Feng patted the middle-aged man's face and said, Surrender? I surrender, the middle-aged man said in agony. Do you now realize the difference between us? If I were you, I wouldn't surrender, because surrendering is useless. Chen Feng teased. The middle-aged man was tormented to the point of madness, shouting, I know many things, I can help you do many things. Chen Feng sneered, I don't believe you. A fool like you definitely doesn't know too many secrets, and might even be just a puppet. Which, you have a deep understanding of souls, right? Lilia tasted a bottle of red wine stored in the car, calmly saying, Yes, what's the matter? Is there something wrong with his soul? Chen Feng asked. Yes, an imprint, like a mental resonance. In simple terms, it's a switch. Once triggered, someone can remotely control this imprint, observe the person's situation, and see and hear what they do. The imprint has been triggered, someone is observing remotely from here. It seems that setting him to surrender triggers it. Lilia reminded as she played with the red wine. Curses are usually aimed at the soul, so the curse clan naturally has a deep understanding of souls. Chen Feng looked at the middle-aged man and said calmly, "Awakener? You are not qualified to contact the gods." Although no one was speaking, a voice came from the middle-aged man's body in the carriage. Snap. Lilia suddenly snapped her fingers. The middle-aged man's expression visibly stiffened, as if he was about to do something but failed. Don't blow up his head in the carriage, it will be disgusting. Lilia said displeased. It seems that the person just now wanted to remotely control the middle-aged man's head to explode, but was stopped. The person speaking coldly said, Chen Feng, I remember you. If you join the Peace Council, you can have all the resources in Hangqing with this body. Otherwise, I will slaughter you and your whole family. Chen Feng's face instantly turned ice cold, glancing at Lilia. Lilia pouted, muttered something, and then placed her hand on the middle-aged man's forehead. The person speaking realized something was wrong and immediately fell silent, probably trying to remove control over the middle-aged man. Unfortunately, it was too late. The next moment, two screams came from the middle-aged man's body. One was from the middle-aged man, and the other was from the person speaking. Alright, that guy's soul has been severely damaged by me and has become an idiot. But if there is someone skilled in tracking souls, they should be able to find me soon. Lilia sounded somewhat weary. Without knowing the opponent's name and only relying on a single imprint for remote attacks, it was still quite challenging for her now. Chen Feng patted Lilia's head, then said to the car, Stop. Control failed, you do not have permission to control the vehicle, a cold voice sounded from inside the car. Then go to number 19 Fuguei Road, Chen Feng changed his request. Control failed, this is not a taxi, the car still refused. Sword point. Control failed, this function does not exist. Shink. Chen Feng's sword point pierced into the dashboard. Vehicle damaged, automatic parking. Stupid car, just like its owner. Chen Feng sneered. Please, use civilized language. The car emitted intermittent electronic sounds. It then completely shut down, the main computer was damaged, and it was completely scrapped. Chen Feng got off the car and looked around at the empty surroundings. He directly called the big-chested girl, Hey, send a car to pick me up, and also informed the leader that I have found the reason for the recent slime riots, and may have also found the controller of that black cat. What? Where did you find it? The big-chested girl was surprised. We'll talk when you get here. Chen Feng calmly hung up the phone and sent his location to the big-chested girl. The speed of the town demon army was quite fast, and they arrived in less than half an hour. The big-chested girl and Lu Xianying came together. The two women got out of the car and walked over together. Lu Xianying kept looking at Chen Feng with admiration and suspicion. How come you two are together? Chen Feng asked in confusion. I got promoted, so I invited Xianying out to celebrate. What's going on? The big-chested girl asked, looking at the luxury car still smoking on the side of the road. It's from the Peace Society, loyal to the God Initiator. They tried to recruit me, and when it didn't work, they wanted to attack me, but I fought back. Also, someone used mental resonance to control him from a distance, and I turned him into an idiot. Notify the higher-ups to investigate whether there have been any sudden cases of high-ranking individuals in Hangqing or nearby cities turning into idiots recently. Chen Feng explained. The big-chested girl immediately made a phone call to report and requested professional personnel to be sent over. Lu Xianying approached and looked Chen Feng up and down, saying, You seem different from before. How so? Chen Feng asked. Well, if I had to say, you've become more charming? Lu Xianying didn't know how to evaluate. Lilia on the side commented, Be careful, even in our open-minded clan, teacher-student. relationships are still subject to ridicule. Lu Xianying was originally going to say a few more words to Chen Feng, but upon hearing this, she blushed. Although she found Chen Feng handsome and discussed this male student with her girlfriends, she didn't have any evil thoughts of seducing him. But now, with Lilia's teasing, she had to be cautious. Lu Xianying felt uncomfortable and retorted, it's only people from your clan who are so disgusting. Lilia didn't care at all, finished her wine, flew onto Chen Feng's shoulder, and elegantly said, I'm going to take a beauty nap, don't disturb me. She rested her arm on Chen Feng's head, propped her chin with her hand, and actually closed her eyes to sleep. Because she was so light and weightless, Chen Feng didn't mind. Lu Xianying reminded, be careful, people from the clan are cunning and have strange methods, it's easy to be deceived. Thanks for the reminder, I'll be careful, Chen Feng smiled. At this moment, the big-chested girl walked over and asked, Chen Feng, what is the Peace Society? I've never heard of it. I haven't heard of it either, but it sounds like a significant organization, Chen Feng shrugged. Lu Xianying hesitated, I seem to have heard of it. 3 years ago, when I hadn't graduated yet, my teacher mentioned that a group of foreigners appeared in the south, calling themselves the Peace Society, but they were actually a group of fallen individuals. They claimed to be peaceful, but in reality, they harmed their own people, committing atrocities. Although they were quickly wiped out, the locals paid a heavy price. Now, it seems that either they have resurfaced, or they were never completely eliminated and escaped to the north. Chen Feng pondered, it's also possible that because of that incident, they were forced to go underground and are now planning to resurface. Think about it, those terrorists love to take responsibility after committing heinous acts. If the recent slime plane riots are not resolved, Hangcheng will definitely suffer heavy losses. When the Peace Society comes out and takes responsibility, they will instantly gain notoriety. The big-chested girl and Lu Xianying were also shocked. It makes sense. And what's even scarier is that their planned fame scheme failed. Absolutely will not give up easily. It is very likely that there are other plans. At least, no one knows why the black cat was lurking in the city. And this riot was too sudden. It makes people have to suspect that there are other purposes for peace. Soon, the town demon army sent someone to take over the middle-aged man's body and his car. Chen Feng was also questioned for a few words, and then released. Big-chested girl was originally going to send Chen Feng back, but was asked to go back to the meeting to handle this matter. Only Lu Xianying sent Chen Feng away. On the way back to send Chen Feng home, Lu Xianying curiously asked, I heard you plan to enter the Imperial Capital Military Academy? Are you being assessed? Yes, Chen Feng nodded. Have you considered the Vermilion Bird Academy? At least here you are stable. But if you are eliminated by the Imperial Capital Academy, it will not be easy to enter the 4 top academies. Because the 4 major academies have always been unwilling to admit that they are inferior to the Imperial Capital Military Academy, and they are not willing to accept those who are not wanted there. Lu Xianying kindly advised. Chen Feng shook his head, I want to join the Giant Spirit God Corps. Lu Xianying opened her mouth, but sighed and said no more. If you can enter the Imperial Capital Military Academy, the Giant Spirit God Corps is basically stable. If Chen Feng suddenly refuses the assessment of the Imperial Capital Military Academy and enters the 4 major academies, the Giant Spirit God Corps will also have doubts about him, and the assessment will be 10 times stricter. It will be a double loss then. Not worth it. Soon, Chen Feng was sent to his home downstairs. Lu Xianying watched Chen Feng walk home with the cursed witch, suddenly leaned on the car window and shouted, Hey, relax, if you can't get into the military academy, I will ask the teacher to take you to the Vermilion Bird Academy. Okay, thank you, Chen Feng smiled handsomely. Lu Xianying's heart trembled as she watched, quickly raised the car window, her face slightly red as she muttered to herself, Stinky kid, he's really getting more and more handsome, even I, an old aunt, can't resist a bit, no wonder the school flower is always thinking about him. Chen Feng went upstairs, just about to return to his own home, when he saw someone standing at the door. School flower Chuyu. At this moment, she seemed like a homeless stray cat, sitting pitifully at Chen Feng's door, arms hugging her knees, looking drowsy. Chen Feng sighed and walked up to pat Chuyu's head, softly saying, Wake up, go home and sleep. Chuyu suddenly woke up, looking alert. The first thing she saw was the witch Lilia. The next second she saw Chinfeng, she immediately breathed a sigh of relief, and then quickly said, I'm here to apologize. This morning letting my brother follow you was indeed my fault, but I also wanted to explore a secret realm with you, wanted to help you a little, but I was afraid you wouldn't accept it. I'm not looking down on you, I'm just worried about you, and I. Listening to her anxious explanation, Chinfeng interrupted with a smile, I understand, I'm not angry, but didn't your brother tell you that I don't need an escort? Chuyu suddenly remembered something, her beautiful eyes widened, and she asked, why is your strength so strong? Changed, level up, Chinfeng explained briefly. Really? Chuyu showed an excited expression. It was clear that she was genuinely happy. Seeing her like this, Chinfeng couldn't help but pinch her pretty face, smiling like a flower. Go home and rest, I need to rest too. After that, he took out the key to open the door, with the cursed witch still sleeping on his shoulder. Chuyu watched Chinfeng's back, then looked at the cursed witch who seemed very close to him. Although this witch didn't look like a human race, she might be from a different race. But she still felt a deep sense of crisis, biting her red lips, feeling conflicted. Seeing Chinfeng about to enter the house and close the door, she suddenly gathered her courage and said, Chinfeng, you don't need someone to accompany you, but I do. I heard that the Dragon King's remains have recently appeared in the water capital's secret realm. Can I hire you to take me to see it? I'm very busy, Chinfeng said. I won't hold you back, and I'll give you 1 million a day. And all the profits in the secret realm belong to you. I also belong to you. I'll follow your lead. Chuyu pleaded as she looked at Chinfeng. She felt that since graduation, the distance between her and Chinfeng had been growing. If they missed this opportunity and went to different higher institutions, they might never be able to maintain their relationship. The vague affection that had accumulated before would also be completely cut off. Chinfeng looked at Chuyu and teased, 1 million a day? Are you trying to hire me, or are you trying to keep me? Either way, I'll listen to you, as long as you're happy, Chuyu quickly said. Seeing the earnest look on this girl's face, Chinfeng was also touched. Who could resist such a wealthy and beautiful girl's sincere confession? Chinfeng couldn't refuse anyway, so he nodded and said, allow me to rest for a day, and tomorrow I'll take you to explore the Dragon King. Okay, I'll go get ready. Chuyu happily walked away. But as she left the building, she hesitated again. Where should she start preparing? What was most important in the city of water? Diving equipment? Oxygen tanks? Submarines? Forget it, she should prepare the most important thing first. Go pick out a nice bikini swimsuit. The next morning, Chinfeng woke up from the sofa. His physical fitness was now super strong, so he didn't have the habit of sleeping in. He would wake up automatically when it was time. With nothing to do, Chinfeng checked his attribute panel. Name, Chinfeng. Abilities, Physical Amplification LV20, 123/100000, Absolute Control LV10, 0/20,000. Strength, 54,200 gene. Seeing this strength, Chinfeng smiled with satisfaction. With his current strength, he could even confront beings at level 40 or 50. If he had the help of the curse witch, he would surely win. Chinfeng got up, planning to go see the curse witch, but accidentally touched something very soft. Mist grass. Chinfeng suddenly realized and turned to look. Sure enough, on the not-so-large sofa, the curse witch was actually sleeping in his inner position. Chinfeng quickly pulled his hand out of her clothes, shocked and angry. What are you doing? The curse witch, with sleepy eyes, opened her eyes and looked at Chinfeng. What's wrong? Didn't I let you sleep in the room last night and even specially came to sleep on the sofa? Why did you come to find me again? Chinfeng quickly moved away from the curse witch, hoping she hadn't noticed his unintentional actions. The curse witch sat up, stretched lazily. Last night, I felt someone spying here, so I came to sleep with you. Chinfeng suddenly realized that it should be the forces behind the black cat checking the situation here. But then he reacted. The curse witch was not the kind of person who would help him willingly. She only hoped that he would die quietly. Chen Feng's eyes flashed, and he realized, you're also afraid of that guy, right? Joke, me afraid? It's just that we signed a contract, and during this time, you can have bad luck, but you can't die. Otherwise, I would also be greatly affected. The curse which said impatiently. Chen Feng suddenly understood. No wonder the curse which had been messing with him for no reason before, but when they really encountered danger, she would do her best to help. Okay, let's eat first. Chen Feng's stomach was already growling. He reheated the black donkey meat he had packed last night and shared it with the witch Lilia. Due to their special physique, every time Chen Feng took a bite, he would hear prompts like energy plus 10 in his ear. He ate 98 gene of the 100 gene of black donkey meat. He increased his energy value by 9800. Looking at it this way, the upgrade is not slow at all. Chen Feng got up, went out, and fulfilled his promise to Chuyu. Chuyu was already waiting downstairs. Today, she was wearing a tight sports bra on top, wrapping her chest, revealing her snow-white delicate collarbone and slender waist that was barely grass bubble. She wore straight-leg jeans on the bottom, accentuating her long and straight beautiful legs. She exuded a youthful vibe, a perfect sporty beauty. Have you been waiting long? Chen Feng walked over to greet her. No, I just arrived too, Chuyu said with a smile, quietly rubbing her sore legs. Chen Feng nodded and looked at the sports car parked nearby, asking, is this yours? Yes, because cars are not allowed in the water capital, I didn't drive my family's off-road vehicle. Don't you like it? I can go change it now. Chuyu said nervously. Chen Feng sighed, it's nice to have money. Not really, it's mainly because my mom only has me as a daughter, and she rarely spends time with me, so she likes to compensate with money, Chuyu explained. I really like your mom, Chen Feng praised. Huh? Chuyu looked surprised at Chen Feng. Oh, don't get me wrong, I mean I also wish I had a mom like that, who just throws money around, Chen Feng explained. Chuyu blushed instantly, happily speculating in her heart. Does he want a mom like mine? Is this his way of confessing? Before she could think more, Chen Feng suddenly asked, wait, you just said it's only you and your mother at home? What about your brother from yesterday? Oh, that's my cousin, Chuyu explained. Chen Feng nodded and then got into the car. Although Chuyu had just graduated from high school, she had already learned how to drive. The sports car roared as they left, attracting envious glances from many people, heading straight for the water capital's secret realm. As they left, there were eyes watching them from a window downstairs of Chen Feng's house. And on the opposite side of that window, several pairs of eyes were hidden behind the curtains, watching those eyes. The water capital's secret realm. The entrances to the secret realm were all large and similar, each one a tall black hole. After locking the car, Chen Feng had the witch Lilia on his shoulder and Chuyu on his right, entering the water capital together. Although they had seen pictures of this place in books and online before, being here in person was still incredibly shocking. The reason this secret realm was called the water capital was that it was a complete metropolis submerged in water. There were office buildings, shopping malls, bungalows, streets, buses, and private cars. Everything was just like the outside world. The only difference was that this place was submerged in water. 90% of the entire city was underwater. Only some tall buildings could slightly protrude above the water surface due to their height. The entrance to the secret realm happened to be on top of one of these tall buildings. People entering here stood on the rooftop, surveying the surroundings. The water was crystal clear, allowing them to see the underwater scenery, countless water plants, and swimming water spirits. The male water spirits were extremely ugly, while the females, although covered in green skin, were also alluring. How should I put it, if someone with a fetish for exotic attire came here, they would probably think they had arrived in paradise. There were shops on the rooftop specifically renting and selling small boats and diving equipment. Chuyu was prepared and took out 3 sets of diving equipment from a storage watch. The so-called diving equipment was just an oxygen mask and tank, without any other special gear. After all, wearing a diving suit would affect combat. Especially for Chen Feng, who preferred close combat, it was not suitable to be too restricted. The witch Lilia refused the mask. I am not affected by the environment. Chuyu was a bit envious. Spirit body? The so-called spirit body is similar to a soul state, ignoring any physical impact. She had been floating on Chen Feng's shoulder, defying gravity, so Chuyu speculated from this. Lily couldn't be bothered with Chuyu. In fact, she didn't want to deal with Chen Feng either, but who made him the host? However, Chuyu misunderstood and thought that the witch Lily liked Chen Feng, so she rejected herself. Immediately, her impression of Lily deteriorated, and she coldly snorted without looking at her. Chen Feng also refused the oxygen mask. You hold it for me first, and I'll borrow it from you when I can't breathe. Chuyu was surprised. Can physical enhancement help with breathing underwater? No, but it can increase breath holding time. I can hold my breath for about 3 to 5 hours now. Carrying this on my back is a bit cumbersome, so I don't need it for now, Chen Feng said with a smile. Chuyu was envious and could only put on the diving equipment. As for clothes, there were too many people around, so she didn't take them off. She didn't want anyone other than Chen Feng to see the bikini she had carefully prepared. Chen Feng stood at the edge of the building, looking at various things floating on the water surface in the distance. There were mineral water bottles, corpses, and various wooden products. Some people were using them to jump and move towards other landing points in the water city. Suddenly, there was a sound of water waves in the distance. A crocodile disguised as driftwood suddenly opened its mouth, bit a hunter, dragged him underwater, and performed a death roll. The hunter, who was at least level 20, was helpless and was killed. However, the people present were accustomed to it and not surprised. Chen Feng looked at Chuyu. Where is the Dragon King's remains you mentioned? Underwater, in a very dangerous place with many water demons, Chuyu said solemnly. She just wanted to use this as a gimmick to get close to Chen Feng, but she didn't expect him to really investigate. Chen Feng frowned. When there are Dragon King remains, don't other forces know? Why hasn't anyone come to investigate? The Dragon King's remains are too precious, and even if it's dangerous, it would attract countless talents. When he came this morning, Chen Feng was prepared for the place to be crowded with people. But the number of people now was clearly not right. Your information is too outdated. The Dragon King's remains were half a month ago. Many people came at that time, and many experts died. Because no one has been able to obtain it, the number of people here has decreased. But you can clearly see that the hunters who come to the water city are generally of a higher level. Chuyu reminded. Chen Feng carefully recalled that half a month ago, he was busy with school and researching awakenings. Naturally, he didn't pay attention to the situation on this side of the secret realm. Alright, then take me to see it first, Chen Feng urged. Let's go, dive in. Chuyu took out a crossbow gun. Underwater, this kind of cold weapon is more effective than firearms, and it has a stronger killing power. Chen Feng looked at her, somewhat speechless. You, an S-level awakened, using a crossbow? Besides, do you think the Guardian following us is just for fun? Hearing this, Chuyu showed a guilty look. Because she was an S-level awakened, all the resources of Hengcheng were poured into her. These days, many big shots in Hengcheng have been teaching and training her. When she goes out, there are high-level guardians secretly following her. With Chen Feng's super sensing ability, he naturally discovered someone was following. But he knew how precious Chuyu was, so he didn't mind. Money talks. Listening to Chen Feng, Chuyu put away the crossbow gun and wanted to hone her abilities. Splash! The three of them jumped into the water together, but there was only one sound of entry. An old awakened, disguised as an ordinary hunter, stood on the rooftop and saw the scene. His pupils couldn't help but shrink. The witch was a special existence, so it was understandable that she entered the water silently. But Chen Feng could do it too. This guy had strong control over his body. Was he really just a D-level? The old awakened thought for a moment, then sent a message to the high levels of Hengcheng, asking them to investigate Chen Feng again. They had investigated Chen Feng countless times before to protect Chuyu. Even countless times advised Chuyu, saying that Chen Feng is not in the same world as her, advising her to give up this relationship. But Chuyu has always refused to give up. Fortunately, Chen Feng has never come to harass Chuyu, which has led the high-level officials of Hengqin to praise Chen Feng and praise him for his foresight. Until yesterday, Chen Feng unexpectedly agreed to explore the secret realm with Chuyu. Some people in Hengqin felt dissatisfied. Even the old awakener who came this time actually had the intention to warn Chen Feng to stay away from Chuyu. But just now, Chen Feng showed some skills, making him cautious and decided to investigate further. However, the old awakener put away the communication device, followed the three into the water, but did not notice the response from the communication device on his body. Damn it, old dude, be careful, Chen Feng's information has been classified as confidential and cannot be explored. Underwater. Chen Feng held his breath and went down all the way. The witch Lilia grabbed his clothes and followed him down. Chuyu also held one of his hands and followed. Suddenly, a wave of fluctuations came. Chen Feng suddenly lowered his head. An invisible water arrow passed over his head. When Chen Feng looked over, he saw a male water demon holding a trident hidden in a submerged building in the distance, preparing to launch a surprise attack. This water demon was male, with a blue body, an ugly appearance, and a head full of seaweed-like hair floating in the water. Its ferocious eyes looked over here, seemingly surprised that Chen Feng could dodge. The water demon raised his weapon again and stabbed fiercely. 3 water arrows shot out again. Chen Feng was about to test his combat power underwater. He let go of the 2 women and kicked hard with his feet. Splash! Chen Feng shot out rapidly, almost losing control. Because he underestimated his combat power underwater. When he used his muscles to tread water, he found it even easier than moving in the air. Especially when Chen Feng used his muscles to simulate the posture of a fish swimming in the water. This allowed him to quickly grasp the water flow and even use the water flow to accelerate himself. Chen Feng's speed was so fast that it exceeded the water demon's expectations. The water demon was shocked and angry, immediately mobilizing the water to form waves, trying to push Chen Feng away. Chen Feng flicked his fingers, and a water bullet shot out like a bullet, piercing the water demon's forehead. Blue blood flowed out, and the water demon's eyes quickly became lifeless. It was dead. Chen Feng found that his combat power had not decreased even underwater, which made him feel more at ease. He swam over, dug out the water demon's core, and then absorbed it. Chuyu said that all the gains this time belonged to him. Energy plus 15. Chen Feng made a U-turn and swam back to the 2 women. Chuyu looked at Chen Feng in surprise, wanting to speak but only bubbles came out. Obviously, she was a little puzzled. How could Chen Feng become so powerful in just a few days without seeing him? Chen Feng didn't explain much and continued to pull the 2 women towards the direction of the Dragon King's remains. On the way, they passed through one building after another and encountered many water demons. Those water demons were like toys in front of Chen Feng, easily crushed by him. Seeing Chen Feng so powerful, Chuyu became even more excited. The old awakener following behind had a deep look in his eyes. He estimated that if he wanted to easily kill those water demons at level 10, he would need to be at least level 30. Isn't this kid just awakened? Even Chuyu, who is S level, has only reached about level 13 in these few days of crazy exploration with a few masters. Is this damn kid really a D-level awakener? It must be a mistake. The old awakener thought so, then suddenly his expression changed, and he looked up sharply in the distance. A stunningly beautiful female water demon was rapidly approaching, and there was a colorful scale on her forehead. Seeing this water demon, the old awakener rushed to Chuyu's side without hesitation and told her through the communicator, "The water demon king is coming, her abilities are extraordinary." Chuyu looked surprised and saw the water demon king. She quickly wanted to remind Chen Feng. Clatter! The water around seemed to be frozen. Everyone felt as if they were stuck in mud, unable to move under the heavy pressure of water. It's water pressure. Adjusting the density of water changes the pressure, causing an effect similar to being stuck in mud. This is an ability that only the water demon king can control. It is also one of the most feared abilities by all those who come to the water capital. The old awakened reacted quickly, immediately summoning a hexagonal shield to protect Chuyu tightly. An auxiliary guardian type awakened? That shield should have more than just a protective function. Chen Feng just glanced casually and didn't pay much attention. And the witch Lilia floated casually in the water, completely unaffected by the water pressure. Her state was very strange. Sometimes gentle like a real person. Sometimes ethereal like a spirit. The poor water demon king personally took action, but only Chen Feng among the four was affected. Chen Feng kicked his legs and instantly rushed towards the water demon king. Even if the water demon king can manipulate water pressure, there are limits to its abilities. Can it even manipulate tens of thousands of pounds of water pressure? Even if it can, Chen Feng has a second ability. Absolute control. It can to some extent counteract natural abilities within a radius of 10 meters. This water pressure is a natural ability. At this moment, absolute control helped weaken almost 2/3 of the pressure. Chen Feng was naturally less affected. He appeared in front of the water demon king like a harpoon and punched him. The water demon king was shocked, not expecting Chen Feng to be uncontrollable and so fast. Clatter! A water shield formed in front of the water demon king. Chen Feng's fist smashed into it, and the water shield couldn't even stop for a moment. The water demon king was even more horrified, retreating frantically and constantly condensing water shields to block. There were even water arrows, water waves, hidden currents, and whirlpools attacking Chen Feng. For an ordinary awakened, even if a whole team came here, they would be in chaos. Unless their level far exceeds that of the water demon king, or their abilities can restrain her, they can easily deal with it. But Chen Feng now seemed like a bulldozer walking on a bumpy road. Wherever he went, those bumps were completely useless, and even filled in. The battle lasted less than a minute, and Chen Feng arrived in front of the water demon king. The water demon king looked at his hand reaching out, knowing he couldn't avoid it, and let out a beautiful song. When Chen Feng heard this song, he paused, and an evil thought arose in his heart. He looked at the enchanting water demon king in front of him, with only one thought in his mind. Have her. At the same time, he began to have a special reaction. It was much more severe than before. Fortunately, Chen Feng was handsome and had seen many temptations. Even some female teachers with ill intentions had deliberately tempted him a few times. Chen Feng finally developed some immunity to beauty, so he resisted the evil thoughts in his heart and forcefully grabbed the water demon king's throat, crushing it directly. The song abruptly stopped. The evil thoughts in Chen Feng's heart disappeared, and he slowly returned to calm. But at the same time, there were many cries coming from the water in the distance. Unlike the beautiful song of the water demon king before. The surrounding cries at this time sounded like ducks with hoarse voices. It was as unpleasant as someone scraping the bottom of a pot with a sharp tool. It gave people goosebumps all over. Chen Feng suddenly realized, was that song just now a summoning? No, it was a courtship. The old awakened was knowledgeable. The song just now was the sound of a female water demon seeking a mate, because their desires are very strong, and one male water demon cannot satisfy them, so every time they sing, it attracts a large number of male water demons to come and line up to mate with them. The unpleasant cries just now were the responses of the male water demons. Quick, let's go! Chen Feng immediately used his finger sword to split open the water demon king's head and extract the core. The colorful scales on the forehead of the water demon king shimmered brightly, not dimming with her death. Good stuff! Chen Feng immediately took it off. Which Lilia floated over, reached out her small hand, and said, as usual, give me the scales, the core belongs to you. No one can get something for nothing, Chen Feng said seriously. Ha! Which Lilia suddenly looked pitiful, but you promised to take care of me for a lifetime. Chuyu, who was standing nearby, looked at the witch Lilia's innocent face and couldn't help but show a look of pity. But then, she began to feel sorry for herself. Just when she was getting closer to Chen Feng again, how could such a strong enemy appear out of nowhere? Chen Feng, however, was not fooled by the witch Lilia's act and looked into the distance. He could clearly sense the movement on the water's surface. White water lines were speeding towards them from afar. Those were male water demons in heat. There were more than 30 of them. And in their heat state, their combat power would increase exponentially. As they rushed over, they could see the body of the Mother Water Demon King from a distance, and they all let out mournful cries. Just imagine, a lickspill who had been pursuing a goddess for years finally got a message to go and see her, and he rushed over excitedly, even took a blue pill to perform well for the first time. But when he arrived all excited, he found the goddess's body, and it was already cold. How desperate and angry would he feel? And to make matters worse, the enemy was still around. He would definitely unleash all the effects of the blue pill on the enemy. That's how those male water demons felt. They were extremely angry but did not approach. Instead, they kept circling around the four of them, stirring up the water flow. As they spun faster and faster, countless water lines struck the water, turning the area into an underwater vortex. Not good. The old awakener immediately protected Chuyu again without hesitation, wanting to take her away. Chuyu anxiously said, "Lord Nine, take Shenfeng with us." The old awakener, known as Lord Nine, hesitated and glanced at Shenfeng, then gritted his teeth. "Fine, let's go." He saved Shenfeng partly because he thought he had some abilities and it would be a waste for him to die here. But the main reason was that he was afraid Chuyu would hate him in the future. Besides, taking one more person with them wouldn't be too much of a burden. But as Lord Nine was about to take Shenfeng, he was stopped by Shenfeng. Shenfeng said to Chuyu, "Always wanting to run when things happen, isn't your S-level power wasted? When will you unleash your true abilities?" The levels of awakeners vary, but there are ways to fully develop their abilities and become extremely powerful low-level awakeners. And an S-level phoenix surely has more potential to unlock. Regular training would certainly help, but growing in the face of danger would be much faster. Chuyu felt ashamed after being scolded by Shenfeng. Lord Nine shouted, "Her level is still too low, developing now is as good as sending her to die. Don't you protect her? Did you come just to prevent her from taking risks? Why not keep her locked at home as a mascot? If you think you can't handle it, that's fine, I'll protect her." Chuyu, remember, you are S-level, you control the power of the divine beast. For such a small matter, you should have walked through it with ease. Shenfeng said coldly. "You." Lord Nine was furious but couldn't retort. Meanwhile, between their argument, the underwater vortex had already formed. The huge vortex erupted with terrifying suction, even tearing apart a nearby building. Countless pieces of rubble and slabs spun rapidly in the vortex. The speed and impact were definitely not inferior to cannonballs. Shenfeng activated his absolute control domain, reducing the impact of the vortex on him. Which Lilia, on the other hand, remained completely indifferent. The stones flying towards her passed directly through her body, as if passing through a projection. Chuyu, shielded within the shield, was also quickly scanning around, thinking about how to solve the problem. Seeing her unable to come up with a solution, Shenfeng said to Jiuyi, "Release your shield." "She will die." Jiuyi retorted angrily. "With me here, she won't," Shenfeng assured. Jiuyi looked down at Shenfeng. "Who do you think you are, and why should I trust your assurance?" Any slight favor he had towards Shenfeng had disappeared. Shenfeng glanced at the witch. The witch Lilia showed a sweet smile. "Master, did I help you out?" Shenfeng casually threw the Water Demon King's scale to Lilia. Lilia caught it and then stared at Jiuyi. "Brat, release that girl." Jiuyi was furious, about to retort, but suddenly felt excruciating pain in his stomach. He clutched his stomach in agony, exclaiming, "Did you poison me?" "No, just cursed you with diarrhea." Lilia quickly fled. Not afraid of Jiuyi's attack, but afraid of Jiuyi's diarrhea. Shenfeng's expression also changed slightly, cursing Lilia and turning to Chuyu, "Act quickly, or we'll end up covered in shit here." Put. Jiuyi had already sprayed. As the incarnation of a jet warrior, he couldn't stabilize his shield. Seeing this, Chuyu also paled in shock. Suddenly, a phoenix cry emanated from her body. The divine phoenix's voice naturally carried divine power. This phoenix cry instantly dealt a heavy blow to the water demons spinning wildly in the distance, causing them to clutch their ears in pain. Although they couldn't maintain the vortex, it continued to spin rapidly. It couldn't disperse for a while. After losing her shield, the stones in the vortex flew directly towards Chuyu's delicate body. What was most terrifying was that a sewer manhole cover was also caught in the vortex and shot out at high speed. Made of pure iron, even a normal hit would be unbearable. At such a fast speed within the vortex, even an elephant would be killed on impact. Although Chuyu had been trained, she was still a bit flustered for a while, unable to react. Just as the sewer manhole cover was about to hit her, she was still frantically urging the Divine Phoenix. Chen Feng was prepared and quickly came forward, standing in front of Chuyu. Chuyu widened her eyes, looking at Chen Feng, and panically shouted, "Don't!" After all, according to idol dramas, at this moment Chen Feng should have stood in front of her with his body, enduring all the damage, critically injured. But Chen Feng only used a shield to block, the stones clattering and breaking, even slicing the sewer cover, without harming them at all. He turned back and asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" "Nothing." Chuyu quietly wiped away the tears from the corner of her eyes, pretending nothing had happened. She couldn't tell Chen Feng that just now she had already thought about whether your coffin should have a sliding or hinged cover, right? However, facing danger indeed easily triggers one's potential. Seeing the stones exploding around them and the yellow water approaching, Chuyu spewed out a ring of fire. The terrifying fire ring quickly spread around, instantly enveloping the entire vortex. The spinning water was directly evaporated and spiraled into the sky. The entire water area was cleared in an instant. What happens when you scoop out a ladle of water from the ocean? Naturally, the surrounding water rushes in rapidly to replenish it. The water waves splashed around, but behind Chuyu appeared a pair of fire wings, gently shaking. She led Chen Feng out of there, away from Jiu Yi. Only Jiu Yi was left submerged in the yellow water waves. After leaving the dangerous area, Lilia also returned to Chen Feng's side and threw over a few cores. Surprisingly, they were the cores of the water demons from earlier. "I just need the scales, this one is for you," Lilia said. Chen Feng casually absorbed it. Chuyu was standing by, her face full of joy. In fact, she had known those abilities long ago. After all, with so many teachers in Hengqin and so many important figures helping her develop her abilities, the awakening ability of the Divine Phoenix had appeared before. Various skills had already been developed. It's just that mastering them and skillfully using them are not the same. It's like some people usually score high on exams. Once it comes to important exams, even the college entrance examination, they may falter. It's a matter of mentality. Chuyu was too well protected. It's not that those people really love Chuyu so much. Nor are they really thinking about the future of humanity. It's just that they know if something happens to Chuyu by their side, they will be in big trouble. So, for their own future safety, even though they know that protecting her like this will only turn Chuyu into a paper tiger, they still do it with a guilty conscience. Chen Feng absorbed all the cores of the public water monsters. With the energy gradually increasing in his ears, he finally advanced again. Physical Enhancement, LV21. 15/120000. Absolute Control did not level up, as the energy could only supply one ability upgrade. Chuyu, accompanied by Chen Feng, rushed back to where the Dragon King's remains were located. They didn't wait for the Ninth Lord, but crossed through most of the city to reach the depths of the water capital. In the depths of the water capital, there were clearly more ruins and increased water pressure. And there were more water monsters here. Chen Feng didn't intervene throughout, letting Chuyu handle it herself. It must be said, S rank is indeed S rank. Clearly, fire and water are incompatible, but she, a fire phoenix, could still unleash terrifying killing power underwater. And with each battle, Chuyu faced the monsters without nervousness or fear. She began to become adept at various abilities. Chen Feng and Lilia were leisurely enjoying themselves. Chuyu killed the monsters, with one picking up cores and the other picking up scales. Rich women are really good. Not only did they not have to work for nothing on this trip, but they even made money. Chen Feng was smiling and thinking, when suddenly he felt a heavy pressure. Lilia also looked surprised. There really are dragon descendants. Is this the dragon's might? Chen Feng scanned around but didn't find anything unusual. So, the inexplicable increase in pressure could only be the lingering dragon's might on the dragon descendant's remains. Chuyu had warned him about this before. Pointing to a distance, Chuyu told Chen Feng that the Dragon King's remains were over there. In the depths of the water capital's waters, the light had become very dim, probably due to more overhead obstructions. However, with Chen Feng's strong physique, he squinted and soon saw a long object floating vertically in the dark waters in the distance. At first glance, it looked like a utility pole, but utility poles are not that thick or long. So it could only be the Dragon King's remains. Is it just floating like that? Chen Feng was extremely surprised. It must be said, looking closely at this scene was quite awe-inspiring. A dragon at least a kilometer long, floating in the dark waters, its head held high as if ready to fight the sky. Although long dead, its dragon's might still made everything around it want to submit. There was no phenomenon of a whale fall. And no water monsters dared to approach. It stood there peerless and independent. And in the face of the majesty of this Dragon King's remains, a phoenix cry suddenly emanated from within Chuyu's body. Then, an indescribable majesty radiated from Chuyu's body. To confront the dragon's might. That was the power of the divine phoenix. It defied the Dragon King. Although the divine phoenix was still weak, the dragon had been dead for a long time, and they were evenly matched in the end. Chen Feng and Lilia suddenly felt the pressure on them disappear, and the path ahead was no longer difficult. Lily patted Chen Feng and said, "Bringing her here was the best choice you made." Chen Feng did not argue. According to Chuyu, many powerful individuals came to search for the Dragon King's remains and returned empty-handed. Almost all of them were because of the dragon's might. Ordinary people couldn't bear this dragon's might at all. Or rather, beings below S rank couldn't even get close. Even if Chen Feng himself came, it would probably be difficult for him to approach. After all, the resistance generated by the dragon's might was something his current strength couldn't resist. He roughly estimated that he would need at least tens of thousands of pounds of force to forcibly approach this Dragon King's remains. Just as the three of them approached the Dragon King's remains, Chen Feng suddenly turned his head to look into the distance. He sensed that someone was spying over there, with the sound of splashing water. Obviously, someone had been watching the Dragon King's remains all along, looking for an opportunity to get close or waiting for someone who could get close. Now that the three of them were approaching, they had already attracted the attention of those guys, who might not have good intentions. However, Chen Feng did not respond but pretended not to care. Slowly, the three of them arrived next to the Dragon King's remains. The closer they got, the more intense the dragon's might became. Chuyu's forehead was covered in sweat, but it was quickly washed away by the water. In order to avoid being washed away by the resistance caused by the divine power, she had to boldly hold Chen Feng's hand. That big hand gave her a great sense of security. Chuyu's pretty face blushed slightly as she cautiously stole glances at Chen Feng. Confirming that he was not annoyed but instead held her hand tightly, she felt a sweet sensation in her heart. They reached the side of the giant dragon. Chen Feng reached out and touched the cold remains. The scales were hard and sharp. Even the entire dragon body was stiff. Chen Feng used his finger sword to strike. The sound of impact rang out, but it didn't leave a mark on the dragon scales. The witch Lily rolled her eyes. "Get it straight, this is at least 100-level Dragon King, compared to your human war god. If a small fry like you can cause harm, then this Dragon King is too weak, right?" Chen Feng naturally understood and was just testing it out. As the saying goes, a camel is bigger than a horse when it's thin. This Dragon King was indeed not something Chen Feng could covet. But just because the body couldn't be cut open didn't mean other parts couldn't be dealt with. Chen Feng brought Chuyu to the dragon's head position. The huge dragon head was as big as a 3-room apartment. Just one eyeball was taller than a person. Chen Feng looked at the angry dragon eyes and clicked his tongue. "Won't close its eyes even in death? Let me help you with that." He aimed his finger sword directly at the dragon's eye, trying to pluck it out. However, despite the finger sword being able to cut through steel, when he forcefully stabbed the dragon's eye, it only caused ripples. A Dragon King is a Dragon King, and even its weakest points cannot be harmed. Chen Feng frowned. Did he come all this way for nothing? Damn it, no way. The Dragon King must have earwax, right? It must have boogers, right? I don't believe those things are indestructible. In any case, something has to be taken away. Chen Feng fiddled around the Dragon King's ears and nose, finding a clean batch. Chuyu told him that anything that could be taken away had already been taken away. After all, the Dragon King's remains were discovered half a month ago. And many powerful individuals died trying to remove this earwax and boogers. Chen Feng, feeling helpless, scanned the Dragon King's remains up and down. Suddenly, he saw a faint glimmer in the dragon's mouth. Chen Feng's eyes lit up, and he immediately rushed over. The dragon's mouth was huge and tightly closed. Chen Feng lay down where the light had flashed just now and didn't move. 2 hours later, another imperceptible light flashed. Sure enough, there was something inside. Chen Feng immediately condensed his finger sword, carefully inserted it into the dragon's mouth, and then levered it with force. Because just now, after tossing for a few hours, Chen Feng's current strength has grown to 60,000 catties. This power erupted completely, and the dragon's mouth was finally pried open a little bit. A faint light leaked from the dragon's mouth, illuminating a small area of water. Lilia! Chen Feng shouted softly. The witch Lilia immediately rushed into the dragon's mouth. She could transform into a spiritual state, although she couldn't penetrate the dragon's body directly due to the dragon's power. But there was a gap that she could slip through. However, when she tried to take something from the dragon's mouth, she let out a scream and was thrown out. The witch Lilia exclaimed in horror, "It's a Dragon Ball fragment, I am cursed by that thing, so I can't touch it." Dragon Ball fragment? Chen Feng wanted it even more. But Lilia was repelled by the Dragon Ball fragment. Chuyu couldn't get in either. Suddenly, Chen Feng noticed that because he had pried open the dragon's mouth, a large amount of water was rushing into the dragon's mouth. He immediately flexed his muscles and stirred the water. Under his influence, the water turned into a transparent water hand. This was similar to the effect of condensing a finger sword. Chen Feng exerted all his strength on his right hand, trying to maintain that small gap. Then, he manipulated the water hand to reach in, grabbed the Dragon Ball fragment, and quickly took it out. Just as he took out that fragment, the dragon's mouth closed with a bang. Chen Feng was suddenly pushed back a few steps, his blood surging, and it took him a while to calm down. When it quieted down, he looked suspiciously at the dragon's head. Because he hadn't used up his strength yet, the dragon's mouth closed too quickly. This gave him a feeling that the dragon's mouth had deliberately cooperated to be pried open, then closed quickly after he got the Dragon Ball. But after checking the remains again, he found that there was no trace of life in the Dragon King's remains, so he gave up. Then, he began to examine the Dragon Ball fragment in the palm of his hand. It was called a Dragon Ball, but it was actually just a fragment. It was about the size of a grain of rice. The light was very dim. It looked like a small toy. However, what made Chen Feng believe that this thing was a Dragon Ball fragment was that there was a miniature dragon shadow swimming inside that rice-sized Dragon Ball fragment. Just like the core of other monsters. So the question is, who was so brave as to kill the Dragon King, even shattering the Dragon Ball into such a small piece? Just as Chen Feng was thinking, he suddenly heard Lilia's voice, "The dragon's power has disappeared." "Huh?" Chen Feng sensed doubtfully. Indeed, the dragon's power was gone. Not good. If the dragon's power is gone, other onlookers will also notice, and they will definitely guess that the treasure is on him and will do whatever it takes to snatch it. Chen Feng realized this and immediately swallowed the Dragon Ball fragment. Let them try to snatch it. A surging tide of energy erupted madly within Chen Feng's body. In fact, monster cores cannot be directly swallowed. This is common knowledge. But Chen Feng was different from ordinary people, he could increase his energy by swallowing various things. So although swallowing was also dangerous, as long as he could quickly refine it, it was not a big problem. At this moment, Chen Feng directed all the energy into two abilities. The levels. of the two abilities skyrocketed. Flesh Amplification LV22. Absolute Control LV11. Flesh Amplification LV23. Absolute Control LV12. Flesh Amplification. Flesh Amplification LV31, 18000/230000, Absolute Control LV22, 2000/140000. After a series of prompts flashed continuously, the two abilities finally stopped increasing. Chen Feng was stunned. He knew the Dragon King was fierce, but he didn't expect it to be this fierce. With a Dragon Ball fragment the size of a grain of rice, it actually boosted his two abilities by about 10 levels each. Don't underestimate 10 levels, this is not the same as going from level 1 to level 10. But instead of increasing the physical body from level 21 to level 31, the energy required in the process is at least over 1 million. Even with absolute control, it still requires nearly 1 million energy. Altogether, it's almost 3 million energy. Although it was a pleasant surprise, it also made Chen Feng acutely aware of something. What kind of terrifying existence is a god level being above level 100? And with the physical body enhancement exceeding level 30, some changes have occurred. But before Chen Feng could fully understand it, a series of water lines rapidly spread from a distance. They were the individuals who had been secretly spying on the Dragon King's remains before. There were water demon kings, humans, sharks, crocodiles. Over 100 enemies surrounded Chen Feng directly. Although they were all different races, they now shared a common goal. They all stared at Chen Feng and his companions with ill intentions, their eyes scanning back and forth, searching for the treasures the three had obtained. Chuyu was nervous, gripping Chen Feng's hand tightly. Lilia sat on Chen Feng's shoulder, indifferent to these people. Chen Feng was also indifferent, saying calmly, "Everyone, do you want to start a war? Why waste words? Hand over what you've got if you don't want to die," a human hunter coldly shouted. "That's right, I saw you take something out of the dragon's mouth just now," another hunter said coldly. "Don't want to talk? That's fine." Chen Feng suddenly raised his hand, gathering water to form a huge water hand, and slapped it towards the two who had spoken. The two hunters, caught off guard by Chen Feng's immediate action, their faces changed drastically and they hurriedly resisted. One was a combat-type weapon-class awakener, wielding a large sword to strike at the water hand. The other was a combat-type enhancement-class awakener, whose fist suddenly swelled 3 times its size and smashed towards the water hand. Both knew that Chen Feng, being able to approach the Dragon King's remains and obtain treasures, must be incredibly powerful, so neither dared to underestimate him. Unfortunately, Chen Feng's strength exceeded their expectations. Over 60,000 pounds of force struck them. The two didn't even grunt, they spat blood and fainted, slowly falling towards the water below. After all, they were still carrying oxygen tanks on their backs, such heavy things naturally would drag them down. However, Chen Feng also shattered their oxygen masks, so they were probably close to suffocating. Seeing Chen Feng easily deal with two opponents, the surrounding enemies' faces changed slightly. Especially those familiar with the strength of the two hunters. They were both level 29 combat-type awakeners. Normally, they were experts sought after by various groups and hunter squads in Hangcheng. But now they couldn't even withstand a single move from Chen Feng? They had already tried to estimate Chen Feng's strength as high as possible, but they had still underestimated him. Unconsciously, many enemies slowly retreated without being noticed. But no one escaped. After all, there were hundreds of experts present, and if they all attacked together, Chen Feng might not be able to kill so many people. Just as everyone was getting ready to attack, Jiu Yi suddenly appeared. He rushed to Chuyu's side and clasped his fists at everyone, saying, "Everyone, this girl is an S-class awakener from Hongqing No. 1 Middle School. She has nothing to do with this matter, and I will take her away." Hongqing No. 1 Middle School, an S-class awakener. These two identities greatly stimulated many enemies present. They were extremely wary and naturally did not dare to obstruct. Moreover, many of them had seen Chen Feng swallow a glowing object before. Presumably, the treasure was on him, so there was no need to confront this S-class awakener. If they angered him, the Hongqing army would come, and they wouldn't stand a chance. Seeing no one stopping them, Jiuyi immediately grabbed Chuyu and tried to leave. Chuyu resisted, saying directly, "I want Chen Feng to leave with us. He can't leave. If he hadn't eaten that thing, I could have had people from Hongqing protect him. But now he's selfish, he swallowed that thing. Who in Hongqing would be willing to protect him now?" Lord Nine said coldly. Upon hearing this, Chuyu refused to leave, holding onto Chen Feng's arm tightly. "Then I'll stay here too. No one will dare to touch him here, right? Why are you so stubborn? What's so great about him? Just because he looks good, what's the difference between him and a pretty boy? Do you know how fast an S-level growth rate is? Although he may have a slightly higher level than you now, once you enter the higher academy and have access to resources, you might even level up once a month, or every 10 days. By then, the gap between you two will only grow larger, and you will have generation gap, nothing to talk about. Furthermore, in the future, you will definitely become a war god, but what about him? He might barely reach level 60. Can you guarantee that you won't feel inferior by then? Or that he won't feel inferior? I've seen couples of awakeners break up because of a significant level difference, or live in constant suspicion and arguments. Trust me, I've had more meals than you've had grains of salt. A princess marrying a poor boy won't lead to happiness. Lord Nine was getting increasingly frustrated, lecturing Chuyu continuously. Chuyu remained silent, believing that she and Chen Feng would not end up like that. The people around wanted Chuyu to leave quickly, so they all joined in the mockery. A hunter sneered, "That boy, is he so happy living off someone else? If I were you, I wouldn't have the face to live." Exactly, a man should rely on himself. What kind of skill is it to rely on a woman? What, you suckled from your mother as a child, and now you need your girlfriend to feed you? As a man, I look down on you. Girl, if you really care for him, let him grow on his own, stay away from him. Are you trying to be a husband supporter? It won't end well. The voices of mockery kept coming towards Chen Feng and Chuyu. Chuyu's face turned red with anger, but she understood these people's intentions too well. They seemed to be looking out for themselves, but in reality, they were trying to drive her away and attack Chen Feng. She refused to leave, releasing the power of the divine phoenix within her, shouting, "Shut up! When the dragon's might is absent, the divine phoenix is the greatest." At this moment, with the release of the divine power, many enemies were startled. They knew S-level was strong, but they didn't expect it to be this powerful. Just a hint of authority made them all afraid. Chen Feng looked at the many people who looked down on him and flexed his muscles. "I just wanted to see how I would fare after reaching level 30. Your timing is indeed perfect." Chen Feng flexed his muscles, facing many enemies. The water demon kings in the distance were extremely displeased to see him showing off in their territory. Swish! Several water arrows came from afar. Chen Feng lightly turned, dodging these water arrows. Then, he pushed off with his feet, accompanied by splashing water. He turned into a white water line and shot out. Chen Feng's speed was so fast that even the water demon kings couldn't react in time. Water control. The three water demon kings joined forces to block the water around them. The water was so solid that it could withstand even a machine gun. Chen Feng rushed over and smashed down with a heavy punch. He didn't use absolute control to help, but simply relied on the over 60,000 pounds of strength from his enhanced body. Moreover, after reaching level 30, the enhanced body had an additional effect. Critical hit. When Chen Feng's fist struck, the critical hit multiplier randomly triggered, directly causing a triple critical hit. A force of 180,000 pounds came crashing down, directly shattering the water area condensed by the three water demon kings. Then, Chen Feng charged in. Finger sword. The sharp finger sword directly cut through their smooth and thick skin. No one expected that three water demon kings in their 20s, in their own territory, would be easily killed by Chen Feng. All the onlookers with ill intentions were shocked. Let's all attack together. I don't believe he can handle it. Someone incited everyone to attack together. The crowd did indeed consider it. No matter how strong you are, can you withstand attacks from hundreds of people? Seeing this, The witch Lilia clicked her tongue and her pleasant voice spread out, "I curse you, you won't be able to swim." She had a curse that could directly cause death, even instantly kill all the monsters in a secret realm. But at the moment, she was only level 40. Cursing so many people to death would require a great deal of power. She was just a support, so why bother trying so hard? Suddenly, everyone present, including the water spirits, found that they couldn't swim. They struggled frantically in the water, flailing their arms and legs, inevitably sinking down. Even the water spirits found that they had lost their ability to swim. Although they could still control water, they couldn't move. Just as the people were uniting, chaos erupted again, with everyone fighting on their own. Chen Feng shuttled back and forth in the field, his fists now not just 60,000 pounds of force. With the special attribute of critical hits, sometimes he could unleash 3 times the power. Sometimes he could unleash 5 times. At the most terrifying moments, he could directly unleash 10 times. With one punch, he directly caused a small-scale tsunami. The terrifying shockwave crushed all the enemies on the scene. One by one, the enemies were crushed, turning into blood and remains floating in the water. Finally, with his killing spree, those enemies became afraid. They were truly panicked. Their only thought was to escape. Where would they dare to snatch treasures? However, all the enemies present had lost their ability to swim. Only a few with jetpacks on their backs and some with water abilities used various methods to push themselves to escape. Chen Feng saw someone trying to escape and shouted, "Chuyu." Chuyu responded, and a pair of divine phoenix wings opened behind her, swiftly flying forward to catch up with those fleeing. "Move aside. We don't want to be your enemy, but that doesn't mean we can't defeat you." A hunter transformed into a giant shark and sprayed a huge water cannon, trying to force Chuyu to retreat. A ring of fire appeared around Chuyu, instantly vaporizing the water cannon. The flames came from the divine phoenix. With a very high level, ordinary water had no effect. The giant shark, seeing his attack fail, gritted his teeth in hatred. But before he could turn and run, the ring of fire in front of Chuyu quickly spread out countless fire lines, continuously extending, lengthening, and intertwining. Finally, it formed a huge flaming cage, surrounding all those trying to escape, including those fighting with Chen Feng, trapping them all inside. The center of the flaming cage turned into a battlefield, forcing all enemies to confront Chen Feng head-on. But the problem was, they couldn't withstand it. Chen Feng was like a humanoid tyrannosaurus, with at least 100,000 pounds of force in each punch. Whether they were level 20 or had advanced to level 30 with the same abilities, they were like putty in front of Chen Feng. Someone still unwilling shouted loudly, "What are you all afraid of? Let's all rush him and tire him out." Bang! Chen Feng blasted out a water cannon from a distance, blowing up the person directly. The surrounding enemies scattered even more in retreat. Tire him out? I'll be damned. Did this guy show any signs of fatigue? Faced with such a one-sided slaughter, someone finally couldn't bear it. "Brother, don't kill me, I'm willing to be your dog, woof woof." Someone begged for mercy. "Your barking is too annoying." Chen Feng punched and killed him. Seeing this, the others shivered. Barking too annoying? Does that mean if you bark nicely, everything will be fine? "Brother, I can bark, woof woof. I can meow too. Hey handsome, I can do it too, butterfly, butterfly." Various kinds of sounds kept coming from the water waves. Many voices made Chuyu blush, but she quietly studied. Because she found that those who called out provocatively, Chen Feng would save for last to kill. So he doesn't like innocents? Chen Feng continued to slaughter, wiping out those who wanted to target him. The whole area was filled with severed limbs and blood. Chuyu looked at the gruesome scene, her face pale. Part of it was due to excessive energy output, part of it was disgusting. She felt like throwing up. After all, she was like a delicate flower in a greenhouse, never having seen such a scene before. Which Lilia, on the other hand, seemed like a little elf, jumping in the water and picking up things that could be salvaged. The potions and such had no effect on her, so she handed them to Chen Feng. The cores and scales were split evenly with Chen Feng, as she had also contributed this time. If she hadn't cursed these people, Chen Feng wouldn't have been able to kill them all so easily. Chen Feng checked his status. Name, Chen Feng. Abilities, Physical Enhancement LV31, increases strength by 31 pounds per minute, and each attack triggers a critical hit, with a random multiplier. 30,000/230000, Absolute Control LV22, extremely sensitive to oneself, can sense any malicious gaze within a 22-meter radius, immune to illusion abilities within the range, and resistant to certain natural abilities. 5,000/140000, Strength, 65,000 pounds. His energy had increased significantly. Especially after reaching level 30 in physical enhancement, he was very satisfied with the new advanced effects. Every hit was a critical hit, starting at 1x. As Chen Feng observed his condition, Zhou Yi in the distance was dumbfounded. He had thought Chen Feng was just a small fry, and the gap between him and Chuyu would only grow. But this person had effortlessly killed over 100 awakened individuals of levels 2 or 3. Even S-rank individuals didn't have this ability before reaching level 50, right? Zhou Yi suddenly felt like a clown. Did he, a monster, have the right to oppose the love between Chen Feng and Chuyu? Applause suddenly rang out. Everyone looked up to see an elegant middle-aged man walking down from above. He was enveloped in a bubble that was dry inside, impervious to water. Despite the bulky bubble, the man moved effortlessly in the water and approached Chen Feng, saying, "Congratulations, you have passed the test." Chen Feng was surprised but then realized, "You are from the Imperial Capital Military Academy?" "Yes, I am here to assess you as per orders. Your performance just now was excellent, enough to enter the Imperial Capital Military Academy. So, are you interested in continuing your studies at the academy? Just a reminder, there are many martial arts and secrets there that are not found elsewhere, things even a war god would covet," the middle-aged man said with a smile. Chen Feng had always wanted to further his studies at a higher institution. After all, many secrets of the realms, various human studies, and abundant resources unearthed in the realms were stored in higher institutions. Joining would only bring benefits, no harm. Alright, after leaving the water area, put on this satellite watch. It will bind to your iris and blood, recognizing you as the sole owner. The acceptance letter is also in the watch's space, which you can use to reassure your family. Because once you enter the Imperial Capital Military Academy, you may not be able to return home for a long time. After all, the training there is very rigorous. The middle-aged man reminded. Chen Feng was surprised. Equipment stored in the space right after enrollment? The Imperial Capital Military Academy has few people, and those who are accepted are treasures. Giving equipment is nothing. When you arrive at school, you will know, it is heaven for everyone. Of course, it is also hell for everyone. The middle-aged man patted Chen Feng on the shoulder, then looked at Chuyu and Lilia, saying, "You have a good eye. Enjoy yourself before registration, or you will regret it immensely." Chen Feng looked puzzled. "What do you mean, will people die at the Imperial Capital Military Academy? Why do you think there are so few people at the Imperial Capital Military Academy?" the middle-aged man countered. Chen Feng looked at the man in front of him, not seeming to lie, his face gradually becoming serious. He couldn't imagine what kind of place it was. He had also learned about higher education institutions online. Each school has different evaluations. What ivory tower? What abundant faculty and student resources. There is also a princess building. A love sanctuary. No college would say people really die here when promoting their own place. How exactly is the Imperial Capital Military Academy trained? So, do you regret it now? Oh, by the way, I saw in the information that you want to join the Giant Spirit God Corps? To enter the Giant Spirit God Corps from the Town Demon Army, you must participate in at least 10 assessments. If you fail once, there will be a problem. But in the Imperial Capital, as long as you meet the requirements, you can join directly without assessment. Remember, the Giant Spirit God Corps is to train saviors, and you will receive countless resources when the time comes. For free. The middle-aged man seemed to give Chen Feng the opportunity to refuse, but every sentence was tempting. Chen Feng didn't hesitate either, nodding, I will naturally go. Excellent. The middle-aged man showed a satisfied expression and walked towards the Dragon King's remains. He casually grabbed the Dragon King's remains and stored them in his spatial equipment. Chen Feng hurriedly asked, Does this Dragon King's remains have my share? Young man, this Dragon King's remains were not discovered by you. And haven't you already obtained the Dragon Ball? The middle-aged man laughed. Chen Feng shrugged, but I took the Dragon Ball, removing its dragon power, isn't that considered help? Dragon Balls are so effective, dragon meat should also have some benefits. Chen Feng planned to share some dragon meat with these people. Well, it's just a dragon after all, I'll give it to you. But your spatial equipment can't hold it, I'll take it back to school and store it for you. Whether you can cut it yourself or exchange it for credits, it's up to you. But remember one thing, this Dragon King's remains are not worth cherishing for your future. Not to mention, there are plenty of these things in the Flying Dragon's secret realm. The middle-aged man said indifferently. Chen Feng was once again shocked by the wealth and power of the Imperial Capital Military Academy. He had only wanted a little benefit. But unexpectedly, just because he said a word, the whole dragon was given to him? They even had a secret realm full of dragons? This made him full of expectations for the Imperial Capital Military Academy. I'm leaving. The middle-aged man turned and left. After he left, there was silence under the water. Lilia had long known the conduct of the military academy, so she did not comment. Chen Feng was still digesting the information. Chuyu looked worried because she felt that compared to the Vermilion Bird Academy she had signed up for, the Imperial Capital Military Academy seemed completely insignificant. Jiu was completely confused, just repeating the 4 words Imperial Capital Military Academy to himself. Although the Dragon King's remains were taken away. But this time, Chen Feng was invited by Chuyu to accompany her in real combat. So they continued to roam in the Water City for a long time. Chuyu, who felt the increasing crisis, came up with a way to distract Jiu. Jiu naturally did not dare to refuse Chuyu's and Chen Feng's request to level up together, so he quickly distanced himself. After he left, Chuyu pretended to say, It's so hot, Chen Feng, don't you feel it? Chen Feng looked at her strangely, Do you know how many meters underwater this is? Have you seen the frost on the building over there? Chuyu felt embarrassed, her face blushing, but still stubbornly said, It's just hot, too hot, I'll take off my clothes. Chen Feng looked at Chuyu strangely. What's going on here? The next moment, with a red face, Chuyu closed her eyes, gritted her teeth, and unzipped her clothes. A sexy bikini was revealed underneath. Chen Feng took a deep breath and drank several sips of water. Wow, this girl usually looks ordinary, but she's actually quite something? Alright, stop trembling, I know you've got some skills. Chen Feng finally realized why Chuyu wanted to take off her clothes. She was trying to seduce him. Which Lilia saw this and asked, Should I step aside? No need. It's easy to get sick in the water. Chen Feng coughed. Which Lilia rolled her eyes. Chuyu did not put on her diving suit again, but kept her bikini attire, her delicate and flawless figure on display. When she swam, she looked more like a mermaid, charming and alluring. Not bad, this innocent school beauty became much sexier after taking off her clothes. In the following leveling process, the atmosphere between the two suddenly became more romantic. Which Lilia was extremely disgusted by Chuyu's behavior. She even turns off the lights when undressing. Finally, after leveling up, Chuyu put on her clothes, and the 3 of them surfaced together. Chuyu looked a bit shyly at Chen Feng and asked, Where are you going next? Chuyu wanted to take things further with Chen Feng. Of course, not directly to the point of booking a room. She wanted to go on a date to confirm their relationship. After all, revealing her beautiful figure in a bikini was already pushing her limits. If it weren't for her mother's constant encouragement, she wouldn't dare to be so sexy and bold. Even the bikini was chosen by her mother. But before Chen Feng could answer, a group of people appeared in the distance. They were from the Demon Suppression Army. They received news and came to confirm the Dragon King's remains. Chen Feng looked at the approaching motorboats and then glanced back at Chuyu, saying, "Let's chat next time." Chuyu felt a bit disappointed but agreed. Watching Chen Feng leave, she felt that the gap between her and Chen Feng had become too big. Missing this opportunity might mean that their budding relationship would not be able to continue. Unable to hold back, Chuyu suddenly gathered her courage and asked, "Chen Feng, can you be my boyfriend?" Chen Feng paused, turning back in surprise. "What did you say?" Which Lilia rolled her eyes, left Chen Feng's side, and floated away. Chuyu blushed, feeling extremely shy, but still said with a trembling voice, "I like you, can you be my boyfriend? I know you want to become stronger, but don't worry, I won't hold you back, I will work hard to grow. I am S rank, I will grow quickly." Watching Chuyu, who was clearly shy but resolute in her confession, Chen Feng couldn't understand, why? Just because I'm handsome? No, I like your efforts in martial arts class, I like your serious studying in liberal arts class. I also like your smile, your frown, your walk, I like everything about you. Looking at Chen Feng's serious gaze, Chuyu was completely flustered. She didn't know what to say, but she knew she should speak from the heart at this moment. In the distance, the motorboats that were supposed to approach were blocked by Witch Lilia's curse. No matter how they tried to advance, they couldn't get within 100 meters of the two. In this small world within 100 meters, only Chen Feng and Chuyu remained. Chen Feng is naturally not averse to Chuyu. Which normal man would reject a beautiful woman? Besides, Chuyu does indeed meet Chen Feng's criteria for a partner. She is pure enough, good-looking enough, and hard-working enough. All right. Chen Feng nodded in agreement. Chuyu showed a look of surprise. Really? Really, but you have to promise me that you will at least become a war god in the future, Chen Feng said with a smile. Okay. Chuyu didn't know what else to say, her beautiful eyes filled with mist. She wanted to cry, not knowing the reason. Perhaps it was because her long one-sided crush had finally paid off. Or maybe it was because she was naturally timid and only now realized how scary it was. After all, if Chen Feng didn't agree to confess, they might not even be able to remain friends. Do you two want to kiss or something? The voice of the witch Lilia came. Mind your own business, we'll kiss in private later, Chen Feng said irritably. A busty girl on a motorboat in the distance circled around them continuously, almost taking off due to the speed. Smoke was coming out from the back of the motorboat. If they weren't let in soon, they might start firing. The curse was lifted. Many demon-slaying soldiers rushed over. The busty girl looked suspiciously at Chen Feng and the crying Chuyu, asking, "What's wrong with you two?" "Nothing, are you here to find the remains of the Dragon King?" "They were taken by the Imperial Military Academy," Chen Feng said calmly. "Speaking of this," the busty girl sighed, "we know about that. This time I'm here to find you, they are currently discussing your situation." "My situation? What situation?" Chen Feng asked in confusion. "Well, your performance in the assessment before was unsatisfactory to the higher-ups, they weren't planning on reusing you. But no one expected you to pass the military academy assessment so easily. Now those people are thinking about how to please you. They're probably going to promote you." The busty girl sneered. She looked down on those who changed with the wind. But there was no way around it, the more one changed with the wind, the easier it was to rise to a high position. Even in the strictly managed demon-slaying army, military merit was paramount. "I'm about to join the Imperial Military Academy, what good is a promotion to me?" Chen Feng shrugged. "Don't say that, the demon-slaying army controls many resources. If they only promote you and give you a raise without letting you do anything, wouldn't you be unhappy?" The busty girl was somewhat envious. Is there such a good thing? Chen Feng didn't believe it. The busty girl explained, "You underestimate the influence of the Imperial Military Academy on the demon-slaying army. Even if you just entered the academy and failed on the first day, it would be enough for Hongqing to celebrate with fireworks for 3 days, and the demon-slaying army of Hongqing will always remember your name." Chen Feng. "What's the point of celebrating with fireworks when I'm dead?" However, the busty girl's words probably made him understand the current situation. He, Chen Feng, was now the pride of Hongcheng. Come up, I'll send you out. Many people are looking forward to inviting you to dinner. The busty girl urged. Chen Feng climbed onto the motorboat. Chuyu also hurried up. The witch Lilia wrinkled her nose at the sour smell of love on Chen Feng and followed in the air. As they were about to leave the secret realm of the water capital, Chen Feng looked back. He always felt like someone was watching him. But he wasn't sure because someone had absolute control over this ability. Whoever was spying on him, he would feel a prickling sensation on his back. But now he just had a vague guess and wasn't sure. What Chen Feng didn't know was that at the bottom of the deep waters, a huge eye appeared, glaring fiercely at him. It slowly disappeared after he left. Outside the secret realm of the water capital, a Rolls-Royce was waiting, with the license plate number 001. The Lord's car? The Lord and the Master are hosting a banquet for you at the Golden Country Hotel. Many of Hongcheng's elites are also there. They want to congratulate you. You better go, because they have prepared a lot of gifts, don't miss out. De Xiongmei reminded. Chen Feng suddenly realized that although he was not used to this kind of occasion, he still went. His parents would stay in Hongcheng in the future, and they would definitely need the town demon army and these forces to take care of them more. Chen Feng immediately took Chuyu into the car and headed straight to the Golden Country Hotel. At the Golden Country Hotel, a large group of people were waiting. There was also a huge banner hanging at the entrance of the Golden Country Hotel. Congratulations to Chen Feng, a student from Hongcheng No. 1 Middle School, for being admitted to the Imperial Capital Military Academy. This banner attracted the attention of countless people. Those who were passing by here also stopped to watch. Who doesn't know how powerful the Imperial Capital Military Academy is? They all wanted to see what kind of young talent could join the Imperial Capital Military Academy and bring glory to Hongcheng. This is even more outstanding than being the top scholar in the province. At the bottom of the Golden Country Hotel, Wu Liang, the class monitor of Chen Feng's class, was also waiting in the crowd. He stood behind his father, his face extremely complex. Previously, he awakened a B-level ability, and he was very proud of it. He was high profile in the class, treating everyone to meals, and looking down on those with lower-level abilities. In fact, he was belittling Chen Feng. Because he was a class monitor, a second-generation rich kid. He had been suppressed by a commoner for several years. The school flower and the class flower were all his little fans. Why? Just because he looks a little better? But in the end, his abilities were lacking. The fact also proved that ability plus money is invincible. These days, Wu Liang felt that he had regained his confidence before meeting Chen Feng. The praise from his classmates and the vanity brought by showing off his wealth made him happy every day. But he never expected that. Just when he was enjoying himself for a few days, Chen Feng suddenly joined the Imperial Capital Military Academy. Although Wu Liang also received an admission letter from the Azure Dragon Academy. But, compared to the Imperial Capital Military Academy, it paled in comparison. He was almost jealous of Chen Feng, but his father unexpectedly pulled him over to congratulate Chen Feng. Trying to use the camaraderie of classmates to get closer. Seeing more and more onlookers, and many former classmates hearing the news and coming to watch. Because he didn't want to embarrass himself in public, Wu Liang wanted to leave quietly. Who would have thought that his father, Wu Jinghua, stopped him and whispered, "When everyone is giving gifts later, give the Lamborghini I bought for you to Chen Feng." What? Wu Liang was furious. "I begged you for 3 years for that, and you only gave it to me after I awakened a B-level ability. I've only had it for a couple of days, do you know what that means to me?" Wu Jinghua was taken aback. "You're right." Hearing this, Wu Liang's expression softened a lot. Indeed, his father still loved him and didn't give away the car he loved the most. Wu Jinghua continued, "Since you've already driven it, giving a used car is too disrespectful. I'll buy a new one and give it to Chen Feng later." Wu Liang was truly moved. He felt that he might be suppressed by Chen Feng forever and never be able to turn the tables. As more and more onlookers gathered, the town demon army came to maintain order for safety. Soon, the car Chen Feng was riding in slowly approached. The crowd immediately became restless. They quickly took out their phones to take pictures. They wanted to capture the moment when Chen Feng got out of the car. People kept surging forward, wanting to touch Chen Feng later for good luck. At the moment when Chen Feng got out of the car, there were waves of exclamations from the crowd. Mainly because people didn't expect Chen Feng to be so handsome. A handsome man with abilities instantly captured the hearts of a large group of fangirls. When girls go crazy, they are much scarier than men. At this moment, the continuous screams of the girls around made people's eardrums almost shatter. It wasn't until Chuyu got out of the car together that the stunning beauty of her face quieted the crowd a bit. The teacher and the city lord came forward to personally welcome them. "Chen, congratulations! Congratulations!" The two shook Chen Feng's hand warmly and congratulated him. Chen Feng smiled and responded, then was led by the two towards the hotel. Along the way, more people continued to congratulate Chen Feng. The teachers and the city lord also introduced themselves one by one. They didn't go to the private room to introduce them because not everyone was qualified to sit together in the private room. The purpose of introducing these people in advance was to give them the opportunity to present gifts. The teachers and the city lord were finding ways to help Chen Feng make money. When they arrived at the private room, there were not many seats, so only the top figures of Hung City could enter. The city lord, the chief strategist of the demon suppression army, the owner of the Jinghua Hotel, the owner of the Eternal Life Pharmaceutical Company, and Lu Xianying. There were also two other people. They were the captain of the top hunting team in Hung City, the Tiger Team, and the owner of the Jinghua Martial Arts Hall. The waiters were all carefully selected beautiful female waitresses, and Wu Liang was among them. Wu Liang didn't expect to have to serve tea and pour water for Chen Feng, which made him so angry that he almost bit his teeth. But he didn't dare to go against his father's instructions. Otherwise, he would never get a penny from his father for the rest of his life. Even the business might be handed over to that illegitimate child outside. "Chen Feng, although I have submitted your information to the Imperial Capital Military Academy, I didn't expect you to pass the assessment so quickly," the teacher said as he sat down. "What, are you taking credit for this? Even without your recommendation, Chen Feng could have passed the exam on his own," the city lord said bluntly. The teacher glared at him. The city lord didn't care at all. Chen Feng quickly said, "Yes, thank you for the recommendation, teacher." The teacher smiled, "Oh, no need to thank me. I also have to thank you for bringing glory to Hung City. After all, Hung City has never been as glorious as today since our city lord arrived." The city lord was immediately upset, and if it weren't for Chen Feng's presence, he might have slammed the table directly. Seeing the two about to quarrel, Wu Jinghua seized the opportunity and said, "Chen Feng, my son Xiao Wu is in the same class as you." With that, he quickly pulled Wu Liang over. Wu Liang's face turned red like a pig's liver, and he dared not look Chen Feng in the eye. "Speak up, where's your usual enthusiasm?" Wu Jinghua was so angry that he gritted his teeth and urged Wu Liang to speak. Wu Liang looked at Chen Feng's calm expression, pursed his lips, but couldn't say a word for a long time. After all, Chuyu and Lu Xianying were right there. Chuyu was the school flower that Wu Liang had been pursuing for 3 years. Lu Xianying was the beautiful teacher that Wu Liang had a crush on. In such a situation, Wu Liang found it difficult to please Chen Feng. He simply braved it and ran away. Wu Jinghua was dumbfounded, then extremely frustrated. He was counting on Wu Liang to help bridge the gap and have Chen Feng endorse their hotel. But looking at the appearance of his useless son, was there any hope for this matter? Chen Feng naturally saw Wu Liang's embarrassment, but he didn't get angry. He just smiled faintly and said, "Hello, Mr. Wu." Wu Jinghua quickly greeted, "Hey, Chen Feng, do you have any interest in becoming our—" "Oh, Lao Wu, today is just for celebration, let's not talk about other things," the teacher interrupted Wu Jinghua and raised his glass proactively. He didn't want Chen Feng to agree to any conditions in a daze. The future of the students at the Imperial Capital Military Academy was limitless, how could it be delayed in this small place? Wu Jinghua wanted to say more, but seeing everyone standing up to toast, he had no choice but to raise his glass and drink with them. This meal was also a joyous occasion for both the guests and the hosts. During the meal, the Eternal Life Pharmaceutical Company also hinted at Chen Feng to join them, offering a high-paying job under Lu Xianying's name. Lu Xianying remained silent, only looking at his former favorite student with emotion in his eyes. Chen Feng was like a solid rock, neither agreeing nor refusing. Others dared not compare themselves to him, so they just tried to please him and sent gifts along the way. After this meal, Chen Feng received so many gifts that his hands were sore. In the late night, after the banquet dispersed, Chen Feng was sent back home. He estimated that the gifts he received today were worth at least 3 billion if converted into money. Not to mention the special gifts like the VIP card from Jinghua Grand Hotel, and the membership card from Eternal Life Pharmaceuticals, which were also valuable. Also, the food they ate today was all high-end. Wu Jinghua really went all out, and Chen Feng didn't know what kind of alcohol he brought out, as it directly increased his physical strength by 1 level. Chen Feng opened his panel to check. Name, Chen Feng. Abilities, Physical Strength Enhancement LV32, increases strength by 32 pounds per minute, and every attack triggers a critical hit, with a random multiplier. 168/250000, Absolute Control LV22, extremely sensitive to oneself, can sense any malicious gaze, ability to nullify illusions within a 22-meter radius, and resist certain natural abilities. 5000/140000, Strength, 81,740 pounds. It's almost reaching 100,000 pounds. Chen Feng smiled. At the same time, he thought about calling his parents tomorrow to tell them about entering the Imperial Capital Military Academy. Also, should he go to the Imperial Capital Military Academy to register himself? No. Drunken Chen Feng suddenly sensed a great danger, and his hair stood on end. He quickly opened the car door and leaped out. Before he could land, the car exploded from the inside, turning into a huge fireball. Chen Feng was also pushed away by this force and fell heavily to the ground. The explosion of the car illuminated the night sky, appearing extremely dazzling. Which Lilia flew out of the fire, glaring angrily at Chen Feng. Heartless, don't you know how to save me? You're a spirit, how could you possibly be hurt? Chen Feng got up from the ground, unharmed. However, the driver in the car was inevitably killed in the explosion. This explosion also triggered the satellite monitoring system. In the observation room of the City Defense Department, the alarm was flashing frantically. Since the awakening of humans, there have been many who have acted recklessly with their abilities. Therefore, the country has always stipulated that the use of lethal abilities is not allowed within the city. Once detected by the satellite, personnel from the City Defense Department would come to handle the situation. 2 security officers in uniforms quickly arrived from a distance. From afar, they pulled out their guns and shouted at Chen Feng and Lilia, "Who are you?" Chen Feng took out his identification, Demon Suppression Army, Chen Feng. The news of his enrollment in the Imperial Capital Military Academy had already spread, so his identity in the Demon Suppression Army naturally became exposed. Just didn't expect to be targeted on the first day of exposure. The 2 security officers, one tall and one short, with the short one pointing the gun at which Lilia. The tall security officer approached Chen Feng cautiously and said, "Put your identification on the ground and step back." Chen Feng slowly placed his identification on the ground and stepped back. When the tall security officer picked up the identification and carefully confirmed it, he breathed a sigh of relief. "So you're Captain Chen, here's your identification." The security officer respectfully walked over, holding the identification in both hands, and handed it to Chen Feng. But the moment Chen Feng took the identification, the tall security officer swiftly retreated and snapped his fingers. Boom! The identification in Chen Feng's hand instantly exploded into a huge fireball. However, just before the explosion, Chen Feng had thrown it away and disappeared from the spot. The tall security officer, who had quickly retreated, suddenly felt a strong hand pressing against his back, rendering him unable to move. He turned back in horror to see Chen Feng's handsome face. "You!" Chen Feng grabbed the tall security officer's throat and strangled him. This person's abilities were too inexplicable, so it was safer to kill him. The short security guard not far away sensed something was wrong and fired several shots at Chen Feng. Chen Feng was still holding the security guard he had just killed, using him as a shield against the bullets. At the same time, he quickly approached the short security guard. Seeing Chen Feng's speed, the short security guard immediately used his abilities to transform into an eagle and soared into the sky. A battle transformation type? Chen Feng suddenly stepped on empty space, charging towards the short security guard like a cannonball, even performing a 3-stage jump in midair. Despite the eagle's speed, it was still stomped on the back by Chen Feng, spraying blood heavily as it fell. Chen Feng landed on the ground, placing his foot on the eagle's head. The witch Lilia floated over, looking at Chen Feng in confusion. How did you know they were up to something? She hadn't sensed any issues with the two of them earlier. Chen Feng indifferently replied, they appeared too quickly. How could security guards be so efficient? Their actions wouldn't be so organized, and they wouldn't speak so politely. Lilia. The short security guard also felt hatred in his heart. They never imagined that by faithfully performing their duties, they would be in the wrong. Who sent you, and for what purpose? Chen Feng asked coldly. The short security guard had returned to human form, glaring at Chen Feng with resentment. For peace, I ask you to die. Puff. A mouthful of blue liquid was sprayed out. Chen Feng immediately dodged. The liquid splattered on the ground, instantly corroding the asphalt road surface, emitting a pungent black smoke. It was highly toxic. The short security guard had naturally died, with half of his head corroded from the mouth. Chen Feng's expression darkened. It sounds like they are from the Peace Council? It seems they have targeted me? Just then, a car approached. 3 people got out of the car and shouted from a distance, "What are you doing? Get down and cover your head." Chen Feng turned around, showing his identification. I am from the Demon Suppression Army. Stop talking. I told you to get down, did you hear me? Stop wasting time with him, shoot. Bang bang. 2 bullets landed at Chen Feng's feet. Chen Feng smiled and looked at Lilia beside him. It seems this time it's real. Regardless of right or wrong, it's better to show off the authority of our security guards first. That's the true nature of a security guard. Lilia sneered, humans are indeed despicable. Chen Feng shrugged. His Demon Suppression Army identification had been damaged earlier, so he casually threw his ID card onto the windshield of the security guard's car, saying, "Take a look for yourselves." The security guards were all cautious and dared not touch the ID card. One of the newcomers carefully picked it up to check, then gasped, "Damn, it's Chen Feng." Chen Feng? Who? Another security guard asked in confusion. He helped maintain order at the Jingu Hotel today and was admitted to the Imperial Capital Military Academy. Damn, it's him. Put your guns down. The security guards quickly gathered around, smiling apologetically at Chen Feng. Chen Feng took back his ID card and said coldly, I won't waste words. These 2 are from the Peace Council, planned the explosion, killed a driver, and tried to deceive me by impersonating you. Investigate their information and hand it over to the Demon Suppression Army. Can you handle it? Yes, yes. They nodded and bowed quickly. After dealing with them, Chen Feng called the busty girl. I was just ambushed by the Peace Council. The busty girl had also had some drinks today and was about to go to bed. Upon hearing this, she woke up suddenly. What? Are you okay? I'm not injured, but a driver died. Can you give me some compensation? But before, you disguised the death of the black cat as its disappearance, and the incident of the Peace Council member who came to contact me but was killed. It's probably going to be exposed. The Peace Council is coming to kill me. They must have found out about this. Next, they will definitely try various ways to approach me. I'm fine, but I hope you can help protect my parents. Chen Feng said in a deep voice. Big-chested girl quickly assured, of course, protecting the families of every soldier in the Demon Suppression Army is our responsibility. But where you are living now is not safe anymore. Before leaving Hengqin for the Imperial Capital Military Academy, why don't you go to the internal dormitory of the Demon Suppression Army? Chen Feng hesitated a bit. The attack made him want to leave tomorrow. Not to escape. But he felt that trouble would inevitably continue to find him, and if he went to the Imperial Capital Military Academy, there would be less trouble. However, big-chested girl suddenly hesitated and added, "Actually, there is something I haven't told you. We have been carefully monitoring Hengqin these days and found that those lurking monsters seem to be planning something, and they are about to take action in the next few days. Hengqin may become even more chaotic by then." Ha! Upon hearing this, Chen Feng decided not to leave. The Peace Association had caused trouble repeatedly. If he could teach them a lesson before leaving, it would be a way to vent his anger. Moreover, if he could use this opportunity to eliminate the influence of the Peace Association in Hengqin, it would also benefit the safety of his parents. Chen Feng immediately hailed a car on the street and headed to the branch of the Demon Suppression Army. After he left, several security officers immediately stopped cleaning up the bodies. They didn't want to touch those dirty things, so they called temporary workers to do it. However, the security officers did not notice that the temporary workers who arrived were carefully and skillfully inspecting the condition of the bodies, and then quietly passing on the information. Target 1 is dead, throat crushed directly. Target 2 used abilities, but was caught up to, with footprints behind, should have been trampled down from the air. Based on past performance, Chen Feng can leap into the air by stepping on air, with extremely strong evasion ability. Estimated strength should be between 50,000 and 70,000 caddies. A series of information about Chen Feng was uploaded. Several temporary workers also received the message. Understood, evacuate immediately. Over the next 6 days, Chen Feng stayed in the dormitory of the Demon Suppression Army. Because he had joined the Imperial Capital Military Academy, the Demon Suppression Army had no intention of assigning him any tasks. He was provided with all kinds of food and drink, equipment was freely available, and he had unparalleled freedom. During these days, Chen Feng was not idle. He was either practicing or practicing. Of course, the most satisfying thing was his increase in strength. Now his physical strength had increased by 32 levels. Increasing 32 caddies of strength per minute, that's 1,920 caddies per hour. At the end of the day, that's 46,080 caddies. And accumulated over 6 days, that's a terrifying 276,480 caddies. Adding to his original strength, he had surpassed the threshold of 300,000 caddies. Name, Chen Feng. Ability, Physical Strength Enhancement LV32, increases 32 caddies of strength per minute, and every attack triggers a critical hit, random multiplier. 120,000/250,000, Absolute Control LV22, extremely sensitive to oneself, can sense any malicious gaze, ability to transform within a 22-meter radius ineffective, and resist a certain degree of natural abilities. 110,000/140,000, Strength, 358,220 caddies. Besides practicing, Chen Feng spent every day laughing foolishly at his panel. Over 300,000 caddies of strength. If combined with critical hits. And what made Chen Feng most happy was that when he reached 100,000 caddies and 300,000 caddies, his body underwent another transformation. At 100,000 caddies, all the bones in his body evolved, making a cracking sound all day long. Not painful, but he could clearly feel that his bones were getting harder. Chen Feng used the equipment of the Demon Suppression Army to conduct an examination, and the military doctor shocked him by telling him that his current bone density is comparable to steel. Those who didn't know thought that Chen Feng had awakened a mechanical augmentation of the auxiliary system, turning himself into a cyborg. When he reached a strength of 300,000 caddies, the change occurred in Chen Feng's internal organs. His internal organs did not turn into steel, but they gained a strange membrane. This membrane increased the flexibility and thickness of Chen Feng's internal organs. Chen Feng understood that this kind of evolution was necessary. It was to prevent him from injuring himself when exerting his strength. After all, when a person wants to exert a certain strength, if their body can't handle it first, how can they harm others? In other words, Chen Feng can now withstand over 300,000 caddies of impact. He estimated that even if a real shell fell on him, he would be unharmed. Just as Chen Feng was weighing his next plan, Lu Xianying came to visit. As Chen Feng's former martial arts teacher, Lu Xianying had always treated Chen Feng as a child. But when she appeared in front of Chen Feng again, she couldn't help but be full of astonishment. Because the current Chen Feng gave her a very dangerous feeling. It made her feel as if she was facing a prehistoric monster in a secret realm. Lu Xianying couldn't help but look Chen Feng up and down. What have you done? I haven't done anything, just normal training, sit-ups, push-ups, and the like. Oh, occasionally running. Chen Feng casually replied. But what he didn't tell Lu Xianying was that he was running to test his maximum speed and found that he had surpassed the speed of sound. Lu Xianying looked at Chen Feng in confusion. She considered herself a genius and had also made a name for herself at the Vermilion Bird Academy. But to reach this level now, she had gone through 4 years of university and 3 years of teaching as a high school teacher to achieve such a level. Chen Feng, on the other hand, had only taken a few days, making her feel inferior. This talent made Lu Xianying doubt the results of the past tests. This ability, even an S-ranker couldn't match it. Seeing Lu Xianying staring at him in silence, Chen Feng cleared his throat. Teacher, do you have something to say? Ah. Oh, right. Lu Xianying immediately came back to her senses and said, today, several high school students from Hongqing are about to start their assessment and enter the slime plains. Are you going too? Chen Feng raised an eyebrow, realizing it was about this. To be honest, this assessment was extremely important for most students. Because their performance in the assessment would be sent to major higher education institutions as an important evaluation for their admission. There had even been cases where awakened individuals of C rank were admitted to the top 4 elite higher education institutions because of their outstanding performance in the assessment. This led to the annual assessment becoming a big stage for some lower-level ability holders. They would strive to perform their best. If his physical augmentation had not mutated and he had not been admitted to the Imperial Capital Military Academy, Chen Feng would really participate in the assessment. But now, he had no interest. I'm not going, and even if I did, it would just steal their thunder, Chen Feng said with a smile. Lu Xianying had already guessed that Chen Feng wouldn't go, as he and those students were already in completely different leagues. But she still had to inform him to avoid misunderstandings. Alright, then I'll leave first. Lu Xianying turned and left. After Lu Xianying left, Chen Feng continued his training. However, it had to be said that Hongqing was really attaching great importance to this assessment. Almost all the personnel of the Demon Suppression Army branch had been reassigned to maintain order during the assessment and prevent any issues. It was understandable, as there had been recent incidents of monsters lurking and causing trouble in the secret realms. Anyone would worry that they might cause trouble during the assessment. In this way, Hongqing was also being responsible for the candidates. However, Chen Feng was also very restless. Didn't the busty girl say that the monsters have been restless these days? Why haven't they caused any trouble yet? Hurry up and cause trouble, hurry up and expose yourself. Chen Feng thought that by killing some monsters and members of the Peace Society, he could even uproot the Peace Society of Hongqing and leave. Just as Chen Feng was contemplating, the witch Lilia floated out of the dormitory. These days she had been binge-watching dramas to fill the emptiness and loneliness of being suppressed for years. Chen Feng, I always feel uneasy, my right eyelid has been twitching. There might be trouble coming. The witch Lilia said solemnly. Chen Feng sneered, watch less TV dramas, twitching eyelids are just superstitious beliefs, but twitching left eyelids indicate wealth. Look, my left eyelid is twitching, I might get rich soon. The witch Lilia held a tablet and disdainfully said, how can a mortal like you understand the beauty of the CEO idol drama? Boom! A series of terrifying explosions interrupted Lilia's words. Chen Feng felt the ground shaking, and the building of the Monster Suppression Army branch collapsed in an instant. Not good. Monsters are attacking. Just as Chen Feng had this thought, he was buried alive in the rubble. At this moment, outside the Monster Suppression Army branch building, 4 figures were standing. A middle-aged man in a suit. a teenager in a school uniform. There was also a black dog and a snake with a triangular head. What light of Hunchun, what good seedlings of the Imperial Military Academy. Aren't they easily taken care of by us? The teenager in the school uniform sneered. The black dog remained calm and said, "Be careful, he has tens of thousands of pounds of strength, he shouldn't die so easily." Afraid of what? Haven't we planned this long ago? Blast the building, collapse it. Even if he has 100,000 pounds of strength, it's not enough. The teenager in the school uniform retorted. The man in the suit remained silent, the black dog and the snake waited indifferently. The teenager in the school uniform was displeased. If you want to be cautious, stay here by yourself, I'll go see if there's a chance to make a move on Chu's school flower. Such a beautiful woman, must enjoy before killing. Bang! A piece of bluestone suddenly flew up into the sky and fell heavily to the ground. The teenager in the school uniform, who was about to leave, turned back abruptly. But all he saw was Qin Feng standing up from the rubble, protecting two people beside him. Those two were civilian personnel of the monster suppression army. They happened to pass by Qin Feng during the explosion and he protected them. Go, find the security officer to help. Qin Feng said coldly, Lilia, you don't need to help me, go save people first. The witch Lilia was unharmed and at this moment, transformed into a spirit, shuttling through the rubble to find the injured who needed help. The two civilian personnel panicked and fled into the distance. Kill them, the man in the suit ordered. The teenager in the school uniform, somewhat dissatisfied with being commanded, conjured up a huge bow. The bow was entirely white, as tall as a person, with countless patterns engraved on it, looking very magnificent. At that moment, as the teenager in the school uniform kicked the bow and pulled the bowstring with both hands, 3 arrows quickly condensed, made of energy but containing immense power. You're quite resilient, but today you're doomed. My level 40 skybreaking bow is comparable to a missile, can you withstand it? The teenager in the school uniform shouted, releasing the bowstring. Swish! 3 arrows shot out with explosive force, indeed as powerful as missiles, but with an impact force equivalent to 30,000 pounds, heading towards Qin Feng and the two civilian personnel. This skybreaking bow was a highly lethal combat weapon, and after the teenager in the school uniform surpassed level 30, it advanced with a penetrating effect. Once it exploded, it could instantly destroy a building. They couldn't figure out what Qin Feng could use to block it. Qin Feng completely ignored the arrows shot at him. With a strong push of his feet, he surpassed the speed of sound and arrived behind the two fleeing civilian officials. At this moment, the 2 arrows just arrived behind. The 2 fist shield. Qin Feng's fist exploded in the air in front of him, triggering a critical hit effect. 1x critical hit. Pitiful. But it was also nearly 700,000 kilograms of force. A chi shield appeared, easily blocking 3 arrows. The piercing effect had no effect at all. What? Impossible. The school-uniformed youth was shocked and angry. His strength cannot possibly be only tens of thousands of kilograms. Tens of thousands of kilograms? That's ancient history. Qin Feng burst forward. But when he reached the school-uniformed youth, as his fist came down, the voice speaking finally reached the youth's ears. The school-uniformed youth was horrified, no longer arrogant as before, and screamed in despair, "Help me!" Without him saying, the person and 2 beasts beside him had already stepped in to help. The middle-aged man in a suit raised his hands into the air. Several stone spikes shot out from the ground, aiming towards Qin Feng's buttocks. The middle-aged man in the suit wanted to force Qin Feng back with this method. But he could never have imagined that Qin Feng not only had strong strength, but also a powerful defense. When he squeezed his buttocks, the stone spikes couldn't pierce through, shattering on the spot. The middle-aged man in the suit exclaimed, "Damn it, how can he be so strong? Damn you!" The black dog cursed angrily, its huge claws already swiping towards Qin Feng, its body enlarging, instantly weighing over 10,000 kilograms. But no matter how it struck or scratched, for Qin Feng, it was like a child throwing a tantrum, not even bothering to turn his head. The triangular-headed snake that wanted to bite Chen Feng also retracted its venomous fangs upon seeing the situation. Joking, he could crush stone spikes with his buttocks. Other parts must be even harder. The person and two beasts all attacked at the same time, but couldn't stop Chen Feng. Chen Feng directly knocked the school-uniformed youth to the ground with a punch, smashing his head into the ground. "You were the one who said you were going to target my girlfriend earlier, right? You're not even worthy." Chen Feng punched down again, the school-uniformed youth's head already deeply buried in the ground. This time, it was flattened by the blow. Watching the broken skyball fall to the ground, Chen Feng kicked it to pieces. Awakening fighters of the combat type have an innate advantage. The weapons they condense can be permanently preserved and even passed down to future generations. The strength of these weapons depends on how much power they infused in their final condensation before death. The school-uniformed youth's hasty condensation earlier did not infuse much power. The power that the broken sky bow could now exert was less than 1/10 of the school-uniformed youth's. So Chen Feng didn't care, he just kicked it to pieces to prevent the enemy from picking it up. He killed the school-uniformed youth and turned back to coldly stare at the three guys. "I've been waiting for you guys these past few days, but you're late." Chen Feng revealed a sinister smile. The Peace Council has caused him trouble more than once. Today, they must be given an extremely serious warning. "Offend me? I'll uproot you." The middle-aged man in the suit sensed trouble and cursed the intelligence department. How the hell can tens of thousands of kilograms of power erupt? He wanted to escape. The black dog and the venomous snake had the same idea. They thought that sending 4 level 40s to kill Chen Feng was already giving him too much credit. Little did they know, they were underestimating him. Seeing them wanting to flee, Chen Feng sneered, "Run? Whoever moves first, I'll kill first." This statement instantly stunned the three enemies opposite him. No one dared to move first, fearing being the first to be attacked. The middle-aged man in the suit was quick to react, immediately threatening, "Do you know why we deliberately let the demon suppression army find us before? Stop pretending, it's because I killed the black cat that you were accidentally exposed," Chen Feng sneered. Yes, our exposure was indeed because of the black cat. But the subsequent actions were all deliberately shown to the town demon army. Now they all think that we have been planning for so long to target those students in the assessment. But in reality, our goal is to completely disrupt Hengqin and kill those genius students who are not participating in the assessment. If you go to rescue now, you may still be able to save a few students. The middle-aged man in a suit was exposed with a smile, not embarrassed, but continued to threaten. Whether it was to cooperate with him or a coincidence. After he finished speaking, there were several explosions within Hengqin. The town demon army is all in the secret realm or near the secret realm. Even if they notice any movement, they won't be able to return for a while. How about it, is it worth it to cause so many deaths just to entangle with us? Oh, and your girlfriend is also being hunted down. The middle-aged man in a suit continued to threaten Chen Feng, forcing him to go and rescue people. Chen Feng nodded slightly, "You make sense, so I have to kill you quickly." Phew! Chen Feng disappeared from the spot like the wind. The speed of that transcendent voice made it impossible for anyone to catch his location. The middle-aged man in a suit cursed loudly and then activated the ground to form a stone fortress to protect himself within. Then, he burrowed underground. The ability to burrow underground is an advancement of his abilities after reaching level 30. As long as he escapes underground, he doesn't believe Chen Feng can catch him. Damn it, after this escape, I will definitely retaliate against this guy in the future. I can't beat you, can't I beat your family either? The middle-aged man in a suit smirked as he tried to leave underground. Chen Feng had already smashed open the stone fortress and landed a heavy punch on the ground. 10 times critical hit. With over 3 million pounds of force, it heavily smashed onto the ground. Within 5 meters of Chen Feng's fist, the ground collapsed with a rumble, directly turning into a bowl-shaped large pit. Faintly, a scream came from underground. And the soil at the bottom of the pit slowly turned deep red. That was the fresh blood surging up after the middle-aged man in a suit was shattered. Chen Feng's eyes were cold, still trying to escape? Do you think I waited here for 6 days just to play a cat and mouse escape game with you? I want all of you who conspire in Hangqing to die. The black dog and the viper in the distance were terrified to see this scene. What dignity of a master! What world peace! Screw them all. They just want to survive. But Chen Feng's supersonic speed caught up directly with the black dog, smashing its dog head heavily on the ground. The dog's head burst instantly, blood splattering, but not reaching Chen Feng. Because at the moment the blood sprayed out, Chen Feng had already gone far away and appeared in front of the viper. The viper was crawling on the ground, writhing, desperately trying to escape, suddenly realizing it was getting dark. Not good. The viper reacted and desperately begged, "Spare." Puff! Chen Feng's big foot crushed the upper half of the viper's body. He didn't bother to pick up the 2 cores on the ground. He had other things to attend to. Besides, he was the one who killed them, and no one dared to take them away. Chen Feng first looked towards the distant witch Lilia and saw that she had already saved most of the people. "I don't need your help, go to the city and save people." Chen Feng threw a word to the witch and then rushed towards the direction of Chuyu's house. The most enthusiastic group of people to participate in this secret realm assessment were those who awakened abilities below B level. Because they were not favored by fate, they could only work hard to prove themselves. But those with abilities above B level would not participate. Because they were destined to become students of higher education institutions, at most, they would choose which institution to attend. But if they participated in the assessment and did not perform well, becoming a laughingstock for higher education institutions, that would be a real joke. So in order to maintain a good image, all the students with B-level or above abilities from the 4 high schools in Hangqing are in the city this time. And they are the target of the Peace Association this time. Once these outstanding awakeners die, the future of the human race will lack many high-level combat forces. Especially Chuyu. This year's S-level in Daxia, there are only 3 in total. Once Chuyu dies, it will be a major loss for the human race. When Chen Feng arrived at Chuyu's house, it had already become a large ruin. Chuyu came from a wealthy family. Her mother was in the medicinal herb business, although not top-notch. But at least she had a few killer squads under her. At this time, those killer squads were all engaged in a fierce battle on the ruins of Chu's house, fighting to the death with many enemies. Chu Feng, who had been tracking Chen Feng, was also there. He was already coughing up blood continuously, but still relying on speed in fighting with the enemy. In the place protected by everyone, there were 2 women. One was Chuyu, and the other was a charming and beautiful young woman. The young woman was lying in Chuyu's arms, spitting out black blood, her pretty face turning blue and black, obviously poisoned. Chuyu cried with misty eyes, constantly calling for her mother, and hurriedly feeding her various antidotes in an attempt to detoxify her. Seeing this, Chen Feng immediately rushed over. Some of the awakened members of the Peace Association who did not know him mistook him for a passerby who had come to help. "Get out of the way!" A colorful tiger suddenly rushed over, emitting a human-like roar. Obviously, this was an awakened fighter. Chen Feng didn't say a word, but instead punched out. The tiger grinned, its claws heavily patting down, landing on Chen Feng's fist. Rip! The advanced ability of the awakened, tearing. Those tiger claws could tear everything apart. But the tiger's anticipated scene of completely tearing Chen Feng apart did not happen. Instead, he saw his own tiger claws being shattered, and the damage spreading upwards. In less than half a second, half of the tiger's body shattered, and it lay in a pool of blood, unconscious. Chen Feng quickly went to Chuyu's side and said in a deep voice, "Take your mother to the hospital." But the beautiful young woman grabbed Chen Feng's arm and said weakly, I won't make it, take you away." Chen Feng shook off the young woman's hand, ignoring her, and said to Chuyu, "Aren't you leaving yet?" Seeing Chen Feng, Chuyu also gained confidence. She didn't leave just now because there were enemies lurking in the air. Once she left the protection of those around her, it would only get worse. But now that Chen Feng had arrived, she immediately carried her mother on her back, spread her divine phoenix wings, and flew into the sky. "Oh, the young lover is here to save the day? Are you planning to fly together? A mocking voice came from a distant building. A bee woman with wings flew over, striking a seductive pose at Chen Feng and beckoning with her finger. Good little brother, what does a little girl know? Sister knows many things, let me take you flying? Swish! Chen Feng disappeared in place. The bee woman's face changed drastically. What a fast man! Her ability was to shoot with bee-tail needles, which were highly poisonous. But she needed to be able to lock onto the enemy. Chen Feng appeared behind the bee woman in mid-air, then kicked forcefully. Leg axe. The bee woman was kicked in the lower back, screaming in pain, and was torn in half alive. Blood fell from the sky, shocking the members of the Peace Association present. They all looked up at Chen Feng in mid-air. Chen Feng glanced at Chuyu. Chuyu had already quickly spread her wings and flown away, heading to the hospital run by the Chu family. Some people tried to pursue her. Chen Feng kicked in mid-air, transforming into a supersonic fighter jet and arriving next to a giant green eagle soaring in the sky. Screech! The green giant eagle suddenly screeched. The giant eagle was also a level 42 existence, and its abilities had advanced. At this moment, the terrifying sound waves spread out. Once they hit the enemy, it would make the enemy feel as if they were being struck by a heavy hammer, causing dizziness and deafness. At the same time, there was a repelling effect as if it were a substantial attack, capable of blasting the enemy away. However, Chen Feng simply covered his ears with his thick hands to prevent the sound waves from stimulating his eardrums, then he collided with the green giant eagle. Surprisingly, the sound waves had no effect on him at all. After all, no matter how strong the sound waves were, they did not have the effect of tens of thousands of pounds. The green giant eagle was directly killed by Chen Feng, falling towards the ground. But there was still a white crane in the distance, descending from the sky as if ruling the world, blocking Chuyu. The sharp claws of the white crane reached towards the beautiful young woman behind Chuyu, attempting to tear her apart. However, Chuyu was already cautious because of the white crane's presence and was not unprepared at this moment. Carrying her mother on her back, Chuyu, seemingly focused on flying, disregarded everything else. As the white crane descended, she suddenly flipped over. She shielded her mother underneath her, using her body to block the sharp claws of the white crane. The white crane's claws pierced Chuyu's chest, causing blood to gush out. She couldn't help but show a mocking expression. A phoenix, so what? Daring to use your body to block my attack, truly foolish. You are the foolish one. Due to the pain, Chuyu's face was pale, but she revealed a hint of victory. The white crane realized something was wrong and immediately tried to flee. But it was too late. The white crane had always been wary of Chuyu's phoenix fire. However, what she never expected was that Chuyu's fusion with the divine phoenix was perfect, and her blood carried the nirvana fire that could burn everything. The white crane's claws were tainted with the nirvana fire, rapidly spreading upwards. The white crane screamed in pain, frantically trying to shake off the flames. However, the nirvana fire clung to it like maggots on bones, impossible to shake off. It spread rapidly, soon covering half of the white crane's body. Despite being a level 40 existence, the white crane could only struggle and scream in despair in the flames before dying in agony. This is the terrifying aspect of an S-level threat. Even a low-level existence, even a drop of blood, can bring immense misery to high-level beings. Chen Feng saw Chuyu carrying her mother away and immediately landed, rushing into the crowd of the Peace Society. It had to be said that the Peace Society indeed had some skills. Just in Chuyu's family, they had arranged about 20 awakeners around level 40. Not to mention there were probably many others elsewhere. It should be noted that there might not even be this many level 40 individuals in the entire Hangcheng. Furthermore, with the appearance of the Dragon King's remains and the deaths that followed, as well as the riots in the slime plains, Hangcheng was currently lacking high-level combat power. The Peace Society was truly adept at planning. Under normal circumstances, they might have taken over Hangcheng. However, no matter how much they calculated, they did not account for Chen Feng, this anomaly. Although Chen Feng was only in his early 30s, among the group of level 40 experts, he moved like the wind, and every punch he threw was fatal. He had killed more than half of the enemies surrounding the Chu family. The members of the Peace Society finally understood the terror of Chen Feng. "Focus firepower on him first," an elder shouted, then aimed his hands at Chen Feng. Within a 3-meter radius, the air temperature rapidly dropped, and the air began to freeze. Frost began to appear on Chen Feng's face. Auxiliary type, natural type, absorbing temperature. Yes, his ability was not to create frost, but to extract heat from a certain area, rapidly lowering the temperature. Because of the cold, it could slow down reaction speed and stiffen the body. Chen Feng's muscles and bones had already been greatly strengthened, so he had no fear of the cold. However, the other members and creatures of the Peace Society had also rushed over. It was unclear how the Peace Society managed to make their people and creatures coexist peacefully and cooperate closely. A puppet rushed over, holding a sword made of gears, and slashed heavily towards Chen Feng's throat. Another awakened person, their body disintegrated, turning into several small snakes crawling on the ground, trying to bite Chen Feng's feet. Other people's attacks, whether ranged or close combat, were also helping out. A total of 7 level 40 awakened individuals, all attacking together. Chu Feng and the others just took a glance and felt despair in their hearts. Who could withstand this? They wanted to help, but their levels were lower than these people, and they had just fought a bloody battle for a long time. They were already exhausted and now felt powerless. Moreover, Chen Feng was a bit far from them. Even if they had the strength, they couldn't come to his rescue in time. They could only silently apologize in their hearts. Chu Feng closed his eyes in pain, unable to bear seeing this scene. He clenched his fists and silently vowed, "Brother Chen, rest assured, I will definitely help you seek revenge in the future, or I won't be human." Bang! A muffled sound came from beside Chu Feng. Chu Feng looked sorrowfully, thinking that Chen Feng had been knocked over by someone. To his surprise, it was the puppet that had been shattered, with only the lower half flying towards him. This surprised Chu Feng greatly, and he immediately turned to look. He saw Chen Feng, like a war god, grabbing a large knife that had been swung at him from behind, and then kicking it heavily. The man transformed into a black bear, spat out blood and flew out, lying on the ground twitching a few times before dying completely. Chen Feng then turned around and slashed the large knife on the attacking person who had transformed into a lynx. At the same time, he kicked the ground hard with his right foot. The ground quickly cracked open, and all the snakes split from the awakened person fell in. Finally, Chen Feng punched and burst the old man who absorbed heat's internal organs. All the awakened individuals attacking him were killed. The people around looked at the bodies scattered on the ground and then at Chen Feng, covered in blood, and couldn't believe what they were seeing. What's going on? They fought for a long time, and not one of them could kill anyone, but instead, they were almost killed. And now this young man had just arrived and resolved the battle? Is he human? After confirming there were no more enemies, Chen Feng did not stay and continued towards the place where the explosion had occurred in the distance. Since he had said he would kill all the members of the Peace Society, he had to do it. This time, he aimed to completely defeat them and scare them to death. Let them know they are not to be messed with. After Chen Feng left, a hunter helped Chu Feng up and couldn't help but ask, "Feng, who was that, so fierce?" "Yu's classmate," Chu Feng said weakly. "Oh, no wonder he came to rescue us." "No. Wait a minute," the hunter exclaimed, making everyone look over in confusion. He didn't notice and continued to shout, "Feng, did you just say that person is Miss Yu's classmate? Is he still a high school student? Just awakened high school student?" When the people around heard this, they all widened their eyes in disbelief. A group of hunters with an average age of 30 or 40 were actually saved by a high school student? Are you kidding me? Seeing that no one believed him, Chu Feng sighed, "Yes, he just awakened less than half a month ago." Everyone was in shock. This is truly a case of some people being more capable than others. Chen Feng arrived at the nearest explosion site to you. This was also a villa area. The one being attacked here was an A-level awakened individual from Hongqing No. 2 High School. In this awakening, this A-level awakened individual had also shone brightly. But at this moment, he was being chased in a sorry state. His family and guards were already lying in a pool of blood. Only his father remained, with 5 arrows in his body and his right hand already cut off. However, his bloody severed arm was tied with a cloth strip holding a long sword, desperately trying to fend off everyone. "Escape! Run into the school," the father roared. Some of the teachers in the school had not all left, and there were still some martial arts teachers there. The A-level awakened person was still weak and could only escape in tears. He couldn't let his family die in vain. He wanted to survive. He wanted to become stronger. And then seek revenge on these beasts. But no matter how strong that father was, he couldn't stop a dozen enemies. The Iron Armor Man of the peace conference made a move, fiercely breaking the father's long sword with his battle knife, and then stabbing the father in the stomach. The father looked desperate, blood flowing from his mouth, murmuring, "Escape, quickly escape. Don't worry, your son can't escape, he will die with you." The Iron Armor Man sneered, about to pull out his own battle knife. But found that he couldn't pull it out. The Iron Armor Man looked puzzled at the battle knife. He found that the father was holding his battle knife tightly with both hands. Annoying waste, even in death causing trouble. The Iron Armor Man raised his foot to kick the father away and pull out his knife. But found that the father had fallen down on his own, his hands leaving the knife, but the knife still couldn't be pulled out. The Iron Armor Man realized something was wrong. Sensing someone behind him, he suddenly took a step forward and turned around to strike. But his full-force strike was easily caught by a handsome and extraordinary young man with one hand. "You!" The Iron Armor Man widened his eyes in astonishment. He never expected a young man to be so powerful. But soon, he realized who this young man was. In Hongqing, a young man with such a handsome appearance and immense strength. Besides that guy who entered the Imperial Military Academy, who else could it be? "You're not dead? What's going on with those waists?" The Iron Armor Man was extremely irritable. Chen Feng didn't say a word, just shook his palm forcefully. The Iron Armor Man's battle knife shook violently. Then, inch by inch, it exploded. The Iron Armor Man's eyes were full of horror. This was the weapon passed down by his father, infused with the energy of a level 54 powerhouse. Wasn't this young man supposed to have only tens of thousands of pounds of strength? How could he be so powerful? Chen Feng stepped forward and punched the Iron Armor Man on the head. The unique shockwave force penetrated through the armor, directly blasting the person inside. Blood gushed out from the seams of the armor continuously. And Chen Feng had already turned to kill the others. In his hands, those people were like cutting vegetables. After all, Chen Feng himself weighed over 300,000 pounds, plus critical strikes. A casual punch could have over 700,000 pounds of force. Unless they were awakened beings who had advanced a second time after level 50, opponents below level 50 were few and far between for him. As Chen Feng quickly wiped out the Iron Armor Man and his subordinates, he moved to another location. When he arrived at the next location, he encountered the Busty Girl. The Busty Girl was leading her team to fight fiercely, and when she saw Chen Feng arrive, she was overjoyed. "Come and help." Chen Feng descended from the sky and kicked a ghost-faced bull to death. Seeing this, the Busty Girl's pupils contracted. "You've gotten stronger again?" That ghost-faced bull was a level 45 existence, with strong defense and fierce strength, capable of exerting 200,000 pounds of force at full power. Yet it was kicked to death by Chen Feng like this. Chen Feng didn't waste time on words and asked, "Why hasn't the monster suppression army arrived?" There's a problem in the secret realm, and many plant-based monsters from the savage jungle have appeared in the slime plains. Most of the monster suppression army's forces are tied up. The city lord noticed something was wrong and sent some squads to patrol Hongqing. The Busty Girl explained. Chen Feng nodded. "All right, give me control of the satellite surveillance." Satellite surveillance could monitor the entire Hongqing, showing real-time scenes from any corner of the city. Not even ordinary people could access it. Only those at the level of a commander or city lord had the authority to use it. With Hongqing in danger, the surveillance authority must have been relaxed. Chen Feng guessed right. The Busty Girl did gain control of the surveillance and immediately handed the watch to Chen Feng, you are faster than me and stronger. Here, take this. Chen Feng opened the watch, and a projection appeared in front of him. Above the projection was a miniature scene of Hongcheng. There were over 30 red dots, indicating the locations of students with awakened abilities, but the red dots also represented danger in those areas. However, there were over 10 places with green dots, indicating that rescue teams were already on their way. Chen Feng immediately set off to other locations. The busty girl watched as Chen Feng soared away like a fighter jet and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, she felt a sense of relief. She had been worried about how Hongcheng would survive this disaster, but seeing Chen Feng's strength reassured her that Hongcheng would be fine. Let's go, we can't just stand here. Let's continue to help. The busty girl shouted, leading her team towards the scene of the incident. For a full 2 hours, Chen Feng roamed Hongcheng, continuously eliminating the members of the Peace Society who were causing trouble. These people were powerful, so powerful that Hongcheng had lost many experts and was almost powerless to resist. But they were also weak, so weak that they couldn't even block a punch from Chen Feng. As Chen Feng was mercilessly slaughtering, on top of the tallest building in Hongcheng, 3 figures stood overlooking the city, observing the entire battlefield. There was an old man in a butler's outfit, an old woman with wrinkles, leaning on a cane, and in front of them, a child of a few years old. The child was eating a lollipop, with a happy smile on his face, seemingly unconcerned about his subordinates being slaughtered or the mission at hand. The old woman was a bit anxious and couldn't help but say, "Young master, our members are almost all dead. Shouldn't we? The weak will be killed. Do we need to cherish the weak?" The young boy said indifferently. "But if they die, who will complete the mission? Our mission is to destroy Hongcheng, create a paradise for the creatures of the secret realm, and prove our abilities." "But now..." The young boy suddenly frowned, annoying. The old woman, who had been boasting, suddenly couldn't speak, then her eyes widened, her face turned blue and purple rapidly, and she waved her hands desperately, as if a drowning person trying to grab onto something, but to no avail. Natural Assistance Ability Vacuum. The young boy could designate any area within his line of sight to become a vacuum zone. No air, no oxygen, even absolute zero. In just a few seconds, the old woman was already frozen. Snap. The young boy snapped his fingers, and the vacuum effect disappeared. The old woman gasped for breath, but dared not speak again. "Remember, don't interrupt me without my command. It's annoying," the young boy said discontentedly. The old woman hurriedly knelt down. "Yes, young master, I understand." But you're right. This mission cannot fail. Grandpa Mo, that young man seems to have some skills. Go and take care of him. The monster suppression army is also coming back soon," the young boy said casually. The old butler bowed, then disappeared into thin air. Chen Feng, who was busy killing the members of the Peace Society, suddenly felt something and looked up. He saw a man who looked like an old butler floating in mid-air, forming hand seals, saying something unknown. But soon, Chen Feng understood what this guy was doing. A gate to the secret realm suddenly appeared not far from the street. Chen Feng's pupils contracted. Could he awaken this kind of ability? Was this spatial teleportation, or was he directly summoning a secret realm? Wouldn't that make him invincible? However, when Chen Feng looked at the old steward, he found that he seemed to be struggling to maintain the gate of this secret realm and estimated that he would not be able to maintain it for long. "I admit you are very capable, but how long can you withstand countless monsters in the secret realm? Join our peace society, pledge allegiance to the president, and you will have everything," the old steward said in a deep voice, trying to persuade Chen Feng. Chen Feng was surprised. "The god initiator is here?" The old steward's face immediately darkened, feeling somewhat embarrassed. "I meant the branch president." "Oh." Chen Feng raised his middle finger in response instead of speaking. "Ha, ignorant fool," the old steward dismissed Chen Feng's provocation. To him, the people of Hongcheng were just a group of insignificant wild dogs. Although Chen Feng was strong, he was just a slightly more ferocious wild dog. Although it was annoying to have a dog barking at oneself, getting angry for a wild dog would only lower one's own status. The old steward slowly raised his head and looked towards the open gate of the secret realm in the distance. Open. Boom! Suddenly, an endless fierce aura surged out of the gate of the secret realm. Then, the pitch-black gate opened completely. Roar, roar. Accompanied by fierce roars, more than a dozen monsters with black scales all over their bodies, strong limbs, long tails, and horse heads with black flames burning on them, walked out of the gate of the secret realm. They were probing, hesitating. Upon seeing these creatures, Chen Feng instantly recognized what kind of monsters they were. Black fire beasts. They were creatures from the Mu Yuan secret realm over 1,000 miles away. Naturally good at running, immensely powerful, and adept at destruction. These monsters grew up in a confined secret realm, and some suspected that they were once pets or war mounts raised by some powerful beings. The city of Finshui, 1,000 miles away, had also tried to tame black fire beasts, and it had indeed been effective. But Hengcheng had no idea how to tame them. And now that they were released, their strong wild instincts urged them to destroy everything around them. Upon seeing these black fire beasts, the people on the streets all screamed in fear and fled. The chaotic crowd only further agitated the black fire beasts, their irritable roars seeming to call for more of their kind. One after another, black fire beasts walked out of the gate of the secret realm. They had been imprisoned for too long, feeling stifled and pent up. They only wanted to destroy the tall buildings and crash into the fleeing crowds. After these monsters appeared, the old man entered the secret realm. This was his way of avoiding Chen Feng's attacks. Behind Chen Feng, the group of wounded who had just been rescued looked despairing. They were doomed now. Chen Feng's strength was evident to all. But he was also human and would get tired. After fighting for so long, he was probably exhausted. And now that the secret realm was open, monsters were coming out continuously. Who could withstand this? They were doomed. Hengcheng was destined to collapse today. Another land was about to fall to the humans. Tears of sorrow flowed from everyone. But at that moment, dozens of figures rushed towards the fleeing crowd. They were the teachers from the 4 high schools in Hengcheng. There were teachers of martial arts and liberal arts among them. They ran frantically and stood shoulder to shoulder in front of the gate of the secret realm. The principal of the first high school breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, we made it in time. Then, he turned to Chen Feng apologetically. Child, the teachers underestimated you before, and that was our mistake. Chen Feng casually shook his head. I don't care about that. The principal sighed lightly. You are a good child, but it's a pity you were born in the wrong place. Why were you born in this small town of Hengcheng? Go save yourself, quickly leave Hengcheng. Your future is more important than all of us combined. Chen Feng remained silent, just quietly took out the emblem of the town demon army and wore it on his chest. When it was time to escape, he would escape. But definitely not now. Seeing this, the principal was taken aback. The principal of the second middle school was also deeply moved when he saw this, but he said in a low voice, Child, now is not the time to be a hero. When you grow up, there will be plenty of opportunities for you to avenge us. There's no need to persuade me, I'm not leaving. Chen Feng strode forward, not standing behind these people, but in front of them. Later, just assist me with all your might. Hearing Chen Feng's confident words, the principals and teachers present didn't know what to say. This child was indeed kind-hearted, but was he being a bit arrogant? The principals of the first and second middle schools exchanged a glance, then swiftly made a move towards Chen Feng. The principal of the second middle school conjured a rope and bound Chen Feng with it. Child, don't blame me, you must leave, the principal of the first middle school shouted, then delivered a chop to the back of Chen Feng's neck, trying to knock him out. However, this move instead caused the principal's hand to be extremely painful, gritting his teeth in agony. Chen Feng was unharmed, and he turned to look at the bewildered pair, saying, Stop messing around, without me, you will all die. With that, he exerted force, and the rope binding him instantly burst open. The 2 principals were shocked. They hadn't seen the scene where Chen Feng supported others everywhere. So they thought that as 2 level 40 beings, it shouldn't be a problem to deal with Chen Feng. But they didn't expect Chen Feng to completely ignore their attacks. The witch Lilia finally floated over, suspended in mid-air, and exclaimed, "Who connected the spatial channel? You finally arrived. Curse them so they cannot move away from this gate," Chen Feng said loudly. He had been waiting for the witch Lilia, so he hadn't acted earlier. Otherwise, disturbing these monsters and causing them to flee would have been a bigger problem. Lilia rolled her eyes. "Do you think I'm an almighty god who can curse them to be confined within a certain range? But I can curse them to attack you with all their might. Can you handle it?" Chen Feng nodded. "That's fine." "No," the principal of the first middle school exclaimed angrily. "Chen Feng, I know it's not right to speak like this as a teacher, but you are more important than Hangcheng. A good seed who could join the Imperial Military Academy is worth more than an S rank. If such a person were to die in such a small disturbance, it would be a huge loss in the middle of summer. Stop talking." Chen Feng charged forward. "Let's begin." Lilia rarely became serious, clasping her hands together in front of her chest, looking devout. It seemed like she was praying, but in reality, she was cursing. "I curse Chen Feng, you will be targeted by all other races." With Lilia's melodious voice, a strange mark descended from the sky and appeared on top of Chen Feng's head. The next moment, all the restless black fire beasts turned their heads and looked at Chen Feng. Their eyes were fierce, and they were extremely agitated. Roar! The black fire beasts could no longer contain themselves and rushed towards Chen Feng. The many principals and teachers present felt frustrated. Damn it, a group of educators standing here, yet letting a child fight for his life. Have some guts, follow me. With the two principals roaring in anger, all the teachers rushed forward. They were there to support Chen Feng. But when they actually charged forward, they couldn't help but be dumbfounded. Chen Feng seemed invincible, punching one after another. The black fire beasts were tall and some were even over 2 meters high, looking as sturdy as a small mountain. But when Chen Feng's fist struck, the black fire beasts screamed and flew out, not only dying themselves but also colliding with several companions. Is this really the black fire beasts? Didn't they say that they are born with the strength of 1,000 kilograms, and as adults, their strongest can reach tens of thousands of kilograms of force? A martial arts teacher muttered in surprise, then attempted to strike a severely injured but not dead black fire beast next to him with a knife. Clang! Sparks flew, but the black fire beast was unharmed. Instead, it was startled and kicked the teacher who attacked it, sending him flying more than 10 meters away, unconscious on the ground. Many teachers were dumbfounded. They looked at their fallen comrade on the ground, then at Chen Feng, who could easily defeat a black fire beast with a single punch in the midst of the beast group. Wasn't the difference a bit too big? But at this moment, people finally understood why Chen Feng didn't let them take the lead. What could they do against such opponents? All four principals had Mediterranean hairstyles, not a single hair to stand up. Support Chen Feng with all your might, the principal of one middle school said with a bitter smile. Many teachers also realized this and immediately changed their approach, no longer attacking actively. Instead, they watched Chen Feng struggle to kill his opponents with a single punch and then stepped in to help finish them off. Surprisingly, this method was highly effective. Most importantly, they were able to regain some confidence. After all, they had also killed black fire beasts. Chen Feng, fighting in the midst of the beast group, had no set pattern or routine. He was like a human weapon now. Finger sword. Palm knife. Cannon fist. Leg axe. Arm spear. Invincible wind and fire wheel. Those seemingly crazy attacks were no longer just killing one monster after another. It was killing swaths of them. He continued to approach the entrance to the secret realm, wanting to enter and kill the old man inside. Otherwise, who knew how long the entrance to the secret realm would remain open? However, a young boy on a distant high building already showed a displeased expression. Just killing a dog, and it's this difficult? Guild leader, should I go help too? A cautious old woman asked. Go ahead, I really like that witch, bring her back for me to play with. Alright, I'll go play with that divine phoenix first. The young boy showed a pure and happy expression, as if he was going to buy a beloved toy. The old woman hesitated, but that's an S-rank awakener, the divine phoenix. The Supreme Commander ordered us to bring her to him. I said play, not kill. The young boy said coldly. Yes, yes, I wish you a good time. The old woman hurriedly knelt down, not daring to say more. The young boy left satisfied. After he left, the old woman slowly stood up, her eyes shooting fire as she stared at Chen Feng. She was full of anger now, but she didn't dare to vent it on the young boy. So she could only let Chen Feng taste his own medicine. She decided to use Chen Feng to vent her anger. The old woman lightly tapped the phoenix head cane in her hand, and suddenly the phoenix head cane began to grow wildly, with countless roots growing from the base, deeply rooting into the entire building. Then, the phoenix head on top also began to grow rapidly, extending towards Chen Feng. The phoenix head cane formed a huge vine that spanned the sky, descending from above, dividing into countless vines that turned into cages, imprisoning Chen Feng within. Chen Feng punched towards the vine. But this punch, with tens of thousands of pounds of force, couldn't break the vine. Because they were interconnected, helping each other, dissipating the impact of Chen Feng's punch. The old woman chuckled, riding on a huge leaf, swiftly flying towards Chen Feng as if on a high-altitude zipline, her voice echoing through the sky. Kid, do you think you're all that with just brute strength? This vine can drain your power into the ground, you'll be exhausted and still won't be able to break it. Chen Feng remained expressionless, condensing the finger sword in his hand, effortlessly cutting through the vine cage. The old woman's strange laughter abruptly stopped. No, you've been spying on me for so long, didn't you see that I have martial skills? Chen Feng asked disdainfully. From the beginning, his absolute control ability had detected someone spying on him. But he didn't expect it to be someone so foolish. The old woman's face turned ugly. She really hadn't seen that Chen Feng could condense a finger sword. The main point is that the sword is condensed air, transparent and invisible. Although she is a level close to 50, she is still an old person after all. Her eyes are dim, how can she see clearly? Seeing herself fail to show off. The old woman snorted coldly, and on the huge vine that spanned the sky, countless branches and thorns shot out, piercing towards Chen Feng's face. Chen Feng pushed hard with his feet and disappeared in an instant. The speed that surpassed the speed of sound was something the old woman couldn't react to. But since she dared to come over, she must have something to rely on. The old woman showed a sly smile on her face. I knew you would come to attack me. Chen Feng came behind the old woman, just about to make a move, suddenly felt a numbness in his body. He had his appendix removed before, and now he felt as if he was injected with anesthesia on the operating table. Slow movements, weakened brain response. Poisonous. Seeing Chen Feng's movements slow down, the old woman sneered, Little thing, did you really think that this old lady, only have this little ability? This spine of mine can continuously emit toxins, especially since you cut it off, the emission speed is even faster. Do you feel your body tingling and your head spinning? Chen Feng did feel this way, but his body was quickly adapting to the toxin. This feeling was rapidly diminishing. This was the benefit of having a strong physique. The old woman greedily scanned Chen Feng up and down, licked her lips. I really like your body, now I want to have a good time with you. Phew! The leaves on the vine quickly spread out, turning into a huge ball that enveloped the two of them. And the old lady was already kneeling in front of Chen Feng, eagerly unfastening his belt. This handsome young man with a strong body made her feel rejuvenated, and she couldn't resist her thirst. Let this old lady taste you. The old lady swallowed her saliva. However, suddenly, Chen Feng's hand was placed firmly on her head. The old woman was shocked, looking at Chen Feng in disbelief. You. Phew! A flame suddenly descended from the sky, setting the vine on fire. The ball made of leaves was easily burned, and the vine bridge spanning the sky was also burnt. The old woman wanted to use her power, but Chen Feng was already gripping her hand with great force. She screamed in pain, too focused on the pain to activate her power. Chen Feng looked up at the sky. Chuyu was floating in the air with a look of anger, engulfed in flames, like a true divine phoenix. She swooped down and grabbed the old woman's throat. The nirvana fire spread to the old woman's body. The old woman screamed in even more pain, struggling desperately. I am a guardian of the Peace Society, you can't kill me, the leader will kill your whole family. But Chuyu, who was usually gentle and innocent, was full of killing intent. What kind of ugly thing are you to even think about my man? The blazing flames enveloped the old lady, and soon she was burned to ashes. Chuyu's anger was not yet quenched, and the nirvana fire quickly spread along the vine. From within the vine came screams. It turned out that this was also a monster, but it had been subdued by the old lady. The nirvana fire was extremely effective against it, burning it to death directly. Chen Feng looked at the furious Chuyu, feeling somewhat astonished. It was the first time he had seen this girl lose her temper. When the vine was completely burned, the flames on Chuyu's body subsided, and she took Chen Feng's hand and led him back to the ground. The black fire beasts had not all been killed. And a new storm had already appeared. The reason these creatures were called black fire beasts was because of the black flames on their tails. These flames had a strong corrosive effect, capable of corroding steel into large holes once touched. However, these black flames were tied to the life of the black fire beasts and would only be used when they were on the brink of death. Previously, Chen Feng had killed them with a single punch. Even if there were occasional fish that slipped through the net, they were quickly killed by the teachers present. They didn't even have a chance to unleash their black flames. Although the teachers and students present managed to block the black fire beasts that the old woman had been entangled with for a long time, they ultimately couldn't kill them instantly. This led to some black fire beasts emitting black flames when they were on the brink of death. At this moment, the flames flowed on the ground, resembling magma, corroding the ground wherever they passed. The cars parked on the road were also corroded starting from the tires, and in a burst of white smoke, the cars turned into molten iron. Even the walls of a nearby building were corroded, starting to crumble. Chuyu immediately rushed over, releasing the nirvana fire, spreading into those black flames. Fires also have levels. The level of nirvana fire far exceeded that of the black flames, so it quickly merged and devoured the black flames. S level, terrifying. Chen Feng rushed forward again, pounding and kicking the black fire beasts. Meanwhile, the town demon army outside the city finally protected all the students, safely exiting the secret realm. They immediately rushed into Huncheng without stopping. A large number of town demon army troops arrived and surrounded the entire street. Cars were driven in, various instruments were used to set up a temporary high-voltage electric fence, enclosing the entrance to the secret realm. When the black fire beasts rushed over, they were instantly convulsed to the ground by the electricity. Rat-tat-tat. Boom! Machine guns and artillery roared, forcing all the black fire beasts back into the secret realm. At this moment, the situation was finally under control. The principals and teachers from the 4 high schools all breathed a sigh of relief, collapsing on the ground. They were saved. Although they had been assisting Chen Feng with logistics, they were still too tired. If these black fire beasts were replaced by other hunting teams, it might have been easier to deal with. But for a group of teachers who had been teaching in schools for so many years and had long stopped participating in battles, it was really exhausting. Moreover, these teachers were not of high level. Only the 4 principals were at level 30, while the others were around level 20. These black fire beasts were monsters that started at level 30. Many wounded people in the distance, seeing the large influx of town demon army troops, were also tearful. They finally saw their loved ones. They were truly safe. And when all the town demon army troops were in position, the headmaster and the city lord walked quickly over, saluting Chen Feng together. Their eyes were serious and full of gratitude. After all, they were trapped in the secret realm, and if it weren't for Chen Feng, Huncheng would probably have been doomed. Chen Feng also saluted back, still wearing the town demon army badge. You saved Huncheng, the headmaster said solemnly. It's not completely saved yet. Let me in, I want to go kill that old guy who opened the entrance to the secret realm. Chen Feng pointed to the entrance of the secret realm where the black fire beasts were continuously emerging. The city lord frowned. Do you still have the strength for this? I do, Chen Feng replied firmly. The headmaster hesitated a bit and suggested, I'll send other teams to hunt him down. He must be on the kill list for Huncheng, so you can rest assured. Chen Feng shook his head decisively, no, I want to kill him myself. Seeing his determination, the headmaster didn't want to argue with Chen Feng and could only say, alright, then I'll have Lu Xianying and Zhao Sushu accompany you inside. Zhao Sushu, the busty girl. The two women were quickly called over. Chen Feng glanced at Chuyu and found that she didn't react too strongly. Chuyu looked at Chen Feng with a very innocent look, as if she didn't mind accompanying him and the beautiful woman. So, was this girl just disgusted by the old lady earlier? Chen Feng couldn't figure it out, and then, when the headmaster had a passage open for Chen Feng to enter, he rushed in at supersonic speed without waiting for Lu Xianying and the two women. The headmaster meant well, he understood. But this kind of kindness can only be a drag. Chen Feng! The instructor shouted anxiously. But Chen Feng had already rushed into the gate of the secret realm, engulfed within. When Chen Feng rushed in, he found that it was a vast ruin. Most of the ruins were houses, and there were large areas of fences. At this moment, Chen Feng finally understood why this place was called the secret realm of the pasture. The environment here was clearly a ranch. A large number of black fire beasts were rushing towards the gate. The witch Lilia had already lifted the curse on Chen Feng. The black fire beasts no longer targeted him. Chen Feng scanned around and suddenly noticed the old steward leaving in the distance. Obviously, he also knew that the situation was lost and wanted to escape. Chen Feng sneered, pushed his feet hard, and shot into the sky like a fighter jet. Boom! A sonic boom exploded in the sky, knocking down dozens of black fire beasts. The old steward, hearing the commotion, was also shocked to see Chen Feng coming and instantly turned pale with fright. He never expected that the little guy he looked down upon like a wild dog would be so powerful. The old steward formed hand seals, and the gate of the secret realm in the distance slowly closed. In front of him, another gateway appeared. He wanted to lead Chen Feng in and teleport away. Unfortunately, the old steward underestimated Chen Feng's agility. With a swift dodge to the left and right, Chen Feng appeared behind the old steward, avoiding the gateway. Then, with a powerful kick, he struck the back of the old steward's head. Although the old steward's ability was to manipulate space, he could only connect spatial channels and could not manipulate space at will or open and change gateway positions. Before Chen Feng's foot even reached him, the forceful wind it brought felt like countless steel needles piercing the old steward's head. The old steward's heart turned cold, and he let out a mournful cry, "No!" Bang! The old steward's head exploded, and he died instantly. Chen Feng looked into the distance, and the temporary gateway of the secret realm of the pasture was rapidly shrinking, leaving only a person's height. If he didn't leave quickly, he would have to find another entrance to the secret realm. But that would be a waste of time. Moreover, at that moment, he felt 3 pairs of eyes spying on him. An old woman, an old steward, and one more. Chen Feng didn't want to delay, so he burst into the entrance at the fastest speed. Finally, at the last moment when the gate closed, he returned to Hengcheng. At this time, a surprised and tender voice came from the sky, "You actually took out those 2 nosy guys, it's even more fun now." Then, silence. In an instant, the area within 5 miles turned into a vacuum zone. Unable to breathe. Absolute zero. Those who saw Chen Feng appear, who were just jubilant, were now in pain. They felt unable to breathe. Their heartbeats were difficult, and even their blood was producing countless bubbles, causing their bodies to swell and their organs to crack. Everyone froze at an extremely fast speed. Those with weak abilities and low levels almost died instantly. Even the powerful ability users were struggling in pain. Even S-Class Chuyu spat out blood and quickly fell to the ground, clutching her heart. The other demon-slaying soldiers also fell down in disarray, losing their combat capabilities. If it weren't for the lack of monster attacks, they would probably all be finished. Even so, in less than a minute, they would all die. In the sky, the little boy looked at the people in such pain and laughed heartily. "Indeed, my favorite thing is the appearance of the suffering of all living beings, it's so much fun." But the next moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. It was Chen Feng. Because of the vacuum, the huge commotion he made while flying made no sound at all. The smile on the little boy's face suddenly froze, and he exclaimed in disbelief, "How could you be okay?" Chen Fen didn't hesitate and punched the little boy in the face. The boy's power was strong, but it didn't mean that his combat ability was strong. Faced with Chen Feng's punch, he even forgot to dodge. But such a powerful individual would naturally have the best protection in times of peace. A golden light curtain appeared in front of the little boy. Boom! The boy was heavily smashed down from the sky, flew far away, and crashed into a building. But because of the protection of the golden light curtain, this punch couldn't hurt him. However, the boy was now far away from the people below. The vacuum domain he created couldn't affect the people below. Everyone suddenly gasped for breath, but the ice on their bodies was not easy to melt, so they were all in pain. Chen Feng burst forth again and arrived in the building. The boy climbed out of the ruins and pointed angrily at Chen Feng, shouting, "Vacuum!" The air around Chen Feng was quickly sucked away. The absolute vacuum domain did indeed affect Chen Feng. But with absolute control, the damage from the vacuum was reduced by 40%. So he could still hold on. Chen Feng burst forth again and punched the boy. The golden light curtain, whatever it was made of, was able to withstand a punch of tens of thousands of pounds of force. But Chen Feng didn't believe it could hold up forever. Seeing Chen Feng coming to attack, the boy, no longer as calm as before, panicked and leaped into the air. Chen Feng missed his attack, looked up at the boy rushing towards the building. This guy had at least 2 pieces of equipment on him. One helped him fly away at a fast speed. One helped him defend, but the extent of the defense was unclear. However, the boy was clearly no longer as arrogant as before and was planning to escape. Faced with a powerful opponent who could ignore his attacks, the boy no longer felt like playing around. Chen Feng sneered and burst forth again. "Are you fast? Can you be faster than supersonic speed?" Boom! Before the sound of the floor breaking had spread, Chen Feng had already appeared behind the boy. Feeling the strong wind behind him, the boy was frightened and shouted angrily, "Vacuum! Vacuum! Damn it, I'm really, ah!" Chen Feng punched the boy into the ground again, embedding most of his body in the ground. Then, Chen Feng descended from the sky and, at the moment the boy tried to escape, pinned him to the ground and punched him repeatedly. "I'll make you feel the vacuum. Vacuum! You're in a vacuum. Vacuum! Keep experiencing the vacuum. Is it fun? Do you like it?" Boom! Chen Feng was like a 10 times faster pile driver, storming with his fists. The speed was so fast that it created countless afterimages, making it look like he had hundreds of arms. And with his attacks, a storm formed around the two of them. The boy lay on the ground, still protected by the golden light curtain. But Chen Feng's frenzied attacks made him feel extremely terrified, struggling desperately to escape. But before the boy could escape, amidst Chen Feng's continuous bombardment, a very subtle cracking sound was heard. The boy trembled, staring wide-eyed in front of him. He saw that the golden light curtain in front of him had cracked open. Suddenly, the boy was terrified, screaming in horror, "Are you kidding me? This is the blessing of the gods." "The blessing of the gods? Even if the gods come, I'll kill them for you to see." Chen Feng roared and punched, shattering the golden light curtain. "Don't kill me!" The boy screamed in agony. The next moment, Chen Feng punched his head to pieces. Looking at the small head, red and white scattered all over the ground. Chen Feng slowly restrained his own power. Pat! A small ball rolled out from the broken head of the little boy. Core? Chen Feng was surprised. Is this little boy also a monster? No, should I say he is from a different race? Chen Feng carefully picked up the core. The witch Lilia suddenly appeared and exclaimed, "Divine blessing?" Chen Feng remembered that the little boy did say that just now. So this is the thing that can trigger the golden light curtain? You should know that he had to use more than 1,000 punches just to break this thing. What is the concept of more than 1,000 punches? Chen Feng now has the strength of over 300,000 kilograms. With one punch, at least double the critical hit. That is more than 700,000 kilograms multiplied by 1,000. Moreover, Chen Feng triggered 3 times critical hits, 5 times critical hits, and even 10 times critical hits many times in between. Such terrifying power can withstand it, showing how strong the divine blessing is. This thing is very precious, do you want it? Chen Feng asked. Lilia nodded eagerly, yes, if I devour it, I can instantly restore to level 60. Chen Feng looked at the core and thought if Lilia can restore to level 60, then he should be able to eat it too, right? Perhaps seeing through his thoughts, Lilia quickly said, you can't use this thing, it is the blessing of the gods, which means that if you use it, you will always carry the mark of that god, and if it wants to control you, you will be affected. Chen Feng raised an eyebrow, then how dare you use it? Don't forget, I am a cursed witch, full of curses. This divine mark on me is probably going to be neutralized as soon as it arrives. Lilia said proudly. Chen Feng looked at her and said, don't lie to me. He is the master and can command Lilia not to lie. Lilia, contrary to her usual self, assured, I didn't lie to you. This surprised Chen Feng. Are you really doing this for my own good? I'm doing it for my own good. Who knows if this god is an evil god, if you fall into its hands, I will be in trouble too. Lilia pouted beautifully. The words of the witch Lilia also made sense. The divine blessing indeed seemed a bit off. Because inside that core, there was a fierce face, just like the violent image of the little boy just now. It seems that the little boy was influenced by this thing, which made his mind so twisted. And when Chen Feng stared at the core for a little longer, he felt a strong sense of greed growing in his heart. Chen Feng casually threw the core to the witch Lilia. The latter was extremely excited and began to absorb it quickly. The energy from the core quickly entered the body of the witch Lilia. At the same time, both the witch Lilia and Chen Feng heard an evil, sinister laugh. The corners of the witch Lilia's mouth involuntarily lifted, revealing a touch of sinister smile, looking around as if looking for fun. But the next moment, Lilia's body began to tremble violently. A faint roar came from her body, "Curse tribe! Damn curse tribe! Who gave my blessing to these damn guys?" Lilia showed a sweet smile, so it's the god of temptation? I knew that kid was so twisted, hee hee. Who are you after all? The living beings of the curse tribe wouldn't be as cursed as you. The god of temptation roared madly. Me? I'm a witch. Lilia showed an innocent look on her pure and tender face. Witch, it's you. You're not dead yet. Those eastern gods couldn't kill you. The voice of the god of temptation sounded somewhat fearful, but quickly disappeared. Chen Feng looked at the witch Lilia with suspicion. He thought she was just a sealed minor character. But now even the evil god felt fear towards her, which made Chen Feng feel strange. Are you really just an 80th level witch? Chen Feng asked suspiciously. I am really 80th level, but because of some special circumstances, certain gods are not my opponents. Of course, except for that annoying three-eyed monster. The witch Lilia pouted her red lips, looking displeased and wary. Chen Feng frowned. According to the seductive god, Lilia was sealed by the Eastern gods. There aren't many three-eyed gods in the Eastern pantheon. There's the Horse King, Wenzhong, Wangling One, and the Erlang god, who is hailed as the Heavenly Court War god. If it was the witch Lilia sealed by the former gods, she probably wouldn't be feared by a god to such an extent. So? Chen Feng looked at the witch Lilia and asked, do you know Erlang god? Oh, the weather is really nice today, perfect for sleeping. Lilia floated to Chen Feng's shoulder, crossed her legs like Erlang, supported his head with her hand, and started to sleep. Seeing her clumsy methods, Chen Feng could only sigh. Ahem. Chuyu coughed lightly as she approached, interrupting Chen Feng's attempt to continue questioning. Chen Feng noticed that Chuyu's face was extremely pale, and he immediately asked with concern, is it serious? Do you need to go to the hospital? It's quite serious. If I die directly, it might not be a big problem. Chuyu smiled bitterly. Huh? Chen Feng was puzzled. My nirvana fire can resurrect me, and after resurrection, all illnesses disappear. Chuyu explained. Chen Feng suddenly understood. For Chuyu, killing her might bring her less suffering. Of course. Resurrection also has its limitations, otherwise, Chuyu would have committed suicide long ago to ease her pain. I can help reduce your pain, with a curse that transfers pain, the witch Lilia suddenly said. Perhaps seeing that Chen Feng wasn't pressing for more information, she stopped pretending to sleep. Chuyu was surprised. Can a curse help people? Power is neither good nor bad, it depends on how you use it. Of course, this curse is troublesome because it amplifies pain tenfold when transferring it. But Chen Feng can completely withstand the power, so there's no need to worry. Lilia said with a smile. Unexpectedly, upon hearing this, Chuyu firmly refused. Forget it, I won't transfer it. Why? Lilia was puzzled. Because I don't want Chen Feng to endure such great pain, and others can't bear it either. So there's no need to transfer it. Chuyu said firmly. Lilia was still somewhat puzzled, but his physical body is very strong, he can bear it, and his recovery speed is much faster than yours. Isn't this maximizing benefits? But not everything can be exchanged for benefits. Chuyu said seriously. Lilia really couldn't understand. She had emotions and desires, but the Zotribe's need for emotions was very weak, making it difficult for her to understand Chuyu's thoughts. Chen Feng gently stroked Chuyu's face and didn't ask her to transfer the pain. Because he understood that if he did so, Chuyu might never get over it. This girl had tried hard to show that she wouldn't burden herself. If he transferred her pain to himself, her previous efforts would be in vain. It's okay, the Chu family is in the pharmaceutical business, there must be plenty of potions that will help her recover quickly. Chen Feng smiled. Chuyu also smiled and suddenly said playfully, yeah, do you want some? I can take care of you. That's not a bad idea, but I eat a lot. Chen Feng rubbed his stomach, feeling very hungry. He had just expended a lot of energy, and his power was constantly increasing, so he always felt hungry. In the distance, the demon suppression army had already seen many people recover, and a large number of doctors had come to the rescue. Chen Feng, seeing that he couldn't use himself, first sent Chuyu to the hospital, and then went to find a place to eat. Jinghua Grand Hotel. After entering the door, Chen Feng directly threw out his VIP card and his bank card. Bring me the highest energy meat, spend all the money inside. The front desk, upon seeing the VIP card, did not dare to neglect and hurriedly informed the kitchen. The kitchen quickly brought a large pile of black dragon meat. It was said to be dragon meat, but it was actually a kind of subdragon species that looked a bit like a dragon, with a huge difference in strength. However, it was full of energy, and all of this was level 30 monster meat. As soon as Chen Feng took a bite, his energy began to soar. Wow, this is too amazing. Regardless of the cost of the meat or whether he was overspending, Chen Feng just ate crazily. Plate after plate of meat was devoured by him. The waiters almost walked in like an assembly line, placing new meat and taking away empty plates. So much so that Chen Feng didn't even know how much he had eaten. He only knew that he had leveled up twice. Name, Chen Feng. Abilities, Physical Amplification LV34, increases strength by 34 pounds per minute, and each attack will trigger a critical hit, with a random multiplier. 70-000/300-000, Absolute Control LV22, extremely sensitive to oneself, can sense all malicious gazes, nullifies illusion abilities within a 22-meter radius, and resists natural abilities to a certain extent. 110-000/140-000, strength, 400,000 pounds. Chen Feng looked at the increasing strength pound by pound, feeling extremely delighted. Just then, a waiter came to deliver meat, and he casually said, "No need to deliver, just bring the bill." The waiter replied, and quickly brought the bill. "You owe us a total of 5.42 million yuan, the waiter said with a smile. Chen Feng looked at the waiter, as if saying, "Are you kidding me?" He had at least over 30 million in his bank card that he handed to the waiter just now. How could he have spent it all and still owe millions? The Golden Country Grand Hotel wouldn't cheat him like this. Lilia, the witch next to him, was elegantly eating her meat, chewing nonchalantly. "If you owe money, what does it have to do with me?" The waiter, seeing Chen Feng's disbelief, quickly handed over the bill. Chen Feng glanced at it and his pupils contracted. Over 10,000 yuan per pound for the black dragon meat. Wow, do they dare to sell at such a high price just because it has the word dragon in it? But Chen Feng also understood that he was too arrogant to eat without looking at the menu. He thought about where to get over 5 million. Suddenly, Wu Jinghua rushed into the private room, pointed at the waiter who came to settle the bill, and scolded him, "Are you blind? Don't you know who this is? I said Captain Chen will come to the Golden Country Hotel for consumption in the future, and I will pay for everything. Did you all forget? Are you all idiots?" The waiter was confused by the scolding, thinking, when did he say that? After scolding the person, Wu Jinghua looked at Chen Feng with a pleasing expression. "Captain Chen, Student, why didn't you say hello to me when you came? Let these blind people make things difficult for you. No need to be so polite, I will pay back the money. This time I killed a lot of monsters and got a lot of cores. It should be more than enough to pay off the debt." This time, Chen Feng killed many black fire beasts, and the value of those cores added up to at least tens of millions. In addition, he had saved Hunching, and the town demon army would definitely provide him with subsidies and rewards. By then, 5 million was nothing. But for Wu Jinghua, even 5 million was nothing. Wu Jinghua grabbed Chen Feng's hand and said excitedly, "Captain Chen, what are you talking about? Although I am in business, I also love my country and respect heroes. You saved Huncheng, you are the savior of all of us in Huncheng. Don't say this time, come any time in the future, eat as you please. If I take a penny from you, we'll be family from now on." Chen Feng was a bit caught off guard by Wu Jinghua's enthusiastic attitude. At that moment, someone ran in and took a photo of the two shaking hands. "Hee, let's take a picture. I'll put it up in the lobby for everyone to see. I bet no one will dare to give you a hard time in the future." Wu Jinghua said warmly. "Oh, by the way, here's your bank card. The money that was deducted before has all been returned. Also, aren't you going to the capital city? As they say, a poor family can have a rich road. Our hero from Huncheng can't be looked down upon when he goes out, so I've put in 50 million for you. For Captain Chen's journey." Seeing Wu Jinghua's ingratiating smile, Chen Feng didn't say much. After all, it's not polite to refuse a smiling face. Taking a photo for 50 million, that's the going rate for a first-tier celebrity. Chen Feng casually took the bank card and said, "Then I'll be on my way." "Alright, I'll see you off." Wu Jinghua hurriedly escorted Chen Feng out. However, as he was seeing him off, he shamelessly added, "My son, he signed up for the Qinglong Academy, and he'll be in the capital city with Captain Chen. Since you're classmates, I've already told him to learn from Captain Chen whenever he has free time. If you need someone, just tell him what to do." Chen Feng didn't say much, knowing that Wu Liang wouldn't willingly come to him. After all, although the two of them hadn't had any major conflicts in recent years, their relationship wasn't exactly pleasant. When Chen Feng came out of the Jinghua Grand Hotel, he found someone waiting for him outside. It was his superiors and the city lord's representatives. Huncheng was still undergoing a comprehensive cleanup, but their injuries were not severe, and Chen Feng was being summoned to receive a medal. Chen Feng wasn't interested in this, because he knew that going there would inevitably lead to a swarm of reporters bombarding him with questions. There might also be a lot of gossip. So he just told the person who came to fetch him to inform his superiors to send the things to him. He then went to the Chuyu hospital, bought a fruit basket, and visited Chuyu and her mother. Of course, it wasn't appropriate for the witch Lilia to follow him at this time. She sat on a chair in the hospital corridor, watching the passing patients, waiting boredly. In the hospital room. It had to be said, rich people have it good. Even though both mother and daughter were injured, they seemed to be in high spirits, laughing and chatting. Both women were dressed in hospital gowns, one sitting cross-legged on the bed, the other on a chair by the bed. One was mature and voluptuous, her figure not fully covered by the hospital gown. The other was youthful and slender, her straight legs crossed together, incredibly enticing. These mother and daughter each had their own unique charms. They just didn't look very alike. This thought crossed Chen Feng's mind, and he couldn't help but be surprised. He then carefully observed the mother and daughter. Generally speaking, whether a child takes after their father or mother, there would be some resemblance to one of them. But Chuyu and her mother, each beautiful in their own way, looked completely different. Speaking of which, Chuyu had always taken her mother's surname, and he had never heard her mention her father. Just as Chen Feng was thinking about this, Chuyu, who was chatting away, suddenly noticed him and exclaimed, "Chen Feng? Why didn't you come in?" Shu Lianyin also looked over and smiled charmingly. "Chen Feng, please have a seat." "No need to be so polite, auntie." Chen Feng walked in and placed the fruit basket on the table. Then there was an awkward silence. You could count on him in a fight, but when it came to chatting, he was at a loss. Even though he could fight, he couldn't just come in and throw punches at his future mother-in-law, right? So he could only sit there, waiting for someone to ask questions. Chuyu sat beside him, rarely seeing Chen Feng so restrained, which made her want to laugh. Shu Lianyin also stayed silent on purpose, looking Chen Feng up and down, appraising the man who was always on her daughter's mind. Well, he really was good-looking. She had long closed her heart to love and was not interested in men. But when she saw Chen Feng, she couldn't help feeling a bit envious of her daughter for finding such a good-looking man. Chen Feng sat in the chair, feeling even more awkward under Chu Lianyin's gaze, not knowing where to put his hands. However, Chuyu, being a close friend, didn't want to see Chen Feng in such an awkward situation and broke the silence by saying, "Chen Feng, my mom and I are almost recovered. UK Academy is urging me, shall we leave for the Imperial City tomorrow?" Xinglong and UK Academy are both in the Imperial City. Baihu and Xuanwu Academy are in the Magic City. Chen Feng immediately nodded, "Sure, since I'm alone, I can just leave directly." "Where are your parents?" "If they are free, we can have a meal together before we leave," Shu Lianyin said gently with a smile. "They went to visit relatives out of town and haven't returned yet," Chen Feng explained hastily. "I see, let's do it another day then. Anyway, with my daughter's heart tied to you, even if you don't want her, she will cling to you. There will be plenty of opportunities to eat together in the future," Shu Lianyin said with a light laugh. Chuyu was very shy, holding her mother's hand and acting coquettishly. But seeing her mother approve of Chen Feng in this way also made her very happy. Who doesn't want their love to be recognized and blessed by their loved ones? Chen Feng didn't stay long in Chu Lianyin's ward. Mainly because although she had been detoxified, she still needed various tests. Those tests often required removing clothes. Chuyu saw Chen Feng off from the hospital, reluctant to let go of his hand, and whispered, "My mom has arranged a plane for us. Just wait at home tomorrow, I will drive to pick you up." "Okay," Chen Feng nodded and then turned to leave. Because the demon suppression army branch was also being rebuilt. Chen Feng returned home, although his parents were not there, having the witch Lilia around made it less lonely. "You're leaving for the Imperial City tomorrow, the gathering place of dragons and snakes. Are you nervous?" the witch Lilia asked with a smile. "What's there to be nervous about? I'm actually looking forward to seeing the true powerhouses of this world. Hangqing is too small, there are hardly any real geniuses or powerhouses here," Chen Feng said indifferently. The witch Lilia's smile faded, and she looked directly at him. "It's good that you have this mindset because, as you said, Hangqing is very small, really too small. Perhaps you are invincible here, but once you go outside, many things will surpass your imagination. The numerous secret realms, countless different races, the true power of this world, you haven't even seen the edge of it." Chen Feng, looking at her serious expression, curiously asked, "Have you been to the Imperial City?" Lilia shook her head, "No, but I have seen this world. Let me put it this way, do you know how many gods there are in Daxia?" Chen Feng immediately replied, 8, their legends are in textbooks." Lilia chuckled, "What if I told you that those are actually the weakest 8 in Daxia?" "What? What about the other gods? Why aren't they mentioned? If the people of Daxia knew that there were many gods, wouldn't that greatly inspire the morale of the people?" Chen Feng was extremely shocked. Lilia propped her chin on her hand, her chest resting on the table, her bright eyes blinking at Chen Feng, and said something that made Chen Feng's heart chill. "That's because there are even more gods from different races." Lilia, although very proud and liked to deceive Chen Feng for resources, was not one to lie about important matters. "So this matter is probably true. How many? Chen Feng couldn't help but ask. Lilia, however, remained silent, leaning back in her chair, her bare feet on the table, crossing her legs, looking leisurely at the ceiling. That proud expression clearly indicated that she would only answer if there were benefits involved. But as she waited, Chen Feng remained silent. When she looked up, she found Chen Feng staring blankly at her flawless white jade feet. The witch Lilia's eyes flashed with a dangerous light, but she deliberately stretched out her jade foot and brought it in front of Chen Feng. Do you like it? Do you want to play with it? Chen Feng, who was lost in thought, suddenly woke up and slapped away the tender little foot impatiently, saying, I'm not that perverted, I was just thinking about something. That's a pity, you're not perverted, but I am. The witch Lilia showed her mischievous little fangs. As long as you say it, I will satisfy you. Chen Feng ignored her temptation. He was indeed thinking about something just now. The invasion of the secret realm into the world must have a complex reason behind it. The alien races are also intelligent and definitely have their own motives. And these secrets have been kept from ordinary people, probably because they are enough to overturn the normal order of the human race. Do you know the origin and intentions of the alien races? I at least gave you a blessing from a deity, so I am qualified to know the secret, right? Chen Feng asked Lilia again. Lilia uninterestingly put down her jade foot and said impatiently, How would I know? I'm just a minor character. A minor character who can defeat gods? Chen Feng retorted. There are plenty of strong ones, where do I rank? Unless I truly become a god now, it's possible to know the secret. So, young man, take good care of me, and when I become a god, I'll protect you. Lilia continued to entice Chen Feng to work for her for free. Chen Feng couldn't be bothered and only became more eager to quickly become stronger. Damn it, I have 50 million, let's keep eating. But forget about going to the Golden Country Hotel. Firstly, all the precious meats there have been eaten by myself. Secondly, as soon as they said I could eat for free, I started frequenting the place. If word got out, others would definitely laugh at me for taking advantage. Better order takeout. Of course, he didn't forget about the demon suppression army. After fighting for so long, can't I enjoy a bit? Chen Feng called and asked the demon suppression army to bring him some energy-rich meat. There were energy potions available, but he didn't need them. Those were for ordinary people who couldn't level up by devouring monsters. They were made by extracting energy from various monster bodies. Why would he need to eat potions when he could directly devour monsters to level up? So for Chen Feng, meat was more cost-effective. When the demon suppression army heard that Chen Feng wanted meat, they immediately emptied the warehouse. Except for some meat reserved for everyone's daily meals, the rest was delivered for free. Our hero just wanted to eat meat. If that can't be satisfied, then what are we? But the demon suppression army didn't store too much meat. After all, this stuff was really limited in its effects for ordinary people. Over 4,000 pounds of various meats were delivered. Chen Feng also ordered online, almost buying up all the slaughterhouses in Hangcheng. If it weren't for the spatial watch given to him by the Imperial Capital Military Academy, his home wouldn't be able to accommodate all this meat. For convenience, he even hired a chef to cook for him. Not caring about the taste, just wanting it fast and cooked, that's all. When the chef heard this request, he was quite unhappy. Wasn't this looking down on people? Watch me make a dish that conquers you with its color, aroma, and taste. Half an hour later, the chef was defeated. Who would have thought that Chen Feng's watch could hold so much meat, and that he could eat so much? The chef, who initially wanted to create a dish with great flavor, had turned into a stiff barbecue machine. Because grilling was faster than stewing. Piece by piece, the grilled meat was continuously placed on the table, and Chen Feng ate heartily. The sound of energy increasing kept ringing in his ears. Watching the constantly refreshing energy value on the panel, Chen Feng ate with great vigor. Lilia sat cross-legged on the sofa beside him, watching Chen Feng eat like this, her eyes full of doubt. She had also seen the ability to evolve through devouring. But whether it's a certain ability or a certain alien race, there is a limit to the energy that can be digested every day. Why can Chen Feng eat endlessly like a bottomless pit? Lilia never doubted that he could ascend to godhood through continuous devouring. Is this guy's ability causing it, or is it because of his bloodline? But his parents look like ordinary people. It took Chen Feng a full 8 hours to finish all that meat. The chef was exhausted. Just looking at it made him feel unbearable. And the continuous roasting of meat today made him sick of the smell alone. The chef felt like he didn't want to eat meat for at least half a year. But Chen Feng didn't care. His constitution had become stronger, and his tolerance had increased significantly. Especially, his physical amplification had increased by 2 levels, and his absolute control had increased by 3 levels. Name, Chen Feng. Ability, Physical Amplification LV36, increases strength by 36 kilograms per minute, and each attack will trigger a critical hit, with a random multiplier. 1800/3600000, Absolute Control LV25, extremely sensitive to oneself, can sense all malicious gazes, nullifies illusion abilities within a 25-meter radius, and resists natural abilities to a certain extent. 90,000/200000, Strength, 420,000 kilograms. Although the growth rate of this level is not fast, Chen Feng is still satisfied. After all, it depends on the place. How big is Hongqing? The quality of meat it can provide won't be that high. Don't forget, there is still a Dragon King's remains belonging to Chen Feng at the Imperial Military Academy. That is the real good stuff containing high energy. Chen Feng sent the chef away and went to sleep in his room. The witch Lilia also needed rest, but it didn't matter. Anyway, she would suddenly come over to sleep on the sofa. It's more comfortable to sleep on the bed. Early the next morning, Chuyu came to Chen Feng's house by car to pick him up to go to the airport. Chen Feng got up, got dressed, and kicked the witch Lilia, who had once again run to his bed to sleep, awake. He habitually glanced at the panel. Strength, 437,280 kilograms. Increased by over 10,000 kilograms again. Chen Feng satisfactorily finished the remaining meat from last night, filled his stomach, and went downstairs. He thought there would only be Chuyu and the driver in the car. But unexpectedly, her mother was also there. Chelinian sat in the front passenger seat and specially gave the back seat to Chen Feng and Chuyu. The witch Lilia wanted to sit in the car, but didn't want to see the smelly couple, so she ran to sit on the roof outside. She sat cross-legged on the roof, arms open, freely enjoying the breeze. "Auntie, are you okay?" Chen Feng looked at Chelinian suspiciously. Her face was still a bit pale. "My mom said she wanted to see us off," Chuyu explained softly. Chelinian also smiled and said, "After raising this daughter for so many years, suddenly leaving home, I still hope to see her off on the plane." Chen Feng suddenly realized, then assured, "Don't worry, she won't be bullied in the imperial capital." "With your assurance, Auntie is very relieved," Chelinian smiled. The car sped off, and when they arrived at the airport, the witch Lilia jumped down from the roof of the car. Chen Feng and Chuyu were then sent onto the plane by Chelinian. But before boarding the plane, Chelinian quietly slipped a note into Chen Feng's hand. Chen Feng looked at her in surprise. Chelinian acted as if nothing had happened, and she reminded Chuyu to take care of herself. Seeing this, Chen Feng didn't say much and silently boarded the private plane prepared for the two of them. Once on the plane, Chen Feng found an excuse to go to the restroom and opened the note. There was only one line of elegant handwriting on it. "You and Chuyu must be careful of the Feng family in the imperial capital." The Feng family in the imperial capital? Chen Feng frowned. The imperial capital has many prominent families, but among them, the most famous are the 3 families of Lu, Zhao, and Feng. Because among the 8 war gods of the current Great Xia, 3 of them come from these 3 families respectively. Therefore, these 3 families are extremely dominant in the imperial capital, controlling countless resources. How could they have any connection with the Feng family when they come from a small place themselves in Chuyu? Is it because they are too talented? Even if Chelinian just reminded himself not to trust anyone easily, why did she specifically mention the Feng family? These people, what kind of riddle are they? Chen Feng couldn't be bothered to guess, so he walked out of the restroom and said to Chuyu, "Give me your mom's phone number, I have something to ask her." Chuyu was a bit puzzled, but still obediently handed over the phone. Chen Feng took the number and went to the side to make a call. There are no rules against making phone calls on a private plane. Beep beep beep. Chu Linin quickly answered the phone. "Hello?" Chen Feng asked directly, "Why should we be careful of the Feng family?" Chu Linin obviously did not expect Chen Feng to be so direct. She was silent for a long time before asking, "Is Yu next to you?" "You can assume she's not," Chen Feng said. "Oh, you." Chu Linin was also extremely helpless. She really didn't expect Chen Feng to be so blunt. Even if she had to ask, couldn't she ask discreetly? The Feng family has been experimenting with breeding offspring of dual awakened individuals in recent years, to see if they can awaken abilities surpassing S rank. Coincidentally, a super strong S rank has appeared in their family this generation, so they have been looking for top awakened individuals domestically. Yuyu's ability is likely to attract their attention, so I told you to be careful, Chu Linin said helplessly. Chen Feng frowned. Is it that simple? Even if the Feng family is arrogant, can they go to the Vermilion Bird Academy to recruit people? Can't this matter be explained openly? However, no matter how much Chen Feng pressed for answers, Chu Linin stubbornly insisted it was because of this matter. In the end, Chen Feng didn't say much more, just assured that he wouldn't let Chuyu be taken away and hung up the phone. Chuyu also walked over to Chen Feng and sat down, her pretty face flushed, looking firmly at Chen Feng and said, "Don't worry, I only love you, no one can take me away." Chen Feng hugged Chuyu's slender waist, holding her in his arms, and confidently said, "I won't let anyone take you away either." The witch Lilia was tasting red wine and seeing the two of them like this, she helplessly covered her eyes. Wherever they go, they can't get rid of these two dirty things. Just then, a slightly panicked voice came from the cockpit. "Miss Chu, Mr. Chen, there is a group of monsters ahead, the plane may experience some turbulence." Chen Feng and Chuyu frowned, but didn't say much. Because secret realms frequently appear, and monsters inside often cause trouble. There is even a secret realm called the Floating Island in mid-air. So it's normal for monsters to fly in the sky. Next, the plane indeed started to shake violently. The captain was trying to avoid the group of monsters. Through the window, Chen Feng and Chuyu saw a group of large birds resembling pterosaurs flying by. The birds seemed to be migrating or just wandering, showing no intention of attacking the plane. But just as the birds were about to pass by the plane, a giant bird accidentally collided with the plane's wing, letting out a cry of pain. Hearing their injured companion, the distant flock of birds circled in the sky and flew back to support. A giant bird resembling a leader was particularly unhappy and spewed a gust of wind at the plane's engine. The panicked voice of the captain came over, "Not good, the engine is damaged, the plane can't continue flying, all personnel prepare to parachute." Soon, crew members hurried over to help Chen Feng and Chuyu put on parachutes. Perhaps due to the chaos, Chen Feng and Chuyu were pulled by the confused crew members towards different cabin doors. The crew behind Chen Feng kept urging him to jump down quickly, even pushing and shoving him. But when Chen Feng turned around, he noticed that none of the crew members were wearing parachutes. As he looked back at them, it made all the crew members even more nervous. The chief steward pushed Chen Feng hard, "Get down." Unfortunately, Chen Feng's strength was not something he could shake. Chen Feng directly grabbed the chief steward and the flight attendant next to him, and lifted them to the open cabin door. The wind outside the door blew so strongly that they couldn't open their eyes, and their faces were distorted by the wind. The two of them were so scared that they screamed in panic. Chen Feng said coldly, "Tell me, why are you forcing me to jump down? Whoever tells the truth first will live." The chief steward was in a panic and kept shouting, "Let me in, killing is illegal, let me in quickly. If I kill all of you, then no one will know it was me, right?" Chen Feng said indifferently. Hearing this, the flight attendant who was lifted out of the cabin door couldn't bear it anymore and hurriedly shouted, "Someone paid us to throw you off halfway." "Who paid?" Chen Feng looked at the chief steward. "You answer one question less, and your chance decreases by 1 point. The chief steward was also flustered and finally dared not threaten anymore, but shouted, "We also don't know, the money was wired into our account from abroad. Someone mysteriously asked you to do something, and you just did it?" Chen Feng coldly questioned. "They paid a lot," the chief steward said in a panic. "How much?" Chen Feng was actually a bit curious. The flight attendant eagerly answered, "To push you off the plane, each person was paid 3 million. Chen Feng scanned around and looked at the crew members, realizing that they all avoided eye contact. It was clear that they had all been paid. There were at least 15 crew members, each receiving 3 million, and the captain probably even more. This added up to at least tens of millions. All this just to push himself off the plane? Who was targeting him? Members of the Peace Council? They wouldn't use such gentle means. Chen Feng instinctively looked towards Chuyu in the distance, realizing that she had also identified the issue and had already taken out all those targeting her. Chuyu rushed over and said to Chen Feng, "Someone is plotting against us, saying they don't want our lives, just want us to jump separately." "But I've asked, and below is a wasteland." "A wasteland?" Since the appearance of the secret realm, many countries and cities of the human race have fallen. Even countries as large as Ifa couldn't withstand it and lost half of their territory. Small island nations have completely disappeared. Although Daxia was one of the 5 major powers in the world, it had also lost many cities. However, most of the cities were recaptured. Only this wasteland was the most difficult to deal with. It used to be a second-tier city but was instantly swallowed by a secret realm. This secret realm was known as the Parasite Secret Realm. It was filled with many microorganisms that could parasitize, devouring the host's brain and controlling their body. The host appeared normal on the surface but had already turned into a monster. Countless people who tried to reclaim the wasteland were left behind. It was said that even a deity had suffered losses here. Therefore, the plan to reclaim the wasteland was indefinitely postponed. Now these people wanted Chen Feng and the others to jump down, clearly with malicious intent. Chen Feng turned around and looked at the witch Lilia. "Can you make them tell the truth?" "There is no such curse, but I can tell truth from lies. What they are saying now is the truth." The witch Lilia was calmly drinking red wine. Obviously, when Chen Feng and the others were driven away earlier, she had already sensed that these people were lying. So she had not taken any action. Chen Feng understood and looked at Chuyu again. "Can you fly a plane?" "A little, I learned with my mom in Hawaii when I was young." Chuyu hesitated. "Okay, you come and fly the plane later," Chen Feng said, then looked at the other crew members. "Don't say I'm not kind, carry your parachute bags and get off." The chief steward was suddenly in a panic. "What? No. We will definitely die if we enter Fei-Du." Crack. Chen Feng directly pinched the chief steward's throat to death. He bled from all 7 orifices and the crew members were all screaming in horror. "Jumping may not lead to death. If you don't jump, I will help you die." Chen Feng coldly scanned the crowd. Many crew members could only cry as they put on their parachutes and jumped off. After they had all jumped, Chen Feng closed the cabin door and took Chuyu to the cockpit, looking at the 2 panicked captains. "Jump, don't make me deal with you," Chen Feng said indifferently. The 2 captains could only awkwardly put on their parachutes and jump off the plane. After they had all left, Chuyu recalled the operating procedures and controlled the plane forward. Actually, the plane was fine in the air. As long as the route was correct, the autopilot would work. The main issue was during landing. If you are confident in landing, head to the imperial capital. If not, leave Fei-Du and let it crash. At worst, we'll go to the imperial capital ourselves. Chen Feng patted the nervous Chuyu and reassured her. Chuyu had some experience, so although she was nervous, she could still control the situation. She was just curious, who exactly is trying to deal with us? Transferring money from overseas, obviously afraid of being identified. The Peace Society people wouldn't do this, they would just bomb us and then announce responsibility for the incident. So this person must have some grudge against us, but can't reveal their identity. I'm thinking, could it be the Feng family? Chen Feng analyzed. Chuyu was surprised. Are they so bold? I'm from the Vermilion Bird Academy, and you are from the Imperial Capital Military Academy. If something happens to us, it will be a big deal. Besides, they don't want me to enter their family. Why would they want to kill me? Chen Feng also couldn't figure out this matter, so he couldn't be sure if it was the Feng family's doing. In their speculation, the plane safely arrived over the Imperial Capital Airport. Chuyu informed the control tower in advance, indicating that the crew members had issues and they needed to clear the airport. They were guided by a specialist and landed carefully. As soon as they landed, airport personnel rushed over and surrounded them. They were all airport security personnel, watching them vigilantly and keeping their distance. After all, who could guarantee that they were not a threat? However, they also notified the Vermilion Bird Academy and the Imperial Capital Military Academy to come. Soon, representatives from both academies arrived. After all, the two people involved were of great importance. One was an extremely valuable S-class individual. The other was at least a student from the Imperial Capital Military Academy. From the Vermilion Bird Academy came the Minister of Foreign Affairs, a stern-faced woman. After arriving, she glanced at Chuyu and asked, "Are you injured? Were they giving you a hard time?" Chuyu quickly shook her head, "No." "That's good, come back to the school with me first. As for this matter, rest assured, whoever did it will be punished." The stern-faced woman's expression softened slightly, but then she made a fierce statement with her eyes. As one of the top 4 elite academies, the Vermilion Bird Academy would become a laughingstock if they couldn't find the culprit behind the mistreatment of their students. It would also affect their enrollment rate. The representative from the Imperial Capital Military Academy was the middle-aged man who had assessed Chen Feng before. He was more straightforward, smiling as he asked Chen Feng, "Where are those who deceived you?" "I sent them to Fei Du," Chen Feng replied. The middle-aged man nodded slightly, then suddenly kicked Chen Feng in the chest. Chen Feng hadn't expected this sudden attack. But his strong physical condition instinctively raised his arms to block this kick. Boom! A terrifying force acted on Chen Feng. Even though Chen Feng was strong, he was still kicked back several meters, with his legs plowing 2 deep grooves on the ground. The people around were also shocked, not understanding why this teacher suddenly attacked his student. An airport staff member quickly walked to Chen Feng's side, whispering, "Apologize to your teacher quickly, how can you casually deal with those crew members?" Chen Feng stared coldly at the middle-aged man, "Why can't I deal with them?" "Hey, you, what's wrong with lowering your head?" The staff member was somewhat helpless. But he dared not say anything. After all, he couldn't afford to provoke students from the Imperial Capital Military Academy. Even Chuyu was anxious and wanted to rush over, but was stopped by the stern-faced woman. Flames of nirvana spewed from Chuyu's eyes as her wings spread behind her. "Teacher, let me through." The stern-faced woman knew the power of the nirvana flames and her expression changed slightly. But she still stood in front of Chuyu, enveloped in a faint blue light shield, coldly saying, "Chu student, calm down, this is an internal matter of the Imperial Capital Military Academy." "But he attacked Chen Feng, this is also my family matter. He is my man." Chuyu's wings spread behind her, circling at high speed, trying to bypass the stern-faced woman. The stern-faced woman opened her mouth slightly, unsure of what to say, and could only helplessly create a faint blue water domain to block Chuyu. As Chuyu tried to break through the faint blue water domain, the middle-aged man had already arrived in front of Chen Feng and said indifferently, "Do you know where you went wrong?" "I don't know," Chen Feng replied coldly. "You shouldn't have left those people in the wasteland," the middle-aged man said sternly. Chen Feng sneered, "They came to kill me, should I not have dealt with them?" The middle-aged man interrupted bluntly, "You should have brought them back, killed them one by one in front of everyone, and told those trash who only dare to use underhanded methods behind your back what the consequences are of offending you." "What?" Chen Feng was a bit slow to react. Although it was an era of awakening for all, with monsters everywhere. But publicly killing people, and killing so many people, wouldn't that still be punishable by law? The middle-aged man patted Chen Feng's shoulder and said, "Today is the first lesson I give you. Remember, once you enter my Imperial Capital Military Academy, even if you poke a hole in the sky, as long as you are not wrong, you will be fine. The stern-faced woman seemed to have anticipated this, so she just smirked and didn't say much. Chuyu was also stunned and stopped her attack. Is the Imperial Capital Military Academy so arrogant? Chen Feng scratched his head, his anger dissipated, hesitating. What if I insult the god of war? The middle-aged man sneered, if you have the ability, you can even kill the god of war. The Imperial Capital Military Academy is not lacking in war gods. Hearing this, Chen Feng suddenly realized. The Giant Spirit God Legion was proposed by the Imperial Capital Military Academy. But before, he thought the Giant Spirit God was just a code name. Now thinking about it, could the Giant Spirit God Legion all be war gods? If that's the case, then the arrogance of the Imperial Capital Military Academy can be understood. Chen Feng nodded, I got it. Well, come back to school with me, the middle-aged man said satisfactorily as he turned and left. The stern-faced woman looked at Chuyu and asked, can we stop causing trouble? Chuyu's beautiful face was full of embarrassment, and she obediently restrained her power. The stern-faced woman took her back to the Vermilion Bird Academy, but reminded her softly on the way, your little boyfriend entering the Imperial Capital Military Academy has only two outcomes. First, invincible. Second, death. So even if you are S rank, if you don't want to fall too far behind him, you must do your best to cultivate, understand? Chuyu nodded firmly, I will. But teacher, is the Imperial Capital Military Academy really that different from other academies? I can only tell you, that is not a place for humans to stay. The long-faced woman showed a hint of awe on her face. Only gods can go there. On the way to the Imperial Capital Military Academy, a middle-aged man driving a military off-road vehicle suddenly thought of something and looked at Chen Feng. Do you know who targeted you this time? Or do you have any suspects? Yes, it might be the Feng family, or it could be a deliberate framing by the Peace Society, Chen Feng said. Oh, do you want to take care of them? The middle-aged man asked. Chen Feng was surprised, take care of them? You're going to do it? I can, but my fee is quite high, the middle-aged man said bluntly. You also work part-time in seeking revenge for others, Chen Feng said speechlessly. The middle-aged man sighed pretentiously, life is hard, gotta make some extra money. Chen Feng knew he couldn't afford that price, but still curiously asked, how much would it cost approximately? I like to be upfront about my prices. For peripheral members of the Feng family, it's 5 million to kill one. For core members with blood relations, it ranges from 30 to 50 million for one. For the older generation members, it depends on their strength, but generally starts at 1 billion. So, boss, what do you think? The middle-aged man said with a smile. Chen Feng immediately changed the subject. What if I ask you to investigate for me? I don't take those jobs, the middle-aged man refused without hesitation, too troublesome. And when we suspect certain people, we let them prove their innocence themselves. Who has the time to investigate cases? Well, usually it's the accuser who provides evidence. But if you suspect someone, and then ask them to prove their innocence? Chen Feng gained a deeper understanding of the dominance of the Imperial Capital Military Academy. Will the school help me get justice this time? Chen Feng asked. Of course, we'll ask. We can't just let others target our students without consequences. But I think, if it's really the Feng family, they will definitely have 1,000 ways to evade responsibility. So I suggest you shouldn't deal with those few people lightly. Now to deter the small fries, we need to think of other ways for retaliation, the middle-aged man sighed. Chen Feng raised an eyebrow, such as? The money came from overseas, right? Tomorrow, go abroad and destroy the banks and companies related to those remittance accounts, that should do it. This way, even if someone wants to help others set us up in the future, they'll have to think twice. The middle-aged man said calmly. From his tone, destroying a force abroad seemed as simple as crushing an ant. But Chen Feng was indeed influenced. I've been too gentle in handling things before. Good to know, loosen up in the future. Why would a young person like you be so cautious and meticulous like those old folks? Remember, at your age, it's time to be bold and decisive. The middle-aged man lectured again. And at this moment, they arrived at the Imperial Capital Military Academy. Chen Feng casually looked up and was dumbfounded. The gate in front of Chen Feng was a huge entrance to a secret realm. The Imperial Capital Military Academy is in a secret realm? I've never heard of a secret realm descending on the Imperial Capital. Chen Feng exclaimed. The location and timing of the secret realm's descent are random, or according to some unknown rules of the human race. But there are indeed few that descend within the Great Xia City. Especially in a super first-tier city like the Imperial Capital, it's even less likely for a secret realm to exist. After all, how could one allow others to sleep beside their bed? The middle-aged man said calmly, "Oh, this is a specially relocated secret realm. The monsters inside have been slaughtered clean, and there are entrances to this secret realm in all major first-tier cities across the country, just to facilitate exploration of various secret realms." Chen Feng was speechless, shocked by the means of the Imperial Capital Military Academy. The witch Lilia following behind was as quiet as a quail. In fact, since entering the Imperial Capital, she had maintained an extremely quiet demeanor, trying to minimize her presence. Just as Chen Feng was about to enter the gates of the Imperial Capital Military Academy, the middle-aged man reminded, "The little witch behind you needs to register, or she might easily be mistaken for an intruder and eliminated." "All right." Chen Feng nodded in agreement. Witch Lilia took the initiative to hold Chen Feng's hand and followed obediently. Upon entering the secret realm, Chen Feng suddenly felt a heavy weight on his body. The gravity here was off, at least 10 times heavier than outside. In other words, living here meant carrying 10 times the normal gravity at all times? Chen Feng surveyed his surroundings. He saw large villa areas in the distance, as well as facilities like playgrounds and libraries. But aside from these, the most prominent were 3 places. A huge black pillar emitting black light, reaching up to the sky with many white dots on it. Upon closer inspection, those white dots turned out to be names of individuals. There was also a tall tower, its contents unclear. And there was a sun radiating light, illuminating the secret realm. However, the sun seemed a bit off, being close to the ground and not very hot. "What are those?" Chen Feng asked curiously. "The black light pillar is the ranking, students have rankings. The tall tower is the trial tower, with various trial puppets that have been honed by predecessors, inheriting their combat memories. You can battle the puppet corresponding to the martial arts you have learned to strengthen yourself. As for the last sun, it's the principal's office. There are many unreasonable rules at the Imperial Capital Military Academy. If you are bullied or humiliated and want to file a complaint, go there. As long as you can enter the principal's office, the principal will definitely help you vent your grievances," the middle-aged man reminded. Chen Feng was not too concerned about the first 2. He pointed at the office, asking skeptically, "Has anyone been up there?" "Of course, at least 4 people have been up there," the middle-aged man replied seriously. "Who are those 4 people?" Chen Feng squinted, making a guess. The middle-aged man smiled slightly. "Even if I told you, you wouldn't know them, but they have all become gods now." Chen Feng guessed right away and rolled his eyes. "Where do I register?" "It's on the map. I have to go teach those who target you, so I'll leave first." The middle-aged man pointed at his watch and left. Chen Feng opened his watch and indeed found a map inside, projecting the way for him to follow. Chen Feng followed the map all the way, but found very few people from the Imperial Capital Military Academy. He didn't see a single person along the way. After completing his enrollment and registering the witch Lilia as his battle pet, he was assigned to a villa area. What surprised Chen Feng the most was that the deeper he went into this secret realm, towards the villa area, the stronger the gravity became. If the entrance gate was 5 times the normal gravity, this villa area was at least 100 to 120 times. If a person weighed 80 kilograms, they would have to endure a pressure of at least 8,000 kilograms every day? For Chen Feng, this was not a big deal at all. But for others, it was simply hell, right? No wonder the Imperial Capital Military Academy could cultivate so many war gods. Just as Chen Feng arrived in front of the villa, he found that they were all row houses, with each student living in a separate building. In the villa on the right, there was also a new student, who must have entered from another entrance. A young man in black clothes with twin swords at his waist, a crew cut, and a black headband around his head exuded a strong killing intent and extreme coldness. On the left side of the villa, there was a young man with long hair, still wearing a high school uniform. This young man looks a bit sloppy, his clothes are not well put together, and he looks like he hasn't slept well. His hair is long and unkempt, just casually tied up at the back of his head. But it has to be said, he looks pretty good. Chen Feng has never seen anyone who was only slightly inferior to himself in appearance after so many years. The black-clad youth with a sword also noticed Chen Feng's scrutiny and turned his head instantly. The two locked eyes, sparks flying between them. Especially the black-clad youth, his gaze sharp as a knife, truly remarkable. When he saw that Chen Feng could actually meet his gaze without backing down, he immediately walked over and extended his hand, saying, "Qin Shan, hello." Chen Feng also reached out his hand. "Are you free? Want to spar now?" Qin Shan held Chen Feng's hand and asked. "I'm not free, I still need to get familiar with the school," Chen Feng firmly refused. He is completely unfamiliar with this place and it would be good to take some time to learn about it. "I'm very quick at killing," Qin Shan persisted. "I'm really not interested," Chen Feng said, walking directly into the villa. Qin Shan stood silently for a moment, seeing Chen Feng enter the villa, confirming that he really didn't want to fight, and then turned and left. On the other side, the young man with braids yawned as he walked into the villa. Surprisingly, the villa was quite luxurious. Inside, there were various game consoles and internet TVs. It was nothing like what Chen Feng had imagined, with only exercise equipment. In fact, there was not a single piece of exercise equipment in the villa. It seems they were afraid that these people's strength would be too great and damage the villa, so the equipment was all placed in the school training room. According to the enrollment guide provided after registration, the first thing upon enrollment is to choose a teacher. The teachers here are all one-on-one. Of course, you can also audit other people's courses, but then you will only end up as a laborer, doing various chores for other teachers' disciples, and even serving as a sparring partner. Chen Feng sat on the sofa, ignoring the gravity that was 100 times stronger, and turned on the TV. The TV screen displayed the headshots and detailed introductions of all the teachers at the Imperial Capital Military Academy. Chen Feng used the remote control to check them one by one. 142 teachers. There were teachers for combat, support, and daily life. Suddenly, Chen Feng saw a female teacher in a leather jacket, 38 years old. It was the most enticing age for a woman, she was beautiful and had a hot figure. But what caught Chen Feng's attention the most was the awakened ability of this female teacher. Combat Type Amplification Ability Absolute Victory. This Absolute Victory ability had a brief introduction in the data. It was truly remarkable. It could help a person develop their physical combat abilities to the extreme. It even made handling various weapons a breeze. For Chen Feng, this teacher was absolutely necessary. Because his physical body was strong, but his combat abilities had not been developed to the extreme. On the data page, there was also a short video. Curious, Chen Feng clicked on it. It showed footage shot in a secret realm. A group of armored rhinoceroses were angrily charging towards the camera. As the camera zoomed out, a tall woman in a black combat suit appeared in the frame. The tall woman had a neat short hairdo, no makeup, but was still considered beautiful. This was the female teacher Chen Feng had just seen, Zhao Romeng. A very soft and cute name. At this moment, this soft and slender woman stood in front of many 2 to 3 meter tall armored rhinoceroses. One would not doubt that she would be trampled into mud in the next moment. But when the first armored rhinoceros charged towards her at a speed close to over 100 miles per hour, Zhao Romeng kicked it to the side, sending it flying. Bang! The rhinoceros that was sent flying knocked down more than a dozen others before stopping. In the next moment, Zhao Romeng rushed into the group of armored rhinoceroses. Her seemingly small fists were as fast as bullets and as heavy as thunder with each strike. The well-known defensive powerhouse, the Ankylosaurus, seemed to turn into small toys that could be easily manipulated in front of this woman. Every attack she made would kill or severely wound an Ankylosaurus. What was most surprising was Zhao Roming's way of attacking. Every part of her body seemed to be the deadliest weapon, with no part being redundant. She could even kill enemies from many unbelievable angles. After watching the video, Chen Feng immediately chose this teacher. Of course, it's not just students choosing teachers, teachers also choose students. So after selecting Zhao Roming, he had to visit the teacher to show his abilities. Chen Feng immediately left. He happened to see Qin Shine coming out in the same outfit as before. He glanced at Chen Feng and nodded slightly. Chen Feng was surprised by his friendly attitude, hesitated for a moment, then nodded and smiled. "Let me know when you're ready to battle with me," Qin Shang reminded. "There are so many experts here, why come to me if you're not going to fight them?" Chen Feng said helplessly. Qin Shang said seriously, "I can feel that you are formidable, making me feel a hunger for you. Goodbye." Chen Feng left immediately. When Chen Feng arrived, he found at least 10 people standing there. These people were all wearing the wristwatches of the Imperial Capital Academy, indicating that they were students here. And from their expressions full of anticipation and curiosity, they should all be newcomers. How many students did the Imperial Capital Academy recruit this time? The 4 top academies each admit around 5,000 students annually. The number of students at the Imperial Capital Military Academy should be much lower. Chen Feng estimated that having over 100 students would be good. There was a high possibility that it would be equivalent to the number of teachers. In this situation, Zhao Roming was able to gather 10 students to sign up. It seems she is really popular. While Chen Feng was thinking, he suddenly felt something and looked up. He saw a tall woman in a black tight combat suit appearing on the second floor of the villa ahead. This woman was fair and beautiful, with a hint of maturity despite some crow's feet at the corners of her eyes. Zhao Roming, Chen Feng's target for this trip. Zhao Roming was also scanning the students. Several people, including Chen Feng, were as sharp and looked towards the second floor. Zhao Roming pointed her finger at a few people, including Chen Feng, who sensed her. "If you stay, the rest leave." The other 4 students showed surprise. One of them, a muscular student skilled in physical combat, asked discontentedly, "Teacher, if you want us to leave, you should give a reason, right?" Before Zhao Roming could speak, Chen Feng and the others looked over. A selected young man stood up and sneered, "Want a reason? Fine, I'll tell you, because you're not worthy." The questioning muscular student immediately got angry. "Who do you think you are?" "I'm asking the teacher, what's your barking for? You're looking for trouble." The selected young man flashed and quickly appeared behind the muscular student, kicking towards the back of his head. The fact that the young man could instantly sense Zhao Roming's gaze meant his abilities surpassed those of the muscular student. This speed indeed exceeded the muscular student's reaction. However, the latter was not weak. Growling lowly, he unexpectedly displayed the iron cloth shirt martial skill. Bang! The attack from the young student was ineffective, so he immediately followed up with his other leg, using a scissor kick to grab the muscular student's neck and then slam him in midair. "Let's see how you break my 1000 gene fall." The muscular student roared, standing still like a mountain. There was an innate difference in their physical sizes. Moreover, those who could come to the Imperial Capital Military Academy were naturally not weak. Even though the young student was slightly stronger, he could not win in a dominating manner. At this moment, the young trainee was forced to release his legs and land on the ground, his face turning pale. "Do you only know martial arts?" 1000-star stab. The young trainee quickly punched out, like the sharpest spear stabbing towards the chest of the strong man. The strongman trainee did not dare to be careless, immediately crossing his arms in front of his chest, rampaging bull charge. The strongman trainee's muscles tightened all over his body, like a raging bull charging forward. One punched, one charged. This is a clash of strength and skill. It remains to be seen whether the spear pierces the shield first, or the shield breaks the spear first. It has to be said that the onlookers were watching with great interest, silently judging the strength of the two. These two are definitely the cream of the crop in their respective cities. They don't even need to use their abilities, just their martial arts skills to crush others in the same city, even in the same province and generation. But while others were watching, Chen Feng couldn't wait. He came here to learn, not to watch the excitement. Besides, teacher Zhao Romeng should only choose one student. He had already won, and keeping these people around would only waste time. Chen Feng immediately stepped out of the group. But as he was about to approach, a person who had just been eliminated blocked his way, coldly saying, "What, do you want to gang up?" Among the selected individuals, there was also a young man in white who smiled and put his hand on Chen Feng's shoulder, saying, "Brother, step back. This is a fair duel, and besides, I don't think that strong man can win. Don't let your impatience make others think the teacher is wrong in choosing people." Others were also displeased with Chen Feng's attempt to join the fight. Some even disliked the idea of a troublemaker who liked to gang up being in the same school as them. Chen Feng knew they had misunderstood him and explained, "I want to interrupt the fight, it's taking too long." "That's not allowed either, step back," the person who blocked him decisively said. This person had a sword on his back, indicating he was an awakener of the combat weapon type. At this moment, he was very displeased with Chen Feng's attitude, and the sword on his back trembled slightly, as if it could be drawn at any moment to kill Chen Feng. Chen Feng was blocked by someone and was also displeased, kicking out. The awakener with the sword on his back sneered, "You still want to make a move, you?" Bang! The awakener with the sword on his back was directly kicked out, completely unable to resist the overwhelming force. But everyone present was the cream of the crop from various places, and their strength was not to be underestimated. This awakener was also quite strong, managing to control his body in midair. Then with a thought, his long sword on his back flew out of its sheath and hovered in the sky. He turned out to have the rare ability to control swords. "You dare to ambush me? Watch me cut you down." With a roar, the long sword turned into a sharp rainbow light and shot out. Seeing this scene, the onlookers couldn't help but show envy. Who didn't have a dream of becoming a sword immortal when they were young? The long sword spanned the sky, taking heads from thousands of miles away. It has to be said, this move was truly impressive. Of course, there was more vigilance and wariness. Because the speed of the flying sword was approaching the speed of sound. Everyone present had to ask themselves, how would they deal with this move? It seemed that only by activating their abilities and then dodging could they face it. Indeed, those who could enter the Imperial Capital Military Academy were the top talents from various provinces. Even if they were not favored by Zhao Romeng, they should not be underestimated. As the long sword turned into a rainbow and approached, it arrived in front of Chen Feng in an instant. Chen Feng swiftly reached out his hand like lightning and grabbed the flying sword. The flying sword was extremely sharp, but he grabbed it skillfully, only holding the sword body and not letting the blade touch his palm. The awakener who controlled the sword saw his flying sword being grabbed, his face also changed slightly. Such quick reflexes. Such great strength. This guy's speed was definitely supersonic, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to grab his sword. However, do you really think I only have speed? You underestimate me too much. 10,000 swords return. The awakener roared ferociously, but only managed to shout halfway. Chen Feng suddenly exerted force, with a crack. The long sword summoned by the awakener was instantly crushed. The flying sword was summoned by the sword-wielding person and was connected to his mind. At this moment, the flying sword was destroyed, and the sword-wielding person was also injured, experiencing intense pain. Even though he tried to endure it, he couldn't help but groan. The sword-wielding person was shocked and angry, never expecting that someone could crush his flying sword. Others were also surprised, and their gaze towards Chen Feng became serious. At this time, the two students were still battling. No one dared to stop Chen Feng as he walked forward with large strides and swiftly reached out with both hands. He grabbed the arm of the young student with his left hand and the arm of the strong student with his right hand. "Stop here, don't waste my time anymore," Chen Feng said in a low voice. "Who do you think you are? Get lost. Arrogant." The young student and the strong student were both shocked and furious as Chen Feng grabbed their arms. Feeling threatened, they both attacked Chen Feng, wanting to throw this troublemaker out first. Chen Feng immediately swung his arms without hesitation, and the two who wanted to counterattack were slammed to the ground like windmills. The two were dazed from the impact but still wanted to fight back. After all, they were all top talents from various places and were naturally proud. Now, being publicly humiliated by someone, who could bear it? "I'll fight you," the strong student roared. Seeing that the two were indeed resisting, Chinfeng immediately swung his arms like windmills and fiercely smashed them to the ground. The two who still wanted to resist were then ruthlessly slammed to the ground in various positions dozens of times. In the end, the two were heavily injured and fell into a coma. Chinfeng then casually threw them aside and looked at those who were not chosen, saying coldly, "Don't waste everyone's time. Since you were not chosen, just leave." Originally, not being chosen was already frustrating. Now, being scolded by Chinfeng, these people felt even more aggrieved. But looking at the two who were now lying weakly on the ground, spitting out blood, everyone calmed down and left one after another. After those who were not chosen left, 2 injured individuals were taken away for treatment. There were still 6 people left at the scene. The 6 people looked at Chinfeng with fear and hostility in their eyes because they knew that they were in competition with each other. Zhao Romeng stood on the balcony, scanning the remaining 6 people and said, "I have already reviewed your information, but I will only take on 1 disciple from among you. So, from now on, it's about who can hold on until the end in my assessment." Someone raised their hand and asked, "Are we going to battle?" No, the strong may not necessarily have good talent, and good talent may not necessarily be suitable for me. So, the next assessment will be about your ability and proficiency in developing your physical body. Zhao Romeng said lightly. Everyone except Chinfeng breathed a sigh of relief. If it were a real battle, they might not be able to match Chinfeng. But when it came to other assessments, these talents were confident. They had all received various training since childhood. Some had awakened strong abilities. Moreover, since they dared to choose a teacher like Zhao Romeng, they naturally had some experience. Zhao Romeng walked down from the balcony with Chinfeng and a few others and headed to the assessment site. There are 3 assessments for the assessment. First, come with me to participate in the first one. Zhao Romeng took long strides and walked in a certain direction. Chinfeng and the others immediately followed. Soon, they arrived at the bottom of the training tower in the campus. The middle-aged man had introduced Chinfeng to it before. Inside the training tower, there were various types of puppets. They inherited the combat memories of their ancestors and could hone students' combat abilities. Unexpectedly, this was where Zhao Romeng's first assessment was. You must have already seen the information about the training tower and know that there are many puppets inside, right? When she saw everyone nod, Zhao Romeng continued speaking. The power that the puppets here can exert is actually limited by stages, which are at levels 10, 20, 30, 50, 80, and 100. Every time you pass through one of these stages with the puppets, you will receive a badge. I want you to go in and get 5 badges from any puppet, at any level. Upon hearing this, Chinfeng and the others hesitated. Not because they were afraid of the puppets and battles, but because they were speculating on the deeper meaning behind Zhao Romeng's words. Just pick up 5 badges from any puppet, without level restrictions. But who knows what this test is about? Should they get 5 badges from one puppet to show their dedication? Or should they get badges from different puppets to show how well-rounded their combat abilities are? The teacher's intentions are a bit hard to guess. Chinfeng couldn't figure it out either, but he was too lazy to think about it, so he strode into the trial tower directly. Gain it, I'm lucky; lose it, it's my life. Seeing him take the first step, the others immediately followed, afraid of falling behind. What if the teacher is testing how fast they can get the badges? Inside the trial tower, there are more students here than imagined. The Imperial Capital Military Academy recruits up to 100 students every year, with at least a dozen. So there are some old students in the school. Inside the trial tower, many rooms are separated. Each room has a puppet. The puppets vary in levels and abilities. There is a registration office in the trial tower, with a large screen displaying which puppets are available and their abilities. Some old students are standing there, looking at the screen, trying to find a suitable puppet for themselves. Chinfeng also walked up to the screen to choose, studying it carefully. Suddenly, he saw a familiar figure approaching. Qin Shan? Although he had only met this martial lunatic twice, he left a deep impression on Chen Feng. Seeing him here, Chen Feng asked curiously, "Is your teacher also assessing you here?" "I haven't chosen a teacher yet, don't know who to choose, so I plan to make a name for myself here first, and then let the teachers come to me to be their disciple," Qin Shang said coldly. Indeed, he is a swordsman, with such a fierce and domineering temperament and style. Chen Feng sighed and then selected a puppet. This puppet was left behind by a senior who awakened the A-level combat enhancement ability Frenzy. This ability allows the awakener to continuously enhance their physical qualities during battle. The crazier, the stronger. Chen Feng clicked the selection button without hesitation. Student Chen Feng selects puppet number 078. The other 5 students also did not hesitate. Student Zhao Chang selects puppet number 134. Student Li Shuang selects puppet number 27. Student. Along with a series of prompts, everyone chose puppets that enhance the body or excel in physical combat. After all, Zhao Roming is this type of awakener. She would definitely prefer her companions to have strong physical combat abilities. After Chen Feng made his selection, Qin Shang also coldly walked up and chose a puppet that also used a knife. Student Qin Gooden selects puppet number 48. Qin Shang, who was about to leave, froze, his face, which was originally cold, quickly turned red. Chen Feng looked surprised and said, "So your name is Qin Gooden?" "I'm F** King called Qin Shang." Qin Shang grabbed the 2 knives at his waist, his forehead veins bulging, almost roaring out. Understood, Chen Feng nodded quickly. He could understand why Qin Shang changed his name. Just thinking about a decisive, fierce, and cold-blooded swordsman. Casually killing his enemies and then announcing his name, "I'm called Qin Gooden." His enemies would probably die laughing in the end. Qin Shang obviously didn't expect his real name to be revealed in this trial tower. Not wanting to stay any longer, he quickly entered the room where the puppet was located with a stern face. Chen Feng also shrugged and walked towards his own trial room. In the room, a very lifelike male mannequin was standing in front of Chen Feng. Upon seeing Chen Feng, the mannequin emitted a mechanical voice, "Please select the trial level." Level 50. Chen Feng directly chose the strongest level he could currently accept. Level adjustment completed, begin the battle. The mannequin's eyes suddenly emitted a fierce light and charged towards Chen Feng. It had to be said that the mannequin's speed was extremely fast, definitely supersonic. Starting with activating abilities? But Chen Feng was not afraid. After several hours of growth, his strength had increased significantly. Strength, 460,000 kilograms. At this moment, Chen Feng's punch hit the mannequin, triggering a critical hit directly 3 times. Over 1.3 million kilograms of force heavily struck the mannequin. The mannequin was directly sent flying. However, the mannequin did not admit defeat and still had fighting power. With this injury, its berserk ability was triggered, and its physique increased dramatically. It became even faster, appearing behind Chen Feng in a flash and delivering a powerful blow in mid-air. Chen Feng blocked the mannequin's kick with both fists, his body unmoved. His ability to withstand beatings was decent, but it was a problem with the mannequin's material. Under the influence of the berserk ability, the mannequin's strength reached around 500,000 kilograms. In terms of basic strength alone, it surpassed Chen Feng. However, once Chen Feng used a critical hit, he started at 900,000 kilograms. After blocking this attack, Chen Feng immediately grabbed the mannequin's leg that had not been retracted and forcefully slammed it to the ground. The level 50 mannequin was like a torn sack, completely powerless against his strikes. He continued to strike it 20 or 30 times in a row. Each time, Chen Feng could unleash over 1,000,000 kilograms of force. At the most intense moment, with a direct 10x critical hit, over 4 million kilograms of force shattered the mannequin. Beep beep beep. The trial room sounded a frantic warning. Chen Feng stopped his actions, looking around in confusion, unsure of what was happening. The next moment, a figure rushed into the trial room. Seeing Chen Feng holding the mannequin, without hesitation, he struck with a punch, "Step back." Chen Feng instinctively counterattacked, directly smashing the mannequin away. The man changed his punch to a palm, grabbed the mannequin, and tried to throw it aside. But Chen Feng followed closely, swiftly kicking the man in the chest. "Humph, you think you can hurt me, you little brat?" Boom! The man was sent flying and slammed hard against the wall behind him. It was made of super alloy material excavated from the secret realm, extremely sturdy. However, at this moment, the man left a human-shaped imprint on it. "Cough, where did you come from, freak?" The man coughed violently. Although not seriously injured, his lungs were shaken, and he coughed for quite a while before stopping. It was then that Chen Feng noticed the man was wearing the combat uniform of the Imperial Capital Military Academy. "Teacher?" Chen Feng tentatively asked. "I am the maintenance teacher of the trial tower, you can call me Teacher Li." "Whose student are you? Why haven't I seen you before?" The man finally recovered, no longer coughing, just looking at Chen Feng suspiciously. "Oh, I am a new student, currently undergoing assessment by teacher Zhao Romeng," Chen Feng explained. Upon hearing this, Teacher Li's face darkened. "It's that crazy girl again, no wonder you are so strong, but your strength is at least several million kilograms, right?" "It's just occasional bursts," Chen Feng explained. "That's still impressive, you can't train here, go out." Teacher Li directly expelled him. Chen Feng quickly said, "Please don't, I haven't passed the assessment yet, can't I just use a little less strength?" Teacher Li narrowed his eyes. "Last time I fought with Zhao Romeng, she also said to use less strength, and in the end, she broke 6 of my ribs. People from your group are not trustworthy." Chen Feng was a bit embarrassed. "I haven't passed the assessment yet, so I'm not considered part of Teacher Zhao's group." "Stop talking nonsense, come with me." With a dark face, Teacher Li wiped away the footprints on his chest, and led Chen Feng out of the trial room, leaving the training tower. Zhao Romeng was waiting outside the door, and when she saw Chen Feng being let out, she was a bit curious. "What's going on? This kid almost ruined Puppet 078, his strength is too strong, the training tower is not suitable for him," Teacher Li said with a dark face. Zhao Romeng's eyes sparkled as she looked Chen Feng up and down. "I didn't expect you, with your skinny arms and legs, to be so powerful. I'll have fun with you in the future." Chen Feng swallowed and wanted the teacher to explain how exactly they would have fun. "Alright, starting today, you are my student." Zhao Romeng patted Chen Feng's shoulder with approval. Teacher Li smirked, mourning silently for the various facilities of the Imperial Military Academy for 3 seconds. Chen Feng heard Zhao Romeng say she would take him as a student, and he looked back at the training tower. The others should still be fighting hard inside, right? When they finally came out after a long effort, they found that Zhao Romeng had already taken Chen Feng as her student. What kind of feeling would that be? Would there be a sense of frustration at having a goddess they had worked hard to please taken away by a handsome guy? The more Chen Feng thought about it, the more excited he felt, thinking he had the potential to be a villain. Zhao Romeng took Chen Feng back to her villa. The villa was clean and quiet, not at all like a place where a girl lived. Zhao Romeng sat on the sofa, crossed her legs, and calmly looked at Chen Feng. "I originally planned to conduct this assessment for 3 days, but do you know why I ended it early?" "Because I'm too outstanding," Chen Feng said. Zhao Romeng raised her eyebrows in surprise. "Alright, not only are you strong, but you also have no shame. I'm starting to like you more and more." Chen Feng took it as a compliment. Zhao Romeng continued, "I chose you because you were so strong, your physique must be great, no messing around. What are you planning to do with me?" Chen Feng was wary. Because he was handsome, he had often been targeted by some strange aunts and sisters since he was young. There were even several times when they wanted to sneak into his house while his parents were away to do something to him. Could this teacher also have a strange preference for students? Zhao Romeng said nonchalantly, "Don't worry, I won't kill you. Oh, by the way, since you have joined my ranks, you must follow my rules. In the future, whether you treat your fellow disciples as strangers or share a bed, I don't care. But, you must not turn against each other, understand?" Chen Feng confirmed, "Your disciples are not from the Feng family, right?" "Which Feng family? The one in the Imperial City?" Zhao Romeng asked. Yes, I encountered some trouble when I arrived, probably caused by the Feng family, Chen Feng explained. Don't worry, there are no Feng family members here, because I only have 2 students. One is you, and the other is someone who got in through connections. I'll show you a photo of that kid so you won't be unfamiliar in the future. Zhao Roming took out a file and handed it to Chen Feng. At a glance, Chen Feng felt the person in the photo looked very familiar. Soon, he remembered seeing him when he moved into the villa. On the right side of his villa lived Qin Guden, no, Qin Shang. On the left was a lazy guy who looked slightly inferior to himself, always looking half asleep. If it weren't for the fact that the guy in the photo also looked half asleep, Chen Feng wouldn't have remembered. But when Chen Feng saw his abilities, he instantly understood. Dream World. This person could simulate various enemies in his dreams and train against them. The most terrifying part was that his training in the dream world would also have an impact on his physical body in reality. And as the ability upgrades, the flow of time in dreams will also be different. This ability seems very powerful. This ability is very strong. Why is he a privileged person? Chen Feng was curious. I didn't want to accept him at first, after all, I can't enter his dreams to teach him. But the point is, he can torture himself desperately in his dreams without getting hurt, which makes him more suitable for me to experiment with those experiments. So I accepted him, that's why I consider it as him coming in through the back door. Zhao Roming explained. Chen Feng, however, caught the key point. Teacher, you just mentioned inhuman experiments, right? No, you heard it wrong. Zhao Roming looked innocent. Chen Feng squinted at her, always feeling that this beautiful woman with a soft name had a crazy heart in secret. But Zhao Roming seemed to deny it, so he couldn't ask again. So what should I do next? Chen Feng asked. First, go and bring that lazy guy here, we will have our first lesson. Physical body, soul, and slaughter. Zhao Roming waved her hand, dismissing Chen Feng. Chen Feng could only return to the villa area first and find his fellow senior brother, Li Ku. Since others arrived earlier than him, even the one who came in through the back door was also a senior brother. However, no matter how hard Chen Feng knocked on the door, Li Ku did not respond, it seemed like he was sleeping. The defense of this villa was very good, and the door was made of super alloy. In the situation where the owner refused to open it, it was simply impossible to break in. Moreover, there were defense mechanisms here. Once forcefully entered, one would be attacked. Chen Feng confirmed that Li Ku had no intention of opening the door, so he took 2 steps back and kicked the door with a spinning kick. Boom! The super alloy-made door, along with the door frame, fell to the ground. The door indeed couldn't be broken, but it could be knocked down. Forcibly breaking in triggered the defense system of the villa. 10 machine gun barrels appeared simultaneously, crazily spraying bullets at Chen Feng. Chen Feng agilely dodged and avoided all the bullets, reaching the 2nd floor. In the master bedroom on the 2nd floor, Li Ku was lying in bed in his pajamas, sound asleep. As soon as Chen Feng opened the door, he rubbed his eyes and woke up, turning his head to look. What's up? You don't seem surprised at all, Chen Feng asked. I noticed it when you knocked on the door, just didn't feel like responding. Don't get me wrong, I'm not targeting you, I was sleeping when my dad passed away. Li Ku yawned. The teacher is calling us. Chen Feng knew the characteristics of Li Ku's abilities and was not angry. In fact, the lazier this guy was, the more diligent he seemed to be. Practicing in dreams all day long was not something anyone could do. Many people might be able to lie in bed and sleep for a day, or even for several days. But try lying down for a week, try it for a month? Without anyone saying, he himself couldn't bear it. Not to mention, Li Ku was not just sleeping, he was also practicing in his dreams. The two went downstairs together, and Li Ku somehow found a small cart from somewhere, curled up on it, and handed a bank card to Chen Feng, saying, "Please push me, you can deduct the expenses from it, no password." Chen Feng was speechless. Can you die if you sleep a little less? Zzz. Li Ku had already fallen asleep. Chen Feng, helpless, checked the balance on the bank card with his wristwatch. It was quite a lot, over 100 million. Chen Feng casually transferred 1 billion to his own account, leaving some change for Li Ku, enough for him to take public transportation without running out of fare, and then he pulled Li Ku straight to Zhao Roming's villa. Seeing Li Ku coming in asleep, Zhao Roming kicked him. "Stop sleeping, I'll show you something new, you can practice in your dreams later." Li Ku could only sit up, but his eyelids were drooping, half asleep and half awake. Meanwhile, Zhao Roming took out 2 daggers and handed them to Chen Feng and Li Ku. "Both of you, stab me hard, quickly." Zhao Roming was excited. Chen Feng, holding the dagger, was a bit puzzled. "Is this a lesson?" "Yes, it's part of the teaching." "Hurry up, I can't wait," Zhao Roming urged. Before Chen Feng could ask, Li Ku had already rushed over. Previously, Li Ku, who had been yawning and sleepy, suddenly changed his demeanor, like a fierce prehistoric monster. He moved with elegant steps, appearing in front of Zhao Roming at a very fast speed, aiming a knife at her throat. This attack was fast and fierce, making Chen Feng's expression serious. But Zhao Roming just took a step back, easily dodging it. Too slow, and cutting the throat doesn't make someone instantly lose their fighting ability. Li Ku quickly changed his move, his dagger drawing a beautiful arc and stabbing towards Zhao Roming's temple. 18 scattered hands? You still know this martial art. Zhao Roming dodged Li Ku's attack by tilting her head. The temple can be fatal with one blow, but it's easy to dodge. Seeing Zhao Roming's speed beyond his control, Li Ku took a deep breath and changed his stance again. He seemed drunk, with no pattern in his moves, swaying from side to side, appearing weak but actually more fierce and unpredictable. Li Ku's knife speed increased several times, leaving afterimages with each strike. Each attack precisely aimed at fatal points on Zhao Roming. Drunken fist? Useless. I heard you also learned dragon capture hand. Why not use that martial art? Zhao Roming shook her head, accurately grabbing Li Ku's arm among the many afterimages, snatching the dagger from his hand. Obviously, she had run out of patience. Once the dagger was in Zhao Roming's hand, it seemed to come alive, turning into a terrifying snake that instantly pierced Li Ku's chest. Put! The knife went in directly but only half an inch, then was immediately pulled out. It was clear that Zhao Roming had shown mercy. After that, Zhao Roming consecutively stabbed Li Ku several times. Liver, kidney, dantian, all vital points were hit almost simultaneously. Each stab was precise, only going in half an inch, injuring but not fatal. Despite this, Li Ku turned into a bloodied figure instantly, intense pain triggering a surge of adrenaline. At that moment, Li Ku's brain was extremely clear, and his physical strength rapidly increased. Just a few simple stabs stimulated his true potential. It can only be said that Zhao Roming knew how to handle men. As Zhao Roming's dagger was about to stab Li Ku's carotid artery, he suddenly grabbed her delicate arm. His hand was strong and precise, firmly gripping Zhao Roming's arm joint. Dragon capture hand is a true grappling technique that focuses on 2 words: capture. Dismantle. Capture the enemy's weakness. Then, dismantle it. Despite Zhao Roming's strength, Li Ku controlled her right arm, causing her hand to go limp and drop the dagger. Many people thought that once the enemy's arm was captured, the next move would be a shoulder throw. But Li Ku knew very well what the consequences would be if he turned his back on this monster-like teacher. So, like the most agile butterfly, he swiftly dislocated all the joints in Zhao Roming's arm. After disabling one of Zhao Roming's arms, Li Ku immediately rolled over and got behind her, grabbing her leg and biting down. Zhao Roming was shocked. "You're a dog." She immediately grabbed Li Ku's hair to stop him from biting her. Li Ku smirked triumphantly because with one arm dislocated and the other holding him, Zhao Roming had no hands left to restrain his. Li Ku's dragon capture hand once again went to dismantle the joints in Zhao Roming's legs. Suddenly, his neck was grabbed from behind. Li Ku was startled and looked up abruptly. Zhao Roming's right arm, which had just been dislocated, had already recovered at some point. Li Ku was casually thrown away by Zhao Roming. "Your ability is not bad, but your strength is lacking. With only about 200,000 caddies of strength, it's not enough. Furthermore, you still don't understand the human body. Do you think that dislocating the joint guarantees victory? A true strong person can rely on muscle to move the arm, not just on bones and tendons. You need to understand the function of muscles. After lecturing Li Ku, Zhao Romeng threw a bottle of potion to him. Drink it. Li Ku drank it, and his injuries were effectively healed. Then he wanted to fall asleep. Zhao Romeng restored her dislocated joint and kicked Li Ku. Don't sleep. Then, she looked at Chen Feng with excitement in her eyes. The person surnamed Li said, you are very capable. I am looking forward to your performance. Chen Feng casually threw away the dagger and said, I have something better than that. As you wish, Zhao Romeng said indifferently. She had even caught missiles before, so it didn't matter whether it was a weapon or not. Chen Feng bent his leg slightly and suddenly exerted force. Boom! The sound of the floor cracking and the explosion breaking the sound barrier occurred simultaneously. Chen Feng instantly appeared behind Zhao Romeng and thrust his sword. With this sword, he directly stabbed towards Zhao Romeng's spine. Zhao Romeng's expression became even more excited. Good, good, good. Her lower body remained still, but her upper body suddenly twisted backward, rotating 180 degrees. The twisted state of her waist made people feel painful just by looking at it. But Zhao Romeng seemed unaffected and even reached out to grab the air sword emanating from Chen Feng's sword. Chen Feng exerted all his strength and simultaneously activated the power of vibration. The air sword crazily rubbed and cut Zhao Romeng's palm like a chainsaw. Zhao Romeng grabbed Chen Feng's great sword, with a joyful expression on her face. Yes. This is the strength I want. It feels great. Teacher, I absolutely adore you. With that, she crushed Chen Feng's air sword. This was the first time Chen Feng had failed in using the air sword to attack. But he was prepared. When Zhao Romeng approached, he suddenly punched out. Arm spear. Chen Feng's arm seemed like the sharpest steel spear, forcefully thrusting towards Zhao Romeng's face. Zhao Romeng countered with her fist. Bang! Crack! 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 The two of them exchanged blows hundreds of times in an instant, each attack at supersonic speed. A vortex formed around them, creating a storm that destroyed everything in its path, even emitting a pulling force that made everything around them tremble and want to fly away. Li Ku, who was about to fall asleep, suddenly whitened his eyes. Despite Zhao Romeng's beauty and sweet voice, only those who had fought her knew the truth. She was a humanoid monster. Her body was as hard as steel and incredibly strong. How could anyone exchange blows with her hundreds of times in an instant? Even though Zhao Romeng held back, Li Ku could still feel that Chen Feng's strength was definitely superior to his own. For a moment, he felt a little apprehensive. Wasn't he supposed to be this guy's senior brother? Chen Feng and Zhao Romeng clashed hundreds of times. When she was still excitedly bombarding, she suddenly withdrew her force and flew backward. As expected, Zhao Romeng caught up, her speed neither fast nor slow. Chen Feng pushed off with both feet, rushing into the air. Taking advantage of Zhao Romeng's lack of response, he performed a second stage jump in mid-air. Then, he jumped multiple times in the air, leaving behind afterimages and creating sonic booms, continuously circling around Zhao Romeng, searching for her defensive blind spots. But to Chen Feng's surprise, Zhao Romeng had no flaws. She just stood there as if she could be taken down at any moment. But when Chen Feng tried to approach, his sixth sense would alarm him frantically, warning him of danger. Zhao Romeng watched Chen Feng darting around in midair and couldn't help but exclaim, "This technique is amazing." The next moment, she also pushed off with both feet, using a two-stage jump in the air. Whether she had known it before or just learned it from Chen Feng, she was indeed fast, grabbing Chen Feng's throat as he continued to jump. Chen Feng struggled but was dragged ruthlessly to the ground, crashing into the earth. There was no way, the level difference was too great. Zhao Romeng was definitely around level 90. The abilities of awakened individuals undergo transformation at levels 30, 50, and 80. Chen Feng was just over level 30, lagging behind Zhao Romeng by 50 to 60 levels, and also missing 2 transformations. It would take him some time to gain enough strength to defeat this woman. That was the terrifying aspect of Chen Feng's abilities. I can't beat you now, but give me enough time, and I can kill anyone. Chen Feng pulled his head out of the hole in the floor. Zhao Romeng was wiping her delicate palms with a tissue, her face still flushed with pleasure. giving her a charming feeling of tipsiness. Her beautiful eyes looked at Chen Feng with a longing gaze. It was clear to everyone that she truly liked Chen Feng. Of course, Chen Feng understood that Zhao Roming simply liked strong men. You're good, strong, and have good physical development. It's a pity you know so little about martial arts, relying on instinct for various moves. You come from a humble background, right? Zhao Roming asked in a gentle tone. Chen Feng shrugged. Yeah, that's why I wanted to come to the Advanced Academy. Although I know many martial arts, they are not complete versions. I select what suits me best from those martial arts, which may not necessarily suit you, Zhao Roming said seriously. Chen Feng realized that he couldn't twist a waist into a pretzel like Zhao Roming did earlier. That was the effect of Zhao Roming's abilities. Do I need to go to the library to borrow various martial arts for study? Chen Feng asked. Zhao Roming shook her head. You know too little about martial arts, it's useless for you to go by yourself. I will help you select some that suit you. Unfortunately, you can't use the training tower's puppets, otherwise, your growth rate would be faster. Chen Feng didn't mind, puppets are ultimately lifeless. There are still living people in the academy, so why not practice with them? Zhao Roming's eyes lit up, saying, You think just like me. Li Ku, seeing the two getting along so well, fell back into sleep. The battle with Zhao Roming just now was enough for him to simulate many times in his dreams and train. Alright, you take him back, I'll help you find some suitable martial arts, Zhao Roming said to Chen Feng, pointing at Li Ku. Chen Feng stood his ground. He only paid me to bring him here, not to take him back. Are you short of money? Zhao Roming looked at Chen Feng suspiciously, thinking he was too greedy. Chen Feng nodded. I need a lot of money, it helps with my growth. Zhao Roming realized, I see, then leave him outside, and the school janitor will take care of him later. She had to go find martial arts and didn't have time to deal with Li Ku. Besides, this guy wouldn't pose any danger even if he was asleep. Chen Feng agreed and left. Although he had to return to his own villa, taking Li Ku back was just on the way, and they were also senior and junior brothers. But Chen Feng was a principled person. Since he had decided to do business for money, he couldn't break the rules. Chen Feng returned to his villa and applied to retrieve the Dragon King remains brought from Hongqing by the Imperial Capital Military Academy. He needed to see if he could consume it now. There is also the option to attend classes from the villa's television, learning a lot of knowledge that only higher education institutions have. Even many other higher education institutions do not have confidential knowledge. For example, the real situation of this world. And during his busy time. Suzaku Academy. Chuyu has already completed the enrollment procedures and has been assigned her own dormitory. The teaching model of Suzaku Academy is different from that of the Imperial Military Academy. Here, it is also allowed to study with a mentor individually, but there are also many public courses that must be taken. These courses include various introductions to secret realms, detailed information about secret realm monsters, and some courses on simple self-healing in the secret realm, tracking enemies, and anti-tracking, etc. All of these can earn credits, and once these credits are missing, it may be more troublesome for graduation. Of course, that is for other awakened individuals. S-Class Chuyu is not included in this. Let's not talk about regular courses for now. Those teachers are just fighting to have her as a student. Suzaku Academy is suitable for teaching abilities like the Phoenix, with 7 teachers. At this time, these 7 people are all sitting opposite Chuyu. They are constantly showing off their achievements while belittling others. Chuyu, I won't hide it from you, do you know about the Qianshan secret realm? I once killed a lot in there and gained 10 levels in just one day. A handsome woman with her head held high proudly said with her thumb pointing to her nose. The gentle woman next to her said in a strange tone, that sounds really impressive, but isn't that from level 10 to 20? Who can't quickly increase such low energy values? Do you all forget the time when the students were in the Huangquan secret realm trial, and who single-handedly blocked the exit of the Shimi Valley, killing thousands of demons, and giving the students a chance to escape safely? The woman with her head held high looked unhappy. I didn't have time to go that time, otherwise, what would you have done? Ah, right. The gentlewoman is really good at teasing people, making the woman with her head held high want to duel with her. Stop it! A burly woman next to them interrupted, then looked at Chuyu and said in a deep voice, "Let me tell you, my surname is Liu." Chuyu was a little strange and didn't know what this meant. But soon, she remembered that there are 3 major war god families in the imperial city: Liu, Zhao, and Feng. The burly woman saw Chuyu's look of realization and proudly said, "That's right, I come from the war god family, the Liu family." Chuyu suddenly had an idea. She remembered the Feng family. Like Chen Feng, she also suspected that she had encountered trouble on the plane. Was it the Feng family's doing? Before she could think more, a woman in luxurious clothes next to her said arrogantly, "Is the surname Liu impressive? My Feng family is also a war god family. This really is asking for it." Chuyu's eyes narrowed, immediately looking at the female teacher from the Feng family. "Are you from the Feng family? When I encountered trouble on the plane this time, those people said they were from the Feng family." Chuyu was testing this female teacher with the surname Feng. She wanted to see if this woman would show any flaws. But as soon as she said this, the atmosphere in the office suddenly became extremely tense. After all, when Chuyu reported for duty, they heard about the attack. Attacking an S-class student at Suzaku Academy is no small matter. Moreover, this matter also involves the Imperial Academy. Everyone present looked at the female teacher from the Feng family. The female teacher also stood up in shock and said sternly, "Impossible. What you said is impossible. Is it that the attackers couldn't have leaked your identity, or that your Feng family never thought of targeting me? Wait for a moment to answer. I want the academy to send someone who can detect lies over." Chuyu said with a grim face. No one expected Chuyu to suddenly challenge, and so directly. The female teacher from the Feng family was also very angry, but constrained by Chuyu's identity, she couldn't confront her directly and could only coldly say, "Chuyu, you need to provide evidence when you speak. It was those who attacked me who said the Feng family was behind it. Even if you lie, at least it can help clear the Feng family of suspicion, right?" Chuyu said without backing down. She couldn't be polite to the Feng family. Even if this incident had nothing to do with the Feng family, Chuyu would not have any friendly relationship with them. Because she wanted Chen Feng to trust her. Seeing Chuyu so determined, the Feng family's female teacher became even more annoyed. But the other female teachers were pleased to see this. Especially Lu Yuan, a teacher from the War God family, said, "The Feng family has always tried to cultivate 2 high-level awakeners to bear offspring, and has tried to recruit A-level geniuses to the Feng family more than once. Who knows if you are interested in Chuyu? I admit, the Feng family does have intentions towards her, but we will only recruit her through normal channels. If we were to make a move on her, how could she join our Feng family?" "Do you think the Feng family is foolish?" said the Feng family's female teacher coldly. The gentle female teacher beside her, who was good at using soft tactics, whispered, "But the Feng family has also threatened others before, haven't they?" With this statement, everyone present looked at the Feng family's female teacher with strange expressions. Indeed, the Feng family had done such things before. Once, they set their sights on a woman with an A-level special ability, but she was already married and unwilling to marry into the Feng family. However, the Feng family used its powerful connections to make the poor woman's husband lose his job and her parents unable to live in peace. Even though she was an A-level ability user, the woman was still unable to resist a war god family. With no way to report the incident, she was driven to suicide in public, causing some commotion. Despite this, the Feng family still used its powerful network to suppress the matter. Although the Feng family had a strong background and others couldn't touch them, as a result, no more external geniuses were willing to marry into the Feng family. As for those who wanted to marry into the Feng family, they were not considered top-tier abilities, and the Feng family did not value them. Now, Chuyu's ability was the Divine Phoenix. Whether from the strength of her ability or the inheritance of her bloodline, she had unparalleled advantages. It was not surprising that the Feng family had their eyes on her. Most importantly, who didn't know that Chuyu's boyfriend was from the Imperial Capital Military Academy? If the Feng family directly recruited her, she would definitely refuse. So, would the Feng family, with a history of using underhanded tactics, resort to them again? At the thought of this, everyone looked at the Feng family's female teacher with suspicion. Even the female principal of the academy hesitated and said, "Teacher Feng, I'm not doubting you, but to quell the rumors outside, let's conduct a test, also for the sake of the Feng family, right?" Upon hearing this, Teacher Feng's face turned livid with anger. "Principal, by doing this, you are not insulting me, but the Feng family." "I am indeed thinking of the Feng family," the female principal explained. Chuyu, without hesitation, pressed, "If you're not guilty, how about taking the test?" Teacher Feng looked coldly at Chuyu. "What if the test shows no issues? Let's test first." Chuyu made no promises. "Fine, let's test it. Who's afraid of who?" Teacher Feng agreed with a stern face. The female principal immediately made a call and summoned an awakener from the mental assistance department. This awakener had the ability of mental perception, which could determine a person's mental state and detect lies. When everything was ready, Teacher Feng looked at Chuyu and said, "The Feng family has never laid a hand on you." After this statement, everyone immediately turned to the awakener next to them to detect lies. The awakened one carefully sensed it, then nodded slightly. Teacher Feng did not lie. The crowd was somewhat disappointed. Teacher Feng sneered and looked at Chuyu. "What now? What else can I do? I'm sorry." Chuyu apologized indifferently, then looked at Lu Yuan beside her. "I want to study with Teacher Lu." Lu Yuan, also from the War God family, was stunned for a moment, then smiled. "Sure, with my Lu family backing you up, even if your boyfriend is not from the Imperial Military Academy, no one would dare to harm you." Teacher Feng was furious, glaring at Chuyu. "Are you playing me?" Feeling her aura erupt, Lu Yuan immediately stood in front of Chuyu. Chuyu said seriously, "Teacher Feng, no one here is a fool. Everyone knows that your Feng family is the prime suspect in this matter. The lie detection method just now had many loopholes. I have at least 10 ways to bypass that test, not to mention you as a teacher. Then why did you let me test you?" Teacher Feng said coldly. "I wanted to tell the Feng family that I am not as weak as the woman you forced to death. If your Feng family dares to cause trouble again, I will make sure to bring your Feng family down with me. Forcing an A-level awakened one to death, maybe you can escape responsibility. But forcing an S-level one to death, I believe even the War God family would not have a good ending, right?" Chuyu threatened unreservedly. The people present had different expressions upon hearing this. No one expected that Chuyu, who appeared gentle and sweet, would have such a violent style. Teacher Feng was speechless from being retorted, and could only leave with a cold look in his eyes. But Lu Yuan, who had a straightforward personality, ended up liking Chuyu even more, patting her shoulder and saying, "Don't worry, I will help you level up quickly, guaranteeing that you won't be worse than that S-level from the Feng family." However, Chuyu shook her head. "My goal has never been the Feng family." "Then who is it?" Lu Yuan asked curiously. Chuyu's face lit up. "It's my boyfriend, Chen Feng. I want to study hard and not fall too far behind him, so please teach me with all your might. I am willing to endure any hardship." Seeing her like this, everyone was stunned. They couldn't understand how such a pretty girl ended up being a follower. And the genius from the Vermilion Bird Academy was following a student from the Imperial Military Academy? This made the female principal feel extremely frustrated. "I can't stand the Imperial Academy. Because being able to enter the Imperial Military Academy means being recognized by the higher-ups. So Chen Feng also has the qualifications to access many secrets. Once these secrets are leaked, it will cause great panic and lead to social chaos. Therefore, only a very small number of high-ranking officials and members of large families know about them. Chen Feng comes from a humble background, so it was his first time seeing these secrets. At this moment, the TV was showing an extremely desolate and cruel battlefield. It didn't specify where the battlefield was. But there were endless exotic races, even exotic deities. Those deities possessed immense power, capable of shattering mountains and rivers with a wave of their hand, and plucking the sun and moon. Chen Feng even saw a deity open its mouth, turning a vast area into darkness, seemingly swallowing all the light. There were even stronger beings who could destroy a secret realm with a stomp of their foot. Fortunately, the human race also had many deities. These deities were leading countless humans to fight against these exotic races, always blocking them in front of a huge gate. The gate reached the sky and the earth, even larger than the gate of the secret realm. Its design was extremely ancient, as if carved from white jade, shimmering with a radiant light. Chen Feng's heart stirred. Could this be the southern gate? He stared at the gate carefully, trying to see it clearly. Unfortunately, he could only see half of the gate, unable to see if there were any words or plaques on it. However, when Chen Feng carefully observed, he found that many of those different races had already arrived outside the gate. After all, the number of different races was too numerous to count. Even if the human race tried their best to stop them, there would still be some that slipped through the cracks. They were a group of spiritual beings, without physical form, and could withstand physical attacks. But as they approached the gate, a figure slowly walked out from within the gate. It was a monk wearing a brocade kasaya, with a handsome appearance, but constantly muttering something with his mouth, walking out with his hands clasped together. Without any visible action, he just walked past, and all the different races surrounding him screamed in agony and perished. Chen Feng saw this monk and felt a tremor in his heart, with a vague guess, but he dared not believe that this guess was true. Suddenly, an annoyed voice came from the TV, so annoying. The image still showed the monk, but it was not clear who said that. Just the next moment, a huge golden rod swept across, instantly annihilating millions of different races in the image. But the different races were endless, and soon a large number of figures filled the void. The TV screen was not long, just half an hour. The main purpose was to let the students understand that the world was facing a huge danger. At this moment, Chen Feng watched the screen on TV, falling into silence. Just now, he saw many familiar figures in the image. It was not that he knew those people, but the images resembled the deities in his impression. A mischievous child treading on a fire wheel. An old general holding a pagoda. And a white figure standing on a lotus platform with 1,000 hands behind him. A monk who was extremely handsome and a bit chatty. And a man holding a long sword, drinking and reciting poetry, with blue lotuses surging wherever he went. These figures in Chen Feng's memory could all find matching images. As Chen Feng thought about it, he suddenly turned his head to look at the witch Lilia, who was curled up on the sofa eating dragon fruit, and said, "You also came from there, right?" The witch Lilia was focused on eating the dragon fruit, not saying a word. "All those deities are outside the southern gate, so you must have escaped into the Great Xia territory from the southern gate? What is your purpose in escaping into Great Xia?" Chen Feng stared at the witch Lilia intently. He had asked her many times before, but this woman had always evaded the question. But this time, he wouldn't give her another chance. Feeling Chen Feng's determination, the witch Lilia could only helplessly say, all right, I admit it. I did come from the chaos battlefield, but I can assure you, I have no ill intentions towards Great Xia. I just want to find something that my father lost." Chen Feng frowned. "What is it?" The witch Lilia hesitated slightly before speaking. "It is an ultimate curse of our witch clan. This curse is so terrifying that anyone who dares to remember it, even inadvertently repeating it in their mind, will cause immense disaster. So we recorded it on a piece of divine parchment." Hearing this, Chen Feng became extremely vigilant. "What do you want it for?" "For us, it's like the nuclear weapon of your human race, something we can't be without. Otherwise, the witch clan would be at the mercy of others. After all, our witch clan also has natural enemies. And believe me, the witch clan is absolutely neutral. We only participated in the chaos battlefield because we were forced by our enemies. Once I find that curse, I can immediately lead my people out of the battlefield. This is also beneficial for Great Xia, otherwise why would they allow me to be your battle pet? What you think is indulgence is just a well-thought-out trade." The witch Lilia explained seriously. Chen Feng looked at her sternly. "Don't deceive me." "I'm not deceiving you," Lilia assured. With the contract in place, she can't deceive anyone. Chen Feng thought for a moment and asked, "Do you have any clues about where that curse fell?" "Before my father died, he used a special curse to transmit an image into my mind. It's a place that can restrain the special spiritual bodies of our cursed clan. I suspect it's the Yellow Spring secret realm," Lilia speculated. Chen Feng nodded slightly and carefully pondered the matter. Ding dong. The doorbell suddenly rang. Could it be the Dragon King's remains being delivered? Chen Feng's face lit up with joy, and he immediately went downstairs. But when he opened the door, he found a stranger, not carrying the Dragon King's remains. You're Chen Feng, right? I'm a teacher from the Imperial Capital Military Academy's Resource Management Department. I received your application for the Dragon King's remains report. But I can't give it to you yet because another student has set their sights on this Dragon King's remains, and they are more suitable than you. I have a transfer agreement here, sign it, and the school will compensate you accordingly, the unfamiliar teacher said in a formal tone. Chen Feng's face immediately darkened. That's mine. The teacher in charge of evaluating me also said that thing is for me. What does it have to do with others? Do you have the ability to cut it? The unfamiliar teacher retorted. Chen Feng's tone grew colder. Whether I have the ability to cut it or not is none of your business. I'd rather let it rot and stink than give it to someone else. Then bring me the Dragon King's remains within 10 minutes, or else. Or else what? You want to fight a teacher? A figure approached from a distance, coldly interrupting Chen Feng. Chen Feng looked over and found another unfamiliar person, but it seemed like a student too. Who are you? Me? Feng Lingshou, the newcomer reported their name indifferently. Chen Feng suddenly realized. So it was someone from the Feng family causing trouble? It made sense, with the Feng family being such a powerful warrior clan. Arranging for someone to enter the Imperial Capital Military Academy, while difficult, was not impossible. And this Feng Lingshou gave Chen Feng a sense of danger, proving that they were not weak themselves. You're the S rank from the Feng family? Chen Feng asked. Feng Lingshou remained silent. It was the little brother beside him who arrogantly said, Brother Feng is an S-rank Azure Dragon holy beast. You're wasting that dragon by using it, give it to Brother Feng, and you'll exchange it for a lifetime of wealth and glory. Chen Feng looked puzzled at the little brother who spoke. Even people from the Imperial Capital Military Academy are willing to be dogs? He was genuinely curious. The little brother suddenly became furious, his face turning red as he shouted, What nonsense are you spouting? I'm Brother Feng's brother. Feng Lingshou frowned slightly, showing some displeasure. Obviously, he did not consider this little brother as a brother. At this moment, Chen Feng suddenly said, Wait a minute, the Imperial Capital Military Academy wouldn't want someone as stupid as you, so you're from an outside school? The Imperial Capital Military Academy actually allows outsiders to come and go freely? That's not right, I had to specially apply to bring a witch. Damn, buddy, did you enter the Imperial Capital Military Academy as a war pet? The little brother, seeing Chen Feng's surprised and amused expression, finally shut up. After all, lies don't hurt, but the truth is a sharp knife. The little brother pointed angrily at Chen Feng, cursing, Come over here if you dare, see if I won't finish you off. Hearing this challenge, Feng Lingshou smirked slightly, clearly feeling some disgust. He seemed to regret bringing this foolish dog along. He thought it would be good at biting, but it turned out to be biting randomly. Before Chen Feng could speak, a cold voice rang out, Move aside. Everyone turned to see a black-clad youth wielding dual blades. He was staring coldly at the little brother pointing at Chen Feng. It was Qin Shang. The little brother also came from a prestigious family and was used to being arrogant. With Feng Lingshou by his side at the Imperial Capital Military Academy, he was also arrogant. He shouted at Qin Shang, Such a wide road, can't you go around? Chirp! A beam of light flashed. Chen Feng and Feng Lingshou both had a serious look in their eyes. The arrogant little brother didn't even see what happened, looking puzzled as if he wanted to speak. But as he moved his throat, a bloodline appeared at his throat. Then, a large amount of blood gushed out from his throat. The little brother finally felt pain and cold, widened his eyes, and tightly held his throat with both hands. He didn't expect the students from the Imperial Capital Military Academy to be so ruthless, actually daring to kill. He comes from a prestigious family. His grandfather is at level 90. How could this happen? The little brother pleaded with Feng Lingshou, asking him to save him. Feng Lingxiu did not save him, although he had a treasure that could save the little brother. But that treasure is precious, how could it be used on a dog? Besides, it's good that the little brother died. Feng Lingxiu ignored the little brother's plea and coldly looked at Chen Feng and Qin Shang, saying, "If you kill someone related to me, you have to give me an explanation." Chen Feng smiled, "It wasn't me who killed him." "He's not your man?" Feng Lingxiu pointed at Qin Shang and questioned. "No, I don't know him. What's your name, bro?" Chen Feng looked at Qin Shang, asking sincerely. Qin Shang ignored Chen Feng, stepped over the body on the ground, and was about to leave, as if he just wanted to pass through. Feng Lingxiu's face turned cold, suddenly reached out to grab Qin Shang. "Stop." Qin Shang unsheathed his twin swords without hesitation, directly slashing out 108 times. At that moment, everyone in the field felt that the sky was full of sword light. What's even more terrifying is that those sword lights turned into a sun and a crescent moon, bursting on the left and chilling on the right. These two different sword techniques blocked Feng Lingxiu's retreat, forcing him to resist with all his might, his face full of shock. Accompanied by a dragon's roar, a magnificent azure dragon entwined around Feng Lingxiu. At Feng Lingxiu's command, the azure dragon opened its mouth wide, as if it could swallow the sun and moon. All the sword light was swallowed into the dragon's mouth. But swallowing is one thing, digesting is another. Those sword lights stirred frantically inside the azure dragon's body, punching holes in its magnificent body, some places even close to being cut off. Feng Lingxiu angrily shouted, "Crush them for me." The light on the azure dragon surged, and its digestive power rapidly increased. Those sword lights gradually disappeared, as if Qin Shang was about to be defeated. But Qin Shang suddenly changed his move, and the dazzling sun and crescent moon fell at the same time. Shishich. The body of the azure dragon was instantly cut open, unable to stop Qin Shang's footsteps. Feng Lingxiu's pupils contracted, and countless scales appeared on his body, turning into a set of dragon scale armor. Clang! The twin swords slashed at his chest. Feng Lingxiu grunted, his throat surged, but he managed to swallow the blood that almost came out. He kept retreating, not only being pushed back but also feeling the urge to retreat. After all, he never expected Qin Shang to be so fierce. But just as Feng Lingxiu was retreating, he suddenly felt something was wrong. Someone behind him. He turned around abruptly, only to find that Chen Feng had appeared behind him at some point, grinning with a brick in his hand. Bang! The brick hit Feng Lingxiu's face, and he saw black in front of his eyes. At the same time, Chen Feng's surprised voice sounded, "He's not even dizzy? His defense is quite strong." Bang! Another heavy blow, even more ruthless and heavier this time. Feng Lingxiu felt that if he had a cerebral thrombosis, this blow might have cleared it. But he didn't, so he simply fainted cleanly. Qin Shang looked at Chen Feng's sneak attack, feeling annoyed. "You're ambushing. That's not honorable. He's at least in S rank, if he really wanted to leave, you couldn't stop him. But since we've already started, instead of letting him escape, we might as well gain some benefits. Besides, why talk about chivalry with the villain?" Chen Feng said confidently. "He might have been ambushed on the way, it must have been the Feng family's doing. Now he's ambushing back, that evens things out." What? What if that attack wasn't done by the Feng family? Then I'm sorry. Chen Feng began to lick his wounds with a clear conscience. The spatial watch couldn't be moved, it was a school item. Once tampered with, it would trigger an automatic alarm, and the school would have big shots come to check. But Chen Feng didn't let go of the things on Feng Lingxiu's body. He even stripped off that layer of clothing. If he hadn't fainted and the dragon scales hadn't disappeared, Chen Feng could have used a knife to scrape off all the dragon scales for him. Not bad, quite a harvest. Especially since Feng Lingxiu carried a credit card and had the habit of not setting a password. Chen Feng swiped it on his own watch and overdrew him by over 500 million. This war god family is too stingy, being an S-level heir, only able to overdraw 5 billion? Chen Feng complained in his heart. Qin Shang looked disdainful beside him. "You're basically robbing like this. It's shameless, you don't deserve to be a strong one like this." "Don't want it? Then I'll take it back. Chen Feng said without looking up. Give me that relic map. Qin Shang said in a low voice. Chen Feng didn't hesitate and threw it over. This time, along with Feng Lingshu, there was also the teacher from the resource management department. The other party didn't expect Chen Feng and Qin Shang to be so bold. Not only openly killing people, they even dared to lay hands on the Feng family. And rob. When Feng Lingshu was stripped bare, the teacher finally realized what he should do. He angrily stepped forward, pointing at Chen Feng and shouted, "Hand over everything!" Chen Feng saw this teacher and immediately regretted it, slapping his forehead. "I forgot about you while busy packing up." With that, he punched the teacher in the face. The teacher immediately flew out in a parabolic arc and fell heavily to the ground. Qin Shang was truly shocked this time. Is it okay to hit the teacher? I don't know, so I hit first and then ask. Chen Feng walked over, looked at the teacher lying unconscious on the ground, and slapped him twice to wake him up. The teacher woke up groggily. Seeing Chen Feng close by, he suddenly realized what had happened, and a strong sense of pain hit him instantly. "You, how dare you hit a teacher?" the teacher asked angrily. Chen Feng nodded. "Before I came, the teacher who assessed me said that it's okay to hit the people from the war god family. I thought the Imperial Capital Military Academy was full of tough guys, but I didn't expect there to be softies like you who treat students like dogs." The teacher was scolded and became even more angry. You. Smack. Chen Feng slapped the teacher in the face. "As a teacher, shouldn't you teach me, a student, manners? How can you curse?" The teacher was dumbfounded. But he finally understood that he was no match for Chen Feng. Unfortunately, this was a lawless guy. He could only soften his tone and remind him in a low voice, "Hitting a teacher is a serious offense." "Is that so? Then it looks like I'm in trouble. By the way, is there a difference in punishment between hitting once and hitting twice?" Chen Feng suddenly remembered something and asked eagerly. Seeing him seemingly about to kill himself, the teacher shuddered and finally chose to temporarily yield. "You've hit me, you've vented, why not let me go? Where's my dragon? Don't tell me this guy has eaten it already." Chen Feng brought up the key point. The teacher helplessly said, "He didn't eat it, I came this time, he forced me to come this time, just to get you to sign an agreement to transfer the Dragon King's remains to him." Chen Feng knew that for Feng Lingshu's Azure Dragon, the Dragon King's remains were definitely a huge temptation. But there were also dragon-type secret realms. Did this Feng family, a war god family, need to come and rob him? It seemed like they were naturally used to bullying others, not taking anyone seriously. Is it intentional to provoke oneself by deliberately picking a fight? Chen Feng pondered for a moment, then said, "Take this guy away, and then bring my dragon here. If even a scale of the dragon is lost, the next time I see Feng Lingshu, I will strip him naked once. If I can't find him, I will strip you. Got it?" The teacher, threatened, could only endure the humiliation and nodded, "Understood." Chen Feng then let the two leave. As the teacher led the bare Feng Lingshu away, Qin Shang walked over, looking at Chen Feng with enthusiasm. "Do you want to have a fight? Maybe some other time. Today, the Feng family and that teacher won't let it go easily," Chen Feng said, rubbing his hands. True, Qin Shang, though eager for battle, also understood the urgency. He turned and left, returning to his own villa. Chen Feng thought for a moment, then decided to call Zhao Roming. This matter needed to be reported to her. Zhao Roming was in the library, using her authority to select suitable martial arts for Chen Feng and Li Kushue. Seeing Chen Feng's call, she answered casually, "What's up?" "I fought with two people," Chen Feng said. "Oh," Zhao Roming replied indifferently, about to hang up. "One was Feng Lingshu, and the other was the teacher," Chen Feng quickly added. "Oh, you're amazing," Zhao Roming said before hanging up, showing no concern at all. Chen Feng looked at the disconnected call, falling into silence. Was she really indifferent, or just pretending not to care? The teacher from the resource management office first took Feng Lingshu to his own home. After all, there were too many people in the student dormitory area, and it wouldn't look good if they were seen. Then, the teacher went straight to the resource management office and found the most capable teacher in that department, Teacher Wang. "I was beaten by a student. Teacher Wang looked up in surprise. Who doesn't know that you, Su Guang, are from the Feng family? Oops, sorry for the slip of the tongue. I mean, who doesn't know that you, Su Guang, are associated with the Feng family? How could anyone dare to hit you? Su Guang's face darkened, gritting his teeth. I was beaten, and it's the face of the resource management office that's lost. Makes sense. I think this matter must be resolved. Why don't you go to the principal and have him expel that person? The principal is up in the sky, go ahead. Teacher Wang said with a smile. Su Guang was furious. Teacher Wang, are you happy that I've lost face? How could that be? I can't afford to offend the Feng family. Teacher Wang hurriedly explained. However, the disdain in his tone was hard to conceal. As a unique entity, the Imperial Capital Military Academy had mostly been to the chaotic battlefield, and some had even retired from there. So these people had tough bones and rarely bowed to any power. But there were always exceptions. For example, Su Guang, who liked to curry favor with the Feng family and was looked down upon because of it. Although Su Guang knew that everyone looked down on him, he felt that since he had been beaten, he had to help out due to face-saving considerations. But instead of help, he was mocked. Fine, I don't need your help, okay? I'll bring people over from the Feng family to deal with him. Su Guang angrily took out his phone and called the Feng family. When the Feng family asked Su Guang to take care of Feng Lingshou, they specifically left the contact information of the leader of the family hunting team. Now, Su Guang made a call, saying, Captain Shang, Feng Shao was ambushed by someone and needs your help to teach that person a lesson. A cold voice came from the phone. Who dares to ambush my young master Feng? Give me the name and picture. Okay, wait a moment, I'll pull up his file for you. Su Guang glanced triumphantly at Teacher Wang, then pulled up Chen Feng's file. This person is called Chen Feng, 18 years old, just entered the military academy, apprentice to Zhao Romang? Su Guang's voice suddenly rose, and he was startled. He couldn't believe it as he rubbed his eyes, repeatedly confirming who Chen Feng's teacher was. Then he fell into a long silence. The voice on the phone was no longer cold, but cautiously confirmed, you just mentioned the name Zhao Romang, right? Yes, that person is indeed a student of teacher Zhao Romang, Su Guang said with an unpleasant expression. There was silence on the other end of the phone for a while, then suddenly spoke Su Guang. Yes? Su Guang subconsciously responded. Do you want to die alone or take me with you? You idiot! A high-pitched scolding came from the phone. Then with a bang, the phone was hung up and blocked. Su Guang also had a mournful face. I fucking didn't know he was a student of that star. Teacher Wang next to him cast a sympathetic look at Su Guang. Chen Feng actually guessed that his teacher should have some influence at school. But he always felt that a family of war gods should have some style. Even if he didn't dare to kill himself, a little revenge was always possible. Unexpectedly, in less than 20 minutes, the Dragon King's remains were brought in. Of course, there was no autopsy. Not because the school was unwilling to help, but because the situation was unclear. Who knows what the consequences would be if the Dragon King's remains were dissected? There have been cases of monster corpses exploding or instantly losing all energy during dissections in the past. If the Dragon King's remains were the same, the school would really be in trouble. Anyway, each student had their own teacher, so they could ask their own teacher for dissection. The Dragon King's remains were huge and were brought in a storage bag. This storage bag was temporarily lent to Chen Feng by the school and had to be returned within a day. Chen Feng carefully released a section of the dragon tail in the villa. Even so, the huge dragon tail occupied half of the living room. Looking at the still vivid dragon tail, Chen Feng first confirmed his current strength. Strength, 464,320 catties. Compared to 2 hours ago in the trial tower, he had gained over 4,000 catties of strength. Although the increase this time was not much. But the last time in Hangcheng, when he first encountered the Dragon King's remains, Chen Feng had just over 60,000 catties. And at that time, he was not even level 30, and had not activated the additional ability of critical strikes. Now, he could finally try again. Chen Feng took a deep breath and concentrated all his strength to strike with a finger sword. 6 times critical hit. The once indestructible dragon tail in front of Chen Feng was instantly cut open. A smile appeared on Chen Feng's face. Indeed, as time passed, his strength had increased to the point where he could cut open a dragon's body. From the wound, the peculiar-smelling dragon blood flowed out gurglingly. Chen Feng quickly brought a wash basin to catch it. But as the blood flowed out, the energy was also dissipating. Lilia, who was binge-watching dramas in the villa, felt the surging energy and quickly rushed over. Seeing Chen Feng releasing dragon blood, she angrily scolded, "You idiot, this dragon has been dead for a long time. It's only because of its special physique that the energy has been sealed inside. Now that the dragon blood is exposed to the air, the energy will quickly dissipate." What the hell? Why didn't you say so earlier? Chen Feng was also anxious. He didn't know how to deal with the continuously flowing blood. It was too late to make blood tofu now, right? Forget it, screw it. Just drink it. Chen Feng bet that his physique was strong enough to drink raw blood without any problems. He immediately rushed forward, hugging the dragon tail and started drinking the blood frantically. Lilia also rushed over, using her small buttocks to push Chen Feng, "Leave me a few sips." The two of them fought over it, drinking the dragon blood in big gulps. But Chen Feng had a stronger physique, so he was better at it. At this moment, he seemed to be sucking in a large amount of dragon blood like a whale sucking in water. If the increase in energy could be seen by others, then there would definitely be a large number of plus signs above his head right now. Lilia is also working hard. After all, although the Dragon King's remains are huge, there is only so much dragon blood that can be absorbed. And the energy of the dragon blood is constantly being consumed. When all the dragon blood was sucked dry, the two of them got up somewhat reluctantly. Lilia's mouth was full of blood, she licked it clean with her delicate little tongue, and then stared at the blood at the corner of Chen Feng's mouth. Chen Feng quickly wiped it clean, causing Lilia to roll her eyes. Chen Feng immediately opened the panel to check his current level. Name, Chen Feng. Abilities, Physical Enhancement LV56, Evolving, increases strength by 56 pounds per minute, and each attack triggers a critical hit, with a random multiplier. For 61238/780000, Absolute Control LV48, Evolving, extremely sensitive to oneself, can sense any malicious gaze, nullifies illusion abilities within a radius of 48 meters, and resists certain natural abilities. 198432/620000, Strength, 465,720 pounds. Wow! Chen Feng's face showed a look of surprise. The blood of this dragon corpse, which had been dead for who knows how long, helped him increase his physical enhancement by 20 levels. Absolute Control also increased by 23 levels. This adds up to a total of 43 levels, increasing his energy value by over 10 million. And with Chen Feng's current level, not to mention returning to the small city of Hangcheng. Even in a second-tier city, he could become a powerful figure and be entrusted with important tasks. And now Chen Feng can increase his strength by 56 pounds per minute. That's 3,360 pounds per hour. That's over 80,000 pounds of strength in a day. Of course, the most pleasing thing is that both of Chen Feng's abilities are about to evolve. Physical Enhancement exceeding 50 levels is a second evolution. Absolute Control exceeding 30 levels is the first evolution. The last evolution gave him an incredibly powerful critical hit ability, greatly enhancing Chen Feng's combat power. What about this time? Chen Feng quietly waited for the evolution. He could feel that his body seemed to be undergoing some kind of change. 5 minutes later, the evolution was complete. Chen Feng eagerly opened the panel to check the changes in his abilities. Physical Enhancement LV56 increases strength by 56 pounds per minute, each attack triggers a random critical hit multiplier, and can transform into a giant. For 61238/780000, Absolute Control LV48, Superior Sensing, nullifies illusion abilities within a radius of 48 meters, weakens natural abilities, and includes counterattack, with a random ratio. 19843262000. Chen Feng carefully studied the two abilities. Is this giant transformation of physical enhancement meant literally? He tried silently chanting to himself to grow larger, and his body rapidly expanded like a balloon. As a result, Chen Feng's panel also changed. Strength, 465,720 pounds, plus 100 plus 100 plus 100 plus 100. In other words, as the body grows larger, strength will also increase? Although it is a temporary enhancement, it is powerful enough. And when Chen Feng tried to punch the air in front of him, he suddenly triggered a 12x critical hit, creating a strong storm in the room. The force of this punch could turn into a tornado and destroy the parking lot. Damn! Chen Feng was very surprised. Previously, no matter how hard Chen Feng tried or how angry he was, he could only achieve a maximum of 10x critical hits. After becoming a giant, he was able to break through the 10x limit? If he were to become a 100-meter giant and then strike with a 100-fold critical hit, he could even kill Zhao Romeng. Damn, can't think about that. Chen Feng suppressed his disrespectful thoughts, but couldn't help the smile forming at the corner of his mouth. After all, this is too damn cool. Chen Feng quickly shrank back to normal size and then immediately checked the second ability. Absolute control over other effects, Chen Feng knows and has experienced. He had already tested the terrifying power when confronting the vacuum ability before. Now there is an additional counter-injury ability. However, this ratio is random. Chen Feng is a bit uncertain. He looks at Lilia in front of him and says, "Come, curse me." Is this a good thing? Lilia is somewhat surprised, but then suspiciously says, "Are you deliberately testing me?" Let me tell you, my position is very firm. If I say I will be your servant for 50 years, then it's 50 years. Don't think you can test officials with these small favors. Rest assured, I just want to try out the abilities after transformation, Chen Feng explains. Oh, I see. That's fine then. Lilia stops overthinking and curses, "I curse you to have diarrhea until the flowers bloom." It's mainly a harmful curse, which Lilia dares not use. If something happens to Chen Feng, she won't be better off either. This kind of harmless curse is not too damaging and can also relieve frustration. It's quite clever. Lilia smiles slightly, feeling very clever. But what she didn't expect was that the next moment, her stomach suddenly started rumbling. Lilia suddenly had a bad premonition and stared at Chen Feng with widened eyes. "What is your transformation ability?" Probability counter-injury. Chen Feng touches his stomach. "I seem to be fine." No, probability counter-injury? Is my face so dark that a small curse actually triggered your counter-injury effect? Lilia is somewhat indignant. Chen Feng hurriedly explains, "You misunderstood. The probability of counter-injury is 100%, but how much it counter-injures is random. For now, it seems I'm completely fine, so it seems like you triggered a 100% counter-injury." Ah! Lilia rushes into the bathroom with a mournful face. For a whole hour, Lilia was almost exhausted from diarrhea. Chen Feng was also curious, wondering how a spirit like her could produce so much waste. Lilia didn't want to pay attention to Chen Feng, just staring at him with resentful eyes. Pervert! Just then, Zhao Romeng arrived and upon seeing Lilia lying on the sofa, curious, she asked, "What's wrong with her?" "Oh, nothing, maybe her butt hurts a bit," Chen Feng casually replied. Zhao Romeng looked at Lilia, who was holding her butt and looking weak on the sofa. She hesitated, "Sorry, maybe I came at the wrong time, you two continue." Zhao Romeng turned and left. But not far outside, Zhao Romeng turned back hesitantly and advised, "Young people are energetic, I can understand the fun, but also consider the feelings of the girl, not everywhere is suitable." Chen Feng was stunned, then quickly realized Zhao Romeng's misunderstanding and hastily explained, "She's having diarrhea." Just remember to clean up properly, pay attention to hygiene." Zhao Romeng hurriedly left. No. What the heck, what's going on in your mind, teacher? Chen Feng quickly followed and took quite some time to explain. But Zhao Romeng didn't hear anything else, only hearing Chen Feng say he had leveled up by drinking dragon blood and his abilities had transformed. Especially when she heard about his awakened counter-injury ability, Zhao Roming was even more pleasantly surprised. Come on, let's fight again, maybe this time I can go all out. Chen Feng naturally agreed and immediately went to put away the dragon corpse. Oh, that thing is useless whether you keep it or not. It's been dead for so long, most of its essence has dissipated, only the interesting stuff in its blood is left. Now its flesh is probably as dry as firewood, only the dragon scales are somewhat useful. I'll find a craftsman to take away this dragon and make you a set of dragon scale armor. Zhao Roman took out her phone indifferently and said. Chen Feng agreed, waiting for her to make a call to shake someone up, and then followed her. But not far after they left, Chen Feng found that Zhao Roming had brought him to the entrance of a secret realm. The secret realm where the Imperial Capital Military Academy is located has been specially connected by a powerful figure with spatial abilities to various major passages, which can connect many cities near the Imperial Capital. Teacher, aren't we going to the training ground? Chen Feng asked curiously. We can't handle each other's full strength there. It's safer to fight in the secret realm. Zhao Roming led Chen Feng out of the secret realm gate and arrived at a strange city. This place is called Linyuan City, about 600 to 700 miles away from the imperial capital, but it only takes passing through a door to get here. Indeed, spatial abilities are unreasonable. They don't even follow geography. There is a secret realm here called the Gray Zone. In that secret realm, everything is gray, just like an old black and white TV. Even the sun and moon are gray. But it produces a kind of stone called gray rock, which is awesome for making fortresses. Zhao Roming explained as she led Chen Feng into the secret realm. Sure enough, everything in the secret realm was hazy gray, as if there was a layer of unscatterable mist. And it was very desolate here, with bare mountain peaks and strange-shaped rocks everywhere. There were no people, no flowers, no trees. There wasn't even the sound of insects chirping. It felt very oppressive and irritating. Does this place also affect the mind? Chen Feng asked. Yes. Zhao Roming didn't want to talk much anymore, just looked eagerly at Chen Feng. Come, I haven't had a good fight in a long time. Chen Feng immediately enlarged himself without hesitation, reaching over 5 meters tall in an instant. Facing this monster teacher in battle, he dared not underestimate her. Zhao Roming saw Chen Feng grow larger and couldn't help but drool. So big, so fierce. Teacher, here I come. Chen Feng's voice also became much louder due to his enlarged body. Come. Use your strength, don't hold back on the teacher. Zhao Roming excitedly shouted. Chen Feng immediately pushed with his feet, his huge body breaking the sound barrier, appearing in front of Zhao Roming in an instant, and smashed a punch towards her head. The terrifying power of this punch shattered the stones on the ground into powder with the strong pressure. Zhao Roming also threw a punch fiercely. No fancy moves. No skills. Just a simple punch. Boom! The two clashed, and Chen Feng's figure was forced back, even worse than the last time. He couldn't help but be shocked. Is this the effect of the teacher going all out? No, it's only half of my strength, Zhao Roming explained. Chen Feng really didn't expect this woman to be so fierce. But it's okay. As long as he doesn't deactivate his enlargement, his strength keeps increasing. Now on his panel, the word +100 is constantly refreshing. In a short time, it has increased by over 1,000 kilograms. Come again. Chen Feng rushed over, not intentionally running away to delay time. He also wanted to test where his limits were. Chen Feng came in front of Zhao Roming, his fists pounding down like meteors. Zhao Roming also punched wildly, her white and delicate jade hands seemingly weak, but containing incredibly terrifying power. Even though she restrained her strength, each punch on Chen Feng's hands caused immense pressure, and his hands were already bleeding and the sound of bones cracking was audible. Of course, Chen Feng's physique was strong and quickly repairing the wounds. If he had been willing to retreat, he wouldn't have been in such a sorry state. But Chen Feng didn't, he was determined to test his limits. And Zhao Roming was secretly surprised. Because she clearly felt that Chen Feng's strength was rapidly increasing. Finally, after the two exchanged punches for just 10 minutes, Chen Feng's basic strength had increased to 1,000,000 kilograms. Although it was temporary, it was terrifying enough. "Teacher, I have a feeling, it's really coming this time." Chen Feng roared and punched again. 20 times critical hit. At this moment, Chen Feng's power exceeded 20 million catties. This punch smashed down like the end of a demon god. Zhao Roming's expression finally changed. But it wasn't fear. It was excitement. She was so excited that her pretty face was slightly distorted, giving off a sense of perversion. And at this moment, Zhao Roming finally unleashed all her power and activated her ability. Absolute victory. She was already at level 90 with this ability, having undergone 3 transformations. The first transformation ability was rapid recovery, allowing her to quickly recover from even the most serious injuries. So she relentlessly abused herself in various perverse ways, creating a perverse version of herself. The second transformation was accumulation of power. She could constantly accumulate strength in her body and choose when to release it. However, this also had its drawbacks. While accumulating strength had no limits, releasing it too violently could cause devastating damage to herself. And the third transformation, the most terrifying one, was imitation. She could mimic the abilities of her enemies, temporarily possessing the same abilities as them. That's why this ability was called Absolute Victory, because she would use various methods, even the ones you were good at, to defeat you. Of course, facing the impending terrifying power, Zhao Roming still held back, as she didn't want to push Chen Feng to the brink of death. So Zhao Roming only used the effect of the second transformation. She crazily released the power she had stored in her body. This punch also surpassed the limit and fiercely hit Chen Feng's fist, triggering backlash, 60%. Boom! The two clashed fists, causing devastation to the earth. The ground cracked directly from the immense force, with spiderweb-like cracks spreading rapidly from Chen Feng and Zhao Roming as the center. The place where the two stood instantly turned into a huge pit, as if it had been bombed by an atomic bomb. But Zhao Roming was truly fierce. With 20 million catties of power, plus the 60% return to her, she still couldn't completely suppress him. However, this also shocked Zhao Roming immensely, because she had stored this power for 4 months. Now, with a continuous output of power, she couldn't even knock this guy out? What kind of freak was he? Unconsciously, sweat beads appeared on Zhao Roming's forehead. Because although she had accumulated a lot of power, it couldn't withstand such consumption. In another half an hour, she would surely be defeated. Was she going to lose to her own student today? Just as this thought crossed Zhao Roming's mind, Chen Feng suddenly shrank rapidly, then was blasted away and heavily fell to the ground in the distance. He passed out. But not from being knocked out. He passed out from hunger. Being a giant consumed too much energy and physical strength. Zhao Roming was shocked and hurried over to carefully check on Chen Feng. After confirming that he wasn't seriously injured, and even the injuries from their previous clash were rapidly self-healing, Zhao Roming breathed a sigh of relief. This was a genius who could go head-to-head with her at level 50 and hold on for 10 minutes. You know, even the 8 divine beings in the Imperial City wouldn't dare provoke her easily. She had to nurture this kid well. Zhao Roming thought happily. Suddenly, she heard Chen Feng muttering softly in her ear. Zhao Roming listened attentively. Hungry, so hungry. Zhao Roming also cultivated her physical body, so she naturally knew that amplification-type abilities required the most energy support. Immediately, she took Chen Feng to the source city and quickly bought a few tubes of hunger-suppressing potion for him to drink. Those were A-grade hunger-suppressing potions, each costing tens of thousands. If it's an energy potion, the price will increase tenfold or even 100-fold. After all, these potions are usually extracted from several monsters of the same level. After drinking a few doses of the potion, Chen Feng slowly opened his eyes, but still weakly held his stomach. "Teacher, give me another bucket of potion." Zhao Roming immediately ordered someone to bring it, paying for it herself. A total of 20 doses of potion were consumed. Although the taste was as light as water, Chen Feng was finally full. He got up lively, his condition restored to normal. Teacher, I'm fine now, let's go. Zhao Roming was also surprised to see Chen Feng recover so quickly. If she hadn't personally examined Chen Feng, she would even suspect that he had pretended to faint earlier to deceive her for the potion. Okay, let's go back to school. This time I found some of your shortcomings again. Fortunately, among the martial arts I selected for you, there are ones you need. Zhao Roming took Chen Feng back to the Imperial Military Academy. Upon entering Chen Feng's villa, Zhao Roming took out a chip and inserted it into Chen Feng's watch. After receiving it, Chen Feng found 5 martial arts manuals. Martial arts have levels, just like those of awakeners. This time, Zhao Roming selected 1 S-level martial art, 3 A-level ones, and 1 B-level. The S-level martial art is called Great Divine Demon Fist. This fist technique emphasizes great strength, with punches resembling divine demons, and can even multiply the power exerted. The 3 A-level ones are Shadow Step, Lion Roar Technique, and Sky Soaring Tactics. The B-level one, named Hidden Wind, is the most peculiar. Zhao Roming noticed Chen Feng's confusion and said, although the Great Divine Demon Fist technique seems crazy, it is actually extremely exquisite and can amplify your strength. The strongest can even achieve a 100-fold increase in power. Many people in the academy, even if they do not major in this martial art, will also study it. However, you should major in it. Shadow Step is a technique for maneuvering during combat. Studying it will benefit you. Of course, these were the ones I selected for you before. At that time, I didn't expect your strength to improve so quickly. Now, it seems unnecessary for you to constantly maneuver with your strength. Whether you want to study this one is up to you. Lion Roar technique is because I think your physique is strong and your strength is sufficient. It would be a waste not to develop your vocal power. You should also major in Sky Soaring Tactics because it is a martial art for aerial combat. Although you can soar, once you encounter someone specializing in aerial combat, your combat power will definitely be inferior to theirs. Finally, there's this Hidden Wind. Although it is a B-level martial art, it does not focus on offense and defense. I want you to practice it because it mentions a certain technique for exerting force. Now when you strike, you often create sonic booms, which may seem powerful, but in reality, you waste at least 10% and up to 30% of your strength when breaking the sound barrier, right? Chen Feng nodded repeatedly. Yes, I have been trying to figure out how to save my strength. Zhao Roming smiled. Hidden Wind provides a technique for exerting force that allows you to seemingly blend into the wind, becoming one with it. This way, when you use your strength, it will penetrate the sound barrier in a subtle and silent manner, without losing power due to triggering sonic booms, and the power will not diminish. Chen Feng's eyes lit up, finally understanding why the teacher at the Imperial Military Academy chose a small B-level martial art for him. Indeed, having a teacher was great. Without Zhao Roming's guidance, although Chen Feng could eventually comprehend the technique mentioned in Hidden Wind on his own, it would definitely take a considerable amount of time. For the next few days, don't go out and have fun. Focus on learning these martial arts first. Once you've mastered them, your strength should be able to advance to another level. By then, I'll let you hone your skills on the battlefield. Zhao Roming said. Chen Feng showed anticipation. Which battlefield? Chaos Battlefield? That place requires at least level 80 to enter. You still have a long way to go. Do you remember the slime riot in Hangqing before? At that time, the riot in the secret realm, not only in Hangqing, but also in 5 other cities. 3 of those 5 cities were occupied by monsters from the secret realm, the people suffered heavy casualties, and were displaced. And the Peace Council declared responsibility for this matter, Zhao Roming explained solemnly. Chen Feng's face also darkened. Isn't the Peace Council supposed to advocate for peaceful coexistence between humans and monsters? Is this how they coexist peacefully? Zhao Roming said seriously, remember, when dealing with outsiders, anyone who compromises is a surrenderist. Clatter. The sound of flushing came from the toilet. The witch Lilia, with a pale face of an outsider, walked out from inside, staggering with each step. Chen Feng and Zhao Roming looked at her at the same time. Zhao Roming nodded and said, "This is what I admire about you, treating such a beautiful battle pet so roughly." "Thank you for the compliment, teacher," Chen Feng coughed. The witch Lilia made an international friendly gesture towards the two, then lay motionless on the sofa. Alright, I'm leaving. I have to go see your useless senior brother. Zhao Roming turned and left. Chen Feng wondered how his senior brother suddenly became useless. He shook his head and began to seriously study those martial arts techniques. Because the hidden wind was the easiest to learn, he only needed to learn the techniques within it. So Chen Feng started learning from the hidden wind. The so-called hidden wind is to disperse one's own strength, as if it were the wind. The power of the wind can be gentle like a spring breeze, warm and comfortable. It can also be like a terrifying hurricane, sweeping everything away. So what Chen Feng wanted to learn was to be able to disperse his own strength at any time and gather it back at any time. He kept trying to manipulate his power more accurately. It must be said that he was grateful for the all-round evolution of his physique, which also enhanced his brain. His current wisdom far exceeded that of ordinary people. At this moment, Chen Feng repeatedly threw punches, adjusting himself each time, moving closer to the perfect way of attacking. It must be said that the initiative to set up a standalone villa in the academy was truly understanding of the students' pain. Because every time Chen Feng practiced, he created a sonic boom with each punch. The sound of the sonic boom was like a bomb exploding, extremely loud. If it was just one or two sounds, it would be fine. But Chen Feng kept punching, causing the sound of the sonic boom to be like firecrackers going off. The crackling sound continued non-stop. If this were in a dormitory, he would have been kicked out by his roommates long ago. However, the huge sound of the sonic boom was clearly heard in the neighboring villa. Xin Shang was watching TV, selecting a suitable teacher, and upon hearing this series of sonic booms, he couldn't help but look puzzled at the villa where Chen Feng was. It was normal to create sonic booms. He could create a sonic boom with just one slash. But why did the sound of the sonic boom created by Chen Feng keep weakening? Was he tired? He had only thrown a few punches. Probably some kind of martial art. Xin Shang didn't pay too much attention, because a teacher had invited him to become a student, all thanks to his achievements in the trial tower. After all, not everyone could achieve what he did, obtaining 12 medals from 3 weapon-type puppets in a short time after entering the school. Xin Shang's proficiency in swordsmanship was highly favored by several teachers who practiced swordsmanship. And now, he had to select the best one from these teachers. On the other side, in Li Ku's villa, he was groggily looking at Zhao Roming, taking the martial arts she handed over. Listening to the continuously weakening sound of the sonic boom from Chen Feng, Zhao Roming poked Li Ku's forehead with frustration. "You learn from your junior brother." "I am also very diligent," Li Ku said with a sense of grievance. "I'm not saying you're not hard-working, I'm saying your junior brother is smart. He doesn't practice a bunch of messy martial arts like you do, but focuses on enhancing strength and leveling up his abilities." "Let me ask you, what level are you at now?" Zhao Roming asked with a dark face. Li Ku lowered his head and said softly, "Level 17. Look, that's the difference. You, with an A-level ability, why are you progressing so slowly by focusing on leveling up? Remember, no matter how many martial arts you learn, they are ultimately external skills. Your ability is your greatest reliance." Zhao Roming said in a deep voice. Li Ku lowered his head and said softly, "I actually think this ability is external, true strength comes from within. But the problem is, you're not that strong yourself." Zhao Roming shrugged. Li Ku was speechless, not knowing what to say. He could deceive himself into thinking he couldn't beat Zhao Roming because she was older. But the fact that he couldn't beat Chen Feng was something he couldn't deceive himself about. However, Zhao Roming also understood Li Ku's thoughts. Because many people have said the same things he did. Claims like gifted abilities might be illusory. Only the physical body is real. Claims that one day, abilities will be taken back. Many people with weak minds are confused by such claims and end up researching other things, only to be defeated by those with abilities. Let's do this, Li Ku, let's think along your lines. Abilities are not reliable, only oneself is eternal. So life is like a bitter sea, the body is the boat that carries everything. But I must say, abilities are like oars of the boat, they can propel the boat forward quickly, don't you agree? So think about it, shouldn't we improve the oars of the boat? Otherwise, what will you do? Rely solely on your hands? Isn't that just treading water? Or do you plan to rely solely on the waves for your whole life? Look at your junior brother, he first strengthens his abilities, then uses them to learn martial arts. How fast is his progress? So even if he doesn't use his abilities now, he can still beat you. You're overthinking, always afraid that improving your abilities is a waste of time, but you end up dreaming about practicing a bunch of messy martial arts with the help of your abilities. In a small place, you may indeed be invincible because it's like a small river where you can paddle with your hands. But a big city is like an ocean, if you paddle here, you'll be left far behind, with no good outcome. Zhao Roman earnestly advised. Li Ku listened to his teacher's teachings, as well as the gradually weakening sound of explosions next door, and remained silent. Suddenly, the sound of explosions next door disappeared. But in its place came a tremendous force piercing through. Boom! The first floor of Chen Feng's villa was blasted with a big hole, the ground was plowed with a terrifying storm caused by this punch, and Li Ku's house wall was also shattered. Li Ku looked at the collapsed wall, and at Chen Feng in the distance looking at his hands with joy. He finally understood. Teacher, I want to enhance my abilities. Zhao Romeng showed a satisfied expression. That's right, there's an old saying in Daxia, look for a horse while riding a donkey. Even if you think abilities are unreliable, it doesn't stop us from using them, right? Let's use them, and train hard to improve our abilities. Li Ku nodded. Teacher, I understand, I'll buy some potions to level up first. He took out his bank card and swiped it on his watch. Beep beep, insufficient balance. Li Ku looked puzzled, immediately checked his balance. Oh no! Teacher, my card was stolen, how did it end up with just a little balance left? Zhao Romeng thought for a moment. It seems like your junior brother used it before, but it's okay, we're all family here. Li Ku was excited. That was $1 billion, he just pushed me a bit, and asked for $1 billion? Besides, teacher, you can't be too biased towards him, this is aiding and abetting the tyrant. Zhao Romeng said seriously, silly child, I am biased towards you, you can't beat him. Li Ku suddenly fell silent. Because practicing martial arts does indeed cause too much damage to the villa. Especially to the neighbors' villas. Chen Feng could only go to the training ground. The training ground of the Imperial Capital Military Academy was not large, but the luxurious facilities in it were definitely enviable even by the top 4 elite academies. There was a gravity room that could reach up to 10,000 times gravity. A laser room for practicing speed. And a combat room that could simulate battles with various alien races. Both in terms of the number of simulated alien races and realism, it was unmatched by other institutions. Furthermore, here they had all the top technological products of Daxia, all available for practice. It is said that these were all excavated from a place full of futuristic technological relics. Along with all the technological products excavated, there was also something called the Brain of Wisdom. However, that thing was already in use, being used to analyze human and alien combat methods and final odds with full force. It is said that the human race has been able to withstand the continuous invasion of aliens by leveraging the supercomputing power of this Brain of Wisdom to find various ways to counter the aliens. Chen Feng was thinking when he suddenly heard a commotion coming from ahead. He looked up. There were many people on the training ground discussing excitedly. Chen Feng saw their excited faces discussing something and curiously walked over. Damn, Yun Jia has defeated the Tianyi clan for the 27th time in the combat room. What's so surprising about that? Ever since Yun Jia repelled the attack of the Qinggui clan last time, I knew she was definitely invincible. Repelling the Qinggui clan is nothing special? Have you forgotten that she also defeated the purple gold Tyrannosaurus clan last time? Even now, I dream of her fighting appearance, although I have never seen what she looks like in battle. These people were excitedly making noise while drooling. Some even had a look of adoration. Chen Feng suddenly realized that these guys were definitely discussing a woman. But judging by their appearance, that woman should be quite formidable. Chen Feng looked in the direction of the combat room. Someone inside was using simulation abilities to battle. This combat room had input the DNA of countless alien races, accurately simulating the states and abilities of those aliens, with a realism of 99.99%. Many people would choose to simulate here to experience the abilities of aliens. At first, everyone just wanted to know their enemies when dealing with aliens. Later, somehow, it turned into a competition. Whoever could withstand the attacks of aliens here the most times was considered powerful. It started with a few people fighting, and then the trend spread throughout the entire school. Everyone started coming here to compete on who could withstand more attacks from aliens and who could resist stronger aliens. Above the combat room was a large LCD screen. The background of the LCD screen was black. The screen looked like a fighting game, divided into 3 parts. At the top was a row of numbers representing the number of enemy retreats, which had now reached 28 times. On the bottom left were large clusters of small red dots, each labeled with the species and quantity of monsters. The right half displayed a humanoid figure, with labels for health and fatigue levels, as well as the name of the combatant. Nangong Yun. Chen Feng frowned. Why did this name sound so familiar? Suddenly, he remembered. She was the S-Class Awakener who caused a huge stir last year. Nangong Yun awakened last year and even awakened an S-Class ability. But what made people remember her name was not this. This girl lost both parents at a young age and was fostered by her uncle and aunt. Before awakening, she appeared to be a well-behaved girl to anyone, even being ostracized and bullied by female classmates because of her beauty, but she never complained or resisted, silently enduring. But on the 3rd day after her awakening, she suddenly killed her uncle and aunt with her own hands, hanging their bloody bodies on the gate of the residential area, causing at least 20 people to faint and be hospitalized that day. Those female classmates who bullied her also died in their beds that night. Although she was an S-Class, committing such a crime meant certain death. Later, Nangong Yun presented evidence. It turned out that her uncle and aunt embezzled her parents' compensation money, treated her as a slave, allowing her only 1 meal a day, and frequently beat her. Her uncle even made inappropriate advances towards her multiple times, scaring her so much that she could only sleep with a kitchen knife during her years of boarding.